But they do have to get through Spirit first, which is going to be so difficult.
Yes, and then on the other side, if it's Spirit that comes out ahead of this best of 3, there is another story that takes precedent because we heard them say it already, and I know it might be controversial because there's also other kings and other princes, but it's king against prince. Master against student, maybe. There, Tigo.
I mean, like, I know, okay, of course, Yandex, they're an incredible team. And if they get to the grand finals, it is going to be a very, very good grand finals. The caliber of Yandex is insane. But if we get Spirit versus Vision, it is true cinema. It is peak of the year. Again, Yotaro, he is a player that has pretty much shaped the world of Dota in modern year. But then in the last couple, Satanic has stepped up. When you talk about Dota nowadays, it's always, what has Satanic done? What is he doing? Yotoro's there kind of looking in the shadows of Satanic going, wait a second, that used to be me. And now in the lower bracket run, Yotoro's stepping up and going, no, I am the guy. I am the carry of Dota 2. Do not take my crown. So just the idea of these two players going against each other, it just feels like the perfect story. But again, if it doesn't happen, Yandex, you are a very, very strong competitor. But the storylines of those two teams would be a great grand final.
And the stats don't lie because everybody's like, oh, Satanic is #1 in everything. But Rhea, I saw that.
I know. I mean, but here's the thing. They lost twice. They are both equally matched carry players. Absolutely legendary this tournament. But there is one thing missing from Yotaro at this TI. On his 2 TI wins, he shaved his head.
Yeah!
He shaved his head.
Has anybody
Sorry,
seen
audio.
Team Spirit in the building yet?
I haven't seen them.
I haven't seen them either. I'm also looking around, but there's obviously, they're not on stage yet.
It would be very... Oh, oof. Also, separate to that, by the way, I like the fact that even if Yotaro doesn't go bald, all 3 carries in the top 3 are like farmer carries that want to play for big net worth, that want to be like, I am the guy of the game. Like, we're not seeing some weird little meta of like, we're going to squeak out a quick win. We're not going to do anything like that. It's like the proper traditional carry are in all 3 teams.
Superstition, Winter, is that real? Because the 2 TI wins that Yotaro had, he did shave his head, and he said it's to sacrifice it to the Dota gods.
I'm a logical person, you know, so, you know, I kind of don't really, I don't really believe in that. I know the vibes are important, but speaking of like hard carries and whatnot, but Yotaro is the one that if something is going to change, maybe he doesn't want to go late game, you know, with his son. He's going to change the battlefield. He's going to play in the early game. He might do that. I think he's a carry player that is evolved over the course of years. He can play fast. He can play for his team. And yeah.
Yeah, and he is, together with Collapse, part of the 2 players that can be a 3-time hopeful. And this is, of course, only taking players into consideration, not looking at coaches. And only 2 2-time hopefuls remain with Saxa and Laurel there on the bottom. And we'll see which one of these 4 players have a chance of making that happen in that grand finals. Because Team Vision, nobody has won an international ever. So it would be their first time. And speaking of first time, it's not very frequent, Tigov, that on the final day of the international, we have a lot of players that have their first TI that they're being played. We use the term Royal Roaders. A Royal Roader is if you get to your first international, you win it. There's been a couple of cases.
Yeah, throughout the history of Dota, there have been these cases, as you see here. You can just have a bit of nostalgia as you look through this graphic. Of course, like TI5, Sumo again. Unfortunately, he has just retired, but Topson, TI8, Skidder and 9, TI11. But right now at TI15, both Malady from Yandex and Not Me from Spirit, they are the 2 players available that can attend their first TI and then potentially lift the Aegis, joining a incredible history of players, as you see on your screen here.
Yeah, all of the players that you see here, they are icons of their year. Everybody remembers them. They have miracle runs. I mean, if you look at the first time Team Spirit took the Aegis, that was incredible. 4 players that hadn't set foot on the main stage before, able to deliver. It takes a lot from a player to be able to deliver on this main stage and let the crowd power you up rather than, you know, make you nervous and jittery potentially. And of course, there's also a chance that neither of the 2 players that are still in takes it as Team Vision. They have tried before. All of those players have tried before, and it's not their first rodeo here. And there's one player in particular, Winter, that you wanted to highlight with this in mind as well. It is potentially his 2nd time lifting the Aegis. Laurel has had a splendid tournament.
Yeah, he has, over the course of the last couple of years, even when he won his first TI, people always associate Lau with, oh, he loses his lane, but he's very good from playing behind. He plays for the team a lot. But I think specifically during the playoffs here, he's shown that he can actually win his lane. Like, especially yesterday, he was showing GPK who's boss, is absolutely dumpstering GPK on the lane. And I think that itself, it's a huge reason why Team Spirit has been doing very, very well. Because they are used to Lau losing their lanes, but somehow they are still finding a way to win the game. But right now, the game's easier. Lau's winning his lane. So Yataro's like, great, I can farm more creeps. I don't have to help my team.
I mean, he also solo killed Nisha, right? On the Pango to Invoker. Again, it's a very Pango-favored matchup, but still getting the kill, making it feel like, I am the mid laner. I mean, Lau, he's so aggressive, he's so tempo-driven that when he gets through the lane and can see the map, he can do a lot of work. And yeah, right now he's in good form.
Well, let's see what road he needs to take. I mean, the schedule is kind of like, you know what's coming, I think, when you're tuning in. But just for good order, our first series of the day is going to be Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. And then the winner of that will be present in the grand finals with Team Vision already waiting for their opponent, who will challenge the team that everybody has said is the strongest team here. Both teams have already taken games off of them, so that is interesting to note. Also interesting to note, and we've been keeping you up to date with this over the past few days. Everybody, or a lot of people, have been able to put in their predictions in the client, and not a lot of people had it correct. Let's be real. Yesterday, at the start of the day, we had 0.2% of you guys still having it correct. And you know what? There were a couple of people still popping up. Even 2 talent of the entire talent pool, all languages together, still had it correct. Today, updated. Those 2 talent, actually, they still have it correct.
Oh, I thought it was going to be 0%.
No, it's not. And it's not even 0% overall. It's close.
Oh.
0.07%.
Wow.
It's low.
I can still get a terrain.
Yes. Yes. It's brutal. This is more than last year, though. I think last year nobody had it correct at this point. So, kudos if you're one of the 0.07% that has had their correct predictions correct. I do think a lot of people had Team Vision regardless in that grand finals, and their opponent, well, it could have been anyone. We've heard everybody talk about this, Rhea, how this international has been so even in terms of playing field.
It has been so even. I genuinely think the predictions being at that percentage is just because Vision are providing the stable baseline of winning through the top of the bracket. I think most people probably put that, and then it's just figuring out the rest. And then whoever's remaining is like a Enigma fanboy and got them going pretty nice and far and doing well. And then after that, it's all luck. It's so luck. I mean, how can you predict? The games have been amazing.
The games have been truly amazing, and we are hoping that today can live up to the track record that we have got going here so far at this international. This main stage has seen a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And with the horning coming, it's gonna see a whole lot more. Hopes and dreams are gonna maybe come to life here at the stage behind us. Of course, there's a first step to be made because we do have already Team Vision in the grand finals, but we have to get this day started to find out which team will join them in that grand finals.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China! a living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins!
It is electric here in the Oriental Sports Center as we are nearing the start of our first series of the day. On one side, we'll have a team that people thought was down and out during the group stages, but they have made a valiant road to get to this very point. It is Team Yandex that struggled at the start, but is rising up to the challenge. Their opponents are Team Spirit, who also had their own struggles to overcome this time around. Let's get started with this one.
Team Yandex!
We got Watson, Shira Jr., DM, Saxa, Malady, and Coach Axel. And Formality is the first time at the International. Formality leading the charge here. It's the first time stepping into that booth on the final day of the biggest tournament in the year. And he gets the honor and pleasure of going up against TI's final boss. It's Team Spirit.
Team Spirit!
The ultimate crowd favorite with Yatoro, Laurel, Collapse, Nami, Peru, and Coach Maposhka. Team Spirit is a beast in Team Spirit TI form. They have done it twice already with different iterations, and every single time they're able to feel the electricity on the stage and to feel that momentum propel them forward into a grand best of 5. But they have still got Yandex to go through here before they can have another shot at Team Vision in those grand finals. A best of 3 here on this stage, and I think, Rhea, we got our answer. All hair still on Yatoro.
Yes.
Yes.
Why? Why does he have hair? What is he doing?
No. Okay, the important thing is, though, not being bald aside,
Yeah.
the crowd clearly
Oh my
has a
gosh.
favorite in this lower bracket.
Oh, that must give a little bit of advantage, Winter, when playing in front of a crowd that has definitely got your name cheering.
Well, I think it might help, but some players, the players that are playing their first TIs, that might be something that makes them nervous, So for Yatoro, I'm sure he's a veteran. He knows it doesn't affect him. I'm sure he feeds off the energy of the crowd. But for the newer players, maybe it's something that might make them nervous, especially not me.
Oh, actually, that guy is so interesting to listen to talk about Dota. Because he originally was playing in like tier 2 and below Dota and moved to Spirit, which is a massive step up to tier 1. When asked about how that felt for him and if it was hard, if it was nervous, if it was stressful, he was just like, oh, it's actually nicer because everyone's just playing better at tier 1. So warding is like way easier than it was before. It's just everyone's moving into the right places on the map, so it just feels great. And in one of their vlogs about this TI, they asked him, how do you feel about the stage? Are you nervous? And he was just like, we'll see. I'm just feeling it out. It's okay. It's nice. This guy is so solid. He is so calm.
I mean,
Yeah.
the very cool thing in Dota is like when you get to join a team that's like already doing their job, like you get to just focus on yourself. You're not having to think, oh, why is that guy not doing this? Why is that guy not doing that? Like, what's the draft? What's this? Like for him, like he has joined like the perfect team to just try and become the best player he can. And of course, it is clearly working.
I mean, I also want to highlight about how big of a deal that is. When usually when a support player, you join a team that's already established, the reason why it's difficult because the early game is all about the supports and the mid laner. And if you're a core, you're joining a team, if everything is already there, the foundation is there, it is not as difficult as a support. So what Not Me has accomplished here is totally amazing. The way he integrated into the team, the way he paired so well with Rule, everything is so amazing in such a short period of time.
Apparently, right before EWC as well, Rue started talking more than he was before. So I think that's also helping. I think they're making a lot of accommodations to make this support duo so strong.
Yeah, and it's working out great. And we go from seeing two first-timers on stage in Malady and Not Me to, I want to talk about the experienced guys because we got DM right now on your screen. And he was here last year, and he did come top 3. He came 3rd last year with Team Vision. So beating Team Spirit here would propel him into a position where he has overcome his previous result. And I think that would definitely prove to him and to his team that he can do it.
But how good do you feel until you beat your old team? That's what you
true.
really want.
That's true.
We've seen the tips coming out against DM. We've seen his name put in the dirt. This guy has so much to prove. All the haters will be writing their apology forms by the end of this tournament if he has his way.
Yeah, and as well, like Saxer on screen, right? Like the fact that he spoke about, no one's won 3 TIs. He really wants to achieve that. He's not talking about retirement, unlike some of the other older pros, My guy's locked in. He wants to win this one, he wants to win the next one, and maybe another one after that.
And he talked freely about why he has his own team and why he's separated with 33, and he made his own team, or rather, he joined a team, made it his, basically.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yoink. Thank you for this great team, guys, but I'm just going to quickly make it Sax's team, and by making it Sax's team, we're now going to get to the final day on TI. And honestly, no complaints at all. What he has done to the team, elevating the individual players, giving them the confidence within the map play, the macro understanding. Of course, we never truly understand what he's truly done individually, but it just feels like it is just the perfect addition. And yeah, Yandex, it is a true Titan name for this entire season.
I mean, to add something to that, because he's playing with 33, Saksa, and now he's playing with DM, I feel like both of them have a lot of similarities. So he kind of understands how to play with an offlaner that is kind of semi-greedy, and I feel like that has helped him a lot when he moved to this team, and he's shown it time and time again. He knows how to enable his offlaner. And one thing I like about DM here at this tournament, especially during the last couple of days, I felt like he figured out what heroes he should be playing. He's one of those players. I know we don't like the Doom a lot. I know people are talking about Doom, but he's one of the few players that had success with Dooms. And I think it's because he is not buying Midas. We mentioned that we did not like the Midas.
I hate Midas.
And I like that he's playing Doom without buying a Midas.
Yeah.
That's good. It's working out for them.
I mean, we also have to remember the importance of the series for Spirit. This entire year, even if you look back towards 2025, Yandex has had Spirit's number the entire time. 9 series played. Only Spirit has won a single series of the 9.
Wow.
And in those, Spirit has only ever won, in the losing ones, 2 games total. Of all the best of 3s, the best of 5, 2 games. In this matchup, it really is, David versus Goliath, where Yandex is the Goliath. So now it's for Spirit, using their TI form, using the shape that they're in to finally overcome a team that has just pretty much had Spirit's number since their inception.
I mean, I think today it's an entirely different story. This patch, personally, I feel like it favors Spirit a lot, the way they're playing. They have a true hard carry. I mean, Yandex also has a true hard carry, but I think with how their mid laners are functioning, especially if you compare Shira Jr. and Lau, I think Lau has proven that he is capable of playing any type of mid laners, and I think the advantage that Lau has over Shira Jr. here is he's able to play the tempo making mid laners a little bit better than Shira Jr. I think Shira Jr. is more comfortable with the carry from mid heroes, like the Invoker, for example.
I would like to give a shout out though, because he was playing Earth Spirit again and winning with it, when I think in the group stage especially, he looked very weak on it. So I do think Shira Jr. has leveled up massively coming into this main stage.
Yeah, this main stage is it's going to be a good one, but a lot of it yesterday we talked about is how much of it was decided in the booth before the horn sounded for the game itself. A lot of it is decided in the draft.
Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
We are heading into the draft at the first game of the lower bracket finals. We got Yandex on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side, and there's one hero in particular we want to just quickly highlight here, Winter, because there's a Winter Wyvern, and we have seen that so many times yesterday, and it was so successful, and especially if these games go so long, a BKB, piercing, disable, so strong.
Yeah, Wyvern is one of the heroes that has been popping off so much. The remaining teams, all three of the remaining teams right now, they have a very, very dedicated Wyvern player. It's not a hero that you can just, oh, everyone else is playing, I guess I'm just going to play it. If you have not been practicing this hero, it is going to be very difficult for you to just pick up a hero like Wyvern mid-event.
Yeah, and this is where you can see that the difference between the lower bracket final drafts towards the grand final drafts. We have Winter Wyvern through the pool, there's Lina through the pool, Lone Druid, Ember. Like, the drafts are going to be completely different as every game progresses and every series progresses.
I felt like why Wyvern has seen such a rise recently is because one of her arch nemesis got nerfed a lot, Snapfire. I think Snapfire was picked so much the last 2 months, and it's very hard to play Wyvern into that snap because you can't save with the curse, and you can't really get to her because she just launches her Mortimers a mile away and you don't see her. So right now you don't see that old granny, so Wyvern's in a good spot.
Yeah. Spirit have prioritized the Wyvern as well, and if their last 5 games, 5 matches, they've taken Wyvern on first for themselves in 4 of them. It's such a high priority pick, and it does obviously let Yandex take the Nature's Prophet, which I think Spirit have also been playing really well with.
Yeah, I mean, the Nature's Prophet is going to be quite nice into Wyvern. Naturally, in laning phase, Wyvern excels from using the Arctic Burn chasing down the lane. So once you have stepped a bit too far, Prophet can TP in, you get a very cheap kill on the Winter Wyvern. Sure, there'll be a cold embrace to kind of keep yourself alive for an extra 4 or 5 seconds, but realistically, Nature's Prophet can punish this Wyvern early on. Sure, later on, the qualities that you both mentioned, it will come into play, but I just feel like Yandex, they're going to just crank up the tempo a little bit and try and threaten the early game of Winter Wyvern, something that we haven't really seen been done yet, at least in the last couple of days.
I think another thing I really like about Nature's into Wyvern is usually a lot of these fights break out, someone's holding position, you get to break a smoke, you see the look of the fight, and then Wyvern will ult to disengage it or set their team up. Nature's doesn't have to be in that initial smoke break because they can just teleport in. So Nature's can get whatever position they like in the fight, which really makes Wyvern have to either wait a little bit longer or use their spells and then not be able to stop Nature's when he comes.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. Like whenever I'm playing Wyvern, I really hate MP, playing against MP in a team fight because I can never see him. Because he never shows up initially, and usually when you're playing Wyvern, you're very, very focused on, where's the enemy carry. I want to use the ultimate so that he kills one of his teammates, or at least I use my ultimate to stop him during his BKB. And whenever I play against MP, I don't see him, and I have to hide. So what you need to do in this situation as Wyvern is your items, you have to buy more mobility items, the dagger, the 4 stars. You can't afford to be too greedy. You have to get items that will allow you to kite to wait until the MP shows up.
I mean, also, Nature's has the shard, right? Curse of Old Growth to be able to see the Wyvern as well. So
Yeah,
sometimes you just TP in, and then the Wyvern's like, oh, why'd you? Oh, no, you got me! It's like, it can be very annoying. Either way, though, Yandex progressed the draft. Finally, we're seeing the Slug ban into Ember pick. If you want to pick Ember, this is 2026, the year of banning Slug. Not Huskars, not
This
Monkey
is the
King.
new Huskar.
This is the new guy on the block that you gotta ban when you pick Ember. But of course, there still are some of the classics like I just mentioned. We'll see how Spirit want to try and approach the Ember. There's the Pucks, the Huskars, whatever. But
I mean, this is something that I was highlighting yesterday as well. I felt like teams were not doing a very good job at countering the Wyvern. They're just like, oh, it's just a position 5 hero, whatever, But I think that is not really the ideal situation in the draft for them. You need to pick a hero to deal with the Wyvern, and I think Ember Spirit is one of the best heroes against Wyvern because you build vessels, and it's very hard for the Wyvern to actually target you in the team fights, and you can always find him because you're so mobile. And having one hero to specifically target down the Wyvern is very important in the team fights.
And already Spirit, they don't really care about Yandex's draft too much because they're trying to go for, okay, if you're going to jump us, we want to find ways to jump you, because now the Pangalier's job, and when Spirit is in true form, they will always offer up one hero for information. Everyone else will kind of hold position. When they understand the fight, that's when they go in. So this is where the Pangolier pick makes sense, because he's going to roll through, pressure the Prophet, force the Ember to waste a Remnant, Winter Wyvern will be hiding on the side, and only when they see the fight, that's when they'll collapse. It's the same thing for Willow as well. They can just kind of hug, wait, and keep kiting back the fight.
And this is an extremely good pick here by Spirit. They have utilized this Wyvern plus Willow duo before. This is not the first time, but I especially like the Willow into the Ember Spirit, because Willow is, I feel like, the best position for hero right now against Ember Spirit because of how your hero interacts and ganks Ember Spirit with your roots and your fear, and it's very natural for you to build a vessel, sorry, not the vessel, but the use, so that you can actually target the Ember Spirit. Because one thing about Ember is usually in a game where you do not have the right catch against this hero, he can be extremely obnoxious. He's cutting your waves, he's farming in front of the tower, and your supports are like, what do? We can't kill him, we can't touch him, and he's just pressuring you all over the map, and I really like that, having an answer right away from the draft against this Ember.
The only thing I'm slightly wary of is if they were to pick something like Mirana now on Yandex, which pairs really nicely with Ember. Willow, something she's so effective at is like breaking smokes or being at the front because she's so difficult to kill. Obviously, if she gets a Yules, it's okay, but Ember's root persists even when she goes into the Shadow Realm, and you can just kill her with an Ember Mirana combo. I think that will make it really hard for her to play.
I like the idea of the Mirana, especially when Spirit's going to be playing for a lot of kiting and information in the fight. Throwing in invisibility, kind of other layers to Yandex's lineup can just make the draft really annoying. And they are kind of protecting DM in the draft quite nicely, because he will be getting overall last pick.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder, like, all right.
Wait,
It was a couple of long days of Dota 2, guys.
It's okay.
So,
hey!
so what does this
I
mean?
no longer know what's happening with the course.
The MP
MP goes support, yeah.
Yeah.
But why is the MP good as a support here? They want the MP to lane into the Wyvern.
Saksa has played it this tournament, which is nice.
Yeah. Saksa is so annoying on the Nature's Prophet, actually.
No, he is the most annoying. Like
Yes.
him and 9 class are the
It's
most
terrible.
annoying supports right now.
Yeah.
Don't forget there are of course, you just go for the vessel build, utilize the shard that we mentioned already for the vision of Winter Wyvern, the positioning, it exploits. And on top of that, when you obviously throw around your trees on the map, if you just start TPing and blocking these side camps that have been so prevalent throughout the entirety of TI, if Saksa wants to be blocking camps and just doing all this vision shenanigans, Prophet can do it. But the only reason this will work is if the rest of the draft is stable, and then he can play into the lanes. If you have losing lanes and a support Prophet, your game's already over.
Yeah, this is really, really important. When you're playing MP support, you do not want your lane matchups to be bad, because it can easily go really, really bad, and you feel like, guys, I think I cannot do anything, so
I'm gonna skip some waves.
I'm gonna jungle, I'm gonna cut some waves. That's it, you know.
I mean, that's what, of course, where, you know, the ban the Slark, pick the Ember, you know, they feel like they've got that lane. Picking Shadow Fiend, he can play, you know, pretty much most lanes, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, they can just move the Pango to the off lane and make sure they get a lane winner, you know, against the Ember to kind of mess up what the MP is going to do here.
But then the MP can just TP to mid, you pick an off lane on last pick for DM, and then you just create this like dual lane middle, like minute 2 onwards, with DM having secured his first couple waves. Like, I feel like Yandex have solutions.
Do they have a solution to the Terrorblade?
Not yet. The Terrorblade is the solution to the SF. It's very, very good against the SF. You copy him, you make a reflection, you get the aura. SF can never fight TB in the late game, but fortunately SF is one of the fastest core in the early game. TB is not as strong in the early game, so you have to really take advantage of that early strength of the hero. You need to win your lane, and you get the objectives faster, and you take control of the map.
Spirit's lineup it's like, as long as they just are relaxed for 20 minutes plus, like the game will play itself for them. For Yandex, I am looking at the supports. If you have a Prophet and Mirana in the early game, like if they don't step up and open up the runes for Ember to give them the levels, make the stacks for Shadow Fiend to get them online, their game can disappear very quickly. They don't have this big team fight to lean on. They don't have this kind of insurance built into them. So I'm looking at the supports of Yandex, like they have to really want this game.
This is why I got a little confused at the Shadow Fiend pick, because when you move Nature's Prophet to support, it makes your next support pick feel kind of weird because Mirana makes the most sense to play with Ember, but you also typically want to play a melee support with Shadow Fiend for the lane. That kind of removes the ability for them to do that. Are they going to move Saksa to play pos 5 lane with Shadow Fiend and use the Treants to kind of protect him? But even then, it's like, what is your duo? You have no real lockdown for this Terrorblade. He's going to get Sunder off like every fight.
We saw this lane yesterday, didn't we? Like twice. I think SF plus Mirana, and it kind of feels like it's very easy to gank. Like especially you're playing against a Wyvern, an exceptional hero at gate, coming through the gates, coming from behind, ambushing the SF. What is the Mirana gonna do? I think the best thing you can hope for is you place a ward defensively early, you anticipate the move, and hopefully you see him coming. Because if you don't see him coming, your SF is going to die very easily.
Okay, they banned Centaur. It was like for DM on offlane, like there's potentially...
It's Dark's here, right?
No, banned in first phase. Yep. I was really wanting Dark's here, and I reminded myself, look at the very early bans from Spirit. They were preparing themselves.
He's gonna say, give me Doom.
It might just come out. It looks like both teams could use an offlane. Of course, Pango can still swap about.
I mean, there's a world where they could still Largo for Yandex on last pick. Again, depends on what Spirit go for, but then like you can buff up your Ember. You have pretty decent laning against the Terrorblade. If he ever steps up too far, then you can invite, all this pressure. Mirana comes through Twin Gate, you go for the kill. So I could see a world. You also have the lick to, Winter Wyvern just keeps reapplying it, but...
I think it looks like a terrible Largo game. They're missing lockdown, like solid, reliable lockdown, and I don't think Largo gets it.
It's a bit too greedy.
It's more like if they want to go through tempo, but yes, stun would be a lot simpler for them to play through, 100%.
Whereas for Team Spirit, it's just going to be a lot easier for them to finalize their draft here. They have team fight, they have some catch, there's some decent lane, they have wave clear with the TB, so it's easier for them to finish up their draft. They could do Pango off lane, Pango mid.
Guys, we're missing Underlord's still in the pool. They can just go for like the simple Underlord.
The humble Underlord.
The humble Underlord.
Yeah, it's very, very, very good against Ember Spirit here.
Oh, don't worry. Sorry, Spirit yoinked the Underlord. I take it back. They cannot Underlord anymore.
This is...
instant Timber.
This Timber is kind of decent. I can see why they insta pick it, but I think overall this draft, out of 10 games, I'm gonna say I prefer to play on Spirit's lineup, maybe 8 games at least, 8 to 9 games. I think they have the ease of execution on their side. They have the stability. They have the lane. And the onus is going to be on Yandex. They last pick this Timber. They need to win the lanes. If they don't win their lanes, their heroes are going to struggle to find synergy together.
I think we saw Spirit play a very similar lineup against Liquid, who also last picked a Timber like this, and it just felt like he couldn't play. Between the Wyvern ult and the Pango roll, I never really saw Timber's way into a fight.
Yeah.
And they have no proper initiation, especially if they just buy a Lotus Orb on Spirit or a Force Staff to move you out of the path of the Chain's arrow. I don't see how Yandex can lock you down.
The main thing for Yandex with this type of draft is they need to make sure that they are like the kings of the laning phase. They have to demolish that. They need to bring Chirajuni into the game, play through DM's early timings. This cannot be a Timber that AFK farms like Sanjkai, BKB, and 3 items. Like every single item timing for Yandex has to be a statement across the map, and then you keep punishing Spirit. Don't allow them to get to the late game. I feel like as much as it's a very difficult draft for Yandex, they have the skill to be able to pull it off. But it is difficult. It is a lot easier for Spirit to play this game.
Yeah, it seems like Team Spirit kind of boxed Yandex a little bit into a corner with the draft, especially having the same result as the draft as against Team Liquid, as Ray mentioned yesterday, which did not play out very well for Team Liquid at all. We know that Yandex has to be active in this first game, especially in the first 20 minutes. How's Spirit going to do in those first 20 minutes? Do they have tools to answer that aggression?
Yeah, they have a lot of wave push, wave de-shove, and ways to help each other. So I think Spirit are very prepared for this.
Okay, well, let's see how prepared they are as we're heading over to Slacks for a coach interview.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We are here with Asel. So good to see you here on the semifinals lower bracket. Very, very exciting. How do you think we did in the draft? We have a couple favorite heroes coming out from Team Spirit, but you guys got some of yours as well.
I think drafts are pretty even, to be honest. It's pretty good TB game, and it's Yatoro TB, good matchup into SF. I think Spirit are happy with their draft, but we're also happy with ours, and let's see who's going to come up as the winner.
All right, what's the number one thing that this team needs to do to survive? Yandex has faced off against Spirit before. Is it lanes? Is it team fight? What is important in this one?
For Spirit?
No, for you. I don't care about Spirit. I mean, they gotta lose. This is your...
I think they need to survive then. I think the longer game goes, the better it is for us. And the laning stage, of course, is very important. We kind of have, I would say, favorite matchups in at least 2 out of 3 lanes, but not so big, and it's like very skill dependent, so we will see.
All right, fantastic. Now, we did see some last pick Timbersaws coming out yesterday. Didn't work out for Liquid. How is this one different? Why is Timbersaw good in this one?
They mainly have physical damage, like Pango, TB, and Under is like historically matchup into Timber is not so good. The longer games goes, early is not bad, but later is bad. So I think it's if Timber is 24 pick, Rio is this game.
All right, well, thank you so much for the great insight. We'll go ahead and see if game 1 works out in the Yandex's favor. Let's head to the game.
Thank you so much indeed, Slacks, and we're getting ready to go into this one.
Dobré, krásné ráno, chat. Nádherné finálové ránečko vám prajem. Dúfam, že už teda rozlepujete oči spolu so mnou. Pretože nás si myslím čaká ako dosť intenzívna záležitosť. Ja to tu ale rovno na main stage proste power-upuje hneď ako sa začalo. Vyzerá, že s tými Yandexovci budú mať ale dosť intenzívny problém. Videl som Spiritov už predsa len počas toho lower bracketu sa fakt ako evolvenúť do týmu, ktorý by mohol ísť reálne potrápiť Team Vision, ale mohli by to byť takisto aj Team Yandex. Tu doladím ešte jeden malý detail a pôjdeme sa poriadne tomu naplno venovať. Ale ešte raz dobré, pekné ránko, chat. Dobré, nádherné ráno. Nazdáreček. Hopefully by malo fungovať všetko a môžeme sa tomu úplne naplno venovať. Vyzerá, že Spiriti dneska ale prišli hrať čo najaktívnejší aj laning phase. Tu ako sa nebude spať dneska na Vavrínoch. Watson by mal samozrejme tuto s Razami byť schopný to tu možno ako vypanišovať Mr. Not Me. Tentokrát ale bude mať HPčiek viac než dosť, aby toto tu ešte zvládol. Dúfam, že ste teda na všetkých tých 3 našich platformách pekne usadení. Že si tu dneska pôjdeme užiť tú najkrajšiu Dotu, na ktorú sme zase celý rok čakali. Ten final day znova prišiel. Jo, to som neupravil, ale je tam akoby 40%, to tam není akoby napísané, ja to tam ako potom upravím. Musím povedať, že mi dneska nejaká tá hodina alebo 2 navíc proste spánku celku ako pomohli, to ako ne, že ne. No dole, veľmi pekné kombičko zase s tými 2 Razami, odtiaľ sa nemá to SF-ko ako dostať, ani Raze nebude stačiť ako trade-off. Team Spirit sa postupne evolvujú, Yatoro si tu ešte pôjde po Saxiča na druhej strane. Tentokrát akoby ten bude schopný aspoň tam pekne využiť ten movement speed. Antenie tentokrát od Yatora nebude mať zas tak veľké využitie. Je ale vidieť, že na obidvoch sidelinkách trpia momentálne Yandexovci o trošku viac. Na mide má teda Čírič 28-6 proti tomu midovému Pangovi. Čírič sa ale na druhú stranu ako evolvuje spôsobom, že nám pôjde pekne možno ukázať presne tú formu, ktorú celú tú sezónu ukazoval konzistentne. Larlič, aj keď musím teda povedať, že včera mal úplne ako godlike výkony. Uvidíme, ako to bude dneska, prosím pekne. Dobrý decision od DMA, rýchlo vyportiť čo najskôr domov. Saxič prichádza ale dole na pozdravenie a kolaps. Je panišnutý na spodnej strane. 5. minútou toto presne je tá výhoda Yandexovcov. A ešte s tou SF silnou linkou, takéto TP navíc. To je to, čo presne teraz akoby budú chlapci potrebovať. Páne tu Čírič, teraz má akurát prvýkrát moment, dá sa povedať. Keď momentálne ako na low HPčkách potreboval trochu refill. Išiel ho tam ako navštíviť Nodmi, išiel možno aj po tú runu a nakoniec to bude znamenať jeho rýchlu smrť. Pekný vision tam, aj keď ako by mal chlapec nachystaný. Tam o niečo nižšie si ho chlapci pekne krásne počkali. Saxeč vyzerá, že tu príde teda pozrieť, či tu nemajú možno enemáci steky, možno tam pôjde pekne nahodiť dokonca obsku na pána. To je celku risky move, ale ako zaujímavý, tu ale môže zrazu ako sprautami pomôcť ešte proti Larličovi, je tu Rue, Cold Embraceom pomôže čo najviac, ako sa bude len dať, Čírič začína na to kapať, ale Maladič je ten vyvolený, ktorý to snajpol šipkou zo spodu. Zrazu Rue až týmto tu syndromom pomáhania, no môže ísť na pána aspoň tú Arcane runu ukradnúť. Veľmi podstatné, aby to nemal v tejto momentálnej fáze Mr. Ember. Začínajú sa Yandexovci ale celku rozbíjať okolo toho Embera cez support Nature's Propeta do toho Miranu navíc. Toto je hand line-up, kde akurát to SF-kou uvidíme, ako moc sa bude chcieť ako momentálne to nejak ako zapájať. Nemíť Saba, to je dneska známka punku. Jo, ako po včerajšom odplebení určite, ale zase ďalšia šipka od Maladyho. Chlapec tu ukazuje jeden bullseye za druhým. A Spiriti, keď začali akoby tie prvé minúty dobré, tu jak sa blížime k tej 7. minúte, to tu začínajú mať Yandexovci viac a viac pod kontrolou. Pekne Trientom, teraz tam Saxič iba videl ten rotation od druhého. Vyzerá, že to na tých polke HPček proste nemôže ani skúšať. Alebo DM nakoniec tam ako sa pôjde skúsiť postaviť. No, ako skúsi tu Saxič získať nejaký čas, toto ale budú mať proste Spiriti. Ja to rok tomu ešte bude mať kill Čírič, veľmi pekne prišiel snajpnúť jednak toho kuríra. Uvidíme, či Yatoro bude mať dosť damage na to, aby tu DM-ovského tučného Timbersova nejak skúsil urvať. Myslím, že Rue až bude proste vytradovaný, tam ako nejde nič. Pekne sa DM-ovi ale podarilo dokonca aj doportiť domov, takže pre Team Spirit, jo, ako je to šrajna navíc, to ako určite. Lenže Yandexovcom sa tu celé už pohybuje na 2000 gold lead a hlavne pozrite na ten neuveriteľný začiatok, čo tu vyťahuje ten Ember z midu. Čírič Junior sa dneska očividne takisto možno ako trošku lepšie vyspal. A finally môže prísť tá jeho forma, ktorú som od neho čakal celý rok. Predsa len dneska tým, že už tu máme len tie 3 najlepšie týmy, bude sa tu hrať tá najlepšia Dota. Tu už je to iba čisto o tom, kto prinesie ten najlepší performance. Všetky tie 3 týmy majú potenciál na to tu kľudne urvať celé. No, je možno jeden z epických akoby storylineov tu, alebo je ich tam ako viac, či to akoby zobere po 18 rokov Satanik a Pupan proste si tu fakt ako po viac ako dekáde pôjde vyhrať TI, ale ako coach tentokrát, na jeho prvom TI ako coach by the way. Jo, sú tam ako storyliny samozrejme ako pre Spiritov, ktorí môžu byť ako prví, ktorí si pekne krásne pozdvihnú 3 Aegisy. Yatoro, Collapse, Mipoška. A ako sú samozrejme nováčci takisto. Ale tvorí sa tu proste jedna storyline za druhou a jednou z nich sú samozrejme aj Yandexovci. Je samozrejme Saxič takisto pripravený tu ako kľudne ešte niečo ako ďalšie pozdvihnúť. Znova tu máme ale setup tentokrát, ale neprišla tá šipka úplne tak včas, ako potrebovali. Malady nebolo očividne ako dosť blízko na to, aby toto tu kombičko využil. Doba po 9. minúte, aj keď Spiriti predtým fakt ako vystrkovali rohy, tu ako vyzerá, že pôjdu práve tým Yandex okolo tohoto Číričovho Embra robiť veci. Za mňa ten line-up sa fakt ako bude točiť síce okolo Číru, ale s takýmto extrémne dobrým začiatkom by to mohlo fungovať. No, už tu bude Larlič, ale pekne rolom, aspoň setapovať celú túto dvojicu. Ta šipka tentokrát neprišla úplně k nikomu velkému, Kolapsa tu ale pekne prišiel pripojit ešte dozadu. Saxič asi tu proste dorazí, Čírič bude schopný jakž takž chlapec tesne odísť preč. Spiriti na Questera budú schopní si tam akurát jeden support kill nahnať, popravde majú vydefovanú aj celú tú väžu, takže to ako netreba zabudnúť. Na Vocnovi už sa tam nese teda rovno Madnesska, takže to DPS zrazu to ako pôjde through the roof. Pekne tu Maladič teraz akurát odtiahol Číričovi tú waveu, teda dobre odtiahol mu ju, ale teraz mu ju ešte pôjde pofarmiť, no ako nie je čas strácať čas predsa len. Kto by čakal, kým to zabije celé Flameguard, že jo? Malady tam ako potrebuje robiť iné veci. Na vrchu vedzeným si tu už chvilku dávajú teda duel akurát DM a Jatoro a čo týka networtu, ako úprimne tam zase ako Jatoro svieti na 5200 networte na Terrorbladeovi, má lepší carry to carry matchup, do toho SFK by mal byť Terrorblade ako veľmi dobrý matchupíček. No, uvidíme, ale či nebude tento tu pan Shadow Fiend trošku overwhelmnutý. Až moc. Jako bylo by epic, kdyby Pupan vyhrál jedno TI jako hráč a jedno TI jako coach. Tak Aoi už to dokázal jakoby predtým. Ale no, sú tu aj iné sny, ktoré sa musia plniť. Falconovci to tu jako poplnili ten minulý rok. A presne ako píšete, Jatoro potrebuje akoby vyhrať nejaké TI aj s vlasmi, pretože ten jeho bold buff, ktorý tam ako vyťahoval roky dozadu, ten už ako pre ňo je prefláknutý. Už vie, že proste keby si dneska oholil hlavu, tak je to easy, proste final day, ale on si pôjde dať challenge s vlasmi. To je proste náš Jatoro. 2000 goldlí tu máme ale nachystaný. Jo, to je veľmi dobrý základ pre Yandexovcov, aby tu mohli pokračovať ďalej. Je pravda, že Spiriti tam ešte nemajú, predsa len teraz ako dolevelenú napríklad nejakú tú Winter kurzu. Notmi už tam má aj Bedlam, aj Terrorize, takže už tam ako Spiriti budú mať ako teamfight možností o dosť viac. Uvidíme, čo tu Čírič, ale pôjde ako celkovo skúsiť nachystať. Už tu pôjde pekne zase po setup. Ojojoj, Ember Mirana, toto je kombinácia, jak zamládí. A damage od Maladyho, tam Mirana vždycky rozdá tak neskutočný nuke, proste ešte keď je to čerstvý level 7, to proste dáva hrozné mordy. No a za odmenu bude mať takisto Čírič ešte pripravený aj Amplify damage do flaštičky. Jo, mám pocit, že Yandexovci môžu túto prvú hru fakt ako cez toho Embra ísť rozbehnúť jak nikto, aj keď ako budú mať povedzme ten carry matchup, ktorý nemusí akoby scalovať úplne ideálne SFko proti Terrorbladeovi, majú tam k tomu bonus. Jednak ako Nature's Prophet, ktorý bude scalovať o dosť viac aj z tej support pozície, a jednak tam je proste ten Timber, ktorý za mňa je na ako Terrorbladea celku odpoveď pekná. Vychytaný na vrchu, ale bude chudák DM, celé to kombíčko od Dark Willow, Jatoro si tu pohituje pravým. Ani Invizi toto tu nezastavia, odchytený tu, ale bude tuto pan Rue, ten creep v lese, tam sice ako momentálne vyšeral tú šipku, ten malý Elber. Pre Maladyho aspoň farma navíc. Efficiency, pohoda. Nakonec tam aj tak mali dosť damage na to, aby tam ešte Rue Aša dorazili. Spiriti dosť dobehli tým jedným pick-offom tu, ale medzi tým príde ešte trochu iný duel, ten double damage, ale možno trošku Larl, ako by teraz podcenil chlapák. Čírič Junior tam ako vypleskal minimálne jedno, tej šipke sa dobre notmi, ale vyhol. Nebude mať ale damage na to, aby tam úplne dorazil tohoto tu pána Embra. Tu si pôjde CJ brúzdať touto tu Game 1. Skóre sa nám takisto ešte takto pekne ráno upraví na 6-9. Dve čísla, ktoré mnohí máme najradšej. Krášna 69 na začiatok tohoto tu nedelného finálneho dňa. Ojojojojojojoj. A pozrite na ten Saxič build. Bežne je tam ako ten Nature's Prophet väčšinou, keď už je na support, tak robí to, čo ten tým potrebuje, či potrebujú čo Spirit Vessel a nemá to kto stavať, alebo akoby nejaké iné utility itemy. Tu proste Saxič má svoj plán. Pôjde čo najskôr skúsiť urobiť Orchidu. Nestihne, ale teraz úplne vyportiť preč. Ukradol každopádne tú šrajnu, takže XP má. Účko tam ešte na valiu teda vyhodí, aby sa nepovedalo. Z tejto šlamasteky Saxič sám vie, že nepôjde. Kúpil si aspoň ten najdrahší komponent z tej samotnej Orchidy. Ona bude dobre fungovať na to, aby tam jako kľudne odchytili iba, povedzme, ono aj na toho Terrorbladea to môže fungovať, ale ten tam bude mať už dávno potom Mantu, si myslím. Ale skôr na Pangolíra to bude giga good a na obidvoch tých supportov. Jo, tam to môže byť fakt ako shutdown na hoci ktorého z tých dvoch supportov, možno menej na tú Dark Willow, teda tam pôjde pravdepodobne túto hru aj tak ako Euli. Jo, ale aj keď to ostane iba ako veľmi dobrá odpoveď na tú Winter Wyvernu, ktorá by na to musela zrazu ako nejak ako itemizovať. To bolo vončo. Ďalší pokus prichádza na DM a pred chvíľkou tam vyšiel tiež. Tentokrát doniesli chlapci ešte aj Larla, aby toho nebolo málo. No pre Jatora už toto tu je pekne dominating. Začínajú to tu Spiriti pomaly, ale isto dobiehať. No, hlavne sa tu Jatoro začína ako zapájať viac a viac a viac. Aj tým networkom tam popravde ako kvôli tomu stúpa. Jo, Watson tu ide akoby na druhej strane teda fucking full farm game. Ale vyzerá, že pokus prichádza na spodnej strane. The Siri chainy, CJ misol tentokrát ten timing, dostal tam instantný tip od kolapsa úplne. Toto mysneš? No ty aj main stage, chlapče, final day. Zmierne mistajmnuté, aj tak ale sa dali podľa mňa akoby CJ-ovi momentálne hrať toho Embera spôsobom, robí tu ako zo života úplné peklo Spiritom a to bude len a len pokračovať, ešte keď to má takto dobre rozbehnuté. Jo, je tam tretí ako celkovo v networte. Myslím, že sú chlapci Yandexovci stále veľmi spokojní. To 4000 goldny tu máme. Zase pripravené, Maladič. Ten nevykalibroval teraz úplne akoby tak dobre, to tam podľa mňa dával ako na rýchlovku. Ale tentokrát ako žiadna X turbo kombinácia fungovať nebude. Ono, úprimne, keď sa tam ako Malady dostane skôr nejakému Aganimu, by som povedal, že by to mohlo byť ako ešte krajšie to kombíčko. Ale vyzerá, že tam pôjde fakt ako full utility, čo sa len dá. Má tam Distiller a mal tam nakliknuté všetky možné mekáče, Gravesky a podobné. Je pravda, že napríklad Gravesky zrovna tam nejakým tým Pit of Melisom a podobne by sa hodiť mohli. Saxik sa pekne teraz vyhne tomuto tu pokusu o Team Spirit, žiadne doťahovanie na kile sa zatiaľ teda konať momentálne pred našimi očami nebude. Dobrú deep wardu tam ale Saxik už predtým ako ho plentol. Ruáš to medzi tým síce príde vyskautiť, nájde tam ale chudák len jednu jedinú sentrinu, žiadnu jednu wardič Kenzie tu nebude mať, trošku to tam budú mať teda tým pádom Yandexovci otvorené. A nehrá sa tu hru zas tak moc o objektívy. Na to, že to máme 17. minútu, dobre padli tam na strane Spiritov, tam ako dobre pušli dve veže. Na druhej strane tie tier jednotky sú takisto dve pušnuté. Tu bude ale pokus na chudáka Maladiča, ten ako neodskočil úplne hneď. To tam ešte vyhodiť spely. Nakoniec nevyhodí už chlapec potom nič, on dozdá ešte ten svoj dominating streak. Tu ako bude veľmi rád Malady, že tu ako zarobil. Počkaj, Saxtič, ale instant nebude ešte snajpnutý na tej vrchnej strane. Vyzerá, že si to tu Spiriti fakt ako začínajú viac než dosť kontrolovať. Team Spirit doťahujú a ešte to preskakujú instantne. 10-9. Skóre pred 18 minútou, smoke popnutý dokonca tiež od supportov týmu Spirit. Larley sa k tomu celému pôjde po tej midovej wave pravdepodobne pripojiť. Uvidíme, či budú chcieť ako niekde toho Embera tuto skúsiť práve pri 18. Runa je na vrchu. Tam pôjde ako prvý nakráčať pekne túto Larley. Shield Runa sa mu bude veľmi pozdávať. Ešte Miluskami tam príde pekne ako vyskautiť a skúsiť niečo nájsť. Jatoro tu ale šprintí tiež, tam bol veľmi pekne použitý ten Roots Aganemu a zrazu sa tu CJ rozplýva. Yandexovci skúsia ešte toto celé práve do Jatora otočiť, tam Saxid ešte prišiel do tej backlinky, ten support Nature's Prophet je, ale proste pre Spiritov fakt žrádlo. Do Maladeho ešte prichádza Larla aj na druhé kolo, tu Shieldrunu fakt ako vycúcal na maximum. Túto hru už ale potrebujú reálne ako nutne Yandexovci, aby tu DM začal s tým Timbrom niečo robiť. Ako hral tam ako celku turbo farm game, ako má tam 8500 network do tých fightov, ale DM zatiaľ túto hru za tých 19 minút reálne ešte nepriniesol nič a Watson podobne, jo. Takže treba akoby počítať s tým, že na druhú stranu Spiriti tam akoby veľmi často ako fightia 5. Watson ten hrá čisto farm game a už má je tak pripravené aj to BKB. Jakmile sa to SF-ko proste príde ako zapojiť do toho fightu a aj ten Timber naplno, tak to Spiriti nebudú mať ani zďaleka tak jednoduché. No, hlavne ako tam potrebujú samozrejme, aby ten Ember tam ako niekde niečo mohol robiť vzadu, nejaký ten bordel. S tým Timbrom tam môžu kľudne vypnúť celý ten backline ako bez problémov. Tiež ale CJ podľa mňa ako cíti, že aj keď mal ako OK, dobrý začiatok, musí do farmy teraz ako to BKB, tam ako nejde nič úplne iné. Medzi tým ako s backupom dokončeným na Vocnovi to síce ako bude už celku štiplavé. No, ale vyzerá, že na spodnej strane to bude v problémoch možno skôr Saxage, ktorý odtiaľto bude mať veľmi ďalekú cestu preč. Watson tam bude mať syndrom pomáhania, nakoniec sa tam pôjde dokonca dozadu pekne otočiť akurát do nich. Tam je ale ešte pripravený Yatoro. Tu zrazuje aj Watson, ale vyťahnutý až moc ďaleko. Ten syndrom pomáhania bol možno problematický. Watson si to síce v BKB odtancuje tú cestu preč. Larlič tam pôjde rolovať na ňo, ale ďalej. Watson využije celé to BKB, len aby si odkráčal do bezpečia, ale tu krambluje celý tým Yandex. Spiriti, tak dva nerozdiel a panuj. Prines všetkých. Kto bude aktívnejší, ten bude proste vyhrávať fighty. 15-10. Spiriti pekne krásne môžu ísť nielen po týr jednotku, tam sa im spavnul dokonca ten Torment, tak práve tuto 25 sekundami. Veľmi pekný pressure tu, ale proste prichádza. Konštantný pressure. Konštantne je hlavne Yatoro mi príde normálne s tým Terrorbladeom, ale že úplne všade. Oproti tomu, kde Yandexovci akoby zatiaľ, aj keď akoby im vyšlo povedzme tých prvých ako 10 minút, budovali tam dokonca nejaký ten lead, tam ako zrazu ako ten Timber a ani ten Vocnov Shadow Fiend tam nepriniesli fakt ako do tých prvých 20 minút, ale že aktuálne žiadnu aktivitu. Teraz čakajú na vrchu, teda tu príde proste zrovna Yatoro zo všetkých. Ten s celou pajkou. Vidíme, či tu dostane nejaké prekvápko. Watson ho tam chcel s tým Invisom niekde možno skúsiť pozdraviť. Uvidia ho tam aspoň cez tú Deep Vision, čo tam ako majú. Ale nemajú ho momentálne proste ako vypanišovať. Jo, Čírič už má konečne to 9-sekundové BKB, to je OK. Jo, Spiritom tu padne nejaká tá tier jednotka. Ale tí si medzi tým pekne vyfarmili Tormentra, Rue, až má tým pádom Shardu zdarma. No, ešte tu bude vychytaný chudák aj CJ, on nechce dávať to BKB, fakt nechce. Nakoniec to tu pekne ešte aspoň chlapec ušetrí. No Hasty si tam teda ušetril tiež. V 21. minúte tu majú ale zrazu fakt ako cez Yatorovho chlapca, dokonca godlike. Ako Yatoro prišiel normálne sežrať celú šangajskú arénu a zožrať normálne aj kurva tohto ročný normálne titul. Yatoro sa tu evolvoval, ale za toto jednotý jajdo, ale neuveriteľnej túto formy. Jako Watson, aj keď podľa mňa bol ten trendsetter, by som povedal celú túto sezónu. A bol napred aj pred týmami, ako boli Spiriti. Tu už máme zase ďalší pokus na Číriča, tentokrát prvotne síce neúspešný, ale tam sa proste bude pokračovať, tam musí to BKB dať. Toho Revenanta tam dal ale len na melee range. Vyzerá, že teraz bude schopný síce odskočiť. Si myslím, že žiadny punish sa už konať nebude. Uvidíme, ako túto hru ale bude fungovať napríklad nejaký split push od Saxiča. Zatiaľ tu odovzdal ako extrémne veľa goldov na to, že ho tam ako furt mohli odchytávať. Jo, snažil sa dofarmiť, hlavne tam mal nakliknutú pôvodne tú Orchidu. Ale ako už to trvá 22 minút a nakoniec pôjde urobiť Shadow Blade. No nie som úplne presvedčený o tomto tu builde na tom Position 4 supportovi, tam ako tu Shadow Blade z prvej, ale uvidíme. Jo, uvidíme, či to ako Saxič má vymyslené, že tu fakt pôjde ako splitovať a král. Teraz si tam akorát priportil zrovna tam, kde Kolaps stojí. Chudák Saxič nemôže mať 2,5 metra, ale za tento klip úplne na druhú stranu ma teda nevidel. Akurát Yandexovci idú skúšať nejaké moves. Not me ho tu narazia, zrovna tá Dark Willow by mohla byť celku jednoduchý kill, už tam konečne majú aj toho Timbra. Finally aspoň opener zoberú. Tam je ale Yatoro s double damageom, chlapci, tam neviem, či úplne chcete chodiť. No, hlavne Yatoro už bude hitovať za 1300 goldov. Ten je huge timing s celým skáďom. Jakmile bude mať Yatoro ešte skady, tak tam ako Yandexovci sa môžu na to ako z diaľky dívať. Jako potenciál pre Watsona, samozrejme s tým SF-kom to ako stále vydamageovať niečo určite je. DM už tam ako tiež by mohol ako s tým Timbrom niečo teda dosť porobiť. Poznali už tu ale Yandexovci párkrát, že to nebude len tak. Už tu máme Larla, ale rovno nachystaného znova. Stunlock, stačia tam 2 roly a Čírič je dole. BKB môže chlapec mať. Toto je Yatoro s double damageom. Išiel to tam proste s melee formou usekať. A fakt ako vyzerá, že dneska chce normálne nám tu Satanik predviesť ešte ten jeden poriadny final boss súboj. Teacher versus Student. To bolo samozrejme ako Yatoro versus Satanic. To by bola ako veľká podívaná, aby som povedal. Porošana si podľa mňa, ale Spiriti momentálne môžu ešte do 25 minútu ako by to ako nakráčať a byť OK. Príde mi, že Yandexovci ako tentokrát zaplatili len na to, že hrali viac tvrdohlavý farm game, ako by na tých dvoch kóroch. Jo, mne Watson a DM. A aj keď ešte tu CJ skúsi možno nejaký zázrak. Skoro tam ako slide of fist tam je nejaký zázrak aj prišiel. Šipka tam medzi tým teda Yatora iba spomalila, aby tam nemohli úplne kluci tak jednoducho chaseovať. Vyzerá, že Spiriti iba tak ako skúsili, ale žiadny super overextend z tohoto tu nebude. A fakt ako by potrebovali Yandexovci, aby ten DM-ovský Timber tuto ako mohol zasvietiť. Podobne sa tu ale trošku reálne opakuje história práve z toho včerajšieho dňa. Presne takýmto momentom Liquidi vypadli ako včera, kde tiež proste to tu skúsili vždycky ako s last pick Timbrom. V hre, kde ešte nemali tak moc kontrolu, je to úplne to isté, ako to majú teraz ako Yandexovci. A ako je tam ten midový Ember, čo môže niečo setupovať ako spolu so Šipkou tu, ale počkať Watson. No, ten tu už Vinvizíčko chcel niečo skúsiť, nakoniec tam neskúsil ten Requiem. Watson sa teraz očividne ako trochu zesral. Mal tam teraz ako príležitosť, je pravda, že do toho Aegisu by to možno nebolo ono. Počkaj tu, ale hlavne vidia Watsona pod vardičkou. On netuší, že je ho tu vidieť, Watson. Skúsi ešte nejaký zázračný Requiem play. Je proste Winter kurza pripravená, tu Watson nebude kráčať nikde. Tá jedna defenzívna varda v ich vlastnom lese. Tá mala slúžiť pravdepodobne na ochranu Yatora hlavne. Tu zrazu Watson, alebo takýto kúsok od toho, aby tam skúsil ten Invis Requiem, solo play. Nakoniec sa rozhodol ísť tam akoby farmiť takzvané pod lampou, kde je najväčšia tma. Ja mám pre vás ale poučku. Pod lampou sa kurva svieti, jasný? A myslím, že to teraz ako Watson možno pochopí chlapec tiež. Yatoro totálne nezastaviteľný. Jo, miesto toho, ako by tu Saxiš na druhej strane 1-8 Nature's Prophet. Jo, to nie je úplne zóna, kde by sa chcel nachádzať. Má tam síce nejaký fucking Shadow Blade, ale jo, ako, ak to je item, ktorý to tu má teda úplne celé zachraňovať, tak to ako ma poteší. Jo, na DM-ovi medzi tým ako BK alebo Kaja Saint, čo potrebuje podľa mňa túto hru blinku, nech sa tam ako dostane ten správny čas vždycky a môže to burstiť. Zatiaľ sa mu to ako nechce kupovať. Čirič ten sa chudák ani úplne zase tak moc ako neposunul od toho, čo tam mal. A za mňa Spiriti môžu ísť tento Aegis zobrať rovno do enemy báze a ísť pušovať high ground. Tuto ten fighting power podľa mňa nie je na strane týmu Yandex. 7 sekúnd si tu môžu chlapci získať pekne, ešte šipečkou to tu Maladič pôjde spomaliť takisto. Golden Brace to tu tentokrát ako úplne zase tak moc nezdrží. Ja myslím, že Yatoro to môže spomalovať, ale iba jednou ilúzečkou, postupne to tu aj tak ako ničiť. Jeho žiadny split push nebude od žiadneho support Nature's Prophet a podľa mňa úplne zase tak moc fungovať ešte. Keď proste majú akoby ten element Spiriti, že tam môžu mať vždycky Underlorda, ktorý to depušuje aj tak všetko a keď tak ako naportí do toho fightu priamo. Jo, tu proste Spiriti toto majú ako celé ako prichystané. Ten Underlord pick na toto bol skvelý. Medzi tým tu ale pôjde Yatoro teda očividne zobrať tú šrajničku, aby to tu nikomu nenechal. Premýšľal nad tým Saxiš, dokonca si to tam ešte aj skenoval. No, tu proste nebude mať chlapec nič. Tam aj Yatoro, tam má ako v backpacku pripravené proste Dusty, že ten Nature's Prophet ako so Shadow Bladeou sa tu chce očividne niekde schovávať. To bude od toho dosť ďaleké. Aganem tu medzi tým letí Larličovi celý dokončený a tu práve Saxič asi Yatoro našiel. Už tam prídu aj tie rúty rovno, že tie Dusty nemal prehodené, už si to tam ako prehodil, už bych mal. No toto je ale proste Terrorblade 11.02. Yatoro normálne nabehol dneska do toho finálneho dňa a pôjde nám tu tuto pekne v šangajskej aréne ukázať absolútne plnú silu. Yatoro the final boss, aj keď povedal by som, že final boss tento rok je skôr Satanic. Ďakujem Anubiros, ďakujem za to kilečko. Dota forever, súhlasím. Dneska prvá poctivá jedna vstupenečka, uvidíme, koľko poctivých tam dneska pekne krásne bude. Poctiví, ktorí si to minimálne privstali, je tu dneska celku dosť. Jatoro dneska ale očividne vstal fakt ako jednoznačne pravou nohou. Teraz ale konečne chlapca teda pôjdu naskočiť, ten Aegis tam ešte bude mať predsa len 28 sekúnd, toto není pre neho úplne zase tak veľký problém, hlavne keď tam majú Cold Embrace a podobne. To ešte by mohli ako kľudne Spiriti ísť ždímať. Pôjdu to hrať ale pekne na istotku, toto nebude úplne len tak jednoduché. Ten Aegis ale skončí a hneď tam je Butterfly. No, ja myslím, že Watson bude mať celku problém s uhlodávaním tohoto tu Terrorbladea. Jo, Saxič medzi tým tu prišiel zase iba trientami split pušovať, ale už sú tu pripravení proste chlapci z týmu Spirit. Na 3 rany tam je rozseknutý tento tu Nature's Prophet, ktorý reálne je proste chodiaca banka goldov, ktorá tu daruje proste reálne Spiritom ako jeden kill za druhým. Tu medzi tým síce pekne odhalil Watsona úplne pred bázou. Bolo tam ako chceli podľa mňa možno forsuť, aby dal to BKB a možno ne, možno ho tam Jatoro proste pôjde aj tak divenúť až do matery. Tu Invis to tu trochu zachráni, nič ale nezabráni podľa mňa Jatorovi, aby tu rovno pušoval ďalej. Maladiš to tam medzi tým síce príde skontrolovať ten Terrorblade, ale kurva moc ako strong. Šipka síce dobrá, ale kde sú chlapci z týmu Yandex? Tu sa môžu na toto očividne len dívať, konečne tam DM pôjde niečo aspoň skúsiť. Larley tam ale rovno pripravený roll. PK by prišlo od DM a síce včas, tam ale proste neexistuje, aby sa Watson mohol vyťahnuť a ísť tam niečo hitovať. S tým SF-kom by tam chcel možno vyťahnuť zázrak a teraz niečo hitovať bude to jeho Ember. Watson túto hru dal viac damageu do svojho teammatea ako pomaly celého enemy týmu. Je čouknutý chlapec momentálne na final dni. Potrebujú ako Yandexovci prebudenie. Jo, Watson a DM boli dva kóry, ktoré fakt ako aj počas tejto sezóny aj na tomto TI predvádzali fakt ako monštrózne veci. Jo, to péro vyťahovali na stôl pravidelne. Ale príde mi, že túto prvú hru sú úplne normálne zaskočení úplne týmom Spirit. Tam videli Jatora s vlasmi a zrazu ako by tu nejde nič. Pôjdu ako očividne skúsiť nejaký Hail Mary Smoke. Pôjdu skúsiť aspoň niečo nájsť. Jo, aspoň nejaký zázrak. Keď sa Spiriti teraz momentálne vrátili naspäť, majú tam veľmi pekné rozpoloženie. Totálne v defenzíve. No, ako pôjdu tu ďalej polurkovávať kluci. Vidíme, čo tam Watson s tými malými krytmi bude schopný uklikať. No, chcel by tam ako našetriť aspoň na toho MK, bo by mal nejakú odpoveď do toho Butterflyu. Vyzerá to, že Yandexovci tuto ale nájdu presne nicotné nič. Nehovoriac o tom, že tam dokonca kurva za chvíľku príde Jatorovi ešte aj celý Dedelus. S tým Terrorbladeom ich tam normálne vyseká, za pol sekundy ten Fiend tam ani nemôže sa povedať priblížiť, ani pričuchnúť, tým armádam iluziek. Oh boj. Watson tu má v sebe ako potenciál kľudne Jatora ako zahľadať do zeme, ale nie túto hru. Jo, akože neviem, či tu by potreboval dneska Watson kalibračnú, alebo či fakt ako, jednak je pravda, že to SF-ko zrazu ako do tohoto draftu, on tam ako nemá kde kedy vyťahnuť. Jo, oni by sa mohli vyťahnuť, keby tam ako ten Timber non-stop behal a bol dosť tenký, aby tam mohol vydržať tej frontlinke, alebo ten Ember, ktorý tam ako niekde bude robiť bordel a to SF-ko potom to môže ísť vyčistiť. On sa ale inak, ešte pri takomto supportu, kde nemajú samozrejme žiadny save, nič, sa tam nemôže s tým SF-kom proste vyťahovať úplne. Ja, toto je dosť aj draft problém, by som povedal, pre Yandexovcov, ale podľa mňa ako problém skôr v tom, že tam fakt ako neboli aktívnejší oni dvaja. A Spiriti sa postupne proste piati tu ako dostali do groovu, momentálne tú hru majú celku ako kompletne pod kontrolou a Jatoro, ten už tu pôjde rovno s tými veľkými krytmi, pekne, krásne, pušovať high ground sám. No, skúsia ho tu kluci setupnúť, Mantou tam Jatoro proste, ale pošla iba tú armádu ilúzie, ktorá reálne tie raxy proste rozpleská. Dobre sa o to síce postaral DM, hneď ale po neho chlapci pôjdu. No, BK by tam síce prišlo na základe toho Rolling Thunderu tu, ale príde dobrá brána dozadu. Traja chytený, Watson skúsil Arla uklikať aspoň, ale tu je ten Cold Embrace. Rue si tu pekne počkal, pomôže jak nič, DM skúsi bez backupa, do tohoto celého sa teda ešte vrátiť. CJ prichádza na ďalšie kolo tiež, že tam Jatoro popravde celku low, Sander ešte bude mať, ale nestíhne ho dať. Yandexovci toto tu nakoniec uhlodali z diaľky. DM konečne to teda burstol ten správny moment, zabitý bude I Not Me, Team Spirit prvýkrát teraz za posledných asi 20 minút. Dostali outplay od týmu Yandex, ktorým to konečne vyšlo. A vyzerá, že možno Jatorov akoby je tento decision ísť na enemy high ground bez Aegisu. Možno ešte nebude úplne tá najlepšia voľba, tu sa Yandexovci pôjdu ešte aj o Loarla skúsiť postarať. Nakoniec bude mať do zápe odportiť pekne krásne domov. OK, Yandexovci trošku ukludňujú a možno ešte Watson bude mať svoju fighting chance. Tak to predsa len tam ako ísť bez nejakého ako Aegisu, skúsiť to tvrdo, ako na tvrďákov dopušovať. To od Spiritov ako nebola úplne tá, povedzme, najzodpovednejšia voľba, do čoho sa pustili. To mali akoby presne ten confidence, že toto tu fakt ako majú v rukách, ale proste iba tým ako postupným poke damageom. A potom tým, že ho tam ako burstli na tých low HPčkách a nestihol dať žiadny veľký Sunder. Zrazu Spiriti budú musieť ako trochu vyčkať. Na ich šťastie Gaben bude s nimi akoby pekne spolupracovať. Tu mohol prísť predsa len disaster. Jo, predsa len ako mohol ten Roshan tam byť ako instantne spavnutý, mohli ho teraz tým pádom Yandexovci a tá hra by zrazu ako bola celku ako v iných fázach. Ale Roshan sa bude teraz spavnovať za 25 sekúnd, obidva týmy tam budú v petici, Spiriti tu budú mať stále tú lepšiu, podľa mňa ako rozohranú situáciu. Aj keď ako Yandexovci už vystrčili konečne rohy, konečne DM s tým Timbrom ako začal tu ako pekne svietiť chlapák. No aj na Watsonovi máme dokončené to MK, bo ten jeden fight bol fakt ako, aby sa dotiahli aspoň ako jakž tak skoro even. Že ten rozdiel na goldy sú iba 4000. A Watson teraz tam fakt ako musí nájsť úplný zázrak, no fakt ako je pre ňo podľa mňa veľmi ťažké nielen sa tam ako ukázať, ale keď už by niekoho damageoval, tam stále treba mysleť na toho, okolo koho stojí, tam môže dostať jednu Winterkurzu a zabiť si pomaly Embra, ako sa mu to stalo naposledy. Jo, veľmi ťažké podľa mňa tam ako ten Yandexovský line-up nejak ako využívať, ak nemôže ten Ember a Timber proste tam ako skákať dopredu a byť nebezpečný. Spiriti tu teraz ale vyčkávajú na tento tu pohyb. Malady bude ten prvý, ktorý bude nájdený. Šipečka zatiaľ síce pozdraví iba Roša, ale sa nikomu nechce momentálne overcommitovať. Tam je ako všetkým tuto úplne jasné, čo sa tu bude diať. Všetkým je jasné, že tento Roš je možno to najpodstatnejšie. DM tu rovno prišiel urobiť prvé ako bombičky. Zapína síce to BKB, si neodskočí celku ďaleko, tam ale ako iba sekundu tam stál a Yatoro ho tam proste vypleskal a teraz sa príde rovno na druhé kolo. Toto možno DM teda úplne nevymyslel chlapák. No, po saxi časy tu príde ešte kolaps, no pre Yatora to je normálne easy peasy. Pekný, kde si konečne CJ teda našiel aspoň druhého, cez ten Cold Embrace nakoniec bude mať sám damage, aby mal toho dosť, lenže Yatoro tu má toho na rozdávanie. Jeden pešíček pomohol, CJ dole hlavne na 73 sekúnd, dokonca bez buybacku, tu podľa mňa Watson vie, že tu musí ísť po nejaký godlike play. Tam je ale samozrejme na Larličovi pripravený game, ten sa nachádza ale na mide, ten Requiem by mohol byť úspešný. Watson tu prichystal celku veľkú záležitosť, no problém je, že ten Requiem ich tam akurát tak ako polechtal. Yatoro už tam ako z toho high groundu chvíľku niečo dostával tu, ale už príde man fight, aj keď tá meta skončila. Ja myslím, že sa s tým aj skončila nádej týmu Yandex, bohužel. Ten mid-game, kde tam nemali úplne kolaps, čo tam dáva za F9? Pre celú arénu jedna pauzička, aby sa nepovedalo. Táto hra tu ale končí víťazstvom týmu Spirit. Spiritusovci sa tu fakt ako evolvli, Yatoro s vlasmi, je tu proste fakt ready. Not me na svojom prvom tuto TI, final day, ale úplne stone cold killa. Za mňa, za takéto akoby rýchle zhrnutie, je, že za toto mohla aktivita. Za toto ale akoby mohlo v prvom rade draft a trošku akoby aktivita k tomu, pretože oni podľa mňa akoby aj Watson cítil, že on sa tam akoby mohol zapájať do skôr a takisto aj ten Timber. Ale oni potrebovali najprv tie backup na to, aby si to ako mohli dovoliť robiť bezpečne. Nemali koule na toto robiť predtým a proste tie fighty ako 4v5 tam ako nešli vyhrávať. Podobne ako Saxic, ktorý je podľa mňa jeden z najväčších gigabrainov Doty 2. A zrovna ako jemu dať do rúk proste position for support natures propeta, kde ako reálne ten play potenciál tam ani neexistuje, môže tam síce akoby pekne portiť po mape, môže tam ako vytvárať veci, ale není to proste taký ten blink hex, nie sú to proste záležitosti, ktoré by tu ako mohli tú hru nejakým štýlom úplne diktovať. A túto hru to bolo podľa mňa ako extrémne poznať na Yandexovcoch. Aj keď ako nezačali vôbec zle a budovali tam taký ten ako postupný lead. Podľa mňa ako CJ reálne sám s tým Embrom tam ako zahral extrémne dobrý early game a vyhrával akoby tých 15 minút pre celý tým. a potom sa zrazu ten Timber a ani proste to SF sa ako tam ako nechceli zapájať tých skirmishov. Spiriti tam non-stop prinášali 5-man Dotu a takisto to včera, spomeňme si na Pupanové slová, ktorý to hovoril akoby na rozhovore, takisto v tej sérii akoby včerajšej, že akoby nazval akoby nejakým jedným slovom alebo nejakým zhrnutím ako túto metu teraz a povedal proste, že sa to ako podobá na 5-man, takže by sa to dalo nazvať ako fakt 5-man čo najskôr. Tuto to Spiriti fakt ako priniesli do tejto tu Game 1 a Yandexovci proste zrazu ako potrebovali kalibračku, potrebovali ako trošku nejaký čas, aby sa tu očividne ako do toho dostali a budú musieť akoby sa prebudiť na Game 2. Ja, musia proste prežiť tento tu ako choke, kde Spiriti sú očividne fakt vo svojej úplne championship forme, sú fakt ako zase nezastaviteľní a veľmi málo chybujú a hlavne Yatoro je normálne ten najaktívnejší Terror Blade, akého ste ty vole asi pomaly videli v histórii sveta. Jo, tam je Yatoro túto hru, ani neviem s akým skórem tam viac menej proste nakoniec ako to vyhral, ale mal tam proste nejakých, tyhle, koľko to bolo, nejakých 14-1 alebo nejaké takéto podobné skóre. Jo, myslím, že to SF-ko tam skončilo s nejakým skóre 2-3-1. Jo, tam proste nicotné, nič. Kolaps, ale ten jako by bol viac než šťastný za ten win na tú samotnú Game 1. My sa ale pôjdeme pekne presunúť k main panelu, aby nám to kluci a ženy poriadne zhrnuli. Jo, fixne medzi tým akoby ten bar, to všetko akoby tuto akoby idem pofixovať. Každopádne dneska v točke, čo bude. Dneska by tam mali by tam byť dva Mad Monkey. Dneska by tam v točke sme mali mať myslím si, že 3 alebo 4 kupóny od Smarty. Napíš tam 4 a možno tam bude 5, no, neviem teraz akoby presne, o jeden akoby zistím za chvíľku. A potom tam budeme mať ešte jednu záležitosť z Šanghaja dneska. Jednu akoby...
Díky za podporu československé Dota scény.
Vec proste priamo tiež tam akoby zo Secret Shopu a z Goodie Bagu. A ešte tam budeme mať dneska jeden skiterov dres. Ešte jeden skiterov dres tam akoby dneska budeme mať, ten posledný. A ešte som na niečo zabudol. Zatiaľ to je akoby všetko podľa mňa. Pietič, ďakujem krásne za tie 2 gifted suby. Jo. A blowjob tam nebude. Turgon Oldore, poď pod stôl radšej.
Having Spirit's number the entire season, that they've clearly beat them many times before. And they probably killed Yatoro in all those games. They probably shut down the map. They chased him in the jungle. But in this game, they just watched him. They just let him do his thing. There was no emphasis on Yatoro this game.
There was not. And we talked on the panel already about how we wanted to see an active, good first 20 minutes, especially from Team Yandex. And we got a little bit of back and forth, but there was one fight in particular that might highlight exactly what happened this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. And there was a lot that led up to it, to be honest, because the lanes went better for Spirit than we expected. And the name of the game, really, for Spirit on a lot of their abilities was rooting their opponents. Watch what Collapse does here. Pulls the creep waves to the right, trying to bait the Shadow Fiend to getting closer. And then he uses his Pit of Malice to do the first route. Then we have a second route from the Dark Willow. And they finally get another Firestorm to run down Watson. So he actually did a little bit worse than normal for a Shadow Fiend. He did catch up in net worth. But the one person on Yandex that did really well was Shiro Jr. here. He consistently was pressuring Laurel here. He's abusing a level 6 before his opponent timing here that resulted in Laurel's death. So that part was going good. The Ember had good net worth and the Pango was behind. But the downside is that Pango is going to be stronger later in that big team fight. And the other player on Yandex that had a little bit of trouble was the Timbersaw. He died in the lane the one time, but look at this really good initiation by Notme. First route with the Fear, which forces Timbersaw this way, which gives him a second route and tons of damage on top of that. Really just provides for a good team fight outcome. And they do this a second time here. Great blind route into the Terrorize, into a second route. This was just adding up really, really nicely for them. And on the other side, Yandex did eventually try to get Collapse and get some counter kills, but they just really struggled to get these. And ultimately what it led to was this big fight at the 18-minute mark for Team Spirit. Watch how they start the fight. Instant Pit of Malice. That's going to guarantee that Ember can't get out. That they're going to be able to layer their disables now. If they do another route into the Terrorize, just easy chain stun. And even though Laurel's behind in net worth, he just can kind of zip in and out on the Pango. This is the value of the hero. His team fight is incredibly good. It's on basically no matter what, as long as you hit level 6. So great early game by Team Spirit, making the best out of a slightly bad laning situation, and they ultimately clutch the team fights that we know they can win.
Thank you very much, Purge. And we focus a lot in those first 20 minutes because we already said after the draft is done, once it gets past that, once Yotaro gets all his items, once the game is in a little bit of a favor of Team Spirit later down the line, it's over, it's done. Unless Team Spirit makes massive mistakes, it's done. So we focus on the first 20 minutes because that is where the game is played after the draft is done, Winter. And you had some highlights from that as well for us to look at, as you already saw the writing on the wall as well.
Yeah, but I wanted to highlight how well Yandex did in the early game. Like how well they were able to utilize this Ember plus Mirana to shut down the Pango there. I was expecting Lau to have a much better game, but I think the reason why the early game was like a little bit complicated for Pango was because of this Ember plus arrow, like the chains into arrows. I think he just kind of really didn't expect the power of it. I think he underestimated it. That's why he died, like I think 3 times in the early game. All 3 deaths, the Ember plus the Mirana, just creating a lot of problems for Spirit in the early game. But like you guys mentioned, despite the problems that Spirit had in the early game because they had the stability of the Terrorblade in the mid-late game, it wasn't a problem for them. They could be behind. I think they were behind at some point 4K, 5K. But even if they were behind more like 6, 7, I will always feel like with their lineup, they will have a lot of opportunities to come back in the game.
But you can see from those clips, right, the net worth, Terrorblade was always on top. And like with the 4,000 gold lead, with killing off the Pangler in the mid lane, like if they could have found a different offlaner that stepped into the lane, that shoved maybe maybe Yotaro down by, let's say, 2,000 gold, the game would have been completely different. I think that the slight fact that the offlane wasn't able to put Yotaro into the jungle earlier was the reason why Yandex couldn't snowball this game more. And it's difficult. In that position, DM's hero pool, Basement was banned, the Tide was banned, the Darkseid was banned. You're probably not going to try and pick up a Brewmaster at this point. The Underlord got stolen. Like, there wasn't really many options to stop Terrorblade just farming and being a threat.
Yeah, it was a very good Terrorblade game, very good Terrorblade pick. And there's one more fight we'd like to show you guys, Rhea, as you have something to tell us.
Of course. Pudge showed it a little bit, but doesn't matter, we're going to show it again. I think the really nice thing here is just Spirit being able to collapse all of their heroes together and take a fight like this, because at the end of the day, even if they did have a little less net worth on Yotaro, sure, it could give them more opportunities, but just the spells alone are so much better. It's so easy for Spirit to take a fight. Their execution is at a much lower threshold of how to do it, right? You can just put down a pit, you can put down the Willow Root on top of that. It's so hard for Chiro Jr., no matter what lead he accrued from getting those kills on Law, what can he do? He is just Ruined. He needs a BKB to be able to fight, so them making this early move is so good. And if you look after this fight happens, on the map, DM is going to go off and farm here, and on the mini-map, Yotaro goes through the enemy's triangle and takes their Ancient Camp, so that they then actually don't have it for the next minute of farm. And he's going to then continue to farm all the way north to the gate, which allows him to connect to this fight that then breaks out on the bot side of the map, because the rest of the Spirit players move together. Then Yotaro is able to connect, and as a result, he is here for this Saksa kill, he is here for the rest of the kills, and they get a very nice secondary fight off the back of the first one, just from really nice map play that took I don't know, it was so much skill. I really love the way they played the map.
I think with that, it's also clear to say, I mean, we focused a lot on the draft, of course, about how Yandex might not have been able to play too much when it went later down the line, but it also kind of seems like maybe Tiga, it was just now play.
Yeah, no, fundamentally, yes. This game one was Spirit just being the better team. Like, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the timings. They were very clean on them. And I think for Yandex, they want to try and, step up for that.
Yeah, and speaking of timings, there's one in particular timing that you wanted to focus up a little bit on. And it's a minute 20 timing. And you know, you talk all about objectives. There's one objective, spawns at minute 20. And then every 10 minutes after that, if it does die.
Yeah, you have to be there at the right place at the right time, because the clip we just showed, Spirit then kind of moved into the Tormentor, and of the top 3 teams left at the International, I have to wonder, is the Tormentor worth it? Because Spirit, in the 21 games they've played...
This is such a massive difference. Sorry for interrupting.
That's perfectly fine. These stats are before the Spirit series yesterday, by the way, just to be aware. But anyways, it was 21 games, 24 Tormentors. They take 1.14 average per game. You look towards Vision and Yandex, they ignore Tormentor or it gets stolen away from them quite heavily. So I feel like, at least with Vision and Yandex, I've seen so many games where they've had 4 or 5 heroes next to the Tormentor and they just walk away from it. They don't care. So I just feel like today will be a big day of Dota where it's like, what happens in the next game? If Yandex is in a winning position, do they value breaking out onto the map, choking out the map more? Because to take the Tormentor, it does take some time. It's quite a difficult resource. It's not just one hero doing it by themselves. So for Spirit, that beauty of the map play that we've just seen in the clip, they can take it very quickly because they're there. Other teams, though, they don't always have that fluid motion, so they aren't going for it. But Spirit, they are the one team that they will go for Tormentor.
I mean, I do want to add something onto that. I feel like if you just look at the stats, it might not show that sometimes when you're winning in the game, because Tormentor is also based on whether you're winning or losing. I think when you're winning right now, it just doesn't really feel like you should give up your position on the map. Like what Alex also brought up, like you want to farm the enemy jungle. You want to be in their jungle, you want to farm their triangle, and moving from the enemy triangle to the Tormentor is just like so far away. Like why would you want to do that when you are in a dominant position? So I feel like Dota now has changed so much. I think maybe a couple of months ago, you never hear people say that. You're always saying, Tormentor is just way too good. It gives you way too much gold. It's just easier to take. You can take it with 3 people. But right now, things have changed.
It was also nice, like with the Yandex game where they ignored it. It's like they're heroes that needed shards, or they were kind of bad shards. So like, what's the point of taking it? We'd rather like choke out the jungle and continue doing these other things.
Maybe the power of taking it is also to take it away from a team that does need it. But in this first game, Team Spirit, their positioning, their gameplay, and their draft just made them the superior team, and they're having quite the onslaught here in the lower bracket, and Yandex is on the receiving end. It's painful for them this first game, but they have proven that they can come back from tough series. When they're in a tight spot, they might pull out the biggest, bestest strategies they've ever played here on the main stage, and they need to do exactly that if they want to try and beat this Team Spirit, because that first game was not it. Going into game number 2 shortly, Rhea, what do you expect to see? Is there any adjustments that were obvious from you after watching this first game?
Honestly, I think I'm just a little scared about their drafting now, because as Winter pointed out, if you first pick this Nature's Prophet, if you see Vision, for example, first pick Nature's Prophet, you know it's going to go on their carry, and you know that he understands the matchups well enough to play it into, for example, a Pango when that comes out. I think them shifting that and showing that they're not so confident feels bad, especially because they're replacing Nature's Prophet with another similar archetype in the Shadow Fiend. So it doesn't even mean that they're kind of like, oh, you've picked these heroes that counter our ranged carry, right? Let's switch up and pick an Ursa. Not that they should, because that hero's terrible. But you know what I mean, right? Yeah. It's like saying, oh, here's another ranged carry, and then we have a support Nature's Prophet. It just didn't really have that impact or like that twist in the draft.
I mean, it's also a scary prospect when you are drafting against players like your Toro, like Satanic, even Watson to some degree. It's like when you reveal your offlane too early, they'll find the correct carry counter pick. They will scale. They are now a big threat. And then if you pick your offlaner too late, the carry's already been picked, you've protected it with enough bans, you have the correct support to counter the inevitable picks, and this is exactly what happened in this game. So I feel like for DM, they just need to find the correct pick position for him, because he was left too late in the draft, there was too many bans, too many block picks, and the Terrorblade went unprotected. So it's like, if you're scared of Terrorblade, you have to preemptively go for DM and go, you know what, we'll casually go Underlord, we don't care, we'll ban some lifesteal or whatever, we'll play a game of Dota 2. But I think DM's pick position will decide if Yandex are to survive this lower bracket.
I think you're right. They're worrying too much about what Spirit is going to do or might do. And maybe they should just focus on what they should do. What is the setup that they have to have in order to play the best, as a team. I think counter picking is nice and all, but if you worry about it too much, if you try to lean into it too much, you're going to ruin your own draft. And I think that's something that is very, very hard to balance sometimes, especially at this stage where there's so much at stake. There's a lot of heroes that you're worried about, and sometimes you cannot ban all the heroes. So when that happens, you really have to put faith in your own heroes.
There was the opening pick, that the overall first pick went the way of Team Spirit in that previous game. They went for the Winter Wyvern, and we talked a little bit about that. Obviously had a great impact in the game, but we highlighted other players and heroes maybe a little bit more than Rue's Winter Wyvern. Winter, do you feel like the priority should be given to this hero to be banned this time around? Was he a major factor as to how this game played out?
I think the hero was definitely strong, but I don't think he needed to do much the last game. I felt like everything was just like really straightforward. The Pango, the Underlord, the lanes are all pushed because of the fat TB. He was uncontested. So, I mean, sure, I really like the hero, but I don't think he had to do a lot the last game.
No, he was able to chill. The game was kind of maybe almost played out already. We'll see where the teams go for game number 2. There might be a lot of things different. A lot of lessons learned from that one game. Of course, while the game was played out, we also had the coaches watching the game. They could already preemptively strategize how they're going to adapt going into the next one. Let's see what storm they have cooked up.
Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
The draft of game number 2 is upon us, and we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side this time around, and Yandex on the Dire side. So we swapped that around. We also swapped the pick order. We have Yandex with the overall first pick, and Team Spirit with the overall last pick. Now, normally overall last pick is a strategic advantage. The last game we saw Yandex being pushed in a corner, forced to pick a Timbersaw at that position. That did not work out too well. Let's see if Yandex can set a similar trap, as we do have the Winter Wyvern respected by Team Spirit. Bounty Hunter also still out, just like the Earth Spirit and the Tree, and I feel like those 4 heroes that Team Spirit has banned out, those are gonna be stuck there for quite a while today. The Bane, the Ember, and the Slard are removed by Yandex.
No, I really like Team Spirit's bans. I think they are very stable. It's also a sign that they don't care about the Leaners, the Shadow Fiends, all these other heroes that we have been seeing in the tournament. It's just a matter of we care more about the building blocks that make these other heroes successful. Like the Wyvern makes the other ones strong, and obviously the Tree, the Earth Spirit, and the Bounty talk for themselves. But yeah, I like these bans quite nicely.
I mean, I know we didn't really get to talk a lot about the sides, but I just wanted to have a little discussion about when we have time, about the sides. I think usually we just mention about, oh, your first pick, your second pick, you have the last pick, but does the sides actually feel like one side gives you a little bit of advantage? Like, I think as a player right now, the benefit of being on the Dire side is the Tormentor might be easier for you to get, but for the Radiant side, you might feel like it's easier to get the Roche, because the Roche goes top when the Tom spawns at 20 minutes. And if you have a Desolator hero, you can always easily, or a Helm hero, you can always get the Roche easily. I was just wondering, what do you guys think about having either Radiant or Dire? Do you feel like it's easier to play the game on either side?
Before I answer that question, I will say right now, I believe at TI, people are fighting over first pick before side, and then whatever is available, then they just take. But first pick is the one that people take in the coin flip. But I would lean towards Radiant myself because of the outpost, the Roshan control, the general map movement just feels kind of cleaner throughout the Radiant side. It's easier to protect areas, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the actual stats are for sides in this tournament.
It's relatively even, I believe. I think last time we saw it, it's slightly Dire favored, but that could also be because Dire often gets first pick, so it's hard to judge.
Thing is, when you always ask about side, there's going to be some actual analytical point to why one might be better, but then Dota also is a vibes thing, and it's as a support player, I prefer playing the Radiant safe lane than Dire safe lane. It can also come down to this minutiae. If one player is vocal enough, this makes my game easier, you just take it. Even if it goes against the trend, it's if you got 33 in your team and he says, Dire is better because I like this thing, you're you just do it, It's
if your mid laner tells you I want Radiant, I'm not gonna ask him why. I'm just okay.
Yeah, I got the exact stats for you.
Oh, wonderful.
51-49.
For Radiant?
In favor of Dire.
In favor of Dire, wow.
Yeah.
I do like Dire, I think.
I like being the underdog.
I don't think it's... apparently there's nothing that's swaying it actually hard in any direction, but I do like Dire. I think the way the camps sit for safe lane, the duo camp behind tower, it feels nicer to me. Or maybe I'm crazy.
Okay, one thing I would say that okay, I know there's no Trian, but when I play Trian, it's easier to get from Dire to Radiant. From Radiant to Dire, because when you're gating from Dire to Radiant, you need to take the long path
tree map,
because you cannot cross the tower without being spotted.
I will say last words on this. It was actually 51 for Radiant.
Hey,
But I do want to focus on the draft that is unfolding before us, as we have got the first couple of picks on the board, and the Clockwork makes it through. We see the Underlord and the Lone Druid banned out in the second phase here. And the Clockwork picked up, sets up for a nice potential ranged carry. I say that, but both Rue and Not Me have swapped Clockwork and Hoodwink around freely to see what fits best with the other cores that are coming our way.
And unlike Yandex in the previous game, Spirit's approach to second pick here is take two really reliable supports that can interchange lane between top and bot, and also pair well together, that they can go find kills on the map, they can just be pesky and just stable, because then you're not revealing anything. Compare that to Yandex, where they had the Nature's Prophet into the Ember Spirit. Two potential cores. Of course, Prophet did eventually go to support, but I feel like Spirit, they're kind of holding the cards close to their chest, and now Yandex has to decide what they reveal.
I think they should pick their mid hero somehow. Okay, but they're picking the offlaner, which is something that T, you mentioned that they should try to prioritize pick DM's hero early, because every time we see them delay his pick, it just feels like, I guess that's his Doom, there's not many options remaining later, so why not just pick it early? Because Doom is a hero where he doesn't really mind being in a worse matchup. He's still going to find a way to come back in the game by eating creeps and the shard. You can recover in the game. I think heroes that are like this should be picked early.
Can they not? I mean, I know they just profit to TP on, but you can still go back for the Drow that Yatoro played before. You have the Clockwork. Just go super nuclear in the lane.
Yeah,
really try and just kill this dude.
That's why they should pick the right support. I think Doom with the right support
can play
can play the lane. Like a range support, for example, Lion, anything that can help you stabilize the lane.
But if Willow is still fine?
Willow's still fine too. But I think against Clockwork, maybe I prefer Lion. They go for the SD, maybe a preemptive measurement against the SF. They feel like maybe SF is coming. I think SD is really, really good against that. And it's very nice to have Doom with SD, because Doom likes to clear stacks, and SD is the best stacking hero.
Yeah. And it's very simple. Disrupt hero, everyone collapses on it during the laning phase, Prophet TP's in, you get kill, then you reset. So Yandex trying to remain stable within the first 3 picks of this draft.
I do feel like this hero has gone a little bit under the radar. I don't know if you guys played a lot of SD recently, but I do think that this hero is a little bit underpicked.
So it is.
I think Shadow Demon was very popular at the beginning of the tournament, but then just kind of fell out of favor as Wyvern rose in dominance, and obviously now they're getting banned. We're kind of coming back to unreliable.
The thing for Yandex, they are falling into the same trap to some degree as the last game. Where is their lockdown? Because they have a Doom, but when you press it right now, your best way to hold them still is a disruption. That's it. And then Spirit identify that, instantly going for the Centaur, even going for the Pangolier as well, because let's say Yatoro is the big focus, he gets doomed. Pangolier can come in, Rolling Thunder, buy some time, you can kite back with the double 4 stuff supports to keep Yatoro alive during Doom. Yandex need to find some ways to lock heroes down. Of course, normally here you'd look towards Watson to play, some Tiny or whatever, but that's going to then put Saxa back on the Nature's Prophet support.
I mean, there's still some mid heroes that can help them deal with that. Okay, this is not exactly the hero that I had in mind. It's a lane winner against the Pango, but it doesn't really help them start the fight. It's a good connecting hero, but it seems like in both games, in the first game and the second game, Yandex has a lot of priority in getting lane winning matchups. So they're completely okay with sacrificing a little bit of draft integrity. They don't really have a lot of catch right now, apart from Disrupt. Disrupt is not exactly a catch. So if they don't win their lanes again, it's going to be tough. And I don't know if the last pick here is going to solve a lot of problems. I only see maybe Disruptor being a hero that would give them some catch, but that hero has so far gone
unpicked.
Yeah. But that is the only post 5 hero I think remaining, unless there's something spicy that I feel like can maybe solve some of the holes in the draft.
I agree, because obviously if someone is doomed and you spit the Sapphire ult on top of them, they should die, but Centaur just ruins everything. I think they need to be dooming him every single fight, in which case I would like to get something as well that can give vision for Yandex, because right now your Natures wants to find the prime target and TP onto them, your Doom wants to find the right Doom target and get onto them, but your Shadow Demon is playing backline, your Snapfire is playing backline, your Nature's Prophet wants to play backline, so who are you sending in first?
It's gonna be your carry, or are you looking for Nature's Prophet to be a position 4 here, or are you looking for a new carry?
Spirit's respecting the Nature's Prophet carry at the moment with the Tusk ban.
Yeah.
I think the idea of just winning lanes is just scary for them, and they know that Prophet Tusk will win the lane, and of course Snapfire will win mid lane. So that's already 2 winning lanes going their way.
I mean, if they want to win the last lane, maybe they need to pick a melee hero, like some. Is Tiny still available? Tiny is available. So maybe if they pick Tiny, it will give them a way to catch heroes. And I think this game I see more of a reason to swap the Nature's Prophet to a support.
Tiny.
But the last game, kind of, I didn't really like it so much. But this game, it could work.
The last game was also done very early.
Yeah, and I was mentioning to you guys in the green room, if they wanted to flex the Nature's Prophet, why would they flex it so early? Why would they reveal it's a flex so early? Why not just wait till the end when you see more heroes and then decide whether you want to flex it? And I think this is a decent example of a good time to actually decide whether you want to flex it. The overall last pick for Yandex here.
Other than Tiny carry, I'm not seeing another carry that really kind of makes the whole draft feel complete because of that need of that additional stun. Like the fact that they are looking for an initiating hero, if Watson is to take it, like there aren't many heroes that do that.
I think Elk maybe could work.
I mean, you could also go, Out can work. You can also do the Wind Ranger where, sure, into Centaur, but we've seen this matchup be fine for the Wind Ranger. You just play elsewhere. You don't focus fire, crazy concept, and then you focus fire other heroes. But they even ban a Spirit Breaker. They really are going, what's a melee body that
has catch?
that could just,
They really need catch, some stun, you know. But doesn't matter if it's a support hero or a core hero, they just need a stun.
And Spirit's also going, like, we literally don't care about Prophet support.
The melee support that we forgot about.
It's not a stun, but it's a body. It's really good against the Centaur in the lane. So you can see the focus here on Yandex is very clearly. They want to win the lanes and they want to run them over.
Yeah. And also they just have they're going to take over areas and just try and stand there, right? Like they put down their tombstone, they have the globs, they've got a Doom who's like threatening the use of it, but also kind of scared to use it at any point in the entire game due to Stampede. But, you know, like they are just going to try and take over jungle areas and go, Watson, join us when you're ready. We're ready to try and fight. But I am still a little worried for them. Still a little worried.
Well, that's because there's still a hero needed for the man on your screen, and he has deep pockets, and he will use only the ones laying on top.
Little Shadowfiend, yeah.
Just a little Shadowfiend, not a hero that is unfamiliar for this international. Very strong pick. It's his second game only on Shadowfiend, though.
Yeah, it fits the same archetype of all the other heroes he plays, so it's not something that would be unfamiliar. It fits perfectly into the draft. It's a completely, I think Spirit's lineup is so coordinated. You have the melee support already for him earlier. You have the Centaur who can buy the axe, Cart to protect Yatoro in fights. It's a range hero that can also deal with the Tombstone, and if Yandex were to siege base with the Roshan banner, he can also do that with the ability for Centaur to save him after. I really like it. I think Yandex, it's so scary, and I think that the way that this Undying plays as well is typically you want it to have the shard and get Tombstone saves off, but it feels like you need him to be the one that can walk up high grounds as well and like tank smokes and things like that. It just feels like they're giving up parts of the utility of some of their heroes because their draft is not super complete.
The Spirit does need more time this time around, right? Like the Collapse Centaur, he's going to have to buy Dom into Heart, and then of course Yatoro needs items on his Shadowfiend, and then Yandex with Snapfire, Undying Prophet, like all their heroes scream, let me go try and make a move, let's try and play together. So I am looking at Yandex to be more decisive on the map, to try and threaten Spirit's timings. Because Spirit, sure, when they're online, we favor their draft. It looks cohesive. It looks like it's meant to win games. But for Yandex, they have a better window this time to punish. Chiro Jr., he has to step up. He cannot choke after the laning phase where he's dumpstered Lal. Like, he needs to be, you know, a consistent threat the entire game.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a much more closer game compared to game one. And I think the focus is once again going to be a lot on the mid lane.
A lot of focus on the mid lane, and maybe as the game progresses, a lot of focus on the carry versus carry matchup. The Shadowfiend versus the Nature's Prophet, two heroes that we've seen so many times on the main stage with various degrees of success, but mostly quite successful in a lot of capable hands like they are here as well. Before we head into game number 2, let's find out how Coach Maposhka is doing.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I am here with Maposhka, 1 game away from the grand finals. You've been here before in different ways. You've come back to get these boys here again. We talk a little bit about how you're feeling before you're there.
I'm feeling great, and I'm really happy that we improve.
Kamo, Slacks? Jak ten to, čo má na sebe Slacks, chat?
Nothing. It didn't go well, but at that tournament, I feel confident. Like we lost
Náš principál.
team vision.
Náš pán.
Also about that game, I don't know. I think our draft much better because they have 0 stance. We have Stampede against Shadow Demon Ult. I don't know what they can do, to be honest.
Well, it's up to the boys now. You know, you've done all that you can. Pretty great draft, though, I have to say. You've got Yatoro on the SF. You got Collapse on the Centaur. You've got so many great heroes. Are you happy with it? Will we be finishing this off with this game?
Definitely, yes. I'm totally happy.
Totally happy. It's over? 2-0?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's my man. All right, fantastic. What an honor. What a pleasure. We'll see if you can get some revenge on Vision soon, or if you have a little more battles to do here. Let's go to our casters. Trent and Leaf.
Ano, tam pojdu na maině pěkně k Trentovi a Lyricalovi, ale my si tu dáme pěkně krásně společně náš CZSK feed. A pôjdeme sa teda pekne pozrieť do Yandex Spirit Game 2.
Za podporu československé Dota scény.
Vám tu takisto akoby musím pekne krásne vysvetliť, čo si o tomto drafte akoby momentálne myslím. A Yandexovci dneska si povedali, že stuny sú too much, jo? Stuny nepotrebujú. Saxiča vidieť samozrejme na tom Shadow Demonovi bude nielen akoby poistka nejaká tá defenzívna, ale podľa mňa aj ofenzívne tam vie Saxič urobiť veci. Do toho tam majú Maladyho na možno jeho najsilnejšieho mrdinovi na Undyingovi, aby tam mohli tlačiť hneď od začiatku. Majú tam aktívneho Mage z Propeta. Tentokrát musia Yandexovci pak ako hrať ultra agro. Musia prinášať čísla, musia skúšať prečíslovať a hrať aktív čo najviac. A ten line-up môže podľa mňa rozdupať kľudne Spiritov, ktorí ale na druhú stranu majú veľmi akoby taký ako well-rounded draft. Oni tam majú stuny, majú tam na mide proste toho stabilného akoby Larličovho Panga, majú tam Kloka, ktorý bude mať keď tak ešte hookshot navíc. Majú tam silné ranged carry na Yatorovi s minus armorom, Kentaura, keď tak Stampede na to, aby tam ako, neviem, niekto mohol odbehnúť s Doomom, povedzme. Jo, zrovna tá Stampede bude podľa mňa proti tomu Yandex line-upu možno to najviac annoying, pretože oni pak ako nemajú stuny, nemajú úplne nejaký, povedzme, jo, nemajú úplne zase tak ako veľký nejaký catch, aj keď, ako jo, majú tam tu Snapfire, ktorá bude popravde akoby ten najväčší dokončovač. Uvidíme, ako to tu ale bude teda celé prebiehať. Za mňa je laning phase veľmi podstatný faktor toho, ako nám to tu pôjde. Malady už si tu ide rovno Kolapsa divenúť, rovno Tombstone nahodený dve medzi veže. Kogi to ale zdržali dostatočne. To Not Me tam trošku pohitoval, samozrejme tí zombíky mu tam trošku dajú. Tu ale sa Yandexovci toho absolútne neboja. Tu pôjdu proste medzi vežami ničiť, tam Spiritom uchádza celá jedna wave creepov pod vežou. Kolapsa sa tam bude chcieť teda aspoň priblížiť, keď už nič, ale tam proste celú tú farmu vynechajú. Veľmi pekne Yandexovci prišli tentokrát doniesť pressure. Prvú hru povedzme, že možno Watson s DMom boli akoby trošku zaspaní, tentokrát potrebujú priniesť svoju A-game. Potrebujú priniesť to, že tam Watson predsa len roky teraz, ako tam drží vždycky a bojuje o tie ranky 1. Jo, práve so Satanikom, práve akoby s ďalšími, no napríklad aj so Sabrom akoby nedávno, ale aj s inými harcovníkmi. A tuto napríklad ako CJ nám ide zrovna s tou lane dominant snapou. Musí byť podľa mňa veľmi podstatný faktor toho, prečo to tu už od liniek musia Yandexovci ničiť. Stabilný draft od Spiritov, tam nemôže byť podľa mňa úplne proti ním ako zas tak even, alebo nebodaj ahead. Uvidíme, či im to tu ale nakoniec vyjde. Na vrchu by to malo byť buliovanie non-stop Lotus a budú mať pofarmený tie konštantné kogy. Not Me už na tomto 2TI fakt svietil viac než dosť, musím povedať. na tom Klokovi. Už tu jako predviedol podľa mňa záležitosti na tak 8 highlight reelov minimálne. By the way, ďakujem Šrejíku za toho gifted suba. Ďakujem krásne, že dneska sa nám to tu bude takisto posúvať. Dneska tu budeme mať celku gigatočku tiež. Tak uvidíme, kto si tu dneska ten Final Day ešte niečo pekne krásne odnesie. No, zatiaľ to tak vyzerá, že tam pôjde Watson samozrejme na tom Natureovi celku očakávanie free farmy na mide hlavne, ale 25-12. CJ doručuje, minule mal extrémne dobrý Ember performance, hlavne nejakých tých prvých ako 15 minút, potom tam ako no, tým s ním moc ako nehral. Ale za mňa CJ dneska ako by stal tou pravou nohou a ešte tu môže Yandexovcov možno odniesť až do výšin. Každopádne to nebude ani zďaleka jednoduché proti rozbehnutému týmu Spirit. Tí sú v svojej championship forme a predsa len King versus Prince by bolo celku epické, Grand Finals a tá storyline by tam mala svoj epický conclusion. Larlič tu dostáva od Číriča ako celku nahlodáno, ne že ne. Jednu brokovnicu od toho, aby to pre neho ako nebolo fakt ako vôbec príjemné. Čírič vyzerá, že tu pôjde možno niečo skúsiť. Máme ďalšia bariéra, tam už to nebude tak hrozné. Tu ale Jatora proste kľudci prídu rozsekať. Watson prišiel pekne pozdraviť s Carry Nature s propetom. Saxič, 2,5 metrový obor. Zobere teda pekne first blood pre tým Yandex. 1K Goldly, tam k tomu už svieti tiež tie linky. Vyhrávajú zatiaľ Yandexovci za tých prvých 5 minút. Veľmi podstatné, aby aj s tým Doomom tam hrali čo najviac aktív. Ja myslím si, že to presne príde. Toto nebudú žiadne midasky, toto bude možno nejaký rýchly drum build, jo, s nejakým ako Cobalt Aurou. No, DM ale zaplatí túto životom, že tam očividne už stál moc dlho. Jatoro si velice rád zoberie teda túto vyrovnávajúcu záležitosť. Najväčší struggle majú popravde Spiriti možno aj na kolapsovi na vrchu. Ten teraz pôjde síce túto Watsona trochu zdržať, ten to tam nemá úplne odagrované, tam odveže dostal ako zo pár hitov. Ale tu ako vyzerá, že môže kolapsice ako jakž takž odkráčať do bezpečia. Má tam akurát tú helmu kúpenú, táto hra ale vyzerá, že to pre ňo bude hard sa dostať len tej dominátorke. Nemajú oni tu ako zabrániť, aby tu dopušoval Watson proste v 5. minúte týri jednotku. Nature's Prophet zrazu, keď je už na tej carry pozícii, to tu konečne bude ale že poriadne svietiť. A tým Yandex sa začínajú fakt ako tvrde rozbiehať, to čo si tu napikovali, to doručujú. Majú ten dobrú deep wardu, dokonca sa tam ešte vyskenovali, že by sa tu niekto mal nachádzať, tam vidia, že by tu niekde mal byť Jatorov aj podľa toho kuríra. Saxic tu bude momentálne ako pohybovať, že by tu možno niečo vymyslel. Rueáž už tu bude opodál, takisto, akurát sa tu tí supporti stretnú. Saxic to nestihol úplne schovať. Mal sa tam nachystaný, aby tam proste CJ nahodil iba nejaké Snapfire ulty a bolo by to. Maladič medzi týmto tu pôjde na mide teda pekne zaseknúť, aby to nemohol ani túto Larlič odtiahnuť preč. Pekná práca od Maladyho. No, not me, tu ale príde z druhej strany, vysaje tam aj tú zbytkovú manu, ktorá tam je. Kolaps tam medzi tým bojuje s Paradajkovým mužom o svoj život. No tu aj Jatoro zase prišiel normálne na návštevu, jak tam nemôže dole lejniť. Prišiel skúsiť pozdraviť, či tam nejaké tie rejzy nepomôžu. No, ale sa to nebude ako teraz úplne uľahčovať týmu Spirit. Pred 7 minútou majú tu veľmi dobrý základ Yandexovci. Malady nemá teraz ale úplne pozíciu na to, aby to mohli zbojovať o tú enemy shrine. No možno to tam pôjde ale Watson vybojovať aj tak sám. A vyzerá, že si tam dajú duel s Not Me. Veľmi pekne Kogmi, ale Not Me bude mať tentokrát tú shrine na 140 HPčách, si tu proste odkráča preč. Pozične teraz, aj tak si tam samozrejme Saxičovci ako zoberú tú svoju shrine. Larlič tu medzi tým pekne snajpol proste iba túto pochodujúceho Maladyho, niekde ho tam stretol ten správny čas. Tým pádom Spiriti už dokonca budú vyhrávať na killy 2-1. Ale ten pressure a ten early game určite explozívnejší momentálne majú v rukách určite Yandex. Majú tam hlavne pripravený Tombstone a rovno ho pôjdu použiť. Ten Tombstone bol hodený ale velice ďaleko, tam ako na Rueášovi sice budú tí dvaja zombíci. No, Jatora, ale medzi tým pôjde divenú DM spolu s Watsonom. Stampede by mohla pomôcť Jatorovi, OK. Actually Stampede fakt príde extrémne klač. Tam nakoniec ale nezabili ani tú Dvinkovú. No Yandexovci tu platia momentálne presne na to, že majú line-up, ktorý nemá žiadne stuny. Oni majú len snapu s nejakou kúky, oni tam ako dobre majú do toho schovanie, možno nejaký Demonic Purge, keď tam ako budú mať čestku, ale inak ako Disable proste reálne nechali proste na neskôr asi, no, na možno ďalšie TI, alebo neviem. Jo, Spiriti na druhú stranu toho majú viac než dosť a ešte majú aj tie defenzívne odpovede na to. Pekné schovanie teraz ale od Saxiča by tu pána Notmyho mal pripraviť dobré. Tu sa skúsi nájdu do creepy. DM si pripíše pekne druhý kill tiež. Watson príde tu teda odbuliovať kolapsa čo najďalej. On si tu medzi tým pekne za stromečkom akurát odportí do bezpečia. Pohoda, Chilla, Jazz. Zatiaľ sa ale nepodarilo Yandexovcom využiť niekde dobre to CJ-ové účko. A Snapfire ultimátka väčšinou musí fakt ako fungovať čo najčastejšie a čo najviac. Ale tu pekne setupol Rue, akurát vyjde ma na spodnej strane Larlič. Už si tu pôjde dokonca aj s tým regenom, pekne krásne, len tak ako nenápadka prísť. Jo, dobré s tým kombináciou tých dvoch účiek. Doom a k tomu proste Wrath of Nature. Tu sa pekne postarajú o Rueho, aspoň trade-off z tohoto tu Yandexovci teda budú mať. Malaty to tam medzi tým síce zase vyhnal tým Tombstoneom, ale nič ako ďalšie tam z tohoto tu ako nepríde. Aj keď vidia tam pod tou Vardou Jatora, ten si tu akurát devardí, akurát teraz. Zrovna ale devardol presne v ten moment odišiel, keď ho tam chcú ísť pozdraviť, tam je stále Snapfire ultimátka. Jatorov ale není úplne Dumbo. Nepôjde teraz farmiť tento tu camp. Keď sa tam ešte pôjde zobrať tú midovú waveu na pána, vyhýba sa im tu jak Lord, to je presne tá Jatorovská normálne 6. zmysel plus neskutočný game sense. Stampede tentokrát ale bude použitá agresívne Jatorov, tam dokonca si príde ešte pokill na pána pánov. Outplayu to tu Spiriti teraz ale krásne, čo sa týka vižnu, čo sa týka pohybu. Prečítali teraz Yandexovcov fakt jak otvorenú knižočku. Aj keď 80 sekúnd a možno teraz nebude nejaká defenzíva, možno si Yandexovci budú môcť dovolovať, pretože panešli teraz CJ a predtým ako tam nejaká tá Snapfire ultimátka vôbec ako by tu niekoho usmrtila, ani supporta, ani nič za 10 minút. Yandexovci síce jakž takž pressure doručili, no ale tu ako bez tých stunov to tu nebude easy peasy a zase tu príde Jatoro, očividne mala ho vyhitovať, ten Tombstone tam síce prišiel. Jatoro tu ale môže si ešte zobrať ďalších 150 goldov navíc, žiadny punish z tohoto tu nebude. Ešte double damage tam dokonca mal Larl, aby sa nepovedalo. Možno Číričovi toto tu pôjde možno aj celé vysvetliť chlapcovi. No, zatiaľ ale Spiriti zase proste ukazujú, že ako dobré laning phase je za nami, ten mohol byť zložitý, ale ten gold lead tam ani na druhej strane neexistuje. Team Spirit sú fakt ako v neskutočnej, nezastaviteľnej forme momentálne. A ako tu budú musieť ako Yandexovci fakt čarovať. Ešte na takúto ako hru zvoliť si tu line-upy proste bez stunov. A ešte tu vymyslia Spiriti dokonalý game, ten čas, keď akurát Watson to chcel možno dodžnúť. Bude to ale o sekundičku neskôr. Larlage medzi tým si tu akurát odroluje, teda očividne nám ide do bezpečia, tam možno to by chceli zase nachystať. Ten jediný setup, ale ktorý Yandexovci majú jedno schovanie. Jo, potom možno nejaký Blink Doom alebo niečo, ale možno Snapa by mala ísť možno túto hru fakt ako tú Blinku čo najskôr, len aby tam mali fakt ako nejaký setup, pretože tu ako jak nebudú mať pressure, tak ten setup podľa mňa ako existovať nebude. Čet, neviem, či to ako by tu vidíte teda nejak ako podobne ako ja, ale Spiriti to tu momentálne za mňa veľmi pekne stabilizovali dokonca ku gold leadu. No, vyzeralo to, že ten Kentan sa tam ako nedostane pomaly k ničomu, ale už tam ako má viac menej ten istý network ako tie enemy core, je tam ako 200 behind, pohoda, Chilla, Jazz z midu, si viac menej Larl odniesol to isté ako tá Snapfire. Nevyšlo tu úplne Yandexovcom veľa nejakých ako early záležitostí, ale už je tu ten Blink. OK, Beatrix môže začať robiť veci, podľa mňa veľmi nutný timing. Konečne rushnutý Blink na Číričovi. Teraz môžu ísť Yandexovci fakt ako niečo finally tvoriť. Ten problém je, že to akurát ako Spiriti ustáli, za chvíľku tam bude mať Notmy, síce až za celý level, ale bude tam mať ako ten hookshot, ako ešte to chvíľku potrvá. Rue až ten medzi tým mal level 8 na tej Hoodwinkovej, ten je normálne inde. Proste má levely jak midlaner, fakt si na druhej strane tiež nič. Vyzerá, že tuto pekný ako cosplay na core pôjde ukazovať Rue zrovna v takejto podstatnej sérke. A teraz velice dobre stojí, aby tu našiel smoke Čírič. Eno tu nájde síce čakajúceho v lese, tu veveričku by mohli vypnúť. Chvíľku to ešte prežíval, pekné schovanie od Saxiča mu tam akoby trošku pomôže tu, ale Requiem je nachystaný rovno do toho Rolling Thunderu. Shieldruna tu bude ale Číriča ešte stále držať, do toho Tombstoneu nemôžu ísť Spiriti podľa mňa fightiť. Doom tam našiel hlavne veľmi pekne na Kentaura, tentokrát DM. A toto tu Yandexovci ale rozobrali normálne Spiritov jak malé hračky na pieskovisku. No tu konečne ten ich draft teraz sa nám tu ukázal. Nádherne nájdené od Diema, aby tam ani nemohol prísť nejaký defenzívny stampede, keď dúmne zrovna toho Kentaura. Jo, a zrazu aj keď tam ako dali nejaké tie gombička, konečne tu Yandexovci ukázali tú silu toho ich line-upu. Nemusia tam mať úplne stuny, ale ten area denial a tam, kde si ako oni vyberú fightiť okolo tých tombstoneov, jo, okolo ako by ti tam niekoho ako by schovajú, povedzme, alebo ako by tam je nejaká tá snapfire ulti, to bude pre Spiritov ako nie je úplne jednoducho beatnutelné. Si každopádne pôjdu zobrať ešte Saxiča, ktorý tam zvostal až moc dlho, tesne sa podarí tu ešte Maladičovi pekne teda odísť bránou. No, podarilo sa ale Yandexovcom si tu pekne aspoň nastoliť ten svoj gold lead, aspoň na 1K naspäť. Wisdom Shrine tam bude mať takisto vyfarmenú Doom. Spiriti tu majú ale teraz zaujímavý nápad ísť skontrolovať ten enemy triangle, tam je monštrózny Ancient Stack. Na Watsonovi medzi tým ale dokončený takisto aj pekne celý Mjolnir, takže tam ako nejaké to DPS už bude štípať. Yandexovci si toto tu ale očividne budú chcieť brániť. Čírič už tam ide skákať, nakoniec skočil ale iba do kogov. Ten nedostane follow a má skápe CJ. Tu ešte ho umrel predtým, ako začal niečo robiť. Toto ako nebol ideál. Nádherné kogy, ale popravde celkovo reálne jedny power kogy. To tam teraz ako odohrali od mistra Not Me, ho outplayli totálne tú CJ-ovskú Snapfireovú. No jedna vec, čo sa aspoň teda minimálne podarila Yandexovcom je vyfarmiť ten monštrózny Ancient Stack, jo? Aspoň to neodovzdali enemy týmu. Na kolapsovi medzi týmto tentokrát bude scaling a čakačka. Tentokrát sa nebude akoby ponáhľať nikde, čo ako tým, že tam má toho Panga, majú tam toho Kloka, to podľa mňa ani zas tak moc nemusí. Ten scaling je podľa mňa možno teraz to podstatné, aby tam fakt ako prežili ten mid-gameový deadball, ktorý by sa tu mohol objaviť. Diem bude ale dole pohantievaný, Stampede tentokrát vyzerá, že ale ani nebude enough. Diem bude dosť tlustý a má tam ten drum build klasicky na nejaké tie ako early hasty, keď potrebuje. Jo, myslím, že tam ako nemá síce ešte tú Cobalt Auru. Watson, medzi tým síce kolapsa pôjde trientami rubať, tu sa ale Not Me postará o to, že tu nebude mať Watson manu na nič. Láro prichádza ešte k tomu tiež, tu Watson je zrazu staknutý a totálne easy kill. Jo, vzadu teda bude snajpnutý aspoň kolaps, tomuto prichádzali akorát kamarádi, preto tam bol takto over-aggressive. S Tombstoneom sa s tým ale Malady nebude srať, prišiel si tu po Klokát, ten mu ale vyportí proste pôjde domov a na Larliča tu ako nič moc ďalšie neostáva. Takisto môže v tom role kľudne vyportiť, keby chcel, alebo si to tu iba tak ako prerolovať, aby sa nepovedalo. Má predsa len ešte nejakú tú creep wave po ceste, čo môže pofarmiť, why not? A za mňa to tu majú akoby Spiriti, sú tu pekne stabilizované. Yandexovci síce majú ten line-up, s ktorým tam chcú ísť nabíjať, chcú ísť forsovať aj tie early fighty, hlavne keď majú Snapfire ulti. Tohoto celého sa ide ale Yatoro očividne zúčastňovať tiež, tu je pripravený. OK, rovno tam Číriča môže kliknúť pravým, zase správny čas na správnom mieste. Yatoro je absolútny god gamer. King si prišiel po svoju korunu tento rok once again. Stojí mu v ceste v tom Grand Finals, možno tu ešte jeden z princov, z princátiek. Ale pozrite, čo tu Yatoro s nimi robí, len tu proste behá s keričkom po mape, len tak si tu našiel Finda, svojho shadow komráda, Démona tentokrát. A ten line-up, ktorý má byť aktívnejší, kde Nature's Prophet má portiť všade, kde by majú fakt ako ísť tlačiť za Undyingom, nič tu nevie Yatora zastaviť. Tento tu chlapec proste je pripravený si ísť dať rematch s nejakým ako tímom Vision, so Satanikom nám tam ako ukázať. Možno fakt ako ten súboj toho kráľa, ktorý už bol dvakrát korunovaný, alebo toho princátka, ktorý tu možno bude chceť tento rok si to zobrať na svoju stranu a prebrať to pre tú novú generáciu. Je pravda, že tento rok celý sa tu akoby točí aj okolo toho, že to je viac menej trošku ako záver v niečom ako nejakej éry. Jo, tu máme ako záver takisto aj Sumaila, Crit veľmi pravdepodobne. Bude tu podľa mňa najväčší roster shuffle za veľmi dlhé roky, si myslím. Poďme sa ale sústrediť teda tu na ešte túto Yandexovskú a Spiritskú sérku, pretože Yandexovci ešte posledné slovo nepovedali Spiriti. Tu ale zatiaľ malý ten upper footing, majú to ukludnené. Malady zase ide jabejtiť, nám ide ten fight. Stampedou nakoniec kľúci si tu ale udržia iba nejaký ten defenzívny positioning. Malady tam ale udržal nervy na úzde, ten Tombstone tam úplne nedal. Nikde sa tu zatiaľ kluci nebudú teda ponáhľať, not me. Vyzerá, že by tam chceli ísť ako niečo s tým clockworkom vytvoriť. No hlavne Ruáš, keď tam má proste level 10 na tej Woodwinkovej, tak je to fakt ako krásnu hrať tú Dotu. No, midová väža teda ešte medzi tým bude jakž tak štutou ako udržovaná. Kolaps to tam pôjde snajpnúť s tým Dominátor creepom, čaká na ten lázec s Maladým. Ale bude to mať kolaps. Tento tu jeden Petr Žalut príde Final Day na TI. Aspoň teda nejaké to stavebné sporenie ďalšie tu Spiritom nahodiť. Hodko dokončené takisto na kolapsovej 18. minúte. Pohoda Chilla Jazz. No, ale medzi tým tu bude pressure akurát dole na Duma, nestíne tam ani vyhodiť tu jeho ultimátku, pravdepodobne OK, nakoniec to stihol. Pangolier by mal byť teraz v dosť intenzívnych problémoch. Chcú samozrejme ešte Yandexovci pokračovať ďalej. Larla si samozrejme 100% zoberú, s tým ako neurobí chlapec nič. Odchytený tam bude takisto, ale aj Mr. Not Me, tesne im tam odportí, ale zase tá Woodwinková Rue je proste nezastaviteľná pani. Jatoro teraz sa tu, aj keď mu tam ako poumierali kamarádi, on sa tu normálne ide nasťahovať, on tam vidí akurát portiaceho mocná Jatoro! Tak to je ako, čo tu ako s nimi robí, what the fuck, Jatoro! To je absolútny god gamer, mu tam umierajú teammate, má všetkých doportených preč. On tam sám proste počíta s tým, že tam není enemy vision a príde tam počkať, pretože vie, že tam Watson pôjde proste farmiť. A moje Jatoro je v totálnej forme, že si ide po normálne tretí titul. Toto je insane, čo tu Jatoro predvádza. Za prvých 20 minút minule to bol to najaktívnejší Terror Blade. Nebolo to ale spojito úplne s tým hrdinom samotným, to je Jatoro sám. Jeho duša je proste turboagresívna a znova v píku. No, Huntery tu znova bude ešte k tomu aj CJ a zase kto iný ako Jatoro. To tu príde vyčistiť Jatoro, Toro. Kurva, čo je toto za rok? Jatoro a Satanik tu normálne prišli všetkým vysvetliť, že túto CZSK ríčka si pôjdu možno v Grand Finals hodiť nejaký súboj ako reálne ukrajinského a ruského keríčka. Niekto by povedal, že by to mohlo byť akoby celku aj poetické v niečom. Zatiaľ to ale pre Spiritov vyzerá byť viac než stabilné, to proste Jatoro fakt ako sa chytil do zóny a ide normálne hantiť. On tu normálne s carry SF-kom sa tu absolútne opak toho, že by sa tu niekde schovával. Tam behá dopredu, bez týmu, bez všetkého. Tentokrát samozrejme s týmom a smokom. Má tam dokončenú dokonca už úplne celú tú mantu. DM medzi tým vyzerá, že bude teda nosiť ten Desecrate od Jirku Prowlera. Môže byť, povedzme, je to nejaký Rugat Disable, akoby aj k tomu, takže ako not bad. Yandexovci ale podľa mňa si akoby tieto dve hry za sebou urobili sami o dosť ťažšie, ako mohli. Jo, tie hry so stunmi sú vždycky oveľa viac simple a teraz pôjdu skúsiť nejaký smoke na vrchu. By chceli nájsť aspoň toho Kentaura, to by mohlo byť OK, DM to nájde pekne včas, konečne si tu pripravia easy kill, finally Yandexovcom tu aj niečo vyšlo. Maladyho medzi tým tu príde Larlič, akurát teda pohitová, ten to schová chlapec do Tomstoneu. Pôjde to skúsiť ešte s účkom rovno teda otočiť do neho, tam popravde tých zombíkov bude 13,5. Jo, už tu ale prichádza zase kto iný ako na dve rany Jatoro, aby tu získal už monster kill. Larlič si tu medzi tým pôjde takisto ešte aj pomôcť na Jatoro. Je absolútne nezastaviteľný ten Requiem, to teraz teda nezačasoval úplne podľa predstav. Ten port nakoniec to teda bol zrušený, ale tu aj po Maladyho si proste Jatoro príde, zastavte niekto toto monštrum! Jatoro! Finálny deň si príde proste po ultrakill. Tam videli ešte, kde sa nachádzal aj ten ďalší. Tam normálne on hantí Rampage na to, aby sa dostal rýchlo do toho Grand Finále, takzvané speedrunom. Hantia tu chlapci po ten Rampage, CJ stihne doportiť ako tesne domov. Jatoro s hocičím, čo má v rukách, ale teraz z last pick SF-kom tu predvádza ale totálne nezastaviteľné tempo. Tu vidíme ten replay, začalo to len tým, že Maladej si myslel, že tu možno niečo ešte vyťabejti, postupne sa tam ale blížil celý Team Spirit. Jo, už tam ako pekne proste prišiel čistič. Jo, Mr. Proper, ktorý tentokrát má vlasy. ale pôjde vyčistiť všetko, tu skúsil načasovať toto celé, tu sa ale poďme presunúť zase, tu akoby máme CJ odchyteného, Yandexovci nevedia, čo teraz na tej mape robiť, Yatoro i ako reálne breakol. Normálne ich zlomil Vejpul, chlapci nemajú končatiny, oni nemajú ani mozkové bunky, oni nevedia, čo majú s týmto tu spraviť. Yatoro prišiel tento rok po svoju korunu. A Team Spirit. I tento rok idú predviesť, ale neuveriteľný lower bracket run. Aj keď sme sa samozrejme bavili o tom, že hoci kto z tých top 8 tímov to reálne mal šancu v pohode vyhrať. Spiriti sa tu ako fakt evolvovali do tímu, kde si myslím, že to budú ako veľký contenders aj pre Team Vision. Jo, predsa len všetci poznáme aj tú históriu, všetci vieme, že jakmile Team Spirit prídu do BO5, do TI Finals, tak sa stávajú normálne final bossom a možno ani sa to niekto toto stačiť nebude, tu sa ale môžeme dívať za to, ako to prišiel zase Yatoro tu to akurát čistiť, tie jeho ilusky mu tam dávali momentálne od Saxiča najviac tu, ale sa proste otočí a za každého zabiera 5 rán, hotovo 20, malady, ešte jeden hit sa tam zmestí, Stampedou pôjdu kľudne pohantiť niečo ďalšie, tu je aj pripravený Doom, ale Yatoro s Aegisom, ak sa tlačil doteraz, tak sa teraz pôjde tlačiť ešte o to viac. Shadowblade tu ešte čakal, že sa mu tam ako nedostane k niečomu ešte ďalšiemu. Kolaps dokonca tu akoby akorát s Harpiou pekne tu môže aspoň skautiť nejaký ako trošku väčší range, taká ako živá vardička s kozami. Not bad. To by sa páčilo mnohým z chatu určite. Hlavne ovec by to ocenil, keby to bolo ešte lietajúca ovca s kozami. A Spiriti, okej, Yatoro je normálne fakt ako vo forme. Ten proste normálne v hand móde. Ich tu hantí pod tier 2, jeden si tu proste robí čo chce, mu tu normálne patrí celá tá Dota. Yandexovci ale presne ani nevedia, čo s týmto tu spraviť. Vidia tam teraz ale Kolapsa toľko samého, zase ho s Doomom pôjdu skúsiť vypnúť tu, ale tentokrát príde Not Me. Pekné koky dozadu, odrezané je to tam celé. CJ nemá úplne čo spraviť, Kolapsa sa síce chlapci akoby aj zbavili. Teraz je otázka, kde to ale bude pokračovať. No, DM už nebude mať backup, prišiel tu ale rovno už ten rozbíjač. Saxič rovno rozpleskaný Vejpul. Ďalší pôjde za ním DM a už prichádza zase Mr. Proper z Ukrajiny. Yatoro! Tu príde zobudiť ale že celý svet a ukázať, kto to tento rok pôjde možno urvať celé. Môžu tam byť Vižnovci si tu akoby pekne nasťahovaní, zodpovedne, komfortne tam ako za bracketu. No, Princeček si tam pekne ako vyčkáva, ale tu prichádza kurva ten starý král. Ty chce si zobrať ten svoj trón naspäť. A v tom roku 2026 to fakt reálne možno procne. Ten storyline sa tu celý celku plní. Toto lower bracket finále sa ale dostalo do módu, kde máme 12 000 gold lead. Tu ako Spiriti to majú úplne kompletne v rukách, na druhej strane akoby môže Vocen možno tak ako split pušovať, ale zase sa nepodarilo proste ten mid-game, hneď po laning phase vôbec Yandexovcom udržať. Presný opak sa stal. Spiriti to majú od tej doby úplne kompletne v rukách. Hookshot tentokrát tu ale túto CJ tesne netrafí. Kokmi, keby to tu Not Me ešte snipol, tak by to bolo absolutely epic. Sa tentokrát síce úplne nepodarí, aspoň Kurír, ale s Gemom tam bol niekde snipnutý. Not Me ho Kurír. Not bad. Jo, Hurricane Pajka tam medzi tým teda pribudne takisto Vocnovi, tu by ale potrebovali Yandexovci nejaký ako godlike fight. Jo, ako snažili sa teraz ako tie posledné fighty vždycky začínať, takže keď odchytia Kentaura, tak ho vypnú, ten fight bude OK. Tam je ale proste jeden Rambo, ktorý vždycky ako napehne do fightu, presne tento tu pred nami a proste ich vyseká každého na 5 rán a oni ako môžu premýšľať nad mnohými akoby túto premennými. Dobré, rýchle reflexy od CJ, aby sa z tohoto tu ešte dostal. Pick-off sa teda úplne Spiritom nepodarí, stále tu majú ešte ale minútu Aegis. Je DM konečne, aspoň si tam zobral nejaký tie congregationy, to je nejaký stun plošný, taký ten mini ravage navíc. Yatoro zase, ale Hantič. Yatoro je všade. On je reálne všade, ten týpek. To je neskutočné, čo tu ako Yatoro s nimi robí. Vidie ho tam teraz už podvižnom, tam môžu akoby akurát od neho tak zdrhať. Normálne by nejaký Shadowfin mohol byť celku zraniteľné, krehké carry. Yatoro. Kurva, to je opak. To je John Cena. Každý jeho príchod tomto tu jednej hre, ako by tak vyzerá, reálne by sme tu mohli urobiť podľa mňa koláž. A CJ zase proste tentokrát odchytený k tomu. Hoci kto sa tu vyťahne, je to easy kill pre Spiritov. Vedia to aj Yandexovci, že toto tu ako sa nevyvíja vôbec smerom, kde by to chceli mať. Otázka je, či sa Yatorovi chce ísť na high ground. Aegis mu tam končí za 3 sekundy, má tam pomaly full build by the way so Silver Edgeom, krytmi, so všetkým. Na Vocnovi síce povedzme základ je, má tam to trio itemov, akože dobrý, ale na network ani zďaleka tam ako toto nebude na to SF-ko stačiť. Najsilnejšie majú teraz Yandexovci v tom line-upe to, že si tam môžu robiť ilusky z Yatora. Jo, za mňa to ako reálne je tak. Mala byť medzi tým, aj keď tu teda chlapec iba príde, tak je to nenápadne vypušovať z diaľky. Vie, že táto hra sa nevyvíja úplne smerom, kde by to Yandexovci chceli. Je sny aj pre Saxiča, aj pre túto celú skvadru, ktorá celú sezónu popravde Yandexovci fakt ako udávali tie trendy. Sami aj Vižnovci to viac menej aj Pupan povedal ako v tom rozhovore, že práve tam ako cez tú sezónu sa mnoho týmu doťahovalo práve k týmu Yandex. Teraz už ako ich možno, ale tie týmy predčili. Kolapsiť si tu medzi tým pôjde ešte Saxič a pekne vysnajpiť k tomu. Jo, nejakými trientami sa tam snaží robiť nejakú tú skautovaciu robotu, aspoň túto vodce, a dokonca skúsia Yandexovci očividne niekde možno prekvapiť. Jako vedia, že tam není aspoň ten Aegis, majú tam ako smouknutú teraz tú trojicu. Či sa ako vyťahnú z báze a skúsia tu nájsť nejaký zázrak, ako dumnúť Yatora by mohlo byť ako golden. To by mohol byť ako celku big play a Yatora nakoniec chlapci nájdu. OK, vymažu ho z povrchu zemského. 1150 goldov. Pôjde DM-ovi. Notmi to, ale toto ako nenechá len tak, bez toho SF-ka. Toto ale môže byť pre Yandexovcov veľmi akoby hrateľný fight. Zatiaľ tam ale bude Watson celku iba kontrolovaný nejakými kogmi z okolia. Notmi sám teda úplne neprežíva. Každopádne Laro sa tu medzi tým teda o Maladyho už postará. Kolaps ešte prichádza a vyzerá, že tieto dva kúry budú od Spiritov dostatočne stačiť. No, ako je rád podľa mňa aj Watson, že sa vôbec tejto tu šlamastiky dostal. Dobrý pick-off a dobrý smoke tam vymysleli Yandexovci, ale není z toho forstnuté nič väčšie. Ako je to proste jeden kill na to SF-ko, ktoré je síce huge DM, ako povedzme zarobil, oni ako dosť dobehli aj nejaké tie XPčky, zastavili tu jeho nezastaviteľnosť. Trošku ako dokázali Yatorovi, že není úplne immortal. Ale inak dobre. Čete, dúfam, že akoby budete mať všetci akoby dneska náladičku v AOK móde. Není nutno sa tu akoby hajdať o nič, chat. Krásne tu ešte prerušia aj tohoto tu pána Propeta. Ten ešte stihol, ale vyportiť to BK by bolo dosť dlhé. Hookshot to síce prerušil, ale BK by ešte stačilo. CJ ale možno nebude mať úplne tak rád túto hru do tej dvojky. Nepomôže mu ani Malady. 32. kill je tu. Chat, my všetci milujeme predsa len do tú dvojku. Každý máme akoby možno túto názory, akoby iné, máme radi možno iné týmy, možno iných hráčov. A nie sme úplne nikto v pozícii na to, aby sme tu niečo akoby tu ako mohli nejak ako veľmi porovnávať, môžeme akoby tu srdcom fandiť a tak a obhajovať si akoby svoje veci. Ale všetko to akoby držme pekne v nejakých ako good vibes. Nie je nutné tam ako chatom vyšľať hovatnený. Toto je predsa len final day TI, to je sviatok. Tu si to ideme ako užívať spolu. Zase tu ale Kolapsi toto tu teda bude užívať viac než dosť pekný double stun ešte s jeho malým bráškom. Prečo teda dal to BKB, neviem. Kolapsi povedal proste, že tam ako dá Benemákom trošku šancu. A malý linky misklik možno miesto Kveliny, alebo čo tam ako by chceli iba tak ako na štýl nahodiť. Po tej 32. minúte túto hru ako Yandexovci, ako povedzme, že s tým Furionom je tam vždycky nejaká akoby šanca kľudne na comeback. Yatoro už tam mal aj veľké kryty, takže ak ich doteraz vymazával, bude ich vymazávať ešte viac. Ak ho doteraz mohli zabiť, za 700 goldov bude mať pekne na to Enster, Mr. Collapse, bude mať Aganim na Kentaurovi, môže tam toho Yatora iba zobrať normálne na ramená, prejsť sa tam pomaly do fontány a neurobia akoby s tým Yandexovci skoro nič. Yatoro už ale medzi tým v hunt móde by rád niečo našiel, tesne tým nenájde ako DM momentálne. Stíhne zdrhnúť pekne ako tuto momentálne do bezpečia. No a 20 000 gold lead je už u Spiritov fakt ako číslo. Vyzerá, že to lower bracket finále nám chcú chlapci ako urobiť fakt ako speedrun. No a Not Me už tu ako Maladej ho iba tak ako nenápadne pred jeho vlastnou bázou nachystá. Larl už tam príde teda tiež. Schovávačka do Tombstoneu by mohla ako na chvíľku pomôcť. No, vyzerá, že tam ani nepríde žiadny overcommitment. Maladej sa proste schoval a dobrý, pohoda. Ešte tam prišiel aj devardnúť, aby sa nepovedalo. Hlavne, ale zase forceli Spiriti Tombstone, takže tam není ten jeden z tých saveov, ktorý tam kluci majú a na druhej strane už je Aganem. Dokonca Kolaps to rovno pôjde aj začať, rovno si prišli práve po toho jednoho pána Undyinga. Die medzi tým si nesíce zapnúť backupu, ale skape na 3 rany a nestihol vyhodiť ani ten Doom. Povozený už tu bude aj Yatoro, síce ide trochu opačným smerom, ale Larlič už tam medzi tým vymaže jednoho. Kerička si tu pôjde dať, ale medzi tým súboj a ten súboj vyhral Yatoro na 2 hity a že bez problémov. To nebol ani battle. Tam ani Yatoro ani nezačal a už skončil. Watson rovno píše GG, GL, Team Spirit. OK, chat. Král, dvakrát korunovaný král Yatoro si ide po svoju korunu do Grand Finals. Princ z mladej generácie, Satanic, sa môže len a len klepať pred tým, čo ho tu čaká. Team Spirit sú nakoniec tým tímom, ktorí pôjdu až do BO5 Grand Finals. Yandexovci končia na tej tretej priečke po tejto celej sezóne. Síce celku pekné zadozučinenie, ale tu to aj tak pre nich bude podľa mňa sklamanie. Yatoro, aj keď môže mať o 2 hlavy menej ako Saxage, tak má o 489,5% lepšiu formu, čo sa teraz týka za TI. Tu fakt ako sa podľa mňa Yandexovci trošku ako zabili draftom dvakrát, si myslím. A Spiriti, tí to ustáli viac, než by hoci kto povedal a ešte fakt ako s noblesou. Bez problémov. Yatoro tu ukázal, že bude to najaktívnejšie carry, ktoré tu existuje. Jo, že bude tak dominantný, že tam proste fakt ako nikto nemohol nič. Tu Yatoro proste to chodil čistiť sám z carry pozície. Už aj keď tam bol na začiatku vyhnaný preč, to vyzeralo, že to SF-ko možno nebude mať zase tak dobrý start. Satanic ukázal presne proste opak. A bude tu ten boj o to, či si král pôjde po tretí International title.
观众朋友们，另外一支挺进我们 TI 2026总决赛的队伍，让我们把掌声送给 Team
Principal.
Snacks, take it away. We've got Rue and Not Me. All of your teammates are TI champions, but they say you two are the best guys on the team. You are so close to cementing yourselves as the next great Dota 2 generation. I want to know, how are you feeling getting this close to your first Aegis?
I'm feeling amazing. What else can I do? So can I say? I mean, like it was TI finals. First time. I hope my team will carry me.
你身边的话有3位 TI 冠军跟你们一起去。
Podľa mňa Rueáš je skôr ten, ktorý to momentálne celku ťahá na ramenách a aj Not Me, ktorý hrá svoje prvé TI a rovno si ide zahrať takzvané na Thompsona aj Grand Finals.
Nami, talking about first TIs, this is your first one. You've had an incredible performance, and I gotta say, I think the crowd loves you. 现场的观众朋友们 Do you have anything to say to them?
Thank you all for support, guys. I love it. More this tribune. More this, guys.
感谢现场所有的观众，我爱你们！我希望你们能更多的来支持我们的比赛。All right, now going into this tournament, a lot of people have known that Vision is the team to beat, but they seem invincible. They have beaten you guys before, but after that series, it looks like you are a different team. Are you ready to take Vision down? 你们之前跟威神交手过很多次，但是在刚刚取得胜利的系列赛里面，你们看起来已经准备就绪了。你们准备好战胜威神了吗
Yes.
Of course.
Of course. Let's go.
Of course,
再次把
baby!
掌声送给我们 Team Spirit Ru Not Me。
Kámo, Satanic versus Yatoro. Toto je normálne final anime battle, final všetko. Toto je proste final boss fight, normálne DLC v Elden Ringu. Toto je proste všetko, čo sme od toho TI chceli. Súboj generácií hlavne. Prince versus King. Pôjde si zobrať ten tretí titul Yatoro a ukázať, že proste tie skúsenosti budú to hlavné, alebo to bude ten mladý Prince, ktorý je totálne v nezastaviteľnom móde, mladučký satanik. Toť teraz tá otázka, ktorá je tu hodená do plena. Nás bude čakať nejaký content, ktorý som si není úplne istý, akoby presne čo bude, neviem, či tam nebudeme mať náhodou cosplay contest alebo niečo podobné, chat. Budeme tu mať ale určite pred finále nejakú ako 3/4 hoďku alebo niečo podobné, čo tam bude default. Budeme akoby pozerať ten content pekne spoločne a ja idem zapnúť poslednú slevu na suby. Áno, Hytrich, akurát som to chcel spraviť, ale nečakal som, že tu budeme mať akoby lower bracket finále akoby tak rýchle a chcel som, aby to vyšlo na celý deň. Takže to tam akoby rovno pôjdem pekne, krásne zapnúť a my sa poďme akoby pozrieť na main, aby sme tu nič pekne nemysli spoločne, chat. Epičnosť, ale epičnosť už to, čo sa tu ako stalo, kde sa to vyeskalovalo. Tento tu rok je proste fakt King versus Prince a je to viac menej ale aj King versus King, pretože chat, to finále možno akoby čo sa týka coachov ani nemôže byť epickejšie. Pupan na svojom prvom DI ako coach, nie na svojom prvom DI, jo, ale na svojom prvom DI ako coach proti Mipoškovi, ktorý je ako prvýkrát na TI ako coach, aj keď sú to normálne tí dvaja najlegendárnejší Position 5 hráči a kapitáni, akých reálne celá Dota história má. A títo dvaja prvýkrát prišli coachovať, pretože už chápete, sú to old boys, už ako s paličkou, už prišli, ako by tam, ako už to nejde to klikanie úplne, ale prišli tu coachovať na staré kolená nejakých ako mladíkov k tomu. A zrazu proste sa stretnú v tom grand finále. Tí dvaja dedečkovia proste. Jo. A proste prídu si to tam rozdať tie ich dve skvadry, ktoré sú teraz jednoznačne tie dva najsilnejšie týmy na celom TI. Toto je tá storyline, ladies and gentlemen. Team Spirit a Team Vision sú teda presne tie dva týmy, ktoré sa nám tam stretnú teda v BO5 Grand Finals. Ja vám idem zapnúť tú slevu na suby a ideme akoby pekne na main chat.
Saxa from Team Yandex. Saxa, commiserations. We're sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. I know you're disappointed, but you guys have had a fantastic season. 3 first places, lots of second, thirds, and fourths. You've made it to the 3rd place finish here in TI. How happy are you overall with how your team has done this season?
战队整个赛季成绩非常惊人，3个冠军，无数个亚军、季军，然后 TI 拿到了第3名。你个人对于整个赛季的成绩满不满意？
Pre Team Yandex a Saxiča takisto.
I think this season has been good for us. We've had a lot of good results. It's a very young team, and for a lot of the guys, it was a first time winning. So with the results, we're happy. Obviously, a bit sad now, but top 3 at TI, it's not a bad result by any means. And overall, I'm not like too unhappy with the season.
整体来说，我对于整个赛季的成绩还是挺满意的。我们是一支很年轻的队伍，也有很多人是第一次拿到比赛的冠军。我们还是会继续努力。然后我对于 TI 第3名这个成绩也是相当满意。
So, you're a veteran player. You've been here and done that, a regular on the TI stage. The group stage here for Yandex wasn't the best. What did you say to the players to give them a boost and get them to this 3rd place?
作为一名老将，其实队伍在小组赛表现不是特别的亮眼。在小组赛之后，有没有跟队员说一些打气的话？
Something I always say to my teams at TI is like, you can always expect other teams to play bad, and this is like a tournament in the season where many people are gonna play much worse. So that also brings me comfort to know that others are just gonna play worse. So I just told them, as long as we focus on our game, we just play our Dota, like we'll be fine.
我其实经常跟他们说，在 TI 表现差或者表现不好的话很正常，但是只要继续坚持自己打自己的 Dota， 我们就会打得更好。
Well, Saxa, we're sorry to see you guys go here, and you've got a lot of support in the arena and around the whole Dota community. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting you guys all season?
最后有没有任何想跟现场的粉丝或者在家里观看的观众说的话？
I just want to thanks to everybody supporting us. It brings us a lot of energy, and we feel motivated to do so. Also, I want to say thanks to the crowd here. I think it has been amazing. Honestly, it has exceeded my expectations. And honestly, I hope you get another TI here or many more tournaments. So, yeah, thank you.
非常感谢大家对我们的支持，你是我们的动力，然后也特别感谢在现场的所有观众，你们的欢呼声让我们感到超乎预期。我们也希望如果有机会 ，TI 能再次在这里举办。
Saxa getting a lot of crowd cheers there with this.
Oh, chat. Saxič bude mať teda akoby tretiu miestenku, teda, alebo teda tretie umiestnenie. My ale ideme na Mipoška versus Pupan Grand Finals. Toto je tak epická storyline. Prince versus King. Toto je normálne final boss fight. Ja ani sám, by the way, neviem, komu by moje srdce teraz ako chcelo fandiť, pretože obidvaja chcem, aby vyhrali. To je insane. Zase niekto vyhrá ten lepší a to tvrdšie carry. Čo myslíte vy, chat? Aký je váš odhad?
Given a little bit more time, they could really grow into a very, very strong team. And it didn't really take them long. It took them, I think, 1 month or 2 months to show everyone what they could do as a team.
Yeah, and I know, Rhea, they really wanted to get all tournaments under their belt.
Yeah, back in Blog.
By the way, máte tam zapnutú slevu na suby, chat. Sleva na suby, aktívna, posledná, ktorú mám. Posledná. Všetky som tu nahodil.
Circuit. Obviously, they had their chance for the Aegis, which is the most coveted of all, but they weren't quite able to get it. Maybe next year. I don't think he intended for it to be all in.
Chat, ja musím ísť akoby s obsami rýchlo, nech to tu stíhame, jo? Takže ja idem akoby rýchlo s obsami. A nechám vám tu ako main pekne. Medzi tým tam, myslíte na to, že dneska je posledný deň, kedy môžete objednať merch. Chat, posledný deň, kedy môžete objednávať merch. Chápete? Dneska tu máme akoby točky o trilión vecí. Uvidíme, či to bude ale za content.
So pauza. Shearer Jr. in that mid lane. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him. Actually, we're going to see a lot more of him right now as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shearer. Yeah, Shearer won his mid lane in both matches of this series, which made their Spirits win even more impressive. But I want you to just watch how dominant he is against Laurel. He played against the Pango both games. Both games he had their number. He was getting a consistent amount of last hits, tons of harass, and denies. And what he's been doing very well is he's generally spending his mana to harass, and Laurel is being forced to use his spells simply to get last hits. And when you have that kind of a inequality, the mana that Shearer Jr. gains and the money that he gains from the last hits ends up making a really big difference. In fact, he zones him so much. At this point, he's got 21 last hits, 12 denies versus the 8 last hits of Laurel. He zones him from the lane. He's forced to go heal. And watch how he plays around him coming back into the lane. This kind of dominance is crazy against top players, by the way. He grabs the first water rune, and he actually leaves the bottom one there to tempt Laurel into wanting to take it. And now he's playing this game where, is he going to use his spells, and is he going to be able to catch Laurel? They do a little bit of a dancing move there at the same time, which is very cool. But Laurel knows he can't go this way and back without getting killed, so he has to still play the left side. Now he finally thinks, this is my chance. I can get that way. But Shearer Jr. with that blast is on top of him, prevents him from getting that. And as a result of protecting this water rune, now Shearer Jr. gets to go get it when his resources are low. So he's basically using it as a bait, but also a way to get himself forward. So that was amazing by him. But the downside was what happens after it. How does Spirit react to this great early game by them. Yandex, he TPs to the off lane. He's looking for a Snapfire ultimate on somebody, but they anticipate this. They just don't give him the opportunity. So this teleport ends up being a complete waste by him. And it kind of continues in this way as well. Laurel is going to eventually get enough levels to naturally kill creep waves. He uses his spells on the waves, they die, and he can leave. So he doesn't care anymore that he's behind. And watch how he uses his ultimate here. He actually turns a kill out of his level 6, whereas Shiryu Jr. didn't get his earlier, and he teleports this time a second time. So this amazing early game that Shiryu Jr. got didn't turn into anything super substantial despite getting Laurel behind. So this is the main reason that Team Spirit was able to get ahead in this game despite losing their lanes. They just didn't care about it because they knew they were going to play well.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, the movements of Team Spirit, we keep bringing it up time and time again because they are just superb. But we had a couple movements, of course, also from Team Yandex, and one of them was when Shiryu Jr. had his Blink Dagger, Rhea.
Yeah, I think what Purge just brought up was fantastic. The fact that Team Spirit anticipated the level 6 timing from the Snapfire and avoided it, it's very consistent throughout this game. So Yandex smoke up when they get the blink from Snapfire and they move to bot lane. However, even in that moment, Team Spirit are aware of this move and they have Lal positioned on the one high ground, and then they have their supports positioned on the other entrance to their jungle to try and break this smoke and make it so that they cannot get the opportunity they need for a kill. Weirdly enough, it actually goes much better than it should have. Shiryu Jr. Blinks in, which maybe surprises them. Rue misses his bushwhack, and as a result, he dies, and they get a couple kills. So this was a nice move in the end for Yandex, but the fact that Team Spirit was still so prepared for it, I think, is kind of more of the point of why they were playing so well this game.
Yeah, you can just see that Spirit just is very calm. They know what they're going to do. Like, the drafts are very simple, so then the players can focus on all the minutiae in the game, where it's like they're not having to overthink things. And sure, the fight might not go their way in the end, but everything that Spirit did in both of these games, it just was like a complete team diff, and unfortunately in the lower bracket.
Yeah, maybe also a little bit of a carry diff as well, as we are gonna look at something Winter wanted to see again, and maybe again, maybe again.
Yeah, just one of the few moments of the Yatoro show here. I think he had like a really good game. There was this one moment where his game was so good. He was farming again. He was farming the enemy triangle. He's trying to farm the enemy ancients, and Watson's like, "I'm gonna TP there," But guess what? Yatoro's already there first, And thank you very much for that bonus kill.
Yeah, it was really cool because there was a fight happening on the bottom side where his team was dying. So he was like, I'll stay in the triangle a little bit longer because maybe they'll retreat up into the triangle. Then he gets the kills, and then of course, Lau. I think the main thing as well is like Yatoro's popping off, but Lau has been so aggressive in both of these games. Sure, his laning into difficult matchups has been maybe not going his way. The Ember, the Marana in game 1, this time around playing into the Snapfire. But his bounce back, his ability to open up the game, to match Yatoro's energy, Lau was just everywhere in this game on the Pangolier. And then, yeah, they were just diving and not giving a hoot about any
this
tower.
game is a perfect example of why right now laning phase is not as important, and you see teams like Boom Boys, they really prioritize the laning phase. They did really well, but still, when it came down to the best teams, the absolute best teams, is just not really a way of winning the game. I think ensuring that you have draft integrity, ensuring that you have a way to play the mid game. It's okay to lose the lane, even though they lost the lane this badly on the Pango.
The main question I think a lot of people will be asking themselves is if this type of laning stage happens against Vision.
I mean, I feel like this is going to be very back and forth, of course, in the grand finals. Like, these two teams, they've already 2-1 earlier in the tournament. Like, this is not going to be a shutout where it's a 3-0. It feels like it's meant to be a lot harder. I think Spirit are going to have to put up a better fight. The drafts aren't going to be as easy. I do feel like Yandex dropped the ball quite heavily in the drafts today, unfortunately not putting up the fight. So, yeah, it's just only going to get harder for Spirit now.
Yeah, Team Vision will be the ultimate boss for Team Spirit, or the other way around, because did you really win a TI without beating Team Spirit in the grand finals? I don't know about that, Ray. I think this is a very poetic end.
I think it is a very beautiful end. Like you said earlier, Team Spirit haven't lost a grand finals that they've played in yet. this could be the first time. I do think we will definitely get more than a 3-0 with how these games have been going. I think the crowd is so in love with Spirit and how Vision have been playing that I think the environment, the mood, the vibe is going to be way up to the ceiling. I genuinely don't think we could have asked for a better grand final right now.
Yeah, the student Satanic meets the master Yatoro.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hell of a show.
But also the two old-timers, right? The two legacy POS 5 players, Puppy and Maposhka, transitioning to coaching. And now it's like, who is the better new coach on the block?
I was going to say for both, it's their first time in the coaching slot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of crazy to think that, I mean, when you have such a big career, it's quite easy to just, to take a little sidestep to coaching. But I just like how happy Maposhka looks on stage. He's like, when he leaves a draft, like, he knows, like, I've done my job. I don't have to play the game now. Yay. And then, of course, Puppy, like, he's just there, just enjoying inventing some stuff. Like, hey, go try this. It doesn't work in game 2. Yeah, it's fine. We'll win game 3, you know?
Me and my pawns will try this
exactly. It's such a different style of coaching between the two of them, but the drafting is going to be just on another level.
It will be on another level. You mentioned there's a 3-time hopefuls in our grand finals here today as well, which is, I think, crazy. You know what makes it crazier? Yatoro and Collapse. Yatoro, for example, Winter. Now, don't worry. You're not old, but Yatoro is 23, and he's playing for his 3rd ring.
You're making me feel old. I mean, it's amazing. He is one of the best offlaners of our time, and he is so good. The flexibility he has.
The carry.
Okay, the carry. Yeah, I mean, Yatoro is, I think the same can be said for Yatoro and Collapse. They're both very flexible in how they can play for a team. They can be greedy, they can be a team player, they can be the sacrificial lamb. I think this is what makes it so easy, we're talking about the draft. Why is it easy to draft, for these teams? Because your players are flexible. Because sometimes you can say, their draft sucks, their draft is not so good. But you can only work with what you have. But if what you have is everything, then it's easy to draft.
I mean, they're actually doing a great service to Dota.
Do they?
Yeah, because if they are to win, right, and they have 3 Aegises, imagine being a new player. It's like, I got to win 4 TIs now. You can't just stop after 1. Like when you think about the new kids on the block, like here, of course, in the grand finals, right? Spirit, they are fighting for 3-time and 2-time. Saxo not anymore because he's just been eliminated. All of Vision are fighting for their first Aegis. But just think about it. If Vision are to win this TI finals, they've got to go play another one and another one. So it's like, we have so many more TIs ahead of us to get so many more Aegises and rings.
You gotta have your whole hand covered.
Yeah,
surely.
Minimum. As many tier 1 events as not me.
No, it is going to be an epic grand finals. Best of 5 is always different, and especially for coaches, especially for new coaches. And yes, I know they've drafted and they've been in best of 5s many times before. It's still a different beast that you don't get to practice that often, especially not on the main stage of the international. And it will be a spectacle, absolutely. And I think I want to also, we highlight a lot in T-Spirit because we did just see them win, and they do have that momentum. But I want to focus a little bit on Vision here too, Rhea, because we got in the mid lane no one. If we're talking about young players that have many rings, we got to talk about the old timers that don't have any and are still here as a core role fighting in that mid lane.
Yeah, it feels offensive to call him old when we are all older than him. We're decrepit.
He is 28.
He's 28. Oh my god. But yes, no one has been around for a very long time. I think us old timers know him best from his stint on Virtus Pro. I mean, this guy was so damn dominant. If you haven't seen him, like, he went from being like the best player in the world to just a complete drop off of like, he's taking a break. He's no longer competing for a bit. And then he starts this ascent again to becoming once more top of the world. It's unbelievable to go from such a height to nothing and then back to the height again. I don't think anyone else has achieved that level in Dota ever. Yeah. It's crazy. If he gets this TI, I think it is the perfect crowning achievement of what he has accomplished here.
I mean, what's even more impressive is he did it on the mid lane. Yeah. Usually the mid laners, they just get younger. They don't get older, they get younger.
I mean, but also for Vision as well, so you have no one who is just incredible for the Dota community in what he's done for mid lane. But then like you have like 9class who, a year ago or 2 years ago, he was a completely different style of POS 4. He had to reinvent himself. He had to kind of reshape his play style. So it's like a newer kid on the block. And then you have Satanic as well. Like, I don't know, the whole idea of this team succeeding, it's like you got Satanic who's going to potentially be out your Toro and get his Aegis, where when he was unfortunately kind of crumbling under the pressure of the previous TIs, like it didn't really work his way. Like Vision has so many different storylines that also are so beautiful if they are to succeed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories going into this best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for all your thoughts on the lower bracket finals that we have completed. Team Spirit, they are the ones that will go up against Team Vision. Now, they do get a bit of a break. Don't worry, we're not going to make them play straight away, even though, you know, from the way they were playing, they probably could have done it. You know, they only played 2 games and it was pretty convincing, but they need some time to prepare against Team Vision, who's been waiting in the wings, watching the series unfold, and I'm sure that they have their own plans as well, but they can rest a little bit longer, because before we get to the grand finals, we're going to have a spectacle of our own on the stage. We are going to have the cosplay competition coming your way. We're going to have judges involved, of course, but the main person you're going to see right now, let's head over to Dove.
欢迎回到2026 Dota 2国际邀请赛的现场。Welcome back to the International 2026。接下来，我们要把舞台交给一群把 Dota 世界带入到现实生活当中的人。Up next, we're turning the stage over to the people who bring the world of Dota into life。接下来我们将要进行的是 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛，他们是由赛睿和完美世界电竞主办的 TI 2026 Cosplay Competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World Esports。站在我身边的是我们本次大赛的评委们，让他们来跟大家介绍一下自己吧。Standing next to me are our judges. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Reeps.
Reeps, what did you do?
I've been making Dota cosplays for 11 years now. I'm currently holding the title of Best in Show of the International, which I won last year in Hamburg. But I'm ready to pass it on.
在我身边第一位评委是 Reeps， 他有11年的 cosplay 经验，并且他夺得了去年 TI 14的最佳大奖。有请我们第2位评委。
大家好，我是林景，我是奇想天外的艺术总监，也是一名戏剧导演、配音导演、配音演员。同时呢，我也是 ChinaJoy 超级联赛总决赛以及 WCS 中国总决赛的多届的评委，很高兴来到这里，谢谢。
Wow, Lin Jing, he is a voice director, voice actor. He's also ChinaJoy Cosplay Grand Final Judge, World Cosplay Summit China Final. Welcome our next judge.
大家好，我是瑞，就是瑞。我是一名做了5年 Dota 新手教学的视频创作者，立志于让没有接触过 Dota 的玩家感受到 Dota 的魅力。
Ray, he is 5 years Dota 2 content creator. He made a lot of videos for people who just new to Dota world. 现场的观众非常的热情啊！那各位玩家们，你们准备好见证英雄降临了吗 ？Are you ready to see your favorite heroes come to life？ 好的，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛正式开始。接下来，让我们来看一下我们的第一个作品。Let's go to the number 1。哇，第一个作品呢就非常的精美了。那它是小松鼠，让我们来有请我们的评委来为我们介绍一下这个作品吧。
YESENKA 的这套 cosplay 呢，还原了小松鼠独特的造型，它的十字弩通过3D 打印、组装、加工以及手工上色。还原了游戏中的武器，而且身后的3条巨大的仿毛尾巴中使用了内部支撑结构，让尾巴呢能够保持自然的形状与蓬松感。
The first closer is YESENKA bringing us Hoodwink Shadow Leaf Insurgent. Let Lin Jing introduce this work, and he just did. Do you like this one？ 现场观众朋友们，你们喜欢这个作品吗？好的，那接下来我们来看一下我们的第2个作品。Let's move to the next cosplayer. 哦，这 是一个什么英雄呢 ？Who is this? Please, Ray.
这个是我们的剑圣，这套造型主要使用了3D 打印加上 EVA 泡沫板进行雕刻拼接，最后组装并行竞逐了喷涂上色。
接下来我们看到的这一位 coser 是小狗帽子，他为我们带来的作品是主宰，那也是大家熟悉的剑圣啊。他的这套作品呢是由3D 打印完成的，刚刚我们都已经听到了，可以说是非常的用心了。This modeling is completed by 3D printing combined with EVA form, board for curving and splicing. All right, let's move to the next one. 让我们来看一下3号作品。现场的观众有认出这是谁吗 ？Can you tell who is this?
Here we have Nika Lockhart as Dawnbreaker. This outfit took a whole year to make. She built 28 lights into it, which requires 20 meters of wires that are all hidden underneath the armor. This costume posed a lot of challenges, and Nika overcame them excellently.
这套令人惊叹的服装花费了整整1年的时间，并且搭载了28处灯光，更有20米的电线，巧妙地隐藏在铠甲之下。它就是我们的破晓星辰，星辰使者。接下来，让我们来看一下我们下一位作品。Let's move to the next one.
那家海喵给我们带来的这个作品也是非常精致啊！它这套作品呢，均为手工制作及上色。帽子下的猫咪呢，是由建模打印贴毛制作而成。配饰上的磁吸猫眼用指甲油巧妙地做出了光泽，而翅膀也加入了机械结构，能够灵活扇动。
Can we see more movements from you? 我们可以看到我们这一位形影芳龄的一些其他的动作展示吗？谢谢。All right, what we see right now is Willow, Dark Willow. This work is handmade. The cat under the hat part is made of 3D printing. The wings are added with mechanical structure to allow flexible flapping. 非常的可爱 This is so cute. Let's move to the next one. 有请 Ray.
好的，现在我们看到的是来自于 Maki 的死灵法师套装。这套作品拥有超过1000片蛇灵 ，Umaki 将细节做到了极致，从材料选择、塑形、纹理制作到做旧、渐变、高光效果，甚至是 LED 灯光，力求将游戏中的角色完美还原到现实之中。而选择这个角色也有特别的意义。Umaki 希望通过它独特的白蛇主题和服装设计，展现 TI 2026东道主的中国特色。
Wow, this is NEC. Wow, I can tell immediately. It's so classic. This work includes over 1,000 real snake scales. The coser Umaki, he tried to make it have more theme of Chinese, so we can see the white snake underneath. 好的，感谢这一位 coser， 让我们移步到下一位。Let's go to the next one.
Here we have Shimbalus as Omni Knight. He completed this whole work in just 45 days. I don't know how. And the surface details of the armors, you see all the faces and figures, are all sculpted by his own hands.
接下来我们看到的这一套是全能骑士哦，这套套装我好像没有怎么见过，真的很漂亮哎，特别是他手中的这个锤子，是不是？那么这个全能骑士呢，他仅仅使用了45天，就独自完成了整套的 cosplay， 展现出了过人的创意与创作能力。Maybe can he swing the hammer? Can you do more movements for us? 可不可以对着我们的镜头展示一下 ？Well, I like it. 谢谢。让我们接下来视线移动到下一位 coser. Let's move to the next cosplayer.
这是威人为我们带来的拉比克。那这套作品其实非常繁复，它融合了3D 打印、布料制作以及 EVA 泡沫雕刻，并且加入了 LED 灯光。 烟雾效果，还有旋转机械装置等机关。所有的这些细节完美结合，展现出了这个版本拉比克独特的奇幻、魔法与俏皮气质。
This is Rubik for sure. Look at the steps. 这一个呢，就是我们刚刚看到的拉比克套装了。This cosplay has 3 printing, EVA form carving, and LED lights. Smoke effects. Ooh, oh, I can see it. 现场的观众朋友们，你们能看到它的武器上面的烟雾特效吗？非常的精美啊。All right, let's move to the next cosplayer.
现在我们看到的是来自 Golden Moon 的军团指挥官。作为一名艺术家 ，Golden Moon 运用了多种制作技艺，包括了雕塑，将这套令人惊叹的服装呈现出来。整套作品历时6个月完成，充分展现了精湛的艺术与制作工艺。
This is Legion Commander. The entire set of works took about 6 months to complete. Fully showcasing everything and his idea, the production techniques. 哇，这个军团指挥官感觉也非常的漂亮啊！现场的观众有没有喜欢玩军团指挥官的？我知道这个英雄现在不是版本热门，但是它还是非常的漂亮的。Let's move to the next cosplayer.
And here we have Naga Siren by Grafomanka. She places great emphasis on hand coloring, on painting, on texturing her materials, including imitating forged metal textures and delicate color gradients. She has a strong preference for traditional handmade methods, so every component of this outfit is handmade and assembled by her.
娜迦海妖深渊少尉套装 I like how she moves. You can tell this is exactly how the hero moves, right? 我们可以看到她动起来，感觉就像是现实生活当中我们真的看到了娜迦海妖一样。这套服装呢，非常注重手工上色的细节，包括它所有的金属质感以及细腻的色彩渐变。它非常偏爱传统的手工制作方式，所以整套服装的每一个部件都是由它亲手制作并组装完成的。Amazing work! Let's move to the next one.
我们的第10位 coser 是阿布多瑞乃盖。她是一位10年 Dota 2女玩家，这是她自制的第10套 Dota 2 cosplay 作品。这套作品的制作时间超过了500小时，总重量15千克，使用了15.8米的 LED 灯带。从图纸制作到硬件开发，全部由她自己完成。
What? Sven, she is a 10-year Dota 2 female player, and this is her 10th self-made Dota 2 cosplay work. The total weight is 15 kilogram and use 15.8 meters of LED light strips. 15 kilogram. All right, that's our last works. 这样我们就全部欣赏了我们10位参赛作品了。接下来就是我们揭晓奖项的时刻了。不知道在座的观众朋友们，你们的选择是哪些呢 ？All right, that's all the 10 cosplayers we've already seen. Which one is your favorite? Let's go. The first one. 那么第一个我们将要揭晓的是评委推荐奖。有请 Ray。
获得评委推荐奖的作品是阿布多瑞乃盖的斯温刚刃之治。
Ray Rival the Judges' Choice Award， 恭喜阿布多瑞乃盖 Sven。
该选手高度还原了斯温的刚刃之治，将发光假发、巨型武器与全身灯光系统融为一体，展现出极强的视觉表现力。从建模、打版、制作到硬件开发，全部独立完成，体现了选手卓越的综合制作能力与创新能力。
The reason they gave this award to her because the content has recreated Sven, everything detailed, combining a glowing wig, oversized weapon, and full lighting system to create a highly striking visual impact. Congratulations! 接下来我们来揭晓第2个奖项。哇，现场的观众朋友们，难道你们不喜欢这套斯文套装吗？那么接下来这套是不是你的选择呢？下一个奖项表彰的是一位能够在穿上 cosplay 后彻底化身为角色本身，让人忘记服装背后的真人选手。有请 Reeps 为我们揭晓 The Biggest Transformation Award。
The biggest transformation award of TI 2026 goes to GRANDFINALS Naga Siren. Every single scale is cut and painted with precision. The skillful construction of Naga's signature tail. I wish we could see it. Maybe, can we get some turn in there? Or you'll have to wait for pictures. The headpiece is impressive as well. The beautifully executed makeup, all that convinced the judges that GRANDFINALS deserves the award for the biggest transformation.
它的每一片鳞片都经过了精准的裁剪与上色，那加标志性的尾巴与鱼鳞的制作技巧，再搭配令人印象深刻的头饰和精致的妆容，最终让评委们一致认为，它就是当之无愧获得了最佳复刻奖。Yeah, I wish we can see more details about it. It looks so amazing.
It's not easy to move with a tail like this, and I think she had to leave her device that she has for it upstairs in the room, so we'll have to wait for the photos later. But I tell you, it's amazing.
那么我刚刚问他说，我希望我能够看到更多的细节呀。他说，因为穿着这一套装备实在是很难动起来，所以呢，在后面我们会补上更多的图片，请大家关注一下喽。那接下来我们要揭晓的奖项是最佳技术奖，这个奖项是颁给在还原度、制作工艺和创意方面得分突出的选手。有请林景老师。Next award is the Best Technique Award.
获得本届最佳技术奖的是 Goldie Moon 军团指挥官复仇魔刃。
Goldie Moon, the Legion Commander.
那 Goldie Moon 的军腿指挥官呢，整体的形象十分还原，比例准确，而且内部结构考究，布料选择也很细心，铠甲的纹理制作也很精致，而且呢，在上色涂装的过程当中呢，不光考虑到了准确，更是加入了对角色的深刻理解，所以最佳技术奖当之无愧。
Careful fabric choices and finely detailed armor texture highlight the work. The painting precise balance, strict accuracy with profound insight into the character. Congratulations! 那么我们已经揭晓了3个奖项，我相信大家都在期待这一刻，那就是我们 TI 2026的年度最佳作品奖。全场只有一个，将会颁给得分最高的选手。We've seen the impressive winners in 3 categories, but there can only be one Best in Show. This award goes to the cosplayer with the highest overall score. Please, Reeves.
The Best in Show of the TI 2026 cosplay competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World goes to Shimbalus with Omni Knight.
Congratulations, Shimbalus!
This cosplay unites handcrafted details, impressive construction, and fun electronics. Shin has shown high skill in the application of a wide range of techniques, and he is indeed the best in show of TI 15.
这套 cosplay 将精湛的手工细节、出色的结构制作与趣味十足的电子机关完美的结合。Shimbalus 展现运用了多种制作技艺的高超能力，成为了 TI 2026年度最佳作品的不二之选。Yes, we feel you. 好的，再一次恭喜所有的获奖选手，也感谢每一位 cosplayer 为我们带来的精彩作品。Congratulations once again to all of our winners, and huge thank you to every cosplayer. 有人用一针一线让 Dota 的英雄走进现实，而接下来还有另外一群创作者用镜头和故事把他们心中的 Dota 搬上荧幕。We've just seen Dota brought into life through incredible costumes and craftsmanship. Now it's time to see Dota brought to life in a different way through cameras, stories, and imagination of filmmakers. 接下来舞台交给你 ，Take it over, Slacks.
Thank you. For 15 years, the Dota 2 International has acted as a showcase of the finest teams and players from around the world. But that isn't it. No, TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive, and love for this game. Now, for the last 10 years, the Dota 2 short film contest has been another way for fans to celebrate the community and show their love for Dota right here on the main stage. So many talented people have come together to participate in this contest over the last decade. And we thought it might be a little fun to talk to some of the finalists and get a backstage look at what it takes to make it here to the International.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Tsai.
My name is Nicholas Kundashizel.
My name is Mario.
Mi nombre es Pamela y soy más conocida como Maidot.
Hello, my name is Kevin Siri.
Hi, I'm Dopa 2.
My name is Shaylin Ham.
Меня зовут Михаил Пахомов.
And I'm Sam Siri.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm known online as Lozenger, and in 2015 I won the very first short film contest with an entry called The Calling.
I submitted the award in 2017.
I won the short film contest with At Any Cost in 2024.
Yo participé en el 2022 con el corto de Just Hold On Here and I Wake Me.
I submitted in the 2022 short film competition.
My video was called Low Purity Story, and it was about my dog playing Dota.
В прошлом году выиграл первое место, занял с работой кино.
I first submitted the Night Stalker and Punch video.
Fresh meat. Not yet.
And we made Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure in 2016.
Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure.
I've always had an interest in animation.
I was always kind of this creative kid. I love drawing, I love painting, I love playing the music.
I love making something that people have fun with. I love making something that makes people happy.
As a form of storytelling, I think it could be something that's very powerful.
And when you express it artistically, whether that's animation or drawing or music, someone else is going to be touched and someone else is going to relate. And when they tell you they feel the same way, it's going to be this magical moment for you.
When I got to know about the short film contests, I just had to jump in.
Как только появился конкурс короткометражек от Valve, я ушел.
The first time that I saw the short film contest was in 2016, and seeing the amazing quality videos that they were putting out there made me really inspired, and I felt like, okay, I gotta try next year.
When I found out about the Dota 2 short film contest, I'm like, this is it. This is my chance.
This was honestly my first kind of animation for a project.
I submitted many times. I remember my first submission sucked.
I don't care if this sucks. Ever since I heard Timbersaw's voice, I just had this intense need to animate him. I just want to show the world what I see when I hear his voice.
It's great to be back. Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I had no experience whatsoever in animation, especially in Source Filmmaker. but I tried my best to learn it as much as I could. So every single year I was trying to improve.
El proceso sí fue duro. Fue bastante duro.
Because it's all in your head and you know what you want to put out, but like not everyone will understand what you're trying to tell. And like the hardest thing to get better at was definitely directing and like finding a way to tell a story in 1.5 minutes.
Just like anything else, you need like a plan, a draft, a sketch. So you have to like really think about what's gonna be my story. Am I gonna make it comedy or drama or action?
From makeup to wardrobe to the director, the producers, or if you need a PA or if you need production designers, set dressers. And for me, even though you're so exhausted, I have that feeling of just knowing that this is exactly what I would want to do. I wouldn't rather do anything else.
I'm the voice of the song.
A rock and a ball, best friends forever.
It was super simple and elementary, but it was cool to be like, oh, I wrote that. Tiny and I would say, brought us closer together.
We got married 2 years later after the video.
And I love you.
I created several short films for the short film contest, which for me was one of the biggest moments, I think, in my entire creative career, where for the first time, something that I made was put on a big screen and millions of people watched it at one point in time.
Seeing your video inside the game client later and all your friends are watching and people are adding you to their friend lists, people I don't know. It was just fun.
When they chose me as a finalist, I was like, ah! Oh my God, I just could not believe it.
Hearing my name, like hearing like the title of the video was really something that I'll never forget, really. I was just like jumping and screaming. I was super, super happy, super, super excited.
I remember watching a lot of reaction videos from people who were watching the award for the first time and just really laughing at it. And that just brought me a lot of joy, you know? That was a beautiful moment for me.
It kind of made my family proud of me. I live in a small village in a rural area. I said to a couple of guys, and the thing spread throughout the community. And people now know that I have a YouTube channel. I got kind of famous in my community.
I was on my bed still, like I was watching my bed, and then I heard you saying that, and then I was like so fucking happy. I started like banging my bed with my hand.
That was an incredibly validating moment for me as a creator, and to that I do credit a lot of my background with the short film contest.
The short film contest, all the years that I've submitted, they've changed my life in so many different ways.
Эти конкурсы кардинально изменили мою жизнь, и стало понятно, в какую сторону будет двигаться моя карьера дальше. Сразу после первого моего участия в конкурсе короткометражек я смог найти работу в геймдев-студии.
After short film, I was blessed to work with as many tournament organizers as there is in the Dota scene, so I had a chance to work with PGL, ESL, Blast. For PGL, for instance, I worked on those animations that you guys see, like the draft animations where the heroes pop up during the draft phase. And definitely like the craziest thing that I've ever worked on was this year's TI, so the embroidery theme, the opening ceremony that you guys seen.
Now I've been working with animations for like 10 years, which is something I never imagined I would do.
After the film contest, I've gone on to continue my career in character design, and previously I've worked on The Wild Robot as a story artist and a character designer, and currently DreamWorks feature animation. A new movie I have been working on is coming out called The Forgotten Island. And I was a character designer and story artist on that as well.
My advice for someone starting out in the creative space for something like Dota 2, just do it.
Please, please, please get over your anxiety of making something that sucks, because you can rest assured that the next thing that you're going to make is going to be even better. So my best advice is just make something. Make something, make it as best as you can, put it out in the world, and then make your next thing, because the next thing is going to be better.
And trust me, 3 years after that very first video, you're gonna be happy you hit that button.
Working in animation is just being surrounded by a community of nerds like me.
Dota is this wonderful heritage for us because it's come from a very bottom-up place. It's very grassroots, It's been built by the effort of the community and the love of the community. And that includes not just the game, but the community around it that's making the art.
So all I have to say is thank you.
Thank you so much to the community for inspiring me and so many others over this last 10 years.
Thank you for your support. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the players. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the creators. You guys mean the world to everybody else involved.
Thank you very much for supporting the game and for supporting our work.
Congratulations.
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 Congrats.
Congratulations.
Поздравляю, Zizi.
Congratulations. Congratulations on 10 years of the short film contest.
Thank you so much. Now, besides just introducing you to some of the real people behind the winning films, we wanted to celebrate the first 10 years of the Dota 2 short film contest with a little something different for its 10-year anniversary. We asked all of the finalists to come together and craft something special for you. We wanted to make something for the game that we all love and touch upon some of the most memorable moments from the International over its last 15 years that we all share. Hope you guys enjoy.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure.
I'm the best. Did you see that?
No.
It was the play from TI2. I was all, black hole.
Okay.
It's like the most famous play ever.
Okay.
Speaking of famous plays, TI3 had a pretty good one.
Okay.
Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
A TI-10 adventure.
Oh my god!
A rock and a wolf. Best friends forever.
Mafu gets blown up! I can't take this seriously.
All right. Focus, my son. Focus! Everyone called me crazy when I said hamsters could learn Dota. But who's laughing now? You have learned all you can about being a rat. Just pick nature's prophet and... No! Not again! Please!
Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Engaging! Open fire!
My God!
Mega creeps inbound. EG with their last chance. Can they hold? Here we go. Ice going in. Shattering move the Dagon. It's not doing much, but the other Dagons are triple Dagons. Timbersaw, he's dead. They might be able to do this. Divine Rapier on Void. He's going in. EG with the impossible comeback.
What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
10 years of the short film contest, 15 different internationals, one yet still to claim who will be the champion for it. And it is this one in Shanghai right now. We're looking at our grand finals. Only 2 teams stand the test of time and have the chance to be able to get up there and lift the Aegis. And how far we've all come since the first international. You yourself, Insane, you're having a cameo in the short film celebration there, and how far you've come as a player too.
Yeah, I mean, it brings back memories of the last time I was in Shanghai for TI9 and, you know, the unfortunate moment with the gyrocopter. But, I mean, it's honestly an amazing tournament, and even that moment was life-changing in many ways. I got to see my teammates and how they truly feel in a moment where you need them more than anything. So, like, for me, that moment reminds me of very good things, very good memories.
And someone that we need more than ever. Effie, you've been to so many TI finals as a panelist. How does it feel to be seeing one in Shanghai now?
It's just so special. There are no words. Just from the Dota today to the cosplay contest to watching that short film, everything is so beautiful. It's the perfect celebration of this game and this community.
And Quinn, yourself, you've played in many a TI finals too, to be exact.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly special occasion. It means so much to me and to so many people. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why I love things like that piece so much, that we get to see the history of not just the players, but the people that make the game so special. When I see the Dota 2 reporter, my eyes light up. I'm watching it with my brother. I remember even when he didn't play Dota, watching it and enjoying it. So stuff like that I find so special, and I just love to be a part of this community and this celebration.
I mean, today is by far one of the most emotional days that exists in the season of Dota. It's our final day of TI, and we're on to our last best of 5 here, our last series that we're going to get. Looking at the grand final now, and it's so hard to pick who is going to come out on top. Vision have looked by far one of the best teams. They haven't dropped a single series in their TI 15 run, whilst they've been pushed to the limits. On the other end, you have a Spirit who thrive with their backs against the walls, who have loved to do this lower bracket run in a way.
I mean, coming into this, Vision were the team to beat. They were the team everyone was watching, everyone was studying, everyone was afraid of. And as the tournament progressed, that very much was the case. They completely bulldozed through it. But on the other hand, you have the TI team in Team Spirit. It doesn't matter how they do throughout the year. If they show up at TI, they're absolutely going to show up as the anime protagonists. They're here to cook.
And Spirit, I feel like, is a different beast when you play them. Like, we saw them match up earlier in the tournament, and that was in upper bracket round 2. I think at this point, they've had so many series to figure out their draft. They've had so many series to iron out the kinks in their gameplay and just get everything on the same page. And you can tell by the fact that almost all their last series in the tournament are 2-0s.
It's actually crazy to look at Spirit's matchups here. One, they've played significantly more best of 3s, but the only 2 teams in which they've lost these best of 3s to is Vision and Nigma Galaxy, and they lost twice to Vision in that group stage to be the first 4-0, our only 4-0 team, and of course that upper bracket best of 3 that they had just a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, the first one 2-0, the second one 2-1. And third, we'll have to wait and see, but I think that illustrates the arcs of these teams. Vision came in at the top, and they've stayed at the top. No one has been able to touch them, evidenced by their record. But Spirit, they started down here, and they're arcing up towards Spirit, hurtling at them like a speeding bullet that we know the terrifying Yatoro player is. And now it's the collision, right? It's the team that's been on top versus the team that's charging towards them, and what happens when they meet.
I'm more curious than ever. Of course, the Dota is what we want to celebrate and have fun with as well, but also what form of Yatoro are we going to see? And I don't mean what hero is he going to show up with, what playstyle he's going to have. Is the man going to come out with a shaved head? Are we going to see the run back of a Bull Toro in another TI Grand Final?
I hope so. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who on stage and witnessed the horror firsthand, seeing my dreams crumble in front of me, it's just so iconic, such an epic moment in Dota history. And he is, I don't know, for the last 6 years or so has been like the iconic player. And so the fact that we're even questioning what his hairstyle is going to be for the grand finals is, I don't know, a testament to how legendary he is.
And just for context for those who may be tuning into this TI as their first ever TI, Yatoro, every time that he has won the international, he has shown up on the finals day with a shaved head and has just completely unleashed himself upon his enemies as the best carry in TI.
I believe the quote goes something like, at TI 10, he sacrificed his hair to the Dota gods in order to win that final against LGD. So then he did it again in Seattle. So, I mean, if he's not bald, I will be very sad.
I I think we could all agree with that one. Then I wonder on the flip side, does that play into Vision's mentality at all? Because for every single member of that 5-stack, they have not lifted in ages. For many of them, actually, they've never made it to a TI Grand Final. I think about last year for Vision, how close they were. They were having this extremely dominant Game 3 in the lower bracket final, and the lead slips away from them slowly but surely. They sink in the reality that we don't have control of this game, and unfortunately that's where their previous TI run ended, top 3. Now it's secured at least top 2, but they won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, and I think it's something you dream about for so long, so that when it finally becomes tangible, it becomes in your grasp. Even the idea of being in a grand finals is so distant. There's so many series, there's so many steps along the way that you can't really focus on that. And so then when you're suddenly there, because you've been focusing on the moment, you've been focusing on the journey, wow, now it's very real, and it's quite an overwhelming feeling to go through. And so I hope for them that they're able to steel themselves and actually focus on the gameplay and not let the sort of the grandeur of the moment overwhelm them.
Looking at all the TI appearances of the roster as well, we've included the coach because Puppy has a little bit of a fantasy or fairy tale for himself. Everyone talked about how he got that 4th place. He got that 3rd place at the next TI. He got 2nd place all the way back at Singapore in TI 11. And we go, okay, this is it. The next TI is Puppy's. But there was the caveat. Maybe it was the next TI Puppy attended was going to be his 1st place.
I mean, yeah, that's the script, and that's what it's saying for them, right? Puppy is supposed to win this TI. That's like, if the script does exist, and many Dota tournaments has made it seem like there is a script, then it should be Puppy's.
Yeah, Puppy, it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of the greatest players to ever touch Dota. He's been so consistent throughout his career. He's had so many definitive ideas as a captain. And at this stage in Dota, it feels like such a natural transition for him to come into the international as a coach. And we've already seen the results of him as a coach on Team Vision. He came in, he whipped them into shape. He took 5 of the best players in the world and turned them into the best team in the world. And it just feels like no matter what Puppy can do, he will always have a place in Dota. And look at this.
Nazdárek, chat. Toto je to porovnanie, o ktorom som hovorila ja. Ďakujem, že na mňa navezujú, ty vole, na maine. Pupan versus Mipoška. Pupan si po to ide, ale zvládnu final bossa v Grand Finals, Team Spirit a Yatora.
You slowly see them ramp up to the form that they're in now. I think he is such an integral and core part of this team's identity and history. And honestly, I think they would not be even close to the same without him.
He's definitely made them look...
Môj odhad je, že im Spiriti nechajú Game 1 toho Londruida a skúsia to beatnúť.
And slow. And this has been one of the things that's the scariest to go up against, because it's quite easy when you're only facing up against one playstyle to try to match. And it's the same thing that Vision brought up, right? When they talked about Yandex, is that Yandex are the kings of split pushing. But we can split push and team fight. And when you have multiple avenues that you can go down, it just makes the team so much scarier. And that's why I feel like...
Oče, TI Finals, kurva!
Yeah, to me, Mipoška in
Ja som
a
normálne
lot of ways
vzrušený.
is team spirit.
Stihol som ísť so psami aj so všetkým, som normálne vzrušený.
Star-studded roster.
Čet, je tam niekto ešte vzrušený, takisto ako ja?
But he was the player who brought that energy of resilience, that heart, that ability to overcome difficult situations. And if you ever watched the way that he interacted with his team and the way that he guided them, he was the one lifting their spirits. He was the one enabling them to play the late game comeback Dota. And we saw that in all the moments Spirit had roster changes, they brought in new players, they had to train them. They all had that team spirit energy because of Mipoška. So when he did leave this roster, it did feel like a massive loss.
By the way, to
And
video
now that
bola
he's back
úplná
as a coach,
cinema.
they're in the TI Grand Finals.
Slowly we're seeing his voice show up in game even though he's not there for them, and that has been such a pivotal point for Spirit here. And I just love the fact that we're seeing them be Spirit of old, because we missed out on them on the main stage 2 TIs in a row. They make it to a main stage, they drop to a lower bracket, and they are completely unfazed quid. They go, okay, and...
Yeah, I think having someone like that for both teams in your corner, that we've seen them come back from games that they drop very unconvincing losses. They lose a game in pretty, drastic fashion. And a lot of teams would crumble from there. Your mindset drops, your gameplay drops, and you lose the series. But they walk off stage and they've got someone who says, hey, it's okay. These are our ideas. And you trust them. You really believe. They're not just saying it to say it. They're saying it because it's true. And you believe that. They have the presence and the stature to make you buy into that. And I think that's what's so special about these players and why this will be such an amazing series, is that it's not a team on either side that will crumble. They will hold strong and push.
I think what
Za 40 minút až začínajú. Už som myslel, že ako potom... Počkej. 40 minút timer ešte, aha, tak ideme ešte akoby tu preberať veci, jo. Čet, ešte máte čas sa kľudne napapať.
Every other TI since that TI-10 run for themselves, and even including in that year, right, they were able to get an event win for themselves. This time around,
Napravo hore máte timer.
was the best that they were able to do in Senior, and so they really did, I think, slip to the wayside in people's minds about the potential threat of what they can all be together as a roster.
Do konca toho timeru, čo tam akoby napravo hore ako beží pri nich, tak musíte naplniť ten bar s donatou, jo, chat. Grand Finals time. Ale máte tam slevu na tie suby, keď tak. Je posledný deň, kedy si môžete objednať merch. Chat. Bežte skontrolovať ešte ten merch. Je posledný deň, kde si tie gabčine dizajny môžete pekne objednať. A mať najkrajšiu podložku s linou, akú kedy kto vyrobil. Kde je 1K subs dnes? Ja myslím, že dneska to musí byť zase akoby komunitná záležitosť, kde tu budú zase poctiví, ktorí si zoberú po 5 a ešte akoby tu ukážeme, že to bude veľké. To príde Plzej. Máme 40 minút. Čo tak kto začne teda akoby s tým naplňaním toho baru?
And that TI-10 mattered more than any TI, I think, to most players that were there. So for him, I think this moment means everything.
I'm intrigued to see it play out this way because Vision, again, you're talking about it, the most dominant team for this year. We have never seen the most dominant team or the favorite team throughout the year go on to win TI, to lift the ages. They've always fallen slightly short, whether it's a second, a third, not even making it through groups. So in your eyes, if Vision were to win TI today, would it be the first time in TI history?
Plebejci, nachádzate sa tu ešte? Je tu niekto bez saba?
They were not the most dominant team for the first half of the season. They were going through the growing pains of their roster changes. They had a stand-in situation. They had off-laner switches for a while. Puppy came in as a
ten storyline je proste, že Višnovci si idú zaslúžene vyhrať ako najsilnejší tým tento rok aj na tomto TI. Ale Spiriti sú v tej lower bracket TI forme. Je tam final boss Toro. Je to proste King, ktorý si prišiel po tretí Aegis a zastaví ho len ten novodobý mladý princ. Je to súboj dvoch legend, koučov Mipoška, Pupan. Toto je legendárne Grand Finals, chat. Tu ako máme ešte čas, ale toto treba vstrebať. Toto bude veľké, toto bude obrovské, toto bude žilnaté, toto bude nádherné.
And I think this plays a lot into it. You've had a bunch of games. You weren't the greatest whenever, the season was going on. That's why you weren't invited directly. You had to prove your merit in other ways. And so that you've had to grind. You go through these group stage matches and you ramping and ramping and ramping. That's what you want. You don't want to peak too early because that's why we see so many teams that are dominant early in the year.
Ale nový rekord sabov by bol za 3400, chat. Tam asi úplne nebudeme smerovať, ale uvidíme, čo tu na Dota streame dokážeme ešte vybudovať.
Yeah, they've stolen the stars aligning from another team, and now they're here and they're in form.
I mean, peaking at the right time, honestly, it's a skill you learn as a...
Komu idete fandiť, chat? Kto je váš champion?
About let's not burn ourselves out throughout the year. We need to kind of think about how we put effort into tournaments because there's only so many events that you can actually put in your 100% in. And for TI, you definitely want that. And you don't want to come into TI feeling a little bit burnt out. You don't have that fire and that passion for the game that you would have otherwise.
I want to take a step back and look at the TI in which both of you two actually came up against each other in the grand finals because Aiden, you came in through the upper bracket. You guys didn't lose a single game. Quinn, you came in through the lower bracket. And so starting with you, how does potentially, because you were mentioning burnout, how does fatigue of such a long day, even though it was a 2-0, a long day play into this? Where is Spirit hoping to be able to pour energy from and ramp up and peak a second time for a finals?
Yeah, it's the hardest part of a lower bracket run. And it's not just this day alone, it's the prior days coming into it. They played 2 series yesterday. They played a stressful lower bracket run. And it's not also just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue of all of these are elimination series, and that weighs on you. There's a stress and a pressure there. If everything is on the line, and everything can only be on the line.
Dneska fakt jako môžete vyhrať mega veľa tých kupónov, hlavne na smarty. Je ten litrový kupón a všecko. Dneska to bude juicy. A hlavne skiterovský dres. Posledný, ktorý mám. Ani jeden si nenechávam tento rok. Všetko vám tu venujem.
Into the last series of the day, into today again the first series of the day, and then you get to play another series. And this drain over the course of 2 days is crazy tough.
Well, it's great for them then that they had so many quick 2-0s. It feels like the last 3 rounds for them have just been, all right, we're tired. Let's make quick work of this and go home and sleep. Like, we even had collapse there.
Spiriti si proste prešli tým lower bracketom úplne jak králi.
And they did it really
Kolaps
fast
povedal, že sa potrebuje vyspať.
Kolaps
proste povedal, že sa potrebuje vyspať, že spal málo. Tak chlapci išli bomby, no. Proste 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, chlapci. Šlofíček nutný jedem.
They're in the group of it a little bit more, and maybe they're ready that off the rip, they're going to be playing at a tempo that you haven't yet done because you haven't walked out on that stage on the side of Vision.
I think usually when you're in the upper bracket, you have this confidence of like, we haven't dropped a single game. You're coming into that series thinking like, we're going to absolutely smash the other team. And I think, I wouldn't say it really is a factor in that way. I don't think you really care that they're warmed up. You're thinking, if anything, like, we've beaten them twice this tournament already. We're going to beat them a 3rd time. It's no problem for us.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think from the lower bracket, there's a feeling of like, proving yourself. Like, you can feel, I think, them looking down on you, right? Because they are standing on the podium and you're walking up the steps as they glare down at you. And so I think there's very much a feeling of like, we're going to prove you wrong. We'll show you. You think you're better than us? You think you deserve to be there? We don't? Then let's prove it again.
Bold buff.
When we see our grand final.
Bold buff incoming.
It's so insane to think about that. No one's mentality over this last year that we're aware of, we're not sure how long that this has been a shift for him, has been so much more about the journey. And ever since then, it feels like we've seen a resurgence of him. We've seen him back to the no one of old. Before, we saw him do a lot of region swapping and org changing. And now it is a no one that is consistent, is willing to play whatever role it is. And I am so intrigued as to how much progress and how much effort has gone into this, and almost this satisfaction that he must have.
Ja sa teším, ty vole, na to Grand Finals, toto bude epičnosť, kurva, fix. Mám energie viac než dosť, to bude morda. Čerešnička za celým týmto rokom, celou sezónou.
Just enjoy the road, enjoy all the steps to get there. Now that you're here, can you stay in that mindset? Can you stay in that idea of like, there's always next year that this team is going to continue on. And even though this moment means so much to you, to not get stuck up on it and not think like, this is where we were meant to like end up, and this is what it's all about.
It's so true, and it's so difficult. I remember the same feelings.
Posledný deň merču a niekto tu využíva nové posledný deň merču. Let's fucking go. Posledný deň, kde môžete mať gabčine dizajny dneska objednané na výkričník merch. Napíšte to, objednajte a vaša žilnatosť pôjde through the fucking roof, baby.
And I hope that he's able to stay in the mindset that's gotten him all the way up to this point.
There's a lot playing into this, and we've mentioned the coaches, the impact that they've had on the rosters that they have been helping come to this grand finals. Now we've talked about no one's journey for himself, but more importantly, something that Vision really wanted for themselves was to see this rematch with Spirit. They wanted to have Spirit in the grand finals. When they secured their spot, that's something Dekal has said. And looking at Satanic, Yotoro, there's a lot of different accolades between them. There's a big age gap between them as well. But more importantly, there's a different sort of veteran when it comes to being out on a TI stage. And Satanic has been there once. And it wasn't the result he wanted. It was a top 3 finish, which is still fantastic last year. But that's still that element. Is it going to be different for him mentally stepping into a grand final?
Pořez.
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep
dajte
in
tam
mind
Pořezovi teraz nejaký poriadny hypík.
from the EE region
Objednal poctivo podložku jak pán.
They watched the miraculous run that they had at TI10. They saw them lift the Aegis and that beautiful story, and Yotoro became the carry player to watch. Satanic has absolutely molded and shaped himself as a Dota player off of Yatoro. We called him Baby Yatoro for so long. And of course, he's come into his own and stepped into his own as a player, developed his own particular playstyle. But this was his idol for so long. So going up against him must mean the world to him. And is it a TI win if you don't beat your idol?
Guys, I'm getting a little giddy in my seat because I have just gotten word that if anyone out there is, dual screening right now, watching the broadcast as well as maybe scrolling on social media, Team Spirit,
Chat.
a little bit of a spoiler, have posted.
Teraz som to túka.
Now, we don't know whose hair this
Holy
is.
moly.
But it's been sacrificed to the Dota gods, it's all I'm going to say. But there is an inkling.
Plzi to vedel ešte skôr, ty vole, ako main.
My goodness. I mean, you talk about King versus Prince.
King versus Prince. Kámo, ak bude mať bold buff Yatoro, tak to ide normálne rozseknúť, ty pičo.
Idol. Yeah.
Do you think? No.
You never know.
You never
Really?
You never know. I mean, this is... I fully agree with
si od
your point.
vlastmi.
I think it's so cool that it is... Like, he is his idol, and you see that throughout his gameplay, his style, the heroes he plays, and they've gotten all the way to the grand finals, and it really is a dethroning moment. Like, that is what it is. Yatoro is what everyone thinks of the pinnacle as carries, and Satanic has risen and risen and risen to be in contention for that, and now the proof is in the pudding. Are you really better? Show me.
We're looking at the hero pool comparison. There's a lot of common overlapping heroes, but when it comes to unique heroes, we're not seeing as many come out from Satanic. But there's a caveat to that one in Satanic. Remember, they haven't played as many series, they haven't played as many games. But I also think that is a lot of props to Poppy. He's not putting Satanic in a situation that you have to reach really deep into your hero pool and hopefully get the final pick, the last gotcha pick that comes out from our carry. It's a stable, all-rounded draft, and you can just excel in those heroes in which we're picking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down to the different draft styles of the two teams. We saw multiple times throughout this tournament where Spirit just end up in a position where they're last picking their carry, and also last picking their carry. So,
Ja už mám akoby pocit, čo máte ten istý pocit ako ja už mám pocit, ako keby Yatoro tu už proste 10 rokov hral proste všetko. Ale on má proste 23. Jo, ako tiež ako proste, on je, hovoríme ako stará škola, ja mám pocit, ale ako keby kurva tu bol od nepamäti.
It felt like they were unsatisfied with their top 3 last year, and things just needed to change. They ended up bringing in Poppy as their new coach, but obviously Notice now joining them as their offlaner as well. And it was a departure of DM with a stand-in of SSS, and once Notice became that free agent from
to takisto stará škola proti novej.
into Vision here, and we're looking at him, he is not necessarily a same player in the way that collapses, despite us seeing a similar hero pool up the top there. It is just so different in how they can engage for their team and what they can offer in terms of stability.
Yeah, for Noticed, I consider him very much the best all-rounder in all of Dota offlaners, in the sense that no matter what you give him, he will make it work. Do you need blink initiation? He can do that. Do you need scaling through your offlane? He will be able to do that. Do you need him to take a step back and sacrifice himself? He will do that, and he will make it work.
Clutch factor tam je.
Collapse, he has, of course,
je to TI Finals, sú to Spiriti. Vision mohli byť nezastaviteľní, ale zastavia raid bossa.
He's the best blink initiator in all of Dota. He's the best Aegis stealer in all of Dota.
Kamo, to by bol najväčší plot twist, by bol, keby tam vyšiel ten Satanic takisto bez vlasov. To by bol ten najviac epický moment, aký kedy e-sport zažil. Ale myslím si, že to už len to, že Yatoro vyjde s tou hlavou tam, tak to bude najviac epic moment, z ktorého podľa mňa bude mať zimomriavky a 3 orgazmy naraz. Musím si nachystať nejaké vreckovky.
Versatility that Noticed has, I think, is something that's fallen by the wayside for a lot of Dota players. People are hyper-specialized in modern Dota. They play one way, and they do it so well that they force you to beat it. And Noticed says, screw that, I'll play all the styles at a good enough level that I can win TI. That is amazing.
It reminds me of XXS last year. I feel like he had a similar thing going where, like, whatever the team needs, whatever way I can enable our draft to work, I'm going to do that. And it's a player that you can't really, like, ban against. Like, what do you can't take him out of the game. You know, he's always going to have some sort of impact.
There's a lot of fun being had between these, all of us here, a lot of people in the arena as well. We can hear them cheering, having enjoyment of what's happening over on the Chinese broadcast too. But the arena has been filled out by everyone here in Shanghai. It has been such a phenomenal time. And Slacks, so thankfully decided that he would give us all a preview of what you guys might be missing out if you're watching at home.
Slugs!
Everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena, zrzka here, with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say.
Jo, nám jde ukázat ten Secret Shop, který je 3 dny vypredaný, Slugsy! Slugs, ty hovado! Ďakujem krásne za gifted saba.
Specifically to the ages that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff. But I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say, this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I got to take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be. But we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back, celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Well, congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it.
Yeah,
the Secret Shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this Anti-Mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were Radiant Towers behind Anti-Mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. I'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
There's always so much to do at TI just outside of watching the amazing Dota that these players are putting on for us. And this year's theme has just taken it to another level. Everything about it feels so symbolic, so meaningful, and so emotional. And to see it spread around, to get to go through those journeys, having a look at the jerseys and the rings of all of our TI winners of past, I think that's just so amazing to get to witness with your own eyes, because it's not every day that someone wins a ring, let alone that you get to see it as well.
Yeah, I think the theming of this TI and sort of the celebration, the decoration of the arena and the surrounding area has been really, really good. There's commemorative photos everywhere, and just these pictures of people lifting the Aegis, like so many moments captured. And I think it's really special to just be walking around and just see all those pieces of history. It's very nostalgic and very cool.
It's incredibly impactful. I mean, and you're saying back in Shanghai as well. This one's going to have like so many different memories for you too, surely.
I mean, for last Shanghai was like my first TI ever, so obviously it has like a special feeling in my heart. And this city is one of those places that I've always told like my girlfriend, like you have to come to Shanghai at some point. This is one of my favorite places in the entire world. It's where I essentially feel like my Dota journey started. So
Wow.
it holds a very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it's my first time in China, and it's such a cool thing to be here because in Dota's history, China has always been an integral part of it, from teams to Dota culture to the back and forth of, the East versus West storylines we had for so long. And growing up being part of Dota and watching that, it's something that I've always wanted to do. It's always been a bucket list, so being here is so special.
It has been amazing, 2 weeks of it as well, that everyone's just been so privileged in a way to get to experience. But if you guys have been here at the arena every day, grinding out what has been some phenomenal Dota, then maybe you've missed out on just how beautiful Shanghai is.
We are here in Shanghai for TI15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals, Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, they're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed, it does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here.
Yeah.
We're going to see
Don't
how
tell
many.
Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger. Yeah. Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all, and we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad.
Okay.
Can I call you Dad?
No, you cannot call me Dad.
Okay.
No.
What about
No.
Father?
No, not father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No. Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys.
They
What
are
have you got over there?
fantastic. This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah. Carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana. Thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap. I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
And I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrian, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos 4 supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped him. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face.
I feel like
that's the face you
some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrian. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is.
But
yes.
Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we've got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
Says here a big jug, Pyrian.
Big jug, big jug. Stop. Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my
That's the
God, that
biggest
is
jug I've ever
huge.
seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrian Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcanus. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please
broken.
don't touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate, it's so intricate, it's
It
so
is.
well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find, so
Yeah.
let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right, sounds like a good plan, Fred. Period. Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. That feels pretty good.
I mean,
feels pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their third Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic, yeah.
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here. And yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic. And some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai. And it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the Grand Finals next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
A lot of effort and care and passion going into what we've been able to witness as Dota fans throughout the city of Shanghai, throughout our arena here as well. It feels like every time you think this is going to be the coolest thing, you get to see this TI, there is someone or something that proves you wrong and you get to experience something new again. But seeing a replica Aegis, we've got the real Aegis out there on stage now, and it's either going to be Spirit with a couple of newbies, a couple of old faces lifting that Aegis again. Not as many as Ted clearly has lifted, but getting there.
Yeah, it's a chance for the third, right? No one's ever won 3 TIs as a player. Only AOI as a coach and player. So it's the potential for a very special occasion. I remember before anyone had won 2 TIs, it was like, who's going to be the first? And that's a big deal. Cementing yourself in history as not just a TI winner, but a special kind of TI winner. It is, it's a goal even higher than normal TI winning.
And then on the side of Vision and Senior, it would be so many new players getting to lift it. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to the triple digits, and but we could potentially get that today.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit wins, it's entirely possible, right, to get the three-peat. But for Vision, I think it's really special because Puppy won the first TI, and he hasn't won ever since then, right? He's been so close so many times, and it can finally happen today for him. I think for Satanic, it's about, closing in on Yotoro, trying to make that gap smaller, make sure that he can surpass his idol, really. And for No One, I think probably the most special person here today, so many times coming to TI as the favorites, so many times falling short, and now finally being in the grand final and having a shot at it.
That's so amazing to think about, though. Puppy won the first ever international, and now we've come full circle, and he's still competing all of these years later at TI 15 as a coach. Like, to me, this is one of the most incredible storylines of this entire TI, if not the most incredible one. I just can't believe that someone has been that consistent throughout Dota. Like, this is longevity like we've never seen before. I don't even know if he has comparison in any other esport.
Yeah, the legacy is crazy, especially considering how much Dota changes. Like, there's patches all the time and the game shifts and morphs. It's not a static thing, it's an ever-changing thing. And so to have the commitment to something, to stay with it, even while it changes, is, doubly impressive, I think.
I know that we've been talking about stepping things up. However, time you think you've seen the coolest thing, there's one more thing to add. Well, our grand finals will no doubt be the top of it, but I've got something else to slot in just before it, and I know Devin Tsunami would love to walk us through it.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏秀的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. And it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just, in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and it's just blessing.
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole. I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
That is an absolute piece of art. It is so beautiful to get to see it, but knowing even more that the amount of time put into this one piece itself, you can't even fathom what it requires, but it's also 20 years of experience being put into what we got to witness, what we get to see, and what we get to use as a means to celebrate it. And I love the motifs. We're talking about it. Resilience with good luck. And it reminds me really strongly of a quote that I love where it's luck is when luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I feel like that is what is going to happen. The preparation happens before grand finals and the opportunity is now presented for you. And it's going to feel incredibly lucky to stand out there in front of everyone here at Shanghai and lift that Aegis in 3 games, 4 or 5, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, and it's something that you always strive for, but you don't have complete control, right? Dota is a team game. There are a lot of moving parts. There are patches. There are all these things that can change your odds of actually winning, and so you do your job. You do as much as you can, your individual work, either helping your teammates or just your gameplay. But at the end of the day, everyone has to show up and play their part in winning the tournament. I think that's why part of why it's so difficult on a mental and sort of, I don't know, just preparation level is that you are just a small part of that. You don't have complete control, and humans love control.
And I mean, I think every single TI winner would account their win to some degree of luck, whether it's luck with a patch or luck with like everything clicked at the right time, or luck with like us peaking and the other team maybe not peaking. Like there is always an element of luck involved in winning TI, and it's cool to see, you just have to have it. If you don't, you're not going to win.
We were alluding to no one's perseverance, his resilience as well. I mean, how poetic would it feel for this to be the one that he finally lifts the Aegis with? For him, we mentioned it, so many times he's come in on the favorite team. So many times favorite teams in general have come in and fallen just that little bit shy. Last year was one of those ones for them, and look how close they were. It was a top 3 finish. They were literally 1 game away from making it to a grand finals, and it ended there. This time around, going through the upper bracket, bracket, you don't have that pressure, but you still have to face the reality of a grand final of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, especially the TI 2017s and 2018s, these are the ones that no one must really feel more than anything, because if we look at his history as a player, he was known as the most scary mid laner in the world in that duration of time. When he was VP No One, when he was playing on that dominant roster, he was crushing everybody. Even our most famous and popular mid laners did not want to face him. If you listen to Miracle or Samael talk about him in the past, they always say, I don't want to lane against the VP No One. There were jokes about Miracle forcing Matu to play mid against
That's not jokes, it's true. I've heard Matu say it himself.
He still says it.
Yeah, every time they would play VP, he's like, yo, Matu, give me safe lane, please.
But just the fact that he had this history as a mid laner but didn't have an Aegis to his name up until potentially today, we'll see, speaks a lot to his resilience, because a lot of players, they'll peak at a certain time and then we just don't hear from them again. They fall off. But he's brought himself back up and he kept competing, and he still has sights on his dream, and that's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And if you didn't play against it back then, it's hard to fully understand how disgustingly good this guy was. I don't think I won one single lane against him when we played them like 25 times. He was incredible, and those teams are incredible. And I think it's a testament to how hard it is to win this tournament, that they were dominant throughout those years. They were dominant last year on Team Vision, and now coming in again, getting another chance. I think it's something you really just try to be grateful for, that we have the opportunity. You get to play in this amazing grand final, surrounded by all these people that care so much, and they have, I don't know, they've done incredibly well in a lot of heroes as well. There are pieces to this puzzle that aren't just the players, but the heroes too.
And if you look at the top of the leaderboard, it's 2 mid laners, right? It's Ember and it's Earth Spirit, and he's been absolutely amazing on both of these heroes. I feel like for Yandex, for example, we saw them kind of fall short because they were lacking a hero. And that's where having the experience of having played for such a long time comes in, because you know how to play almost all the mid laners, and no one is an incredible value for his team in that regard.
And two of the standout heroes that Vision have been owning on to me are the offlane heroes that popped up, the Centaur and the Doom, and that brings me back to Noticed and how much she's provided for the team, because the archetype of these heroes is very different. With Centaur, sure, there is a lot of farming and a lot of creep dragging going on, but initially you're playing for team fights, you're playing around the Stampede, you're looking towards map control, whereas with Doom, you're playing for late game scaling, and Vision has done both very well. We've seen them take over tempo, we've seen them pop off and just completely crush the enemy, and we've seen them play slower paced games, take it to the very end and win off of their scaling. And the fact that they can do both makes them so difficult to play against.
I think it's also just that we look towards the supports of both teams as well, because we talk about No One and his resurgence, how he's able to bring himself up to being on a team that is as dominant as Vision. It's his skill, but it's also the surrounding cast that's helping him. And when we're looking at 9class and Ducalis, they're names we've mentioned so often, time and time again over the last few seasons of Dota, but people might forget that this is only their second TI appearance. Their first one was also that top 3. Their second one is now a grand final. That's so crazy to think about, when they were these annoying terrors with techies and pubs, and now you're like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths of how you're playing as a support and how you're getting under the skin of your opponents.
Yeah, to go from third to second like that in your first 2 TIs, they are so incredibly skilled. And I think they're not those players that were just instantly incredible at the game. I think they are where they are due to hard work and dedication. They're players that grinded pubs for years and years, and now they're finally getting the fruits of their labor. They are super hard workers, incredibly skilled. When you play with them, you can feel it. Every decision they make is crisp. Their item decisions, everything. They are immaculate players, and their cores would be nothing without the supports propping them up.
I would say these are probably, even coming into TI, the 2 support duos that I would say were the strongest. And it seems to have been a major factor in the runs. Like, I think especially the Spirit supports, I personally have found to, like, ever since, like, I'd say like a month or 2 ago, even when Spirit wasn't doing so hot, I just kept feeling like they're outshining their cores. And to do that on Spirit says a lot about how well you're playing.
I mean, it's the supports who got the Aegis steals on Team Spirit this TI, which normally is something we see Collapse doing.
Yeah, it was, on the Spirit side, it was not me and Rue, both of them were able to get it, but we're seeing 9class and Ducalis, and I love that their support hero pools don't overlap, but you still have to think about the flexibility, because that techies, whilst Ducalis is playing it, it could easily just as much be a 9class techies as well there.
Yeah, it definitely could. They've got a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of uniqueness. You see a lot of heroes here that nobody else is playing. The Pudge, they really prioritize this Dark Willow, the Techies, and the Ogre Magi from Ducalis. They just have so many strengths, and I think it just makes it very, very difficult to play against them, especially as how Dota's map has changed. It being bigger and the gates being added to the game, I think has added so much more importance on supports because you have more options. Not only can you gank mid, but you can gank the other side lane. You can stack camps. There's a lot of choices on what to do in terms of moves and efficiency, and it's put so much importance on these two roles over time. I genuinely think they're some of the hardest roles in Dota right now.
And that brings me back to an interview we had with Ducalis on Team Vision at Dream League, where we asked him, what's going on with you guys? Why are you playing so well? And he said, we're just taking a lot of personal responsibility. I think me and 9 Class are just playing better than we were at the start of the season. And he said ultimately that what takes you furthest in Dota is if you have the best players. And he thinks that they are the best players and they are the best supports in terms of technical skill. And I found that confidence very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that confidence is backed up by hours and hours put into the game. If you pay attention, I feel like Ducalis, every time he picks any hero, it's at least Platinum tier on Dota Plus. Like, he's like the Amar of position 5. He has so many games on all these heroes, he has so many reps. And that's why I think he also, when you paid attention to the hero pools, has slightly bigger hero pool than Rue, right? He's had years to refine his position 5 gameplay, whereas Rue has kind of been thrown into it very recently. So it's cool also to see that kind of matchup of like a lot of experience versus somebody who's coming into a role with like a completely different perspective on it.
I mean, there's someone that's coming into this TI as their first one, and that's not me. We haven't even mentioned him yet, just how impactful it's been that he also joins the team of Spirit around the time that Maposhka is joining as coach as well. And it feels like he slotted in. We didn't even necessarily see the roster change. That's how seamless it felt him joining and removing to that 5.
Dámy a páni,
it's also very fitting that he's
ladies and gentlemen,
has the clutch gene.
ideme pekne krásne pomaly na Grand Finals. Za chvilku nás čaká walkout tímov a myslím si, že tam ešte bude možno nejaký content, something. Chat, pripravte sa! Are you ready?
You don't really necessarily have the experience of like fully having understood what it means and all this pressure that's going on. You just show up and you're thinking, I'm just going to focus on playing the best Dota that I possibly can. And I think that it also enables you to be a bit more clutch, to take those risks, because you don't have the experience of trying to do that and then being punished for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of freedom in the series too.
Well, 25 seconds. I'm just excited.
Are you more nervous as a paddlist than when you were playing, walking out for a
Ja
grand
som
final?
nervózny
No,
tiež.
not even close. Playing is way more stressful.
Čete, jedem na to! 15 sekúnd, kurva, fix!
Monumental moment for all 10 of those players.
It's just so insane the way that everyone's feeling, and we just feel like we're this close, moments away from our grand finals in Shanghai.
I have such high expectations for these finals. I think it's going to go to all 5 games.
All 5 games would be amazing, and we get the moment everyone's been waiting for, the horn here. This grand final has everything on the line. 3-time hopefuls here, 2-time hopeful in LoL, first-timers as well on the side of Vision. But we know at the end of the day, whoever lifts that Aegis, it's going to be a lot of fun. And it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals here at TI 15.
They battle around the world for the right to stand amongst legends. We gather where the legends are made. They overcome every challenge that stands in their way. We witness the final ascent to Dota's greatest stage. They carve their names into the pantheon of legends. We cheer as the immortal pattern finally comes into view. Now, at last, we can answer the ultimate question. What shape does greatness take?
Whoa! Here we go, baby!
2 weeks leading up to this moment, down to 2 teams in Sania that are about to take to the stage and hopefully lift that Aegis for themselves.
I mean, this gave me chills. This is honestly one of the most magical moments in any Dota player's career. I think, you know, on Spirit side, they've been here before, they've experienced it before. For Vision, it's the first time, and I hope they really love this moment and enjoy their time.
They've talked about enjoying the journey. Take in this moment and enjoy the walkout for a grand final taking to the stage.
Tu je Prince! A Hype Train! Držíme hype spolu s Dotou. Máme to načasované dokonale.
Not a single series has been dropped by this team. They have proven they have what it takes to make it to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They have everything that they need when it comes to preparation. And for a lot of them, it is the first time walking out here on a grand final. But the moment of truth arrives now. What sort of Yatoro and Spirit will you be facing?
Tu sú. Bude mať Kolapzik číslo? Alebo New Prodigy? Je. King. Tak teraz chat, pripravte sa. Chat, bude mať oholenú hlavu?
A 100% success rate when it comes to TI Grand Finals.
Come on, Jebate! Come on, Jebate! Oni nás Jebateli!
With a full head of hair, but he doesn't need to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods to show that he has what it takes to potentially be our first ever 3-time TI winner along with Collapse there, and so many new players by their side. They've done it time and again, bringing in new players, changing up their roster and still...
Chat, to znamená jediné. Budeme mať vyrovnané Grand Finals. Je to len Final Boss, ale nezobral si World Buff k tomu.
They love this spot. They love the spotlight, the crowd.
Yatoro to chce urobiť vyrovnané. Prince versus King môže pomaly započať.
Do not care about that. That it doesn't matter one bit. We want to win as many TIs as possible.
Ďakujeme skutočne Snorikila. Idem tam už odmutovať alerty. Ďakujem za tých 5 gifted, ďakujem Kodimu za resub, ďakujem Fleckovi za toho gifted suba. Máte tam slevu na suby aktivovanú, chat. Máme tu dneska gigatočku pripravenú. Začína sa Grand Finals.
Whatever it means financially.
King z iného regiónu,
I
Plzy.
have X amount of wins, therefore I am done. I've succeeded. When you talk to Collapse or Yatoro, they don't even think about things like that. They just want to play better and they want to be better than everybody.
Ste Team Prince alebo Team King?
That's led them to have such a long career on this team and get so many of those wins.
I remember back in
Títo
TI
dvaja velikáni.
that Seattle TI, the amount of times
Títo
Collapse and
dvaja
Yatoro talked about how much they wanted to do it for love, right? They wanted him to be able to lift that Aegis. And I think bringing on people like Rue and like Nokme, it gives them that extra bit of motivation again. Yatoro's out here fan servicing. I bet you it's going to get to a game 3 and Bro's going to shave his head. That's what he's waiting for.
Celá Čína tu reálne stojí za Yatorom. Ja vám vravím, on nepotrebuje mať ani oholenú hlavu.
Dvojita.
Fleku!
Dvojita.
Nazdárek.
We've got the narrative set, we've got the tone set that had the favorite in Team Spirit versus the villain. And you know what? Team Vision have been happy to play the villain all year so long as they won. You know, these players, they don't care about public perception. They play
Spiriti, ak dostanú ten crowd buff,
shown it to us throughout this season.
tak uvidíme, či porazia neporaziteľné.
The heroes.
Final boss.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Team Spirit cares
do
so
no
much
one.
about the pride and the glory, and I think Vision is the same way. People are not here because of the money or because of this. They're here because it matters so much to them, because they set it as a goal. This is what they set their heart on, their ego.
I know one tam bude celku ako domáče. Tá arena vyzerá byť packed as fuck and ready to go.
builds. It's unlike anything else they've experienced in their lives, and now's the moment to show that you're truly worthy of it.
It's so phenomenal to get to feel how everyone is looking at these players. We've all loved the journey that they've taken to make it to a grand finals, to see each individual player get their flowers, their cheers from the crowd, to feel the energy that TI 15 in Shanghai has been able to offer us. It only makes me question just how excited everyone in the crowd is for our grand finals.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the final series of the International 2026 underway!
女士们、先生们、现场的观众朋友以及所有正在观看直播的 Dota 2玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2026国际邀请赛总决赛的现场。But before we kick off the grand final, Tsunami, I want to ask everyone here some questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
在我们总决赛开始之前，我想问一下现场的观众朋友们一些问题哦。有谁是第一次来到 TI 现场看比赛的呢？
Wait a second, are you asking how many people are here for their very first TI?
What?
What ding dong?
All right, you're very smart. 那接下来我想问一下，有谁7年前上海 TI9也在现场呢？ That's a lot.
So you're asking how many people were here from TI9 7 years ago here in Shanghai, and now they're back again. That's a lot of history. 15 years of the International, and now we are celebrating a very important anniversary. But in that time, so many players, teams, coaches, they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears to reach this moment.
距离第1届国际邀请赛已经过去了15年，而距离 TI9也过去了7年。当年那些熬夜陪你看比赛的朋友们，可能很久没有联系了，可能还坐在你身边，而有一些可能成了云玩家。
This year, 80 players set foot here in Shanghai, and now we are down to the final 10. And along the way, we may have said our final goodbyes to some of the most storied players who have written their name in the history of this game.
但是当现场的声音响起来，我们
07 Crit, 07 Sumail.
我们见证了太多的故事，我们熟悉了太多的选手 ID， 而我们也不停地在跟他们道别。比如今年的国际邀请赛，我们就跟 Smile 和 Crit 说了再见。
Behind us are the 2 teams that remain, fighting for a chance that the greatest feat a Dota player can achieve, a chance to immortalize themselves on the aegis of champions.
而在我们身后，就是我们本次总决赛的最后2支战队，他们将为一名 Dota 选手所能触及的最高荣誉而战，他们想要将自己的名字镌刻在这枚冠军神盾上。
On one side is Team Vision. They came so close to reaching this point just 1 year ago in Hamburg before their run was cut short at 3rd place by Extreme.
PogChamps chce jde dneska po VIP normálne farmiť. PogChamps zvládol to. A ide to cez kartu, chat. Aj tam kliknete na PayPal a dáte o kartovke tak.
Today they are here to prove that second chances do exist.
而今天他们站在了这里，他们想要证明机会可以再来一次。
And on the other side is Team Spirit. What more could I say that you aren't already? They won the hearts and minds of everyone in 2021, and they have simply built on that legacy ever since.
关于 Team Spirit， 我们还需要再多说一些什么呢？这支队伍从2021年起就赢得了全世界观众朋友们的心，而在那之后，他们从未停止过书写自己的传奇。
Some of the players may have changed, but the storied core remains, and they are here fighting for a chance to potentially make a 3rd inscription on this Aegis.
也许阵容会改变，他们的核心却永远未变。他们想要达到他们的目标，那就是举起这门冠军盾第3次。
These two teams have taken very different paths to get to this best of 5, however. Vision made their way through the upper bracket, defeating all of the remaining 3 teams in 4th, 3rd, and potentially even 2nd place.
两支队伍在本届 TI 都有
Dobre, později. Před VIP jen přes moji mrtvolu. To je bojovník, Plzy! Mamen!
A scarier journey. They got sent to lower bracket by Vision, and since then they have crushed every single one of their opponents 2-0 in the lower bracket.
而另外一边 Spirit 虽然被 Vision 送到了败者组，但是他们的脚步却从未停下，他们依然是那支大魔王战队。
Předbojuje těž. Ďakujem za to kilo.
Who the crowd is rooting for. Let's start with our upper bracket finalists.
话说到这里，我们想问一下现场的观众朋友们，你们是来支持谁的呢？
Who here is shooting for Team Vision?
Nějaký Vision fans? Ďakujem Anonymovi za jednoho saba.
Probably half.
There's only one way to find out. Who here is cheering for Team Spirit?
Team Spirit.
I don't think it's half and half.
Myslím, že Spiritové víc.
我觉得现场观众是一个对半开的支持率啊，可以明显的听到我们 Team Spirit 的粉丝好像更多一些。
But I know I can get one thing that everyone can agree on. Who here wants to see some good Dota?
That's me, baby! Tu najlepšiu dotu, ako kurva len môžeme vidieť. TI Finals!
All year long and even longer than that for many of the players.
没有错，我们本届邀请赛进行到今天，最初有80位选手来到了上海，而最终只有10位选手留在了我们总决赛的舞台上。
It never ceases to amaze me the history of this game. 15 years of the international, an esport that has survived the test of time, and I'm looking around this crowd right now, and I do not see any empty seats. You all are amazing for showing your commitment to this game.
在这15年里，我们见证了无数的战队、选手和教练，为了站上今天的舞台，付出了很多的汗水，
Aj keď tam nie je čínsky tým, je to brutál.
所有 Dota 2玩家，坐在这里的每一位观众，感谢你们陪伴我们成长，
Dota
感谢你
is
们
alive,
15年
baby.
一直在这里。
So then without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the
Fakt bojovať.
to face the king.
Vy neskutečne ďakujem za tie vstupenky, vy bojujete. Prince versus King. Oj. Chlapci moji, Satanik je locked in. Satanik je locked in. Oh boy.
Which legend can prove mastery of the game as a coach?
现在是2位传奇以教练的身份再一次证明谁真正参透了 Dota 这款游戏。
And it is time for new names to inscribe their place in history.
也是新的名字将自己写进 Dota 历史的时刻。
Shanghai, are you ready?
Woo!
Such a beautiful arena here, a full house, a lot of fans coming from everywhere here to celebrate what is our 15th international. And there's cheers for Vision, there's a lot of cheers for Spirit is the way in which I will coin this, and I love just what narrative we've been able to improve.
Tá storyline je podľa mňa úplne epická, chat. Fakt ešte to proste, jak je to viac menej učiteľ versus žiak, Kojatoro versus Satanik, Prince versus King, ale tu títo dvaja velikáni, Pupan a Mipoška, dve legendy a hlavne Pupan na pravej strane, ja osobne musím povedať, to je proste fakt ako záležitosť, že on, jemu, ak si pamätáte tú storylinku, jak on končil na TI, 4., ďalší rok 3., ďalší rok 2., potom ho vynechal a teraz je tu ako coach a môže ísť po to prvé miesto. aby sa normálne dokončila celá tá storyline, ktorá je tu roky, rokúce. To je proste niečo brutálne.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit.
Ideme na to.
Grand Finals. Game 1.
Game 1, baby.
A lot rides on the line of a game number 1 here. You always want to be taking a best of 5 with your best foot forward.
Počkaj, za Skzeta tam ale bojuje už aj niekto iný. Počkaj, hej, tam niekto bojuje za Skzetové VIP počas TI Finals. Ale aj Skzet, ale aj niekto iný, niekto tajomný. Niekto bojuje proti Plzimu. Zvedavý, či sa niekto postaví za Plziho.
Earth Spirit Tree
Tak,
and Bounty Hunter taken out.
Ember Spirit first pick.
Not too worried about
no
opening
one
up with an
Ember.
Ember here, despite we know the threat
Tak
of
čo
the
majú
Slot.
Spiriti za answers?
For the series for me are going to be the Ember Spirit, the Lone Druid, and the Nature's Prophet. And to see Team Vision place
Lone Druid je open. Chat, oni pôjdu po toho satanikovo Lone Druid, ja vám to vravím. To bude alebo to zoberú na druhej strane. Rovno Slark. Straight up Slark counterpick. Okay, baby, toto je Grand Finals.
Someone that wants to play these sort of more weird carry mid heroes. He wants to play the stuns, the space makers for Yatoro, who's the real star of the show. And so Vision is saying, hey, Slark is obviously super good against Ember, but we think you won't play it. And Laurel says, you sure, buddy?
It's kind of cool because he also did say in his interview that I don't think this matchup is real. I don't think it works. But you know, one humbling later, and you're on the train. You're like, oh, you know what?
Nechajú tam prejsť. Je tam Nature's Prophet, je tam Lone Druid. Najviac hot carryčka, možno ASF-ko je tam stále. Duma tam nenechajú prejsť, je tam ešte stále Largo, je tam stále Vispa. Ale podľa mňa akoby Lone Druid bude to najviac hot. Undying tam je open, jeden z veľkých pikov, Hoodwinková, Dark Willow, Clock napríklad presne Mirana.
Ember 4 has been something we've seen in the past. It's not the worst thing ever. With the Distiller playing off slight chains and actually not playing off the Flame Guard is definitely a viable playstyle. And if you want to swap lanes, I think it definitely could be an option.
While I do think the 9 class of old would have absolutely loved to do that, I think the Pupified version of 9 class will not be allowed to partake in such things. I mean, we heard from him at EWC that Puppy was vetoing so many of his hero suggestions that he asked him all that tournament if he could play his position 4 Juggernaut, and he never got it. I just somehow don't see them going down that route
I will say, vetoing Juggernaut position 4 and Ember, I feel like it's a different situation. Right? Let's say we go down the hypothetical of the Ember Spirit is a position 4 in this game. Laurel is now playing Slark, and he doesn't want to be playing Slark. And now suddenly Vision has changed the dynamic of this game to be a game that they like. And I feel like when they look the best is when they make the game into their game. They take control of the draft in that way, right? They force Laurel onto here he doesn't want to be playing in a matchup he doesn't really love. And when I remember personally playing Tinker, which was like one of my favorite heroes at the point, into 9 class
Maybe malá šanca, že to bude SCA.
I've never played this matchup in my entire life. I don't know what's going on. And I think that's one of the things that makes 9 class such a special player. That he can do that.
I also love this Dark Willow pick from Spirit
Dark
because
Willow.
it's been one of Vision's most picked and most successful 4 heroes, and to say, hey, this is a hero you rely on, you really like it in your drafts, we're going to ban your Cobble, we're going to take your Dark Willow. I think Spirit in finals is incredibly good at taking you out of your comfort zone, of understanding the heroes that you really want, especially in a final, right? You want to play the stuff you've been playing, the stuff you're comfortable on, and they're going to poke at that. They're going to poke holes and make you prove that you can play something you haven't been playing the whole tournament.
It's really cool to see. I feel like right now we're in a position where both sides are like not letting go of the draft. You know, they're both trying to pull it in their direction, make you play our game, and neither team is really giving it up yet.
There are still quite a few things left in the pool, though. The Lina, the Lone Druid, the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been Team Vision's go-to this entire tournament. It's only lost one time in the hands of Satanic, and the only way to beat it has been to consistently run at it with heroes with combo non-stop. And the mid Slark, while it's going to shut down Ember effectively in that mid lane, doesn't provide the same tempo.
I also would just love to point out how interesting and how much the draft changed over the international. At the beginning of it, we have first pick, you know, Treants and Banes and sort of normal heroes we see. And now at the end, there is a first pick Slark. I think that evolution of Dota and how the meta changes and the counter picking, the creativity from the teams, I think is such a fascinating part to see that, you know, that journey that the draft goes through.
We also talked about how impactful the supports have been coming into this series. For
zoberu
me,
toho Lone
especially, I think
Druida.
about Rue, not me. And if you look at the bans that Vision decided to go with,
as Mira points out, all
Ale
the
ja som
cores are in
toto
the
nechcú
pool. Why is
odhaliť,
that?
takže tam
Well,
môžu
'cause you
zobrať
have
toho
some of the
druhého
best support
supporta
players in
teraz.
the world, and they're forcing out these
Oni
stabs.
pôjdu tú Vispu! Oj, ja vravím, Vižnovci sú proste ten tvrdý tým, ktorí sa s tým nebudú srať. Ale toto môže byť hlavne 9-klasová Vispa na štvorku, teoreticky. On je celku specialist na tom, urobiť z toho akoby taký ten ako core, ale zo štvorky. Ale najpravdepodobnejšie to bude možno fakt pre Satanika na carry. Ale je to stále trochu flex.
But they're pulling it out of the hat saying, hey, we've got this extra trump card up our sleeve that now you need to have answers for, because it's a hero we've seen when played well on core be borderline unbeatable. The question is, can Vision actually execute it to the level that maybe some of these other teams that have now fallen by the wayside can?
It's quite heads up of them to take it though, because while Spirit haven't run it, it would have been an excellent thing to combo with the Slark. And we have to mention, 9-class was playing position 4 IO for the last 2 months. While the hero did shift in priority to core and looks better as a core, this is still one of their more comfortable strategies if they flex it to support. And he's a greedy 4 IO player. He's not like GH playing the enabling role. He's farming those 2 camps. He's max leveling Wisp.
Ja to pôjde, OK, no, do toho tvrdého SF-ka, s čím rozsekali Andexovcov. Oni potrebujú k Slarkovi niečo, čo dáva damage. Toto bude nejaký position 5 pick, si myslím teraz, pre Rueho. Vyverná je banned.
One of the drawbacks to IO is that you have no
Hudvinková je stále open, ale potrebujú melee. Undying je stále open, keby chceli Undying, ale zase by to mali také ako beztunové, čo oni nemajú moc radi.
Consider this for second phase. We'll look at the first phase, see how it goes, and then potentially we can alter our bans, get out the Doom and the Underlord, and then we get what we deem to be a free IO in the second phase. And this is very much not something I think Spirit necessarily would have expected, because they haven't prioritized it up till this point. And so they need to respond on the fly, right? All your prep, some of it's out the window now. You're flying by the seat of your pants.
Wow.
And I think that's a testament to it. Disruptor is a classic combo to IO. You press the relocate.
Kámo, Disruptor ako counter na Vispu a Embra. Tak poď mi ho. Poď mi ho.
Brand new here at the TI Grand Finals. I love this so much. They've thought
Prvýkrát
they've gone
piknutý.
through every single scenario, and at the end of the day,
To je presne Game 1 v BO5. To je presne ten priestor, kde môžeš bustoutnúť, čo máš ešte ako ESO.
I am so
Ak sa ešte pekne noticed.
Disruptor isn't in the strongest state that he's been.
Wanna get noticed.
Not just with the IO, but with the Slark. For a mid Slark to set tempo, he needs supports that can play on his night vision. And if you pair up the glimpse
Oni to ale oni to môžu hrať na tú position 4 Vispu stále. Oni tam môžu zobrať kľudne Lone Druida na last pick, ako reálne. Vižnovci ešte, alebo nejakého Natura, keby chceli, alebo niečo podobné. Ale môže to byť Satanik stále na tej carry Vispe, no.
The hero has clearly a reason to be in this game. It's good against the IO. It's even good against the Ember in many ways. You get any sort of stun on the Ember, you get the static storm on top of it, and he just dies. And against Mirana, she wants to leap away. And we've seen problems in this patch where these Miranas, like GH was playing, it was like 9-1 and 17 because you just can't kill him. But with Glimpse, that
Vidíte
suddenly
tie
becomes very
mozkové
easy.
bunky, Pupa normálne vymýšľa master
And
plán.
they respond to it on a theoretical level. They're not trying to pick the same stuff every game. They're trying to pick what makes sense if everyone was playing perfect. And I think that's such a cool and interesting way of drafting. But there definitely is, the risk when picking Disruptor that the hero is just not that good right now. It's a great game for it, but you're walking into late against Axe. The hero's going to be pressing Battle Hunger on you off cooldown.
Jo, Kvin má pravdu, ale ten Disruptor je riskantný. Jo, akože je to proste, že buď budú môcť hantiť killy a prežijú nejak akoby tam ten laning a budú akoby môcť hantiť cez mid, budú mať advantage, ale jakmile budú hrať from behind, ten Disruptor je zrazu polovičný, nič moc to nebude robiť, bude to mať jakž takž outplay potenciál s nejakými silencami na Embra, nejaké ako tam relocate a tak, niečo to bude limitovať, ale musia akoby Spiriti hrať to, čo hrali tie posledné 2 série, brutal aggro, robiť veci po mape, aj skrz toho Slarka, ktorý by mal vyhrať ten mid jednoznačne. To je ten faktor.
Are any of these heroes going? We still don't know. Is this a position for Ember potentially? Is this IO going to be a 4? They have a lot of ability to adapt their entire draft with this last pick. And I think Spirit, like we said, they like to conceptually beat what you're setting up for. And by putting themselves in this position where we're just not going to tell you what our draft wants to do at the end of the day, gives them that advantage.
Satanik
and I
sa
think it
smeje,
doesn't allow
chat.
Spirit to have that edge that they've had in all
Ja
the
máme pocit v kostiach, že oni to idú bejtnúť. Že oni dajú normálne 9-classovi tú vyspu a pôjdu Satanikovi zobrať ten last pick. Ja to normálne cítim v kostiach.
And take out some key heroes that could be game-winning picks. Counter picks against
A myslia si to takisto aj Spiriti. Tam banujú Keza a Nature's Propeta. Ostal tam ale Lone Druid, chat.
I mean, that's the only thing we've seen from Vision throughout the year, right? I don't think we've seen a Satanic IO. It's been 9 class, it's been...
Zobere medveďa. Zobere toho medveďa.
IO though, and the M4 that you guys were talking about, which is why they're doubling down that if that's what they want to go, at least Satanic won't get something that he's popped off on and felt comfortable with.
That's definitely possible. And I think they're trying to cover their bases because they're not entirely sure. No one is, besides the 6 people in that Vision booth. Nobody knows what the plan is with this IO. It was pre-concocted for this game where we're going to surprise them. We're going to get off the jump in the right way. And so we just don't know yet.
I mean, I think even for Vision, right, you have the option of like...
Collapse by mohol vyťahnuť Magnusa, no. Oni tam potrebujú nejakého teamfight iniciátora od Magnusa, od Spiritov.
Depending on what they feel like is, you know, do we want a Satanic hero here? Is the Satanic...
Zober toho Lone Druida, brácho.
So I'm leaning towards him potentially being the IO and it being a new mid pick.
Yeah, you often can gauge who's picking the hero just by who's talking the most near the end of the draft. And I agree with that rationale.
Alebo to flexnú nejakého Embra na štvorku, ale... Alebo čo tam idú vymysleť tí Vižnovci? Pupán, už nás nenaťahuj! Hudving. Takže to je Satanik Vyspa. Satanik Vyspa, baby.
Many mid players this tournament say that, and they cannot deal with the Slark. And so
Ana je naspäť. Prevtelený. Novej generácii.
Centaur is still in the pool. Like now that you see this.
Jo, ako to bude nejaký Kentaur. Taj to nebude, lebo je band. To bude nejaký Kentauros.
One ignored this draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It's a hero that will really never be bad. It's just solid in lane, gives you that is a scary lane. Axe Hoodwink, that is a lot of early potential, a lot of kill threat.
Undying, oh, cool. Okay,
Off-lane Undying. Kámo, toto je YOLO line-up. Skoro bez stunov. Nejaké glimpsy, nejaké tam jako ohrádky, rúty. Kámo, toto je YOLO line-up. Ale Team Spirit sa držia toho, čo majú. Oni vedia, že musia hrať rýchlo, že musia zničiť. A idú ničiť. Spiriti tu normálne prišli prejsť ako párny válec Team Vision. A je čisto iba otázka, či Vižnovci to dajú. Počkať, on Satanik ale ide hrať carry Embra a no one bude hrať midovú Vyspu. Ale to neznamená, že prežijú ten laning phase. Toto je ako hra na čas, akoby dosť. Spiriti majú brutál draft, ako za mňa tá Vyspa není možno tak scary. A ako Satanik na carry Embrovi možno pôjde nejaký rádlo build, ale prežiť tam toho offlane Undyinga, to bude crazy challenge.
There's nerves, there's the weight of trying to lift the Aegis, and now you're on something that you're not quite used to. That can affect your gameplay in very negative ways.
I would say it goes both ways though.
Momentálne rozhovor za malý moment.
Player, and I would imagine this mid lane IO's...
Myslím si, že akoby s panelom sme si to tu akoby už pekne, krásne celé zhrnuli, chat. A ja chcem, aby sme to tu všetko mali nastavené úplne presne podľa predstav a nemyslí nič. Takže sa tu pôjdeme pekne spoločne my presunúť pekne krásne do prvej hry z Grand Finals. Tie drafty sme si podľa mňa akoby prebrali velice intenzívne. Ja som to videl optik, ale nemusíš to akoby znova akoby písať.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by coach of Vision, Puppy. Welcome back to TI Grand Finals, my man. And I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but after the past few years of your Dota career, were you ever wondering if you would be able to make it back here?
I thought I would be here if I just had a better team, maybe. That's it.
Oh, so you're just like all my pub teammates then?
Yeah, fucking teammates. No, I mean, it was a rough time. Maybe
teammates.
I need a vacation, maybe I need something, but overall, I always thought that I know how to play Dota, or at least I know how to win Dota.
You have proven that time and time again, and now you're ready to prove it in a best of 5. And in a best of 5, I'm wondering, how do you approach banning and drafting? Do you get to give yourself more of a leash because you're like, well, I'm not going to get eliminated after 2 games of experimentation?
Yeah, but this is not necessarily an experiment. This is something we've tried. So if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, well, we tried it. We did.
And this that I'm assuming you're referring to is no one on IO. He has 0 competitive games on this hero, and you're debuting it now at TI Grand Finals.
That's what TI is for.
And also what TI is for is watching the games. Puppy, thank you very much for the interview as we send it to game number 1.
Game number 1, baby. Prince versus King. Grand Finals nám môže momentálne započať. Usaďte sa všetci do jedného. Aréna je packed. Aréna je pripravená. Vy ste toto tu obecenstvo, ktoré tam ako teraz momentálne ako vidíte všade navokolo, tak toto vy ste pre mňa, chat. Jo, každý akoby občasný smajlík, občasný akoby tam ten váš presence je to, čo tu vo mne akoby pekne tú energiu ešte stále nejak udržuje. A teraz príde tá čerešnička na torte. Poďme sa pozrieť, či Spiriti s týmto ultra rýchlym YOLO line-upom toto celé breaknú. Ten Slark zrazu nebude mať úplne podľa mňa tak decisive mid, ako si mysleli. Tým, že tam shiftli tie linky, tak ako si myslím, že tá Vyspa tam akoby to pôjde podľa mňa vytradovať celku OK. Ten Slark tam môže byť trochu annoying, ale je to predsa len akoby ranged versus melee. Na vrchu som ale najviac zvedavý na to, ako Satanek pôjde prežiť tú linku Dark Willow Undying. To je ako extrémny pressure. Má tam akurát Miranu proste na 5, takže tam ako som zvedavý, čo za zázraky tu ide Satanek vymysleť na prežitie toho laning phaseu a to väčšina pôjde do nejakého rádlo buildu. Spiriti každopádne tých prvých 15 minút je ich prime time. Jo, Yatoro takisto by tam ako s SF-kom podľa mňa ako by toho Axeho mohol ako celku dosť intenzívne pleskať. Tam to môže byť síce jakž tak kill lane pre Vision. Tam predsa len ako tie Battle Hungry budú ako toho Disruptora celku prcať. A do toho tam je proste Hoodwinková, no, celkovo to nebude úplne príjemná linka pre Spiritov tiež. Tá spodná by mohla byť dosť kill lane, ale aj tá vrchná. Vidíme, ako sa Lárlovi podarí, ale túto midovú vyspičku od Nova na jeho debut. Jo, jeho úplne prvú vyspu v kompetitívnej ako Dote 2. Jo, túto chlapci shiftli. Uvidíme, ako sú tu chlapci pripravení na takéto záležitosti, ktoré tam nehrajú možno 495, 8, 3 plus 2, 8 krát 2 krát, rozumiete? Zatiaľ to tu Novan ulázitová celku bez problémov. No, na vrchu najväčší pressure by podľa mňa mali ísť akoby voči Satanikovi, na carry Embrovi, no a práve to sa tu deje. Presne prišiel level 2 a rýchla vypínačka, dokonca tam ani nepotrebovali Tombstone, tam proste rýchlo akorát Soul Ripom, to tam proste kolaps snipol. A toto je presne to, čo môžu Spiriti využívať. Early killy, early pressure, silnejšie linky. 9 class, tu medzi tým ešte Antený takisto akorát Ruem, ten možno ale toto tu úplne prepočítal a nakoniec si Notice pôjde pravdepodobne pekel. Okay, nakoniec ten Lázy teda zobere 9 class, Vižnovci ale vyrovnávajú teda na 1-1. Takisto na ich nebezpečnej linke tu pôjdu robiť veci, možno dvojkových rejzov, že to mohlo byť trochu nebezpečnejšie pre tú enemy stranu. Zatiaľ ale sa tam na spodnej strane bude aspoň chillovať, aspoň teda 9 class to bude musieť chvíľku chillovať, aby sa tam mohol vrátiť nejakému boju. Challenge pre Satanika prežiť a tentokrát tu niečo ufarmiť. Je ale podľa mňa ako prvýkrát na tomto turnaji, vidím, že tam ako nemá hrdinu, na ktorom ako to môže celku easily ulázitovať, alebo aspoň ukázať svoje láziť skills. Teraz je tam proste proti bullying linke. Teraz fakt ako idú mladíka proste kľúci naklepať ako na řízky v nedelu. Celku poeticky. A ešte k tomu tam je iba nejaká tá Mirana, není tam ani aspoň nejaká Viverna, aby mu tam ako pomohol prežiť ten laning. Tuto to fakt ako musia na raw skill proste Vižnovci nejak urvať. Od 6 možno tam ako bude môcť samozrejme nejaký ten relocate od No One prísť, keďže to je na mide tak ako o niečo skôr. Hoodwinková tam možno bude behať takisto. Ale vyzerá, že Dukalis dostane akurát trošku vyharasováno ako bonus. Vyzerá, že sa tu Satanek nejaké tej farme dostane, ale tu si nakoniec Not Me proste vysoloval Dukalisa jak nič. TI Grand Finals, ale tento tu muž na jeho debut bude takisto robiť veci. 9 class tu nedostane teda žiadne ďalšie úplne veľké glimpsy. To, že si tu Spiriti ale takto tu ako dovolili, takisto aj toho Disruptora proste vytiahnuť na Game 1 TI Grand Finals je samo o sebe epic as fuck. Satanik teraz síce ako slalom jakž tak zvládol, tam bude ale ešte jeden hit, pekne to vydodžoval Satanik, OK. Tam ešte kolaps, ale chce jedným DKom to skúsiť. Fairy Fire tam Satanikovi pravdepodobne momentálne zachránil riť. Zatiaľ akorát s tou early botou Vandou. Tam bude proste chcieť prežívať. 13 creepov tam jakž takž urval. Ale kolaps je ten dominátor, ktorý tu teraz môže robiť vieci Spiriti. Zatiaľ za prvé 4 minúty si tu niečo menej ako 1K zobrali, ale popravde není to zase tak ako úplne, že lead, že už teraz je vidieť, že sa to tam ako brutálne buduje. Na mide vyzerá, že tam ako extrémne dobre zvládol Laro celý tento tu challenge. Dukalis medzi tým tu zase bude mať ale problém. Posledný lip si tam chlapec ušetrí, ostane tam ale na 30 HPčkách. Laro na midovom Slarkovi mal pôvodne podľa plánu proste kantrovať Embra. Nakoniec vyzerá, že aj proti tej vyspičke 24-10 bude viac než OK chlapec. Tu ale prišiel Nineclass pozdraviť a ten midový Slarček bude mať problém. Tie posledné vyspátka tam nestačili na to, aby ho dorazili. Laro bude schopný si tu teda urobiť akurát výlet domov. Ale pekný pressure tam aj tak prichádza zo strany Vision. No One tu medzi tým pekne pôjde farmiť jeden camp a možno k tomu ešte nejaké tie krepy navíc. Why not? Uvidíme, čo po 5. minúte tu teda ale celkovo príde. No One bude musieť byť možno aj ten záchranár s nejakými relocatami. Teraz ich tu videli kluci, ale pod Visionom. Not Me, to tu pekne Bramble Mazeov teraz oddelí, tu No One nemá moc kde. OK, nakoniec tam našiel ten uhol, pekne sa k Nineclassovi dostal. Ten zastaví ešte obidvoch k tomu. Zachránia si tu Visionovci pekne vzájomne prdel. Ten Bramble Maze vždycky nájsť miesto na ten tetre, je celku challenge. Ale dokonale teraz to tu ako chlapci ešte našli. No, medzi tým ako Satanek sa tu aj tak ako dostal 22 creepom, čo je ako celku brutálne na tejto tu linke. Do kolapsu teraz ale prichádza dobrý pokus. Nineclass to tu tiež pôjde oddeliť, dokonca Satanek z tohoto celého bude mať kill. Undying padá a zase ukazujú Visionovci tú ich silu. Rueáš medzi tým tam pekne vyčistil aspoň teda jednoho supporta vzadu. Not Me by tu mohol byť, ale Nineclassom ešte proste tradenutý tiež jeden výlet tejto tu Hoodwinkovej. A keď vyzerá, že to tu Rueáš bude schopný možno punishnúť tie solo XP fakt ako super disruptora úplne to najdokonalejšie. Čím skôr levely, čím väčší glimpse, čím skôr level 6. Toto môže pre Spiritov to tu akoby úplne celé otvoriť. Ten základ majú dobrý takisto na mide a hlavne zase Yatoro v jeho final forme. Tentokrát s SF-kom znova doručuje. Na leveli 6 dokonca si tu urobil ešte výlet do enemy trianglu, trošku to tu poskautil a vyzerá, že ide proste gangovať mid v 6. minúte s keríčkom. Tam dole má normálne waveu pripravenú. A tu medzi tým prišiel ako No One pozdraviť. Ešte stále ako nemá úplne level 6, druhé až ho tam medzi tým možno nájde tu, ale medzi tým našli kluci Beveričku a potu si proste Spiriti pôjdu. Krásny snipe do Yatora. Druhé až tu vzadu, ale drží ešte No One a tam šprintí momentálne Yatoro, aby sa k nemu dostal. No One, ten ako má celku do zápečiek, 2 rejzy tentokrát prežije. Ale veľmi pekný pressure. Yatoro ukazuje, že dneska fakt ako prišiel hrať to najaktívnejšie carry, aké existuje na planéte. No, do toho kolaps ale prišiel so svojím Tombstoneom tuto ako bojovať pekne proti dvojici týmu Vision. Jeden Undying proti dvojici, ten Tombstone tam nakoniec môžu, ale možno vyhľadať Dukalis, zomre ale tesne predtým. No, vyfarmi si Satanek, ale očividne Tombstone, vyfarmi si Undyinga, vyfarmi si k tomu ešte celú tú šrajnu Satanek. OK, mladý princ prišiel čarovať. Ešte aj ten čerstvý relocate tam dobre použili na to, aby to mohli úplne celé doraziť. Toto sa ale nakoniec ako vyplatilo. Tá vrchná Undying linka nakoniec nie je úplne tak nezastaviteľná, ako sa zdalo. Na druhej strane predsa len, ako tá výhoda tých shrine by tam mohla byť celku obrovská a Visionovci na celku ako ustáli podľa mňa to, čo sa normálne ani ustáť nedá. Satanek tu medzi tým ešte má pripravený aj ten Lotus, aj tie styky, on sa dokonca dostane aj od tejto tu trojice. On to vymyslel jak pán pánov. Na proste tú linku, ktorú nemá ako normálne nikto jeden bežný smrteľník ustať. Tak Satanek tu má ako reálne 2500 network, tak on není to úplne najviac. Je to ale iba o 500 menej ako ten Undying, Pohoda, Chilla, Jazz. Je jasné, že Yatoro tam bude mať akoby trošku intenzívnejšiu free farmu, ten bude samozrejme zraniteľný hlavne v moment, keď tam bude nejaký blink call od toho Axeho, do toho tam budú mať follow-up, či už to bude šipka, jo, alebo to akoby môžu setupovať samozrejme cez toho Embra, ale ten na carry ako nebude môcť úplne, lebo uvidíme, ako moc bude behať a setupovať šipečky samozrejme. Ja som zvedavý na ten build, čo tam bude Satanek vyťahnuť. Teraz tam momentálne na jednom HP v lese, akurát tak ako dofarmuje tam nejaké žáby alebo something. Chudák, ktoré si tu dáva duel s vlkmi. By mal nakoniec ako chlapec zvládnuť, do farmy tam hlavne tesne presne teraz ten level 6. Že konečne sú tam už revenanti, Pôjde očividne nejaký Kaja build, takže to bude normálne taký ten ako klasický Ember, akorát si ho proste zahra Satanik. Ako keby hral reálne proste nejaký ten jeho bežný pomaly rang 1 public a akurát proste musel hrať mid time to time. Tak proste tam zrazu akoby ide bust-outnúť akurát túto Embera, ale na safe linke. Larlič medzi tým tu pekne pofarmí so Slarkom, ale dokonca aj nejaké tie enemy stacky z tej ekonomiky, z druhej strany si niečo pobere, tam ako podľa mňa teraz môže vedieť, že je pod vardou. Je tam na tých low HPčkách, príde tam rovno to devardnúť, to je tá výhoda Slarka, proti ktorej tu Spiriti budú musieť bojovať. A práve to je väčšinou výhoda Spiritov, veľmi dobrý vision game. Áno. Ešte to potvrdí samozrejme aj ten Slarček. Uvidíme, či tým Vision tentokrát, ale na to budú dobre. Technicky sú to podľa mňa dvaja najsilnejšie, ako by to najsilnejšie support duo, aké tu existuje. Dukalis plus 9 class. Práve tento tu jeden bude ale momentálne vrátený. Zase sa tu Yatoro prišiel pekne nasťahovať. Bez problémov, proste líbuje tú spodnú stranu. Free farmu má aj tak. Vižnovci medzi tým prišli teda očividne kolapsa, možno skúsiť zase vyhnať z tej vrchnej strany, ten má síce svoje všetko, ale tu vyzerá, že Satanik možno bude schopný a možno úplne ne, možno sa tu kolaps otočí 1v3, Satanika tam ešte budú naháňať túto traja zombíci vzadu. Satanik sa ale rozhodol portiť, on zabudol na tých 3 zombíkov, k tomu ešte tam prišli Brambly, aj. Oh boy, kolaps 1v3, tu pôjde teraz spôsobiť kolaps, ale práve týmu Vision. Rozbehnutie týmu Spirit z toho lower bracketu bude možno nebreaknutelné ani pre ten tým, ktorý bol doteraz nezastaviteľný. Vižnovci neprehrali na celom TI ani jednu jedinú sériu. Občas pustili nejakú tú hru tu a tam. Obchodník! Neskutočne nadelil 5 kg ešte k tomu. Sa ale dejú ale monštrózne záležitosti Spiriti. No, teraz ale budú mať Latošku v problémoch, toho prišli navštíviť veľmi pekne práve Vižnovci. Tradeovale tej veže tam ako nebudú mať ani z ďaleka a ani z diaľky. Oh boy, obchodníku, ďakujem veľmi krásne za 5 kg. Nemáš do čo na komentovanie, ja si to tu ako užívam spolu s vami. To TI Finals je Magic samo o sebe a tá spiritská forma. Tá proste ako nebude očividne klesať. Notice tu majú označeného dole, majú si ho tam glimpsov nachystať. Ten call tam nakoniec ale bol dobrý, aby tam prerušil si ten prvotný pokus na jeden hit. To možno Notice nakoniec tým pádom prežije, kámo, ten call timing. Notice. Tam mohol Yatoro síce stať o trošičku ďalej, ale no, tentokrát to proste Notice zvládol na pána pánov. No matter what. Je tu ale pekne pripravený proste pre 12 minútov trojkusicový gold. Yatoro tu môže s tou Madneskou hlavne proste vypleskať úplne celú tú tier jednotku. Tu tam nemá momentálne kto defovať. Bude to proste ďalšia väža pre Team Spirit. Gold lead sa tu bude navyšovať na pomaly 4000. Yatoro je tu zase rozbehnutý jak beast. 1 kill mu teraz unikol. Uvidíme, čo tu ale s Moonlight Shadovom chcú možno vymýšľať túto chlapci z týmu Vision. Hasty si tu aj tak Laro dokonca do botličky pekne ušetrí. Steky sú tu poctivo nachystané ešte od mistra Not Meho. A je pravda, že Vižnovci proste fakt ako musia prežiť, hlavne tých prvých 15-20 minút. Jo, to, čo majú ale Spiriti napikované, je aggression. No, do Larla sa to ale možno rovno otočí. Notice tu prišiel urobiť dokonalý výlet, setup krásny a nazdar. To je presne tá výhoda týmu Vision, tam, kde ich čakáte, najmenej tam budú. A tu je vidieť, že GRANDFINALS prišli hrať všetci Dotu. Tu sa nebudú hrať nejaké nenápadné farmičky niekde na krajoch mapy, tu sa bude hrať velice aktív. Na carry Emberovi už dokonca teda máme akoby rovno Kaju z prvej, trošku sa akoby čudujem, že tu ako nepôjde urobiť taký ten ako rádlo build. Ale ty kráso. Ďalší poctivý tlesk setíček. Well played. Setup od druhého, teraz ale príde tentokrát do toho silencu, už nepotrebuje Yatoro nič. Príde proste vypleskať. Yatoro, Skret si tu dokonca sám prišiel odkomentovať aspoň ten jeden pick-up Laro. Šiel chytiť niečo vzadu, tu sú Vižnovci ale štvorici. Rybičky to nemôžu úplne s hejstami len tak obtočiť. Satanik tu medzi tým ale pôjde skúsiť dodžovať všetko, pekne vydodžoval aj ten pokus s glimpsom. Je vidieť, že toho Embra už niekedy chlapec poklikával, aj keď to nie je možno úplne jeho typická domáca zóna, toto tu zatiaľ zvládol. Spiriti pôjdu ďalej, ale samozrejme tlačiť. To je ich zóna. Jo, majú tam ako veľmi dobre nastolené to tempo. No one predsa len, ako uvidíme, aké timingy tu bude vyhadzovať. Nineclass tu medzi tým veľmi pekne síce ako naklikal tohoto tu pána Kolapsiča. Prichádza tam ale aj Yatoro a celý Team Spirit. Ja myslím, že Nineclaw si to už ako možno uvedomoval, ale proti tomu Glimpsu zrazu nejde nič, keď takto môžu chlapci tlačiť. Tak tu Spiriti pôjdu tlačiť takzvané do plných. Aj tam, kde sa to nezmestí. Aj into the back door. Oh boy. No, ako medzi tým No One, samozrejme pre neho bude najpodstatnejší ten Naganim timing, ktorý tam bude za viac menej 900 goldov. To je ten timing, ktorý by Vižnovcov už mohol pomaly trochu prebudiť. Samozrejme potrebujú na Axem tiež mať akoby nejaké tie blinky, nejaké tie setupy. Ja, to chvíľku ešte možno ako potrvá. Sataníček, ten vyzerá, že pôjde proste Kaiju into BKB, celku ako basic mid build, akurát proste scary pozície. Uvidíme, ako túto pozíciu teda ale chlapec bude zvládať, pretože Yatoro ten je tam ako doma. Ten je tam na tom, čo tu hrá celú dobu. Má tam ešte bonus carry v podobe toho Slarka teda na mide. Bežne na offlane Undyingoch napríklad teda u Collapsa si myslím, že to bude proste akurát rovno ten Octarine z prvej, čo býva ako taký ten ako najlepší scaling item, veľmi dobrý aj akoby, či sa týka ako farmičky, aj ako nejakého impactu, aj statov popravde. Blinka už, ale je tu pre Notista, ten dokonca nakoniec sa vysral na to, aby tam dokončil ten Blade Mail, ten rovnou robil Blink, potom čo kúpil najprv Broadsword. Teraz ale Vižnovci tým pádom majú celku go time. Je čas ísť ukázať možno tie pupanové nápady. Team Vision sa pôjdu približiť Not Me, tu narazí ale rovno do toho smoku. OK, čaká tam Notice na príležitosť, Yatoro by mohol byť dokonalý target a ten presne pôjde nachystať. Silence to tam ale celku dobre zastaví, Satanik tam síce stojí mimo ten Requiem, tam ale rozseká nakoniec Notista. Na toto tu Spiriti boli pripravení, Team Vision majú problém. Team Vision stratia trojicu. Yatoro si z toho zoberie mega kill. A popravde po 15. minúte tu ako teoreticky môžu ako využiť toho flash golema na to, aby išli Roša. Takto crazy, zatiaľ teda Spiriti úplne nebudú, predsa len ako je to celku early into the game. Hlavne teraz potrebujú tráviť čas podľa mňa ďalším tlačením do plných. Spiriti, tí proste neskutočne devastujú, ale teraz fakt ako presne tú dobu, čo majú napikované, že by mali mať najsilnejšie, tak to tu zvládli. Aj ten blink timing od Axeho. Nebolo to ako by úplne z Blade Mailov, hlavne Rue tam bol dokonale pripravený, aby tam mohol hodiť ten Silence, tým pádom tam neprišli Starstormy, Satanik tam nemohol fully commitnúť, nikto ďalší tam neprinese ten damage, tam midová vyspa, to není úplne taký ten playmaking boy, ktorý by bežne proste na No One-ovi ako bol skoro vždy. A Larl medzi tým si tu ešte vyčmúka, samozrejme aj Nineclaw, aby toho nebolo málo, Invisečej tam síce príde, Not Me to pekne, ale Bremblami snajpol. Tam sa Vižnovci síce akoby blížia okolo, ešte tam ale stále No One ani nemá ten Aganim, ešte tam nemá ani tie konštantné vyspy všade okolo, tu Vižnovci proste nie sú úplne ready. Oni si tam akoby jakž tak, že ako mysleli, že môžu ísť po nejaký smoke, Spiriti ich tu ale pekne beatli jak malých chlapcov a to tempo je proste v tých spiritských rukách na to, aby si mohli ísť takisto po early objectivy. Uvidíme, čo tá vyspa má za potenciál toto akoby nejak udržať. A ja myslím, že Spiriti pôjdu po nabiehanie ďalej, toto bude proste hand game. Yatoro nám to ukázal už aj dneska ráno, že proste on je v handmode, ako už od rána vstal, proste možno treťou jeho gigantickou nohou, odrazil sa a tu je proste pripravený ničiť. Tu sa žiadne pasívne keríčka už dneska hrať nebudú nikde. Satanika medzi tým kluci teda trochu skúsili ten tam stihol aspoň teda vytušovať úplne celú tú waveu. Teraz ako sa nám tu ako ukáže tento tu pán Prince v situácii, ktorého nevidíme úplne bežne. Hrať takú tú catch-up game, kde vie, že ho všade môžu akoby celku jednoducho vychytať. Tu musí nájsť nejaký zázrak, kde sa mu tá hra vôbec nebude hrať jednoducho. Dostal tu toho najťažšieho vykantrovaného hrdinu a ešte k tomu na carry. Tu ale medzi tým Rueáša sa podarilo pekne Notistovi síce snajpnúť, už tu prichádzajú Spiriti, ale na trade-off Larl bude mať jeden. Vižnovci si zoberú z toho ale aspoň dva. Ten trade-off pôjde skúsiť ako vyrovnať túto pán Yatorič. Keď sa zbavia vždycky Rueho, tak tie ďalšie bonusky tam nemôžu úplne len tak prísť. Collapsiť sa tu nebojí ako ísť ďalej, ako trošku ohlodávať. On má síce všetko, má tam Flash Golem a má tam Tombstone. A keď tam nemá teda tú svoju dvojicu, tak sa tu ako fakt nebojí nabiehať do nich. No vieš, že tam ako niekde opodál, tam vždycky bude Yatoro, ktorý to pôjde proste skúsiť kliknúť pravým, hlavne on má Octarine. Takže aj môže počítať s tým, že tam bude mať ten instantný respawn. Jo, do toho tu ešte čaká Larl, či ho náhodou ako nebudú chcieť ešte úplne komitnúť, aby to tu nejak obtočili. Uvidíme, či tu ale nejaká tá ešte ukludňovačka pre Vižnovcov príde. On bude potrebovať veľmi veľa času Satanik, aby tu bol nejaký ako efektívny Ember, ešte k tomu akoby scary pozície, teraz ako viac menej ide hrať takúto ako prácu, čo robí väčšinou mid. A Collapsa tu nakoniec ale kľúce vidia, Larl tam síce za ním stál, ale takto ďaleko tam fakt stáť nebude. Si kolaps urobil výlet a teraz si bude pravdepodobne uvedomovať, že tam niekde je Vision. Ako instantne sa spavne, pohoda Chilla Jazz, za 5 minút ten respawn má znova. Už mu tu ale hlavne podľa mňa budú prichádzať možno teammate, no možno tu ale kolaps zase nabehne akoby smerom rovno na nich. Sice ako to tam pôjde obchádzať, ale z druhej strany práve Larlage tam počká tam aj s Jatorom. Tam našli minimálne 9 class a Larlage si tam už pôjde, ale po tú vyspu a skúsi akorát relocatom sa tam zachrániť. Ten Glimpse nešiel načasovať lepšie. Rue až tu predviedol krásu, prečo je Disruptor dobrý proti vyspičke. A aj keď 9 class si to chvíľku by chce ešte chlapec ako zachrániť, aspoň predal skúsiť vyportiť tuto niekde v stromoch, pekne ich tam ako vyčúkoval na záver. Spiriti toto majú úplne plne pod kontrolou. S Undyingom plus Jatorovským esetkom môžu podľa mňa celku jednoducho ísť hocikedy po Rošana. Larlage medzi tým sa tu dobre ale nachystal, aby to tu skúsil. Satanik má ale tak rýchle reflexy, že to normálne nejde nájsť. Tento blázen tu čaruje normálne z hovna, robí guláš. A pred 20 minút to teraz pekne vytočoval tam v stromoch schovávajúceho sa Slarka. Stále tu majú ale Spiriti vybudovaný ten 6000-ový gold, hlavne tu majú dobrý typ Vision, vidia tu Dukalisa, vidia aj kde si Satanek teraz nahodil toho Remnanta tam, ako myslím, že tejto tu Mirane nemôže pomôcť možno ani svetená voda. Dukalis tu bude snipnutý just like that. No, pravdepodobne si kľúci budú teda uvedomovať, že tam ako niekde bude Deep Vision tu, ale Spiriti im proste nedajú breathing space. Ak chcú Visionovci hrať nejakú scaling game, tento tu akoby teda na Game 1 mohol byť aj, ako hovoril Pupan, proste možno tá ideálna chvíľka na to tu niečo skúsiť, trošku tu niečo bustoutnúť. Ale vyzerá to, že Spiriti tentokrát na to mali trošku ako možno lepší pohľad. Hlavne je tu Jatoro oveľa viac doma, jo, ako Satanek. Jako mohli tam last picknúť kľudne iba nejakého lone druida hrať takúto akoby pre nich honest game, aj keď teda presný opak možno akoby pre väčšinu Dota hráčov, ale nakoniec to tu skúsili akoby takto obmeniť. A už tu presne pôjdu Spiriti po to, čo sme mysleli. Ešte tam Gaben samozrejme spavnol ako bonus aj double damage. Jatoro to tu fakt ako pleská ešte rýchlejšie ako by mohol. Jo, chvíľku tu 9 class premýšľal, že tam pôjde akoby možno niečo s tým Rošanom robiť. A nakoniec si pôjde ale ukradnúť aspoň tú šrajnu, kde tu ide. Obidve budú mať tentokrát Visionovci. Aspoň trošku trade-off. No, Rue až ten medzi tým sa tam pôjde teda prejsť a zistiť, že tam ako není šrajna. Ak sa tu pôjde prejsť nižšie, by tu mohol setupnúť túto ako pani Hudvinkovú. A sa tam schovala síce do stromov, dobre, nenašiel to Rue až in the first place. Už to ale Distillerom kluci nájdu. Ale jakmile sú tie Distiller timingy, tá Hudvinková sa tam proste úplne takto schovať nemôže. Nebudú chlapci šetriť nič. Supporti prídu ďalej tu, ale notice medzi tým tu našiel Jatora s Aegisom, tam ale není ako žiadny follow-up, tam Satanik ako teraz príde. Pozvedavý, čo s tým Emberom to ide ale momentálne vytvoriť. Tí supporti to bude predsa len tam Spiritom chvíľku trvať, kým sa tu ako rejoinu. Kolaps ale tu kľudne pôjde rovno do nich, no problém, ako moc tenky je. S Glimmerom vyzerá, že viac než dosť. A Jatoro sa ich absolútne báť, tentokrát tu chlapcov nebude. Notice to takzvané pekne skúsil, keď boli rozdelení, ale ani rozdiela panuj taktika proti Jatorovi dneska nefunguje. Tento chlapec ani nepotrebuje bold buff, ten proste má zase vyhraný celý lower bracket, má nahraných proste tu trilión hier a challengeov, cez ktoré Spiriti prešli 2-0 a proste touto čistou cestou. Možno tento tu pán King prišiel po tretí Aegis Notice, našiel, ale tentokrát možno jednoduchší kill. Larlage bude teda konečne aspoň vymazaný. Instantne tam príde Jatoro, aspoň toto tu si narvať až na Unstoppable a znova budú mať Spiriti proste dve odpovede len za jednu. Aj keď si kluci zobrali nejaký ten core kill, absolútne to spomalenie toho tempa sa tu nekoná. Rue až dávno s tou blinkou, ich tu jednak akoby môže hantiť ešte oveľa jednoduchšie. Dokonca tam má nakliknutý Tanakanem, aby tu prišiel robiť viacej. Satanek tu medzi ním príde trochu ako zdržovať. Bramble Maze tentokrát zvládol, zatiaľ sa tu s nimi bude hrať. Má tam dokonca pripravené teda to BKB stále vo veľmi decent timingu. Podľa mňa neexistuje hráč, ktorý by z tej carry pozície tu ako proti Spiritom ešte v takejto fáze mal už aspoň to, čo má on. Ale proste, no, stále to nie je enough. Ako teraz sa nechá ešte glimpsnúť pekne Revenantom, to tam iba vyžukuje, šetrí celú dobu to BKB na ten najpodstatnejší fight, ktorý potrebujú udržať. Možno ideálne, keď to skončí ten Aegis, neviem, akoby, či dovtedy akoby tam nejaký ten zázrak vôbec môžu kluci narobiť. Tam narobil presne túto Mr. Jatorič. Jo, presne ten build momentálne na to, aby tam proste mal ako trilión statov, do toho ako ešte utilitu navíc. Tentokrát sa Distillerom sice nepodarí to snajpnúť nič, pekné Bramblemej, že tam sice prídu Notice, tu skúsu niečo snajpnúť vzadu. Dobre, tam aspoň Rueho sa budú môcť baviť a zrazu instantne prišli Višnovci. Dobrý moment. A zrazu obidvaja supporti od Spiritov tam boli až moc ďaleko. Spiriti neočakávali z tohoto uhlu, že to Višnovci pôjdu takto skúsiť. Tí ale majú stále ešte Moonlight Shadow, za sekundu to ale končí. Tam akurát na 9 klasa tam Yatoro narazil. No, ale uvidíme, vyzerá, že tu Yatoro aj bez svojich supportov proste s tým Aegisom sa nebude báť nikoho nikdy. Ten proste je v nabiehacej zóne, ten prišiel a Antič v Šangaji nejaké killy. Tentokrát tam Hoodwinkovú ale chlapec nevyčmuchá. Je tu predsa len Tormentríček, ktorého tam nechcú určite Spiriti s takýmto lídom ako nechať na druhú stranu. Zase si tu Dukalis dal túto sneaknutú bardu. Jo, tuto si môžete akoby skúsiť aj u vás, keď to budete skúšať, keď viete, že enemy team tam pôjde pravdepodobne po Tormentera, toto si tam predtým nachystať. A zrazu akoby tam iba čakať niekde v stromoch a skúsiť to snajpnúť s nejakým supportom. Môže byť celku impactful. Uvidíme, či sa to tentokrát podarí. Tam ako zodpovedne tam Dukalis dole aj čaká pri tom Tormenterovi. Satanik tu medzi tým sice bude trochu buliovaný, ten potrebuje vypnúť akurát tú waveu a ísť do prdele. No, čaká ho tam ale Yatoro na druhej strane a medzi tým to bude chcieť chlapec akurát vyportiť. Ten jeden hit. Prince tentokrát bude OK. Dukalis medzi tým už teda jeho hideout momentálne líbol. Ale tu nakoniec prišiel Notice ešte možno zaujímavú dobu hneď potom, ako tam síce bol vrátený, to vyzeralo chvíľku OK. Nakoniec ale s Dukalisom obidvaja vykapú ako na salaši slanina. Slováci budú vedieť teda, o čom hovorím, ale tuto po 25. minúte si myslíte teda za aj kolapsiť, možno tu pôjde ešte skúsiť možno niečo jabaitu, tam už to Spiriti pôjdu presúvať tiež. Všetky pokusy od Višnovcov zabiť kolapsa túto hru boli proste true jabait. No One síce teda aktivuje BKB, nebude tam mať úplne damage na to, aby tam Rueáša zabil. Pekný štvorkový soul rip od kolapsa ho udrží pri živote, pohoda, chilla, jazz, Blinka tam k tomu bude leteť tiež. No a po 25. aj keď tu momentálne končí ten Aegis, tu majú fakt ako kontrolu nad touto hrou úplne plne Team Spirit. Pôjdu otvoriť toto Grand Finals fakt ako v zóne. A Višnovci, ktorí doteraz nezaznamenali prehru za celé toto TI, možno zaznamenajú práve túto jedného kráľa, ktorý už bol dvakrát korunovaný a ktorý si po svoju korunu ide znova. Tretíkrát historicky ide prepisovať tabulky. Team Vision sú tentokrát ten villain, ktorý tam stoja v tej ceste. No jak uvidíme, či to bude ten Gen Z Prince Satanic, ktorý fakt ako cez výkony na tomto TI normálne breakol asi všetky rekordy, ktoré sa pomaly len breaknúť dali. Ale Yatoro v jeho nezastaviteľnej forme v TI Grand Finals je presne ten posledný raid boss, ktorého musí teraz zvládnuť. 18. DLCčko v Elden Ringu, k tomu akoby fakt nabústené na steroidoch. Toto je proste ako trošku ako morda. Yatoro medzi tým tu ako chce fakt ako Satanika niekde skúsiť vyhantiť. Zatiaľ sa to úplne nepodarilo, Moonlight Shadow mu tu bude pomáhať. Že aj so Shadow Bladeou predsa len Yatoro môže byť ešte nenápadnejší. Jeho predsa len skill average bude tiež ako OK. Aj keď túto hru nie je možno úplne taká veľká nutnosť, ale tiež to bude great. Satanik tu fakt ako hrá ale neskutočnú rozťahovačku. Admiral Bulldog by na toto bol normálne hrdý. Tu fakt aj jednu waveu za druhou, len proste chce zdržovať. Abuzuje to, že tam Spiriti nemajú zas tak moc catchu. Akurát nejakého pána tuto Larl medzi tými, ale snajpnutý pekne na mide. Keď sa Novan vyzerá, že by tam ešte velice rád aj tu Dark Willow prišiel pozdraviť. Višnovci ale proste tuto vždycky takýto jeden nenápadný pick-off vedia od Spiritov zobrať. Notice tam ešte bude trošku teraz pomalený na ceste v báze, ten nakoniec bude hlavne vrátený naspäť rovno do Requiemu, ale ten relocate save! No one! To teraz zahral na kráľa kráľov. Z istej smrte Notice ta zachránil. Tombstone sa zbavia Višnovci tiež a ukazujú presne tú ich kvalitu, že podceňovať ich stále ako netreba. Aj keď sú momentálne 8000 behind, toto bol gigaplay, gigabrain play. No on ako veterán, takéto veci samozrejme už za svoju kariéru akoby niekedy teda zažil a teraz to tu predviedol pred celým Šangajom, aj pred celým Českom aj Slovenskom tu u nás. No, predsa len sa tam bude blížiť timing takisto k tej šive, aby tam ako aj tie vyspičky dávali damage o trošku ako širšie okolo nich, aby to ani nešlo úplne tak jednoducho odhadnúť. To ako je celku ďalší faktor, takisto aj ten armor mu tam ako pomôže proti tomu SF-ku dosť intenzívne. Uvidíme, či Yatoro bude ale schopný toto tu ešte pustiť. Toto je nezastaviteľný král, 6-0-3 skóre, momentálne 361 creepov a nájde si samozrejme aj 9 class ako free kill. Vyčmuchal to tu s celým Silver Edgeom, rýchlovka. Tam sa nestihol 9 class reálne ani obzrieť, ale Yatoro ten je fully locked in. Yandexovci ani si nevzdychli, čo tam ako im Yatoro predviedol. Tú formu tu ukazuje neskutočne, že tento rok proste chce, akoby možno, chápete, kupovať nejaký ďalší barák. Už je akoby znova čas tu nejaký poriadny price pool vyždímať a ukázať, kto je tu ten GOAT na carry. Satanek chce byť ten nový contender. Je to za posledné 2 roky podľa mňa fakt ako ten najlepší hráč na carry, ktorý tu podľa mňa udával tie trendy viac ako Yatoro určite za posledné roky. Teraz sa tu ale proste práve stretli ešte títo dvaja hráči, ešte keď v Spiritoch práve ako vychovali, dá sa povedať, predtým ako Satanika, vytiahli ho ako takú tú popstar a teraz sú tu akoby proti sebe na TI Finals. A Yatoro, tu pôjde Satanika skúsiť dole nájsť ten Requiem, nakoniec vyjde to konale Yatoro! Toto je proste God, toto je proste King! Toto je proste král, ktorý sa prišiel znova nechať korunovať. Yatoro! Už v Game 1 pôjde Vižnovcom teda ukázať tú jeho scary formu, ktorá nepotrebuje možno ani Phase 2. Uvidíme teda ale po 30. minúte, čo tu ešte ďalšie má chlapec v repertoári. Keď môžu hrať ďalej takto agro, ten Disruptor v tomto bude svietiť. Hlavne si myslím, že timing pre Rueho túto hru na nejaký ako blink Aganem na Disruptorovi, čo je fakt ako často game winning, bude ako extrémne rýchlo s takýmto tempom. Larledge medzi tým ide lurkovať na vrchnú stranu, tam akurát 9 class bere tuto nejaké tie Lotusiády. No Larledge môže teraz ako možno vyčmuchať celku tvrdé, nemá tam síce Aganemy na nejaké long jumpy. 9 class už tu bude chcieť zdráť proti tej diffúzke, ale proste nemá čo. Larledge na toto bude fungovať dobre. 9 class tu skúsi svoje šťastie a popravde to tu vyčukoval nakoniec za králi, bo tak ako za stromom. Just TP home, pohoda. Oj. No, Sataníček teraz ide dokončiť by the way to rádlo, nakoniec ako tretí item. To rádlo, ako vravím, je tam ako extrémne dobrý item proti Slarkovi, aj proti Yatorovi, ako actually. Ako tretí item by som to úplne neočakával, ale toto je Satanik, ktorý nás tu akoby môže učiť. Takže uvidíme, čo nám tu túto mladík predvedie. Smokom pôjdu takisto Vižnovci akoby skúsiť zvládnuť túto dôležitú časť hry. Druhý Rošan je tam predsa len spamli, ďalší Tormentor je tam tiež, ale pozrite, čo tu už má Yatoro, on má celý Satanik, ten bláznivý SF boy. Tento tu King, vysral sa na BKB, no si povedal mrdať, ja nebudem tuto hrať ako nejaké pussies. Rovno Sataníček tam príde ako anti-Satanic build. Uvidíme, čo s týmto tu Vižnovci budú akoby schopní urobiť. Potrebujú tam dokonalé blink jumpy. Larledge už tu ide ale nabíjať rovno zo shield runou. Zase to bude tá Hoodwinková, ktorá tu bude vychytaná ako prvá. Na jednu ranu to tam príde Yatoro snipnúť. Godlike už je na svete. To tempo je k nezastaveniu od týmu Spirit. Majú veľmi dobrý line-up, jakmile to tempo majú, tak proste to nejde len tak pustiť. Tak tomuto podľa mňa Vižnovci akoby už vedia, že neurobia nič, toto musia proste len pustiť. Môžu teoreticky vymysleť ísť ako ukradnúť Tormentora, kým majú akoby teraz trochu času. Spiriti to ale zabijajú fakt ako extrémne rýchlo, možno ani to by bol ako veľmi riskantný move. A pozrite medzi tým na Rueho. Tie goldy už mu tam z toho bonusového GPM cinkajú, k tomu Aganemu sa blíži. A ďalších 5 minút bude ešte akoby tu mať ako celá Sataniková skladra akoby fakt ako problém nejak prežívať. Jo, Satanik medzi tým teda dokončil už celé to rádlo, teraz bude chcieť ísť ešte po Aganem, bude tam chcieť urobiť z toho takú tú skákaciu mašinu všade okolo. Jo, hlavne supportov by sa Satanik chcel ako zbaviť. Ten problém je, že jakmile Rue bude mať ešte aj ten agáč, tak toto bude nezvládnutelné. Už Spiriti pekne sa spoločne prídu pozrieť na toho tu Tormentra, Rue dostala táto Dark Willowcovku mordy. Rue až ale za odmenu teraz ešte dostane aj tú šardu, ešte ten timing tým pádom kľudci zlepšia, ten Disruptor sa tam posúva, ale Network to má pomaly dobieha toho offlane Axeho. Jo, tuto ako Vižnovci nemajú úplne toto tu na svojej strane ani zďaleka, hlavne prežiť teraz tie 4 minúty bude ich najväčší challenge, ktorý tu majú. Jo, správa v čete v tej hre Axe je podľa mňa akoby celku, že to zherňa dobre. Tam jako ale hrať proti line-upu, ktorý má ako momentálne lead proti Undyingovi, Tombstoneom. Tam ako to môže byť presne taká ako zbraň, ktorá papierovo vyzerá ako skvelé, že s Blink Blade Mailom tam môžu proti tomu Fiendovi ho otočiť proti nemu. Jakmile tam ale je Yatoro v takejto forme, on sám ich hantí. Majú tam proste v 33. minúte momentálne ten 9000-ový gold lead. Tak to skvadra proste Spiritov je fakt ako nezastaviteľná. Jo, hoci kto sa tam ako ukáže, musia akoby stať ešte ďalej, ako by normálne mohli bezpečne stať, pretože je tam ten disruptor faktor. Pôjdu ale skúsiť Vižnovci očividne Moonlight Shadow, na druhej strane tu ale Spiriti čakajú v smoku. Kto chytí koho? Yatoro vyzerá, že má nabíjaciu náladu, už tam je dokonca aj ten banner. Tejto Wavy sa zbaviť bude možno pre Vižnovcov trošku challenge notice. Rovno s Blade Mailom pôjde skúsiť. Rýchly heal od Kolapsa trošku mu pomôže. Manta tá ho ako nezachráni úplne, ale tu je ten schovávací Tombstone play. Teraz sa tu Yatoro akurát skrýpol pekne s Satanikom, proste vrátil naspäť, ako musel tam dávať mantu, museli tam dávať Tombstone, ako spendli tam toho dosť, je vidieť, že tuto ako na high ground sa nemôžu len tak nasťahovať. Tu je ale ten Aganim, 34. minúta, extrémne rýchly timing na Blink, Agat, Shardu, jo, toto je proste brutalita, čo tu idú chlapci pred 35. minútou ešte on the clock predvádzať. No a nehovoriac o tom, že tu Yatoro dokonca za chvíľku bude mať aj úplne celý Dedelus dokončený s tými veľkými krytmi, už tam budú padať veľké červené čísla a bude to tu veľmi krvavo štípať. Yatora teraz je vidieť na vrchu, ale medzi tým pôjdu aj tak Spiriti ako skúsiť zatiaľ bez neho niečo dole možno setupnúť. No, už tam ako Dukalis takisto pekne s tým Aganimom na Mirane tiež by akoby trošku akoby aj damage viac priniesť s tými šipkami aj so Starstormami navíc, tiež scouting faktor ako dobrý. Tu Nineclass ale prišiel Jolo skočiť, naskočiť tam do dvoch, šipka tam síce bude leteť, ale toto čo bol za skok dopredu. Nineclass videl niečo, čo nevidel ani jeho tým, čo nevidel nikto z nášho chatu a nevideli to ani Spiriti, ale teraz sa otočili a roztrali mu Vejpool, takže zaujímavé. Chcel nájsť možno nejaké prekvápko, toto ale nebolo úplne ono. Notice nakoniec zase, že pôjde na to SZK celku obviesli skočiť. Zase si tam ako Yatoro, ale Satanikom proste pekne tam nechávajú hlavne tú waveu. Je dôležité, že tam Spiriti to nikto nefarmí tú waveu na schvál. Že vedia, že to je dôležitý zdroj lifestylu, ktorý tam Yatoro vždycky potrebuje. Kuríra mu tam by the way niekto vysnajpil. Na tie veľké kryty. Tam ale nebude musieť možno čakať, on si aj tak akoby môže teraz ako nakráčať reálne k tomu shopu tie veľké kryty kúpiť. Aj tak to tu ako bude mať. No one medzi tým pôjde relocateom akurát na druhej strane, tu skúsiť ako pekne split pushnúť, Collapse, tu ale medzi tým pôjde. Tam budú mať teoreticky glimpse BKB, ale malo byť iná. Skúsil to tu načasovať, ako to len šlo, Rue. Posledný moment. A tentokrát to BKB bolo dostatočne tuhé. Yatoro sa medzi tým tuto v tom Silveredge, ale snaží tu ako zase niekoho odchytiť, majú tu predsa len Vision, ten Silveredge mu bude na chvíľku chýbať, ale nakoniec na dve rany zabije rovno Nineclass a Notice tam je pripravený, je tu hlavne okolo Yatora celý tým, ale Yatoro je kurva raid boss, tam normálne 1v5 Yatoro, tu ukazuje a flexí normálne všetky jeho muscles, tam ako ani sa ako nemusel zase tak moc snažiť, pohoda, Manta ušetrená. 1v5. Ty kráso. Normálne som sa zadrhol z toho. Yatoro bez backupa v zóne. Za 10 sekúnd momentálne akoby bude ešte k tomu končiť teraz ako Aegis, chlapci moji. Jo, nie, že by sa Yatoro toho úplne bál. Tier 3 sa zbavil len tak. Vižnovci potrebujú tuto nejak ako udržať, už sú konečne v petici. Jo, zase keď tu nebude ten Aegis hneď, potom pôjde Notice skúsiť naskočiť. Midová vyspa tam ale zatiaľ ako nerobí podľa mňa dostatok Collapse, už to pôjde vzadu pekne akurát oddeliť celé. Jo, vzadu skúsi Satanik aspoň breaknúť presne to support duo Rueáša, tam nakoniec Satanik bude mať. Ten opener není úplne zlý, Satanik sa dostane aj do bezpečia to BKB, ale teraz už nebude mať. Jo, každopádne Rueáša sa zbavili na 50 sekúnd, to je podľa mňa podstatné, aby tu možno Spiritov zahnali preč. Stále im tu ostáva síce ten 12 000-ový gold lead a do toho sa tu úplne Vižnovci neodprostia. Relocate mi vždycky tu môžu akoby pekne aspoň vždycky split pushnúť, trošku hrať tú mapu. Tam no one predsa len on si musí vybrať, čo s tým ďalším itemom. Dokonca tu stihne možno dopušovať aj tú tier jednotku a ostala na 20 APčkách, no ale nevadí. Každopádne no one tam mal na vyspe 6000 goldov by the way, takže on môže kúpiť napríklad Hex. Môže kúpiť ako teoreticky tam ako niečo iné a ďalšie ako tuhé. Ukázal sa tu ale Satanik už ako tvrdá zbraň na to, aby tam proste prišiel. Tým, že ten Disruptor išiel ten agro build na Blink Aghanim. Jak to nechytí on, tak ho Satanik proste pôjde divenúť už so zapnutým BKBím a ten Disruptor proti tomu neurobí nič. Teoreticky nejaké Tombstone savey sa tam ako môžu objaviť. Notice medzi tým tu narazí, ale do Yatora, ako môžu zlinkovať teraz momentálne preč. Ale ako od Yatora budú musieť ako zdrať pravdepodobne všetci. Mám taký ten pocit, že mu dokonca letí v Kurirovi, neviem či nie aj celý Butterfly navíc. Spiriti vyzerá, že tu dole, ale možno niečo majú setupnuté, Rueáž už tu niečo dá, ne, forcol tam nakoniec to BKB. No one tam ako s relocatom, síce sa ako nakoniec odtiaľ odpraví preč. Notice tu ale tým pádom ostane v tej Ghost ktorý je úplne staknutý medzi celým týmom Spirit. Yator si tým pádom príde po Beyond Godlike a to je jeho raid boss forma. Pôjde v tejto Game 1 sršať through the fucking roof. 30-14 môže Yatoro skúsiť ísť high ground bez toho, aby mali kluci Aegis. Ešte minútu tam teda predsa len ako nebude ten Roshan úplne na istotu, nakoniec si tu ale Yatora posunuli dopredu, Šipka tam letí tiež, Yatoro je tam staknutý pekne Tombstoneom, ho skúsia zachrániť. Teraz je príležitosť Yatora, ale možno punishnúť a Yatoro ako raid boss tentokrát padá. Viždovci toto tu našli, Spiriti poli, moc, ale moc greedy, toto tu skúsiť, toto nie je Team Yandex, toto sú Vision. Ktorí si ale nakoniec prídu. Notice dokonca ešte tu ako vykomitol samozrejme celý ten buyback, toto je fight pre Viždovcov, ale vyzerá, že aj bez Yatora tam možno ešte budú fightiť ďalej. Satanik je tam reálne na jeden hit, Collapse nakoniec tu bude mať double, 7400 HPčkový Undying, to tu pôjde zabiť celé sám. Collapse, you beast, you the man. Už to vyzeralo, že Viždovci teraz možno budú mať great fight, ne. Tento tu 7500 HPčkový pán, ich tu príde vypleskať všetkých. Toto je Collapse v jeho championship forme tiež. Svojej nezastaviteľnej carry ani nepotrebuje. Hlavne tam majú ešte vždycky to secondary carry v podobe toho Slarčíka, na ktorého netreba zabudnúť. Tam komitli Viždovci úplne všetko, aby sa Yatora reálne zbavili. Ale tu proste môžu Spiriti v tejto tu forme a s tým leadom, ktorý majú. Ten Undying zrazu tam dal proste damage viac ako väčšina Undyingov dá za pol hry. Jo, ešte aj ten healing power, ktorý tam akoby k tomu celý bol. To bola ale totálna brutalita. Tomuto vravím kurva zombík. 9 class medzi tým, to príde skúsiť Larliča teda dole nachystať, prichádza tam takisto aj ten relocate. Jo, Larl má ale pripravené to BK, rovno to pôjde do Dukáli sa otočiť. Silence tu prichádza ešte od druhého tiež, tam bude akoby chvíľku ešte tá vyspa staknutá, ten relocate ich za chvíľku vráti naspäť, ten damage. Nakoniec nebude enough, ale počkať, oni si vrátili naspäť Dukáli sa tu Glimpsu, tam dobre načasoval Rue. Krásny snipe. Skúsili tu Viždovci zase prekvapiť, ale každý jeden move, na každý jeden move majú Team Spirit svoju odpoveď. Totálne cinematicky tu pôjdu pleskať. Yatoro, aj keď tam zažili jeden punish, pôjde dokonca to robiť znova. Perca len tam ako dvojica nie je, vedia, že Notice tam nebude minimálne 13 sekúnd. Yatoro podľa mňa po tým melee Raxi proste teraz príde. Môžu ísť skúsiť akoby kľudne tlačiť kľúci ďalej, môžu sa ale vrátiť a ísť po Roshan. Ten tretí Roshan s tými všetkými goodies je tam. Pre Spiritov by podľa mňa bolo akoby veľmi greedy tu ostávať po tomto tu, ale hlavne tí melee Raxi majú. Majú tam stále priestor sa ísť presunúť. Collapse už medzi tým má takisto level 25, ten flash golem, strength bonus je tam. Jo, teraz akoby to bude kľudne 12 000 HPčkový Undying, keď to vyjde. On hlavne ani nemá Aghanim, on keď má Aghanim, tak to je normálne hotové. Tam pôjde ale iné záležitosti k tomu. Už tam za chvíľku bude mať dokonca dokončený celý Hex, ešte potrebuje 600 tu, ale budeme mať ten replay. Soul Ripom najprv vymazal 9 Classa, teraz sa prišiel pozrieť do Satanika. Jo, tu to vyzeralo, že by Viždovci ako pôjdu do toho fightu, Collapse, ten tu ale proste jel a proste tu rozpleskal celý tým reálne sám. Ste Collapse against the world, vysnajpil aj Notista s tými nulovými cooldownami, jak ten DK má furt. Yatoro sa teraz môže pekne tuto akoby na trestnej tam ako len dívať. Tam Collapse ich tu proste vyčistil jak totálny pán, tak Game 1 stále bude patriť reálne týmu Spirit. Smokom sa tam idú Viždovci teda presunú na tú spodnú stranu, neviem, či tam chcú možno snipnúť Tormentra, ale Spiriti si proste po toho Roshana pôjdu, neurobia s týmto tu, proste chlapci z týmu Vision nič. Dokonca tu Disperser si Yatoro ešte tentokrát kúpil, pretože tam má Dispel z Manty, Dispel z Disperseru, jeho má tam takisto akoby Satanáš svoj, je proste chlapec ready. Ale tam bude mať ako ten nezastaviteľný speed, jo, čo presne akoby s tou chýbajúcou botou je to, čo tu potrebuje. Je viac menej miesto Blinky tiež nejaký akoby item na pohyblivosť. Hexa už ale dokončená takisto na kolapsovi. Ten TK cooldown je najviac vtipná záležitosť ever. On na to má asi sekundu cooldown, jo? Akože tu si myslím, že toto je možno ten najviac beefy core Undying, akého ste možno akoby tu zažili na celom TI. Collapse is the man. Refresher Shard dokonca tam pekne posunuli na position 5 Disruptora. Tam sú dve static stormy za Ganimom. Toto Vižnovci ako prežiť budú mať veľký challenge. Satanik má pred sebou teraz možno niečo nehrateľné, Kolaps. Tam rovno pôjde nabehnuť, Satanik si stihol zapnúť to BKB. Pekne vydodžovaná šipka, ale akurát do Tombstoneu Kolaps si tam pôjde chillovať. Pohoda. Tam medzi tým tam Nineclad zase nabehne medzi celý ten tým. Skúsi to tu ešte čuknúť tam, ale dostane proste iba jednotkovú glimpsu proti tomuto týmu. Si toto podľa mňa nemôže dovolovať. Má tam samozrejme pripravený buyback. Preto musí počítať s tým, že tam ako teraz niečo z nich chcel dostať. Tu ale Spiriti pôjdu samozrejme bojovať ďalej. Jo, tá Hexa od Kolapsa je podľa mňa ten scary part. Do Flash Golema ako budú chcieť možno vyčkať Vižnovci a potom ten fight môže byť viac OK. Schovávačky do Tombstoneu fungujú. Glyph tam teda ešte Vižnovci dali, aby si získali trochu času na No One-ovi. Takisto tam medzi tým máme aj ten level 25, aby tu nejaký zázrak skúsil nahodiť. Hexa teraz nebude dostatočný setup na to, aby tá šipka bola trafená. Hoodwinkova tu síce Yatora nachystá, hneď celú dobu healovaný, ale Kolapsom celý tým Spirit inak čaká. Yatora nechávajú len hitovať, predtým Vision sa tu ale skracuje čas na to, aby tu niečo dokázali vymysleť. Dve laney Raxov už sú tu sacrificenuté. Teraz tam nenašli žiadny úhol na to, aby tu dokázali niečo punishnúť. Spiriti prichádzajú ale s instantným smokom. Ten Refresher Shard nakoniec hodili práve tomu Undyingovi, aby teraz mal instantne znova toho Flash Golema. To je geniálny choice. Vižnovci tu ale prídu na beňu rovno k ním. Skočil tam Notice, ale nenašiel nič. Static Storma je tam na neho pripravená. To myslím, že pán Notice bude hotový. Nemá ani buyback. Dúkali sa tam ešte do bázy, teda akoby si nezachrániť, ale tuto hlavne 70 sekúnd nebude ten Axe. Vyzerá to, že Undying a síce kľúci akoby si stihnú ísť. Len teraz akoby chvíľku ešte bezúčka, to tam nechce úplne popovať Satanik, ale prichádza na druhé kolo. Prišiel tu niečo supportom vysvetliť pekne s tým BKB, tam potrebuje ideálne zabiť všetko. Yatora má ale úplne free time, aby hitoval hoci čo tu je. A toto podľa mňa Vižnovci nemajú ako zvládnuť. No One a bude zabitý. Buyback síce zatiaľ má. Undyinga sa možno podarí jedenkrát zabiť, ste healy, to nevidie, on sa ešte schová do Tombstoneu, tam Collapse je nezabiteľná mašina, to je insane. Šipka teraz pekne Yatora si ten na chvíľku spomalila. Satanik tým pádom ešte malú nádej bude ako držať, ale toto je petica s Aegisom, s Refresherom a len proti trojici týmu Vision. Nemajú to tu ako celé zachrániť. Team Spirit vymysleli dokonalosť. Game 1, pôjde Yatora proste rozseknúť. Extuty je tam aj No One, na 4 rany padá aj tá Vispa. Už nejde nič, GG je popnuté. Prince bude musieť ešte trénovať. Yatoro s ultrakillom, s Rampageom začína celé TI Grand Finals. Game 1 idú jednoznačne do rúk týmu Spirit. Aj bez oholenej hlavy. Toto je Brutus, toto je lesson. Pupan tentokrát bude musieť možno menej experimentovať Game 1 a trošku ukázať tú dominanciu. Pretože aj keby tam bola prvá séria, ktorú by mali teraz Vižnovci prehrať na úplne celom TI, tak je to celku nevhodný čas to teraz vyťahnuť. Statement indeed od týmu Spirit. Totálne nezastaviteľný výkon. Piknutý rýchly draft, execution na jednotku s hviezdičkou, nezastaviteľné úplne celé, to čo pikli, to doručili to možno ešte aj trojnásobne. A Vižnovci budú musieť akoby nad týmto teda dosť intenzívne premýšľať, nemôžu premýšľať nad Spiritmi iba nejakým akoby pomalým scaling tímom a Yatorom ako scary carry. Toto je veľmi rýchly tím, ktorý sa hlavne vie prispôsobiť úplne na všetko, reálne na všetko, čo tam je. Najviac univerzálny možno v drafte. Vižnovci sú síce trošku taký ako divno draftový tím občas. Každopádne to nepôjde tak, ako to bolo túto Game 1. Neskutočne krásna Game 1. Zaujíma ma ale, čo nám samozrejme o tomto tu povie akoby panel. Ja potrebujem počuť nejaké múdre slová k tomu. O TI panel na main stage je nutnosť počuť.
I think you want to go back to your comfort. You want to go back to the solid strategies you played for the entirety of your career. We look at Satanic, you think of him as the hard carry that scales in the late game that's going to put the team on the back. And how can you really do that with an Ember carry? It just wasn't the same level of impact we're used to seeing from him. And I don't blame him. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Puppy in the coach interview that they have tried it before and it wasn't unexpected for them. And he thinks that TI is for trying things and that's why they did it, but in practice, it didn't look that good. That IO mid didn't even manage to have a game against the Slark. The Ember lost to that Undying pick, which was brilliant because Team Spirit set up a situation where both side lanes would win, and the mid flex didn't matter in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just comes back to what you brought up about how maybe Puppy is saying no to 9Class's ideas. And for me, personally, I feel like Satanic's been the player of the tournament, or the player of Team Vision at least. And put him in an Ember against Undying lane, you're not really setting him up for success. And I feel like you have a guy on 9Class that could take that upon him. He could play that Ember. It's something he's done in the past. Their lane didn't go well anyway. It's not like he's a particularly strong hoodwink player. So for me, it's just a little bit questionable how they approach this game one. But to be honest, in a best of 5, you have a lot of room to do these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter for the next game. It's 0-0.
Room for error, room for growth, whichever way you want to look at it here. But it definitely felt like a game of bluffs in some way as well, because whilst the execution was incredibly high from Spirit, it felt like that they were coming in almost as a continuation of the best of 3 that they had in their upper bracket 2 days ago, where it's, we actually know what you like, we know what you don't like, and so they try and put Lal on an uncomfortable slog that he hasn't necessarily shown or proven himself on the same way he has other heroes, and vice versa, again, where Vision are thinking, we've got this Ember that we can move to other roles. We've got this IO that we know is comfortable mid, but at the end of the day, Quinn, I'm not really sure how that mid matchup played out. You said that it should be something more favorable to IO, but we didn't see that in eventuality.
Yeah, I think it probably should. It ended up being where Slark takes a relatively decent early CS advantage, and I think you can chalk a lot of that up to no one's inexperienced on the hero. It's quite a very player-specific hero. You need a lot of reps into how you move the spirits back and forth. It's a very finicky, I don't know, very IO-specific mechanic that not any other heroes have. And so I think I chalked it up to inexperience, and I think it's not just sort of a fault of Vision, but it's a skill that Spirit is really good at. And I think specifically in finals, I've felt this myself, that they are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. It's not just Vision doing it to themselves. They're picking things and banning in a way that forces you to do that, or you feel compelled to it, almost like they're mind controlling you.
On that topic of potential inexperience on the mid IO, that may very well be true, but watching it play out, I don't think IO has any inherent advantages against Slark. The way the hero functions in the mid lane is it just farms. You trade farm, and for mid heroes to punish melee heroes, they have to make it so that if the melee heroes walk up to hit a creep, that they take absurd amounts of damage, and that just doesn't happen with IO until later levels, and I think fundamentally the concept there was also wrong.
We're going to look at the earlier mark between these two, right? Looking at about 10 minutes, I feel like that's that moment where you're wanting to see a little bit more movement coming out from your mid. You're hoping that they're going to be up there, the playmaker, or the solid rock for your team, and hopefully that they've had a good enough lane for themselves. But when it comes to this mark, it's not necessarily a glaring obvious who is doing that for their team, right, Quinn?
Yeah, it's very even, and you've got the pressure on the side lanes, and I think that's Spirit, that's how they love to play. They want to have Laurel just chilling, playing some matchup that's whatever, that's normal, that he's fine in, and they put pressure and they put the precedence on their side lanes to do well and have good matchups, and I think that came to fruition completely this game. It's exactly how they want to play. It's a bread and butter Spirit draft.
I feel like the main thing that I take away from that is the net worth. The Wisp has to be a lot more farmed coming out of that matchup. Honestly, it needs to be almost 1,000 gold higher at minute time.
Okay, that is a big difference. And you mentioned something briefly, Quinn, where you're talking about it's a lot down to the side lanes. What's happening on the action there as well? How much more can their mids offer, depending on how well their side lanes are going? And we've already talked about it. This is the first official we've seen Satanic on that Ember Spirit. And luckily we have Purge, who's going to give us more information about how it played out for him.
Yeah, they tried out the Ember Spirit with the shift to the safe lane. They thought they could make it work. Last I saw was Team Liquid playing it. And it's definitely a little bit harder here. Satanic did his best in the lane. He did some nice little tricky things like dodging the Willow blast here. But after a quick level 2 on Willow, she got a D ward here. This really nice root is going to guarantee the kill on Satanic. That got him a first blood. And the lane didn't really get that much better for a bit here because that level 3 now for Undying is very, very fearsome. He did use Flame Guard to protect himself when he got gone on a bit here, which is going to give him a little bit of protection, but the downside is they have a lot of nuke damage here, so they actually were just bursting through his Flame Guard and almost killing him. Here's his final death here that you would normally get successfully, but Satanic, of course, so he's going to slight dodge that one as well, even using another Fairy Fire to survive. He had a tough lane. They did gank the Undying, but they did do this nice move on the Wisdom Shrine, which allowed them to, at the very least, get the Wisdom Shrine, but it forced a ton of rotations here, and Clap still got one support kill. So, but this was a nice moment for Satanic to catch up, and in the end of this, he's actually kind of close in net worth if you take a look at it. All things considered, yeah, he's really not that far away. So that was great. Then Yutoro did some really interesting things in this game, and you probably spotted him in the stream at some point showing up somewhere he's not supposed to be. So watch his path here. He was thinking about killing the Axe, but Axe basically got zoned because he's SF. SF wins his matchups, and then he's just fishing to do mid pressure. There's a catapult at this moment, so this is a really good time for him to be here, because if he's just successful at helping to get a kill, then they get a whole bunch more damage. And this is probably the moment you saw him on stream when he came here and double raised the enemy mid. This is kind of crazy to look at, but if you look at what happened on the map here, he's basically forcing the IO to go farm these camps over here, which means he's super far away from the mid lane, so it basically makes it easier for them to pressure the mid lane and for his Slark to get as much farm as he wants. And a short time later, he basically does the same thing. He's going to clear the wave, he's going to walk towards mid, he's going to take this nice little ancient stack, which is beautiful for him, and he's going to do the same thing, hiding behind the tower, looking for a hero. He ends up spotting out 9 class, which guarantees the vision, which guarantees the kill, and again, guarantees the tower. So this early pressure that Yutoro did to rotate, it didn't take a huge amount of him. He lost a little bit of gold, but he got some nice ganks in. That pressure really opened things up on the map. The mid was opened up, Collapse had this really sick play, getting the kill on Satanic, and as a whole, the lanes just went great for Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We're seeing it play out in real time. The Yutoro of TI-10, that's what he was praised for time and time again, was how early he was willing to rotate to mid, how he was willing to help out other cores despite this more traditional viewpoint of a carry being the #1 farmer. You're supposed to always be farming if you're not out there in your lane. And at the end of the day, he goes, well, there's other means to get kills. There's other means to be able to shut down our opponents, and that is pushing the mid laner out as far as possible.
Yeah, I love those clips. I think that it really shows some of the skills that the Yutoro doesn't always show, but somehow when it comes to TI, when it comes to the finals, he just builds this extra awareness of places he can be, places he can pressure. These are split-second decisions that you need to make in very specific moments, or you're just going to miss the opportunity, and he's so in the moment. He's so clutch in these finals. Almost no one else would make these moves, but Yutoro in zone is just a different beast.
To add on to that, it's just Team Spirit's understanding of which lanes to focus on has always been some of the most impressive out of all the teams in Dota. But they had this knowledge that if IO doesn't have any kind of farm, they won't be able to make moves because both side lanes were shut down. So if they moved their emphasis to the mid lane and pushed no one into the jungle, then there really was no tempo or counterplay for a very long time. And I do have to give them props for how they set up the Disruptor. Playing Disruptor with Slark's night vision and an SF coming mid, you're just happy in that situation, aren't you, Insania?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I played Disruptor, 2 of my favorite heroes to lane with were TB and SF, and it's just because they provide so much overwhelming damage. Whenever you glimpse someone back, they just immediately die. And that's like what they do on the lane, but then Yutoro takes it one step further, and he just makes sure that he's connected to all the moves that Disruptor wants to make. When Disruptor wants to move mid, well, he's there to provide the damage. And now suddenly, anybody that's within 1,600 range of a Disruptor is just dead.
Yeah, you can see it even from just the positioning. The SF is not playing like a typical turret and that he's standing behind everyone. For the majority of this game, Yutoro is standing in front of everyone because his supports wants to stand behind. He's charging at them so then the Disruptor can glimpse them back. That's such an unusual sort of switch of priority in how you're even just standing. These are the little things that go into the greatness that is these Tier 1 carry players or Tier 1 players in general on the biggest stage that he sees in the moment. This is a time for me to walk up and chat up for my supports who are going to sit behind. Compared to the inverse, that is amazing awareness in the moment.
The domino effects that can happen in Dota are so beautiful because like when you think about it, you're like, okay, Slark, night vision, and yes, Disruptor, he needs vision. But if your side lanes are so overwhelming, you can play on the first night after minute 5. That's when the laning stage occurs, and that's when a lot of the kills were happening after those first 5 minutes. So from the first night to be able to make that many kills happen off of your vision strategy, we don't see that very often. Usually it's the second or third night that this really becomes significant. I don't think I've ever seen a first night be that impactful.
It's rare. It's honestly super rare that you have like a Disruptor in a winning lane, a Slark mid of all things, and then the carry willing to connect as well. So I think all 3 of these things have to align for us to have this beautiful early game.
I just love it. The way that the draft played out, well, like this is one of the biggest cooking sessions that we've seen Miposhka be able to do. A Disruptor that hasn't been picked at all in this TI, like the fact that it goes 2 whole weeks completely overlooked, even though SF, even though Slark have been gaining traction. SF was definitely one of those things that in this patch coming in, people were first phase banning. And so we talk about this cycle. Now it's back in the hero pool. Now there is adjustments that need to be made. And more importantly, that pressure is on Vision. We've seen them lose games, but they're in best of 3s. And it's normally a game 2 that they're losing when they're already up. So now they're going to be starting the best of 5 on the back foot. Yeah, there's room for experimentation because you need to be able to have 3 games to win, but you've done your experimenting in a game number 1, and so when it comes to a game 2, even though that experimenting didn't work, do you still have faith that you need to go down that route?
I feel like you mixed it up. I don't think they went for this Ember. The idea was Lar doesn't play Slark, and coming into the series, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
So, you know, Spirit kind of catch them off guard. They got the Slark, they played the Ember, and now you're just going to shift priorities. You have so many other heroes in the Ember Spirit. You're not reliant on this hero. You know, there's a difference between a team like Vision and maybe Enigma that needed to play the Ember. These guys have a lot more up their sleeve.
Yeah, you're here for a reason. You've proven throughout the entire tournament that you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the tournament. That was not a fair showing of their true potential. They're playing extremely off comfort on multiple roles. Go back to what you're good at and show the world and show Spirit why you're in this final. You deserve to be here. This is not the moment where you push over and say, they're just better than us. This is where you steel yourself and you go back to this and say, we're here for a reason, and now we're going to show you.
Yeah, that felt like a statement by Puppy that if they take Ember away from Team Spirit, then Laurel doesn't have heroes that they're uncomfortable dealing with in terms of tempo. Because if not the Ember, what have we seen Laurel play that pushed the Team Spirit supports forward on the map? I mean, another hero would be Pango, but it hasn't been that successful this tournament for him. And Puppy basically just said that our plan is to take it away. And if they do plan on taking it away again, it would just be with Slark being factored into the bans. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you open up doors for potentially a Bane, potentially a Winter Wyvern, and we just honestly, I feel like we just got to see how they react to this. It's hard to make any sort of predictions about what their take from the game is, because for me, at least watching, I think you don't want Satanic on Ember. We want him on some sort of win condition. And if this is the plan B, then I don't like the plan.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting how the sort of the order of these drafts pans out whenever hard counters like this Slark versus Ember arise. Ember, through a lot of this tournament, I think would be getting first pick, but there's this one pesky Slark. And so that means Ember is will be a second pick only hero because you need to pick it on the end of the first phase, so then you can ban the Slark in the next phase. Compared to if you try to pre-ban it, then they will just respond with the Ember ban. So you can actually never get Ember if you're first pick. And these things can arise and change how teams prioritize draft order and how the lineups are created, because maybe Ember was crucial and now you can't get it anymore from that pick side.
It's always the back and forth when it does come to drafting. Are you a team that loves and thrives on that first pick, or are you a team that wants to wait until the end to be able to be more reactionary and know that you have that depth within you there? And we're seeing all of our players, they walked out on stage, sitting back down in the booth, and we've brought this up time and time again, is how necessarily do Vision feel after a loss, right? Are they a team that gets a little bit downtrodden about it, or are they a team that goes, hey man, you chalk it up, it is what it is, and we just look towards a whole brand new game here? And I honestly think it's the second of those two options, because even though we've seen them be the team with an early GG in a game at TI, there were still a lot of laughs, there were still a lot of smiles, and I think the camaraderie between Vision is much stronger than maybe public perception sees.
I think so too, and I mean, no one was smiling at Satanic at the end of the game. Someone was chatting, and they seem to be okay. I think they have this understanding that when it's a draft issue, then you go next. Like Insania loves to say, every game is 0-0. You give up on the last loss.
Yeah, I think you just forget about the last game. I think you can draw some drafting lessons, but that's mostly for Puppy to do. And I think for the players, it's just, we're going to go into the game, we're going to run it back. We had a series against Spirit before where we lost the game, and it's nothing new to us. We've done this before, and I feel like they've proven throughout this tournament that they are not fazed by losses. This has happened so many times, and this whole idea of like they used to be a team that tilted out a series or stuff like that, it just doesn't apply to them anymore.
Yeah.
And again, they have so many approaches they can take in a draft, Quinn, like their Lone Druid or Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got plenty of tricks in the bag still. And I think they've also gotten, I hope, some of the jitters out of the way. If you look at some of the clips that Purge was showing, the Ember Spirit walks back into a bramble, or no one maybe is CSing it's a little bit off in lane. I think some of that is, it's a grand final. It just feels a little different. It's a little bigger, grander, scarier. You love to see it.
Bro knows it's him.
You love to see the smiles in finals. I think it's very easy to get sucked into, especially when you're down a game, the stress and pressure of we're down, we need to come back, we need to fix things, there's problems, and these can mount up and feel like this overwhelming dread sort of enveloping you. But I think the ability to not, only try to win, which is the most important thing, but also appreciate this is a very special moment you may never get again. You never know whenever these things will happen. Dota is a very competitive game and people fall by the wayside all the time. And so I think being able to laugh and appreciate the moment, the privilege you've been given, I think is something they should all very much look to do.
We also saw just briefly there, we had Not Me come up on the screen, and I think it's a face not a lot of people are familiar with for two reasons. One, this is his first TI appearance. You're making it to a grand final with a veteran and a decorated org such as Spirit here. But on top of that, he shaved his beard off. And I know coming into the grand finals, we were all discussing, is it going to be Voltora? Well, over on the Chinese stream, Delv was talking to Maposhka and asked Maposhka about, oh, did you guys consider shaving Yatoro's head? And he goes, it worked twice. We don't really think it's going to work a third time. And as the rookie, Not Me had to tank it, and he was more than willing to shave his beard instead.
I love that this is kind of an initiation ritual for Team Spirit. I mean, there is a very specific culture in this team, and you can really watch it unfold in moments like these in the TI Grand Finals.
We've alluded to draft alterations that need to be had. The preparation and the pressure of those said drafts really falls on Puppy and Maposhka, and so we'll see how it pans out for game number 2.
Grand Finals. Team 2 Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 2.
Spirit is up 1 game here in a best of 5 for our TI-15 Grand Finals. We had Vision with first pick in game number 1, and it has been flipped this time around. It's going to be Spirit with their first pick, and so it does bring back all of those theories that you guys were crafting. Where does this Ember take priority now? Where does the Slark fall in the draft if you're willing or wanting to take Ember in the first phase?
Yeah. There's this really cool thing you could do here if you're Team Spirit. Like, let's see, we're going to see Vision's 2 first bans. And if they notice that there's like 2 heroes that they want to ban out, that we know they want to ban, and we don't want to give them the opportunity to do it, you can ban out the Slark, forcing them to ban the Ember, and then giving you one of those heroes that you want to play in the upcoming situation.
Yeah, it's definitely something you consider, and with the way the bans have been changed over the years, the order of them is very important, and trading bans in that forced way is definitely a smart and cool tactic. They choose to pass on it in this instance, but it's something that may come into effect in later games as well.
With the Nature's Prophet taken out by Team Spirit, I think if you're Team Vision, you can comfortably lean back on your Lone Druid. I mean, there's always the concern of the first pick Winter Wyvern coming out from Team Spirit, but you have 2 bans here. Instead, they ban the Bane. Bane covers for Ember, it covers for Io.
Yeah, I wonder if these will be the bans that they continue with throughout the series. I know in the finals we played that sometimes you're wrong about the first phase bans. It can be a bit tricky to actually get those right, and it's so much easier from a third eye perspective, or from after the series to feel like, oh, obviously we should have banned this instead. Nature's Prophet was too broken. But sometimes you get mixed up and you ban the wrong heroes in the moment, and I think considering those and really making sure, is this really integral to their draft? Is this what binds them together is such an important thing.
Vision are looking at their final ban here, and what's been left in the pool from game number 1 is that Wyvern, it's also the Earth Spirit and the Coddle, and now it feels like you're in a tricky situation because at least 2 of those are getting through, along again with maybe that Ember.
I mean, I think that you have a lot of things to consider here, right? If you ban the Slark, then Spirit picks Ember. Are you happy to play Earth Spirit into Ember? We've seen quite a lot of success in that matchup specifically. Winter Wyvern has been Spirit's go-to first pick, I feel like, in every single game that we've seen them play. When it's there, they always go for it. So it's a tricky situation. You have to kind of look at the matchups that you get and what kind of trade you want to make here.
Yeah. They definitely could go for a Spirit trade. They've left Earth Spirit, a hero that's been very, very dominant. Laurel's very capable of. Ember is a classic response. It's not really a lane counter anymore, but in the game you buy Vessel and you buy Mage Slayer and you can negate some of his fighting with your own fighting. So they could be saying, hey, you take one Spirit, we take the other. But Spirit declines the trade and says, Yatoro cooked so hard last game, we're just running it back because we don't think you have answers.
I wonder if they think that Notice hero pool suffers very hard against the Shadow Fiend because there is always the potential of a Darkseer coming out to counter the SF. But maybe they think that that's very easy to deal with any kind of Dispel, any Enchantress, any Largo.
I think the Darkseer against SF matchup is very much a laning, or not so much of a laning matchup. And I feel like the way that Team Spirit are playing right now, I feel like if they can guarantee that they have side lane pressure from Yatoro's SF, they're just going to go for the SF, looking at the matchup, seeing like nothing really pressures us. They might be counters to us down the line. Like we saw them earlier today run the TV themselves. So there are ways to deal with it, but they just want to get that pressure early on. They don't want to let the lanes snowball. And Team Vision go for the Earth Spirit.
It's a very solid response. There's nothing wrong with this at all. And to be honest, I already like this opener more for Vision than I did last game. This Earth Spirit hero, it's just so good against all the turrets because you have a way to gap close. And so you get on top of the Shadow Fiend, you make him start running, and the whole advantage turrets have is they can hit you while you run into them. So if you close that gap immediately and you just roll on top of them, well, now suddenly he's running away, and those are valuable seconds that he's not hitting you and dealing DPS.
Yeah, on the flip side of that is Earth Spirit, we've seen him kind of struggle when he rolls in and there's a turret hitting him. Like if he misses his initial stun and he doesn't have backup, you're getting 5-shotted by the Shadow Fiend. So a lot of it is execution based at later stages of the game too. And Darkseer does get taken out. I think once the Earth Spirit shows you can't let Darkseer through, it just creates too strong of a combination.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think, you know, if you have the opportunity to ban heroes, of course you should ban the heroes that counter you down the line, right? You don't need to give away the possible best matchups with your opponents. So good ban from Spirit here. I'm trying to think, because we've talked about how important the supports have been in this matchup, and I think, there you go, the Coddle's out. This was a hero that pairs very well with both Ember and the Earth Spirit. Any sort of Spirit, really, Coddle's happy to play with. And 9class has proven to find opportunities to make moves with this hero that no other player has done at this tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think also, I mean, like the man on camera, he has been so impressive. And the fact that there's a Clockwork first phase ban, a hero that no one else really cares about that much, but he is so terrifying with the accuracy of these cogs. They feel like they have to first phase ban it every game. That's so much value. That's why you're getting the Shadow Fiend, is because he's so proficient at that Clockwork. These things add up like crazy.
Rue is good too. I do think you have to account for a potential Ember still on Vision, like maybe an Enchantress for Ducalis or something, because it's still in the pool. We know Laurel's going to play it.
Yeah, so there you go.
You've
nice
got
call, Mira.
Dispels for the Flame Guard and the mid pressure. I do wonder though, if you're getting run at nonstop by an Enchantress as an Ember Spirit, like what do you need from your supports when?
I think you want pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Enchantress, the biggest thing about this hero is if she's free to attack. She doesn't actually have any spells, and so it takes her a little bit of time to get the creep, to walk there, to get the right angle, to wait for enchant to come off cooldown so you can slow with the creep. There's a lot of prerequisites that sort of have to be met, and if there's a ton of fighting and there's gate ganking and all these things, the pressure in the side lanes, well, she doesn't have the time and the freedom to go mid and make moves there. So I think you're kind of like, yo team, can y'all put some pressure elsewhere and let me like do my thing here?
And I think that is Spirit's MO, right? Like they want to have that side lane pressure to prevent you from going mid, to prevent you from pressuring this Laurel potential Ember Spirit. We haven't even seen it yet, but of course we have to consider it here.
I love this. They're moving the priority up on the Slaughter because we saw it get banned out in the final phases of bans. And I know that they were going for more of a different trajectory when it came to Spirit, but to be able to have it so freely right now, I'm excited to see what it's going to bring in a grand final.
That's really cool. I mean, I love the combo of amplified damage with SF, but outside of that, Slardar was kind of the lane counter to Earth Spirit for a while last month, and people gave up on it. I think another nice dynamic with Slardar is Lina, who's very popular in this patch, has been shown to be countered by Slardar the last couple of days.
Yeah, you're reducing options, right? You pick Slardar, you know they're not going to pick any Linas from this point onward. Also, I think what Spirit does is really cool here, because they have the flex on the Slardar, right, between the mid and the off lane. But because they already see the mid laner, they know that they guaranteed have one good lane for the Slardar. Even if there comes the hardest counter pick of all time on the safe lane, you guaranteed can put the Slardar in a nice position, but they could still put it on the off lane if you don't address this. So now Vision have to address the Slardar in the off lane, so that, or they're gonna just end up playing against it mid. And it's a really cool draft here from Spirit. I love what they're doing.
Do you think Enchantress is enough versus an offlane Slardar? Because you can dispel sprint and maybe go for a kill combo?
I think it's a decent hero, but the thing with Enchantress is she doesn't really do anything except auto attack, and Slardar has really high armor, so he tanks that pretty decently.
It's also kind of a cool situation in that Vision, whenever you see Slaughter SF, you want to pick the high armor carries. You want Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, you want Illusion Bros that can outscale the Shadow Fiend, but it's tricky to actually pick it on 16-17 on the Underlord Rubik spots because you're going to get counterpicked by the offlane because of that Slardar flex. And so because he can go in either lane, if you pick that carry there, well, suddenly a bunch of magic damage is getting slapped down right after, and you don't have as good of a matchup anymore. And so as it goes to the last pick, they have the option to ban the Terrorblades and the Phantom Lancers, these heroes that counter the Shadow Fiend, which, you know, sort of goes more into just a very nice order of things from Spirit.
We're going to be waiting not too much longer for what Spirit are deciding for themselves, and it is that Undying. And again, it still keeps a lot of things open for themselves because we know how strong of a lane an SF and Undying can be together, but we also just saw in game number 1, Collapse won't shy away from picking up that Undying too.
Yeah, there's absolutely the potential for Collapse to play it. I mean, we touched upon it earlier in the tournament, but this Undying has some purpose when playing against Earth Spirit, where if Earth Spirit rolls in, and nowadays Earth Spirits tend to have a very low level roll, max out the other 2 spells, Undying can slow you, drop a tombstone, and you just can't get out of that fight. And all the Spirit heroes, they love to kite, they don't like getting slowed, they don't like being rooted down into one place.
And these are 2 of some of the highest strength gain heroes in Dota, in Earth Spirit and Underlord, and an offlane Undying is a very strong counter pick as he scales.
Yep. Keeping the flex potential open, it's very, very nice. And Mira mentioned it earlier, but Earth Spirit rolling in, Spirit loves to conceptually counterpick you. Well, now you want to roll into the Shadow Fiend, well, you're going to get amplified, Undying is going to hit you, and now you're going to get completely exploded by the physical damage. And so they've turned what you thought was a counter back to countering yourself. And they're flipping that script and changing the way the matchup dynamics work and proving that matchups are not one-dimensional. They're based on all the other heroes at play. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Spirit does, right? They always look at how to conceptually beat what you're doing. They also take out the TB. It's a great matchup against the SF. We saw them run this exact same matchup earlier today, so I like the position that they're in. I feel like when I think of Earth Spirit and how he deals damage, it's by being tanky. It's by staying alive, letting that Magnetize run. It takes time. But when you don't have time to do that, suddenly this hero isn't that super high magic damage hero that we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament.
What's another carry that Spirit might be looking at taking out then that also fits a similar sort of playstyle or item timing that TB does?
I mean, you're looking for something with a lot of armor. You want heroes that naturally buy agility or buy ACs, buy like something that has a lot of natural armor.
Yeah, we saw the Luna from Yandex earlier or yesterday, and I think that could definitely be something they look towards. It's some hero like that. It's a traditional Agi carry that, I mean, I love that for them, for Vision now, that they get Satanic to play what he wants to play. He gets to play the heroes he's practiced for his entire career. The anime protagonist hero, that's what Satanic is best at, and they've set him up for that compared to last game where he's playing the complete opposite.
A lot of his go-tos are kind of uncomfortable in this position, though. I mean, I think
No,
the only one that
Jet.
looks decent is the
Ten
Templar
vyzerá
assassin, but we did
spicy as
see- we did
fuck.
see her lose to Slardar.
Ten drive vyzerá spicy.
Yeah. I mean, the Tiny Ban, I think...
Stále je
takes a lot
tam
of sense.
Lone Druid pre Satanika, by the way.
Armor.
Keby chcel, je tam stále Lone Druid.
To be a carry, I think.
Alebo je tam Luna.
To be honest, the TA, I personally only really liked it when we saw it against the Centaur the other day. It had clear purpose. It's going to destroy its lane. It's going to abuse the minus armor. Here against Slardar, potentially, I feel like that is a draw-ish lane. It's not like a super dominant one.
See the full lane now, have a little bit more information.
Collapse X.
It's a strong lane.
Kámo, Collapse Axe, najlepší skákač na svete. Má skákača. Ide to naučiť Notista. Collapse mu ide dať lesson.
Agi heroes that are low HP, high armor. Well, the Axe is going to be super good against that. And so it's a nice sort of preemptive. We know what you want, and we're going to make that a little bit more uncomfortable for you.
And things like Lifestealer get solved by the Slardar that came early in Spear Staff. I mean, Mipochka's kind of cooking today.
Podľa mňa ten Lone Druid je najlepší
TA
choice.
routes against Axe are super scary because you one-shot yourself on that blade mail, so they deny that potential too.
I think you can choose to just play tempo on Vision instead if you feel that you may fall trap to lane counters or matchup counters, because you still do have the tempo of Earth Spirit. You have this Enchantress that's going to be running around taking towers. You have the Underlord who can connect on any kind of plays you make. Maybe go
Práve
for
záleží,
Luna.
čo tam chcú zobrať, no.
I mean, to be honest, I like Luna. I was
Enčke.
thinking about Lone Druid for a bit, and then I looked at Spirit's heroes, and I'm like, okay, absolutely do not pick Lone Druid into this, because there's so many ways to be able to spare. The bear won't be
Je tam
tanky.
veľa ciest na medveďa,
And to be
no.
honest, I like the Luna. Watson pulled it off. It looked pretty good. It buys the
Luna
right
je
items. It has a
viable.
lot of armor. It even has damage reduction that it provides for itself, so it's a pretty cool pick here.
Nejaký Sven.
Yeah. You want some building damage too. You've got a lot of guys who sit behind you. You're tanky.
Okay.
This is risky. Historically, Lifestealer is pretty bad against Slardar because when you press Rage, then he amplify damages you and
On pikol Lifestealera do SF-ka do Slardara. To sú koule, chlapci moji. Toto je môj plazič. Plazič v Game 2. Satanikových rukách, baby.
Lifestealer is one of the few carries that can actually amplify his mid hero in that way. So I think Vision are trying to then once again answer concepts, not focusing so much on individual hero matchups, but try to look at what is our draft.
Presne tak, aj tričke. Nevieš čo, na X to vyrieši.
We need to get value out of Magnetize, and we need to make sure that Satanic is on a good lane and he's playing the game from ahead.
Yeah, in situations like this is where I look towards Enchantress as the X Factor hero.
Jako proti Axemu sa tam bude mať dobré. Linka bude cajk, ale potom bude musieť hrať ako aktiv. Lenže ono bez toho rádla to nejde, takže to bude musieť fakt ako hitnúť to rádlo čo najskôr. A Spiriti, jak dajú akoby to, čo minule. Počkaj, oni idú hrať. Počkajte, Rue ide hrať Position 5 Axeho, Collapse ide hrať Undyinga. Kámo, tak Team Spirit tu točia ale iné veci.
And you're saying, Rue, you're going to have a much worse game, and Collapse is going to have a better game. They're trading. One of them has worse, and now the other one has better.
Yeah, so forget what I said about Satanic having a good lane, right? They're deciding, like, we're not going to let that happen.
Evička, Elfie!
Prioritizing the things that they think are more important.
Tam je Evička, Elfie, chat, videli ste ju?
Is more important than Rue having the best lane possible.
Sedí tam v strede.
Like, the most comfortable hero possible. So they just believe
Evička, nazdar!
It makes it so that a Lifestealer is
Bola
having a
tam
more
v strede.
difficult lane.
Klipnite si to a vráťte.
You're getting decayed. You're a strength hero, and so every time he presses his first
Flavík
spell,
ju videl
you're losing 4 damage. You're losing 4 damage, and that just keeps happening.
Koľko z vás ste ju videli včera večer?
8 damage differential swing, right? Undying is getting 4, and you're
Oh
losing
boy,
4.
Chad.
So you keep getting out CS, and that keeps mounting over.
Budeme tu mať rozhovor. Ja to idem akoby pekne krásne ako prehodiť. Bude tam ako rozhovor samozrejme si myslím, že s Mipoškom. Takže to nemôžeme zmeškať. By the way, storyline sa nám posunula, už to hovorili akoby presne na tom maine. Že nakoniec, ako nováčik, chat, ako nováčik, to je not me, ktorý si oholil bradu. A Yatoro to nemusel robiť, pretože už to akoby minul ten buff a prešlo to na toho nováčika. Takže not me si oholil bradu a má takto akoby buff.
That's exactly what was on my mind. Miposhka seems like quite the last-second pivot. Support Axe. What was the idea?
Idea was like we picked Dynamic and Axe, so we can flex them between both roles. For example, they picked Axe, and we just decided that Dynamic would be much better at lineup against Lifestealer and Range with Hoodwink. So, but Axe is still just under Shadow Fiend. He anyway will be useful. He anyway will get his blink. He anyway will stun some heroes. Agar, and he will do his impact anyway. But Dynamic will just kill them later.
So you definitely planned this out quite a bit, and I'm wondering, you are now on a 7-game win streak right now at TI. Obviously from players, I hear what a hot streak feels like. You know, your clicks feel better. You always know where the enemy is. But as a drafter, do you also feel like, oh man, I feel hot right now?
Maybe in that grand final I would say yes, because I feel like also support from my players, like they believe in my ideas sometimes, like they trust me. For example, we let our Spirit enemies, but we choose to pick Shadow Fiends. That was my idea, and just wants to play very tempo and just kill them until he get his items, for example. And we can see how it will go. But they believe in me. I believe in my teammates, and we just has a very good synergy right now.
And the harmony is working out great. Miposhka, good luck in game number 2 as we send it to our casters.
Game 2 začína, ladies and gentlemen. Počuli ste to aj od Mipošku. Bol to jeho nápad. Nechať tam prejsť toho Earth Spirita. U Novana to je nezastaviteľná záležitosť. Takže si myslím, že toto bude no one. I'm in this guy, play X, position 5 in TI finals. Good luck to him. No, ako ja som zvedavý, čo tu Rue až vyťahne, ale súhlasím s Mipoškom, že to môžeme velice dobre sedieť, že to je proste melee support, telo k tomu SF-ku, jo. Bude to tam vyháňať ako toho Rubika, takže v tomto to bude fungovať celku OK. Nejaký setup to tam spraví, môže to urobiť setup aj na nejaké tie razy, takže by to mohlo byť dobré. Otázka, čo z toho vyťahne Collapse z tej offlinky, akoby s tým Undyingom musí teraz ako tým pádom doručiť impact. A Satanik tam má predsa len Nikesíčka. My favorite, my precious. Tak jsem sám jako teraz momentálně jako zvedavý, čo tam jako bude schopný vytiahnuť. Ten Undying dokáže byť celku opresiv na začiatku, že to ten Nikesík tam ešte ako neuhlodá. Potom, keď už sa dostane akoby k nejakému tam ako väčšiemu levelu, nejakému ako Facebookičku a tak už akoby tam mohol aj ten Undying akoby celku trpeť. Uvidíme ale, ako sa im to tu bude dariť. Notmi medzi tým tam dokonca bol schopný teraz ešte aj vypulovať, tam si Dukalis necháva samozrejme ten camp, pretože tam bude ako kradnúť z toho tie creepy. No, ten pull im tu ani chlapcom úplne zase tak ako nebude vadiť. Zatiaľ teda, čo môžeme ale konštatovať, čo sa týka laning phaseu, je, že zase podľa mňa tu sa to bude dosť rozhodovať na sidelinkách. Jo, mid tam bude ako Slardar versus Earth Spirit. Pikovalo sa to viac menej aj na eSport World Cup a podobne, ten Slardar ako taký ako polo-counter alebo dobrý matchup do toho midového Earth Spirita. Väčšinou je to aj tak ale 50-50 trade-off, skoro vždycky. Jako záleží, kdo to z nich potom bude schopný rozbehať. Ten Earth Spirit je ale trošku jako beast z iného testa. Na tomto turnaji a celý vlastně ten posledný jako mesiac hlavně, to je prostě ten najviac hot midový pick, čo tu je. A stojí to za to, jako aj ten level 25 s tou magnetizou potom jako nekončiacou, prostě keď to může dávat furt aj na seba. A celkovo ten scaling, aj ty timingy zo Spirit Vesslou, ten build, ktorý sa tam teraz hrá, ten Earth Spirit má prostě extrémnu silu. Satanik začíná už ale dole trochu trpět na Nikesíkovi momentálně. Přece len tam jako Not Me plus tuto Mr. Collapsič pôjdu robiť věci. Ako poetické ale je chat. Toľko storylines jsme si už akoby dneska tuto akoby spomínali, které tu máme. Na turnaji jsme se tu o tom jako bavili jako taký jako inner meme. Ano, nakoniec fakt jako je to Not Me versus No One. Aj v tom grand finále. To najvtipnější duo Nikou proti sebe je proti sebe v tom grand finále. Ta rozprávka na TI vždycky prostě vznikne úplně dokonale. Tu je prostě fakt jako nějaká magická aura. Každý jeden rok, aby to bol úplný pík. Zatiaľ sa tam darí teda Satanikovi povedzme jako dole teda prežívať s nejakými tými rageami tu, ale podľa mňa Spiriti pôjdu kľudne po neho, dokonca s Tombstoneom ho tam pôjdu divenúť. Satanik si ten Tombstone aspoň teda chlapec chce pofarmiť. Heali to chlapci, ale Satanik mal aspoň ten lázet, no ale nezabere si nič iné. Collapse bude mať tentokrát first blood. No, Not Me bude síce vytradovaný. Jako Nine Class teda prišiel jako skúsiť jako zachránit tu situáciu, hlavne tam zachránit tu creep wave, to je celku podstatné. Jo, ta Wave nebude umierať pod vežou, ušetril tam aj tých dvoch rangeákov, to je krásná support práca. Že Satanik teraz tu stíhne doportiť, stíhne akoby pofarmiť celú tú double waveu, neujde mu zas tak moc farmy, mal tam vyfarmený aj ten Tombstone, takže reálne nestratil zas tak moc, ten timing na faceku by tam mal mať slušný. Pre neho je to teraz akoby podstatné iba prežiť, reálne je to timing akože čo najskôr sa dostať k tomu Radiancu po faceke. Uvidíme, ako tento race pôjde to pre tohoto tu mladistvého princa, prosím pěkně. Máme tu Nine Classa momentálně, ale v problémoch, jak je tam zostal na tej spodnej linke, to vyzerá, že Collapse Not Me budú schopní to tu vypanišovať. Soul Rip damage nestačil tesne, bude stačiť ale DK. Spiriti znova s touto tu dvojlinkou pôjdu doručovať pressure. Za kilo tam už bude teda ta faceka na cestě pre Satanika, takže by to tam mohlo být OK. Larlič tu teda dostal skoro vysekáno od No One. Si tu pôjde dávať teda zodpovednú salvu, dokonca mu tu ide gangovať position 5, Axe. No tak mne rupne péro, Rue je normálne God na pozícii 5. Bude tu možno snajpnutý práve tou vežou. Nine Class tu vymyslel ešte celku dobré cez ten call. Rue až toto tu neprežije. Laro si ale medzi tým s tou čerstvou šestkou môže ísť rovno po double kill a zase z toho Spiriti majú viac. Rue tu vymýšľa ale normálne Axel na pečke, ktorý dokonca ganguje hneď ako začal nighttime. Takzvané je to go time pre Team Spirit. Nádherne Lordom Viperom, tuto ale počas grand finále využitá rovno tá 35% sleva. Takisto dneska tam nielen, že budeme mať točky, dneska tento finálny deň je to sviatok pre nás všetkých. Ďakujem krásne pánovi Lordovi Viperovi za využitie tejto tu slevičky. Už je ale Satanik dole akoby pekne s tým základom ready, tam už ako nemôže ten Undying len tak easily lejniť. On zvedavý, ako ten pressure teda bude pokračovať ďalej. Každopádne Spiriti si tu vybojovali momentálne za prvých 6 minút už pekne 1K gold lead. Jo, Rue ako tu našiel veci. Počkať! Zlatý kappa train! počas Grand Finals, dvakrát počas TI, no tak to ste sa normálne asi teda ale zbláznili. Golden Kappa Train prichádza, aby tu tá aura magická celého TI svietila ešte kurva viac. Táto nedeľa bude ale absolútne special as fuck. Tak teraz sa ukážu všetci tí najpoctivejší, ktorí nielenže si pôjdu akoby nejakú tú zlatú kapu, akoby tam pekne vyfarmiť, aby to tu mali počas celého finálového dňa. Uvidíme, koľko poctivých sa dneska akoby tam nejakým tým stupenečkám pekne príde pozrieť. Ja som tam ani ďalšie subgóly samozrejme vymyslené ako nemal chat, jo. Ale ako povedzme, že tam ako final boss by bolo samozrejme možno prekonať ten rekord 3400 je ale moc. Dobre, final boss, ty vole, tuto akoby chat, keď náhodou našeho TI je, keď tak akoby sa dostať na 3K a niečo by som ako vymyslel ako super prekvápko potom a dali by sme 50% rovno z don na chrtov nouzy. Ale neviem, čo iné tu akoby zatiaľ vymýšľať, možno akoby tam proste bude musieť niečo huge potom akoby musieť ako prekvápko. Každopádne máme tu zlatý Kappa Train, ďakujeme Skotičovi za tých 5 gifted, jo, takilo, tak tu tam pokračuje v tom darovanom, teraz ale poďme sústrediť na tú dvojku, teraz tu vyzerá, že Larva prišiel pekne navštíviť 9 class, vrátia si ho naspäť, Slardar ale očividne bude dobrá odpoveď, Slardáreček, ten si tam pôjde po Novana, ešte tam označí aj 9 classa predsmrtne, prídu chlapci toto celé doručiť, Rue až tým pádom bude schopný ešte s dvojicou spiritov vyfarmiť ďalšie záležitosti, zombíci to ešte medzi tým oddohnajú preč. A tu vyzerá, že Spiriti fakt ako sú pripravení hrať fakt furt 5-man, až sa normálne čudujem, že tam ešte stále Yatoro neprišiel na výlet. Zatiaľ ale mal predsa len akoby fríčko na celej tej vrchnej strane, celku tam zdebastoval na CS toho notistového Underlorda, musím povedať. Jo, tam je medzi nimi ako reálne rozdiel pomaly 2500. Tu ale No One prišiel urobiť veľmi dobrý prvý move. Notmi je tam ale nachystaný, aby to odohnal preč. Nakoniec nebudú mať priestor na to, aby Yatora Paneši to dokonca pôjde otočiť do nich Laro. Tu prichádza takisto. No One zrazu vymazaný jak nic. Spiriti majú odpoveď na všetko, čo tu Viždovci chcú robiť a je to early fucking brutál. Proste non-stop pressure. Čo sa tam stalo? Čo sa tam stalo? Čo sa tam stalo? Čo sa tam stalo v tom čete? Kámo, tam Ragnar nahodil 10, Chrobák nahodil 5, Turgon Noldor nahodil 5 a Kartny CZ potom nahodil 50 gifted subs. Tak by ste sa tam akoby v tom čete teda akoby očividne teda akoby sú to takisto nakazili tou magickou TI aurou. 9-3, ale momentálne majú Spiriti fakt ako extrémne dobre rozohrané. Znova toto isté. Ten Undying, early mid-game. Aj keď tu hrajú, vole, position 5 záležitosti. Teraz mi to tu nezasekávaj, Gabe, ne. Teraz mi to tu nezasekávaj. Teraz ne. Hopefully fixed. Ty kráso, chat, ale. No. Ale ako satanik, ako musím povedať, že ustále ako toto celé. Ďalší vyvolení tam pôjdu pekne pomôcť tomuto zlatému Kappa Trainu, vyfarmiť si ten golden emote. Je predsa len celku rare záležitosť a má to akoby dvakrát za TI a je kurva akoby šanca podľa mňa jednak 830 miliónov. Kolaps, predtým si tu pôjde so 6 rovno, možno Dukali sa akurát chceť posoulovať. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A ty gifted sabou tam ale ide fakt ako 1,5 milióna. Tu ale vyzerá, že Kolaps takové to byť, že byť ako full on team fight, Viždovci prišli úplne všetci. Premýšľam chat, či akoby mutnúť alerty iba, aby sa nás tam akoby nerušilo akoby furt dookola, akoby to isté akoby počas tú grand finále, alebo to tam akoby mám nechať, pretože vás to tam ako teší. Za mňa by to bolo dobré, akoby kľudne aj bez toho, ale stále tam ako ten Golden Kappa Train jede do úplne výšin. Ja myslím, že to bude akoby lepšie mutnuté. A potom to akoby odmutujeme akoby po Golden Kappa. Tak, poďme teda ale po 11. minúte sa tu sústrediť na to, čo sa tu deje. No One mal síce zbraň v rukách, Spiriti na to ale majú odpoveď, ktorá fungovala pred nejakou tou dobou a bude fungovať očividne zase. Pekne tu na klasice si to dokonca do toho Stolen Crushu nachystal tuto momentálne sám. Jo, Rueášeček. Ten ale ako z position 5 axem proste prešiel cez laning phase a Jako uvidíme, jaký blink timing tu jako samozřejmě bude schopný vyťahnout. Každopádně Satanik už je tu jakoby s vymaxovanou tam pěkně fístičkou. Ready kludně to tu jako utradovat do toho Undyinga. Not Me si tu přišel dať mezi tým akurát teda duel s mistrom Not Oneom. Toto je duel Not Me, Not One, Not Anyone. No nakonec to Dukalis přijde dokončiť. Velmi vtipný duel na TI main stage, ale k tomu. Mezi tím si tam teda HPčka půjde doplnit akurát tuto nenápadnou infestou Mr. Sataníček. Jo, uvidíme, jaký rychlý rádlo timing vyťahne, ale zrovna jako by som typoval, že nejaký jako by tu 15 minutu by tam jako plus minus hitovať mohol. Pozrite ale medzi tým, čo má už vybudované. Teraz momentálne chlapec Jatorovský. Jo, 7000 network. Dukalis tu medzi tým iba tak jako nenápadne označený. To tam jako nemôže ísť vládať do toho minusa, tak speedu len tak rúbať. Príde tu ale 9class zase s tým jeho kombičkom, skúsi kolapsa setupnúť. Jako nakoniec tam odovzdá dokonca aj DK, ale tu dokonca príde iba otočka, easy peasy. Láro prišiel presne tam, kde ho je treba najviac. Čet, ale keď som akoby tomuto, to neznamená, že máte prestať akoby posielať tie saby. Ten Golden Kappa Train akoby tu nebude akoby žiť sám o sebe, tu ešte veľmi veľa poctivých, ktorí sa tu akoby možno akoby nedostali k tomu, aby sme sa tu dostali možno aj na nejakú magickú hranicu 2500 sabov, čo by bolo insane. Nehovoriac to final bossovi, akoby to by bolo už úplne ako Brutus. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No to tam stále bude vidieť Lord Viper, stále akoby za to budem ďakovať a menovať to, ale rozumieš. Akože iba tam ako nebude akorát Jonáš do to. Ale kľudne to odmutujem, čet, uvidíme, či to bude fungovať, jo? Máme to odmutované. Počkaj, tu ale idú hantiť momentálne možno obidva týmy, ten nápad bol akurát ísť cez bránu. No, majú akoby ešte k tomu aj Vision pripravený ako Visionovci. Nakoniec sa nepôjdu úplne cez tú bránu teda na vrch. Žiadny move takto ako nebude. Už tam máte akoby tuto alerty zase ako tam ako nemutnuté, takže uvidíme, či to akoby bude fungovať. Za minútu 10 nám tu končí ten zlatý Golden Kappa Train, ktorý tu predsa len tú magickú auru z TI čerpá tiež. Aj od každého jedného z vás.
Díky za podporu.
No, to funguje, dívajte sa, Zrzek videl, že to bude počuť. Potrebuje Saberové sakit poriadne. Poriadne to potrebuje vysať. Uvidíme, či sa tam ešte niekto nájde, kto toto tu akoby pôjde skúsiť zachrániť. A predsa len boli celku veľké mordy a ďakujeme Elskotovi Banimu, predtým X-Special Borimu, Lemonovi. Neviem, to tam akoby ešte ďalší bol, potom si to akoby vyskrolujeme. Máte ešte 30 sekúnd, aby ste skúsili toto celé udržať a udrží to Zeremius. 10 submi, not bad. Každopádne na Jatorovi za chvíľku za 6 kg už tu budeme mať pripravenú dokonca celú tú mantu, takže už sa akoby bude môcť zbaviť aj ten nejaký ako nepríjemný tam ako silencov, jo, věcí. Celku jako podstatný element, jako dosť intenzívne, nej že ne. Už sa tu ale bude za chvíľku Satanik blížiť ako k celému rádlu, on tam ani nekupoval nič, tam čaká ako s Kurirom, aby tu kúpil úplne celé naraz. Not Me, medzi tým tu jako behá, akurát tam presne snajpne Satanikovi Kuríra. To rádlo nebude mať tak dobrý timing. Geniálny snipe teraz od Not Meho. Nepriamo takto to tam ako celé spomalil, medzi tým tu No One bude snajpnutý. Tam vyzerá, že ten Mipoškov nápad, že necháme prejsť toho Earth Spirita, nechajte mu to. Zrazu proste, jak sa to vyplatilo, ten line-up vykraftili úplne krásne, majú tam síce position 5 Axeho, ale vôbec to tu nie je poznať. To telo to tam preto SF-ko urobilo, ja má tu zrazu ako reálne, ja to roku 9600 net worth. A som zvedavý, vyzerá, že Satanik si dole ide kúpiť to rádlo by the way sám do toho Secret Shopu, takže to je OK. Už má celé to rádlo teda hneď po 15, takže stále ten timing jako má jakž takž Gucci. Mytová veža medzi tým ale bude teda dokončená. Vižnovci by si tu chceli možno jako niečo ísť nájsť, tam ale Larleč má už aj dokonca aj Shardu hneď po 15. No to je tak intenzívne rozbehnutý midový Slardar, že takto akoby veľkého rybáka som už dlho nevidel. Aspoň ten Spirit Vessel Charge tam No One má z tej smrte, takže tu ale musia akoby Vižnovci začať hrať, majú skore momentálne 5-12, ich kroky vedú možno pekne k Jatorovi, akurát sa rozhodli zhantiť druhou stranou, a Jatorov akurát bol hneď vedľa nich. No, Vižnovci nakoniec možno budú chcieť smerovať na ten midíček. kde sa ale momentálne schováva pekne kolaps iba za stromami, nič tu Visionovci nevedia proti Spiritom nájsť. Krásna schovávačka. Medzi tým ešte Jošky s 5 gifted submi, Prod s ďalšími 10 gifted submi tu príde ešte ukázať, že je tu veľa poctivých, ktorí tu pekne pôjdu podporiť a odplebejí to tu ako spoločnou silou úplne celé. Vidíme, či tento tu Golden Kappa Train bude v tomto tu Grand Finals mať nejakú obrovskú životnosť. No, tu ale medzi tým si Larl nabehol teda možno do akoby celku šlamastiky, pekne stihol vyblinkovať preč, aby tam nedostal ani ten Blood Granát, ani to rádlo. Larlič, clutch play, kolaps, ale tu rád podľa mňa pôjde ešte niečo možno ako Jebejti, tu bude mať predsa len keď tak Tombstone, nechce to akoby tu úplne možno hneď dávať, ale to možno ani nedá. Dobre si ako rozmyslel, že to tam ako nechce, aby tam neodovzdal ako bonusové goldy. Pre Satanika je to ale predsa len kill navíc. A Rue teraz v 17. minúte dofarmil Blinku. No tam proste to je ako core axe, ale proste na support. Rue až si proste hrá ako by tuto na pána. Takzvané ovec style. A Blinka je teda na ceste v 17. čo zrazu na position 5 axem by mohlo mať gigavalue. Je stále free kill, čo ja viem pre Nikesa, jo, ale pre nejaké ostatné targety by to mohlo byť tvrdé. Hlavne Jatoro už sa k tomuto celému príde takisto pripájať, pôjdu to tu Spiriti obísť. Satanika už tam uvidia, toto je jednoznačne go move 9 class, tam do nich síce narazí ako prvý, ale Satanik je ten hlavný target. Infestu má keď tak pripravenú, Rue až ho tu zblinkol, ale nachystá, tam Satanik potrebuje zaliesť hneď. 9 class ho tam pekne sprdelo, počkal chaseovať, ale podľa mňa môže túto chlapec Larlovitý jak nič. Označený už tam bude jeden. Satanik bude mať teraz dlhú cestu preč, Notice to tam pekne oddelí. Rue až to ale zaženie ešte naspäť, tam chcú ísť kľúci ďalej a pôjde Larliš na ďalšie kolo, odtiaľ to sa Satanik nedostane, no one to tu ale pôjde skúsiť vyčistiť a počkať, ten Magnetize nedáva málo, ale tu je Jatoro. Príde priniesť tú poslednú jeho korunu. Ešte tu Notice možno bude mať damage na to, aby tam Larla dorazil, on dokonca bude mať triple kill z tohoto celého. Dukalis to pôjde spomaliť tiež tam, ale bude stačiť jeden raise a bude stačiť tvrde. Notmi mal teda ten posledný last hit, ale aj tak teamfight pre Spiritov jednoznačne na ich strane. Máte tam ešte ale 40 sekúnd, chat, zlatý Kappa Train. No tu ešte veľmi veľa ľudí, ktorí nebudú môcť používať momentálne akoby túto zlatú kapu. Ja akoby tu hlásim. To akoby momentálne síce akoby pekne akumulovalo dostatok energie na to, aby tu Spiriti dokonca dokázali ísť na toho prvého Rošana. Dobrý scan prišiel od týmu Vision, si uvedomujú, že toto sa tu bude diať. A nemajú tempo proste v svojich rukách, ani s tou Enčkou, ani s ničím iným. A pôjde to 16 submi a Sabesty. To pôjde setupnúť a tu máme Satanika, ktorý zažíva normálne ten najväčšie peklo, aké zažil na celom turnaji. Na 5 rán nakoniec tu Dukalis proste po kape tiež Jatoro s double damageom to tu pôjde čistiť jak pán.
Za podporu
A Sabesty, ale ty vole, 16 sabov, jak totálny král, ultra hrubý mravenec, takisto s jedným gifted subom. Daily dokonca ešte 93 s ďalšími 5 gifted submi. Táto komunita sa tu rozrastá. Pomaly sa blížime aj k tým 2500, čo je insane. A z tohoto celého, ako by tu hlavne je proste tá informácia, že Spiriti sú proste v nezastaviteľnej championship forme. Jakmile Team Spirit prejdú lower bracketom, dostanú sa do Grand Finals BO5 na TI stage. Ono možno akoby nezastaviteľné, zastaví to nezastaviteľné. Tu sa to proste vykráti celé. Vyzerá, že ešte budeme tu tento tu poriadny Golden Kappa Train naplňať. Predsa len keď sa tu dneska bude korunovať niekto. Tak ako Golden Kappa Train zlatý je možno záležitosť, čo tu chceme mať. Úplne brutus teraz, čo tu predvádzajú Spiriti. Visionovci sú jednoznačne ten najsilnejší tým na svete. Ale toto je podľa mňa Mipoška faktor.
Dobře, tak velký. Děkujem.
Gombíček. Neskutočne ďakujem pánovi Pretty Flako za liter, aby sme takisto aj tomu baru pomohli na vrchu, aby nebol tak opustený chlapec. A hlavne akoby tam konečne akoby nastavil precedens, že tu možno dneska nebude mať úplne nejaké easy VIP, pekná práca. No medzi tým tu Novan ale pôjde skúsiť, možno sa tam tu nejaký comeback fight a Yatora teraz digitálne práve situácii, ide o to, neodíde ani náhodou. Rages mu zobrali jak nič. Vižnovci potrebujú presne stabilizovať toto celé a možno toto je ten moment. Rue to zastavil dobre, tam nakoniec ale ten Requiem proste neprichádza, ten damage overtime stačí, Yatoro tam proste vykape, úplne Rue až sa síce dostal tesne domov. Ale tu Vižnovci našli momentálne konečne ten zázrak, ktorý oni vedeli nájsť every series. Už tu fungoval aj ten Magnetize podľa predstav. Zrazu Yatoro odchytený a to, čo mu akoby fungovalo, tá Ultra Confidence doteraz. Konečne mu to trošku priškripli, teraz momentálne Vižnovci tiež si z toho Golden Kappa trainu idú trošku akoby ponasávať chlapci. Uvidíme, či to akoby teoreticky, keď to ako predložíme, možno nám celé to tu urobí úplne brutál, competitive game, jak nikto. Jo, predsa len sa tam Novan akoby týmto fightom teda priblíži k tomu, aby to bola za chvíľku aj celá tá šiva. Tá sila toho Earth Spirita tam hlavne bude stúpať a stúpať. Jo, ako teraz tam je presne ten downtime, kde Larlich teraz akoby to chvíľku, kým tam nebude mať to BKB, to také ako mech. No, Dukáli sa ale očividne chcú skúsiť, ten snipe tam ale nevyšiel, aby ho breakli. No, ako Novan to bude môcť oddeliť, ten kill na Dukáli sa je moc zložitý, možno by to mohol vyriešiť Yatoro, to posunutie trošku pomôže, ale len na moment. Odtiaľ sa kľúci dostanú, 9 class, ale tu bude vychytaný chlapec tiež, zase Spiriti. Proste síce teraz stratili jeden fight, hneď potom si prídu po Jatorovský double kill. To je proste normálne nezastaviteľná spiritská tvrdohlavá skvadra. Normálne nezastavujú nikdy. Tu neexistuje downtime. Ako nedávajú dýchať vôbec týmu Vision, ktorí normálne akoby tam eskalujú ako páni. 5000-ový goldy tam teda bude stále. Jo, bránou, teraz sa Spiriti idú dokonca presunúť na tú vrchnú stranu, tam dobre podľa mňa Satanik pochopil, že tam ako nemôže ísť teraz úplne pušovať tú väžu. Bude tam ako pofarmákovávať nejaké tie enchantičky k tomu. Ako blíži sa tam ako predsa len aj ten Undying. Vyzerá, že na vrchu tuto ale nenájdu kluci s tými dvomi dvojčkami, tentokrát Satanika vôbec. Jo, uvidíme, či Sataníček ako začal čerpať z tohoto našeho Golden Kappa trainu, či mu tam dáte niečo pososať, alebo či tam je viac Spirit fans, záleží. Hlavne chat, 25 sabov nám chýba do 2500, tak to je insane samo o sebe. Uvidíme, či to Vižnovci ale nájdu nejaký fight, treba počítať s tým, že potom akoby tie Infest bomby, jo, tam vždycky môžu prísť proste v Novanovi, povedzme, bez problémov. Jo, Underlord tam vždycky môže za nimi doportiť, ten line-up už to toľku stabilizoval, ten Position 5 axe, uvidíme, aký impact bude môcť vytiahnuť. Ten Golden Kappa train má ale posledných 15 sekúnd, ten Golden Kappa train má možno problém. Ojojojojoj, zlatá kapa vyfarmená pre mnohých ako poctivo, ne že ne. Ešte tu akoby skúsi Hytrich s 100 bitmi pomôcť, ja myslím, že 100 bitov akoby nebolo úplne enough. A nakoniec Golden Kappa train za nami, veľmi pekný, brutálny level. Nádherná práca, chat, poďme to spolu osláviť, dáme si jedno spoločné tutu. Sched? To kámo, Sched je tento rok bojovník. Bojovník Sched! Spiriti akurát ale idú pri tomto tu akoby alerte, akurát momentálne skúša teda robiť nejaké záležitosti, práve Dukáli sa by tu mohli nájsť jak nič. Difuzérom už ho majú pekne označeného. Notmi ho môže breaknúť, aby ho mohli zabiť len tak. A nakoniec ale príde rovno Underlord Tripper, bude dobrý setup Novan. Tam bude ale rovno vychytaný potom, čo tam ako naskočil tu, ale Satanik ako celú dobu môže ešte mlátiť. Tom majú Spiriti ale hodiny, tentokrát ešte dobre, uvidíme, čo sa tu Larlovi podarí dať. Novana tam nakoniec teda dorazili spolu s Notmím, Collapse sa snaží chaseovať ďalej. Magnetize už nebude zas tak ako dlho predĺžovaný. 9 class sa tam snaží ešte dozadu niečo urobiť, Rue až tam nakoniec prišiel po svoju istú smrť. Notice tam ešte mrdajú do prdele, proste 4 zombíci, Yatoro to bude pravdepodobne môcť vyprcať do prdele a je tomu tak, hlavne Notmi to tu čistí s Hoodwinkovou. Triple kill už v jeho rukách. Bude to pre Yatora ďalší kill k tomu. Satanik ale prichádza ešte na nejaké to druhé kolo, s Yatorom si tu prišiel dať nejaký duel, ten duel mladík nevyhráva Prince. Nebude tak Kinga tentokrát pravdepodobne stačiť. Znova ale Broke, začalo to celým tým fightom. Dukalis tentokrát zatiaľ ešte tenky, aby toto tu prežil, ten Yatoro by chcel ten kill, ale nebude ho mať. Jo, 24-13 si Spiriti ale berú jeden lepší trade-off za druhým. Toto bola šanca pre Viždovcov sa tu vrátiť naspäť. Majú ale dostatočný build na to, aby toto tu akoby celé úplne prežili. Neskutočne krásna práca, ešte raz tu chat s tým brutál Golden Kappa trainom, brutalita sama. priblížili sme sa dokonca k tým 2500. Skred dneska, ale normálne si ide toto požehnané TI VIP dneska skúsiť pofarmiť. To je kráso. Šetril veľmi dlhú dobu a dneska ide skred bojovať.
Vstupenka najzákladnejší kameň.
Už to vypočítal. Dobre, Rue, tentokrát tu nájde nenápadný opener. Záchrana od Nineclassa na chvíľku pomôže. Jatoro je tam síce pripravený hitovať tu, ale Spiriti proste majú ešte ten follow-up nakoniec do toho minus armoru na 3 rany. Padol tento tu veľký dinosaur, ktorý je skôr malá nenápadná chicken. Nakoniec ale s buybackom sa tá chicken ešte vráti naspäť. S tým magnetizom sa tam začínajú Spiriti všetci rozplývať. To bol možno geniálny chicken buyback, že po 26. minúte Spiriti stratili už trojicu. Requiem tu ešte chlapec skúsil na Dukalisa. A milusky nebudú podľa mňa úplne stačiť, snaží sa tu ešte nejakým zázrakom Jatoro prežiť. Je tam pod Vižnom, je tam Dastutý. No one tu vie, že môže ísť robiť veci. Jatoro sa nechce do nich akoby tu zatiaľ otočiť, chce tam proste odísť čo najďalej, vie, že ten Dust bude končiť. No vyzerá, že kolaps tu bude ešte pri ňom pripravený tiež. Jatoro bude teda žiť. Huge fight pre Team Vision, aby toto tu celé ale trochu stabilizovali. Je to predsa len 35 sekúnd pred tým, ako by sa tu mohol už spavnúť Roš, stálo ich to buyback na tom veľkoprdelatom Underlordičovi. Ale je to veľký moment pre Team Vision na to, aby tu mali ešte v tejto hre nejakú tú poriadnu nádej. Po 27. minúte Golden Earth Spirit začína byť celku nepríjemnosť takzvané. Chcete, ďakujem krásne do tých ďalších 177, už ani neviem, či to posielaš vždycky ty, alebo či to posiela za teba akoby niekto iný. To potom akoby skontrolujem samozrejme, ale nádherná práca. Satanik ako medzi tým sa bude chcieť približovať po tej mante ešte ku Kirasu, to je taký ako basic build. Aganim tam úplne neuprednostňuje, ten Kiras je za mňa ako celku nutnosť proti tomu minus armor line-upu, to fakt ako potrebuje. No, Dukalis sme tu si myslí, že bude mať hasty, no, tuto je Jatoro ready, 4 rany nazdar. Dukalis sa rozplýva, Jatoro bere mega kill. A Vižnovcom sa toto tu akoby trochu vzdialuje. Rošan nakoniec sa rozhodol, že teraz bude mať chill time, jo, chat? Nohy v pohode vyložiť, pretože Rošáneček sa rozhodol, že sa bude spavnovať až 2,5 minúty. Jatoro ale očividne žiadny downtime úplne nebude mať. Tu pôjde pokračovať ten Manta Dodge. Kámo, Satanik vytočoval momentálne Manta Dodgeov akoby úplne všetko, čo len mohol, ale aj tak to nebude stačiť. Prišli to tu akoby so záchranným módom pomôcť toto zachrániť Vižnovci a bude ich to stáť všetkých všetko. Team Spirit berú obrovský huge fight, aj keď Satanik vyťahne Manta Dodge jak lord. Tak proste tu na základe Visionu videli, kde sa kto pohybuje. Spiriti tu čítajú ako otvorenú knižku, není tam možno náhoda, že vyhrali posledných 7 hier za sebou. Ten streak, ten bude ale očividne možno pokračovať ďalej a ďalej a ďalej a ďalej a ďalej a ďalej a ďalej. Spiriti sa premenili do svojho nezastaviteľného championship módu, chcú byť prvý tím, ktorý vyhrá predsa len 3-krát TI. Históriu chcú prepísať a nechcú tu nechať zapísať nejaké nové meno. Aj keď to je ten princ, ktorý tu predsa len ako predvádza aj za túto sezónu, alebo za posledné tie 2 roky fakt ako neskutočné veci. To, čo tu Satanik proste nadeluje, ale nie je zatiaľ vidieť úplne v tom GRANDFINALS. Jatoro je proste fakt ako normálne v svojom móde, kde teraz sa tam dokonca zamýšľa, jednoručne, teraz si tam ako rozmyslí, čo tu ako porobiť. Pravde kľudne jednou rukou na tak ako 3 rany plus minus zabije toho Rubika. Konečne sa dopracoval k tomu, že tam po šarde teda má aspoň tú forsku, takže 2 cesty, ako tam ako niečo zachrániť. 8000 gold lead, ale je stále tam, Vižnovci vedia, že musia ale ten fight aj tak akoby ísť forsnúť. No, nakoniec si tam nájdu pekne teraz túto schovaného Rueho. Tak schovaný chlapec nebol, veľmi pekný snipe a začiatok. No, ty sa tam snažil ešte nájsť niečo vzadu, to bola práve tá Woodwinková, ktorú budú môcť tým pádom zničiť tiež. Krásne rozdobranie od týmu Vision. Nenápadka, zrazu 2 support killy dole. A Rošan, popravde, ešte tam ale stále nie je. Na ich nešťastie. Budú mať ale teraz celku dobrú kontrolu minimálne Visionom okolo tohoto celého. Jatoro tu ale obišiel momentálne toto celé. Príde si po Dukalisa s Larlom a zase Woodwinková dokonca príde po buyback, keby sa tam náhodou niečo zomlelo. Spiriti vedia, že tu je rush time a práve teraz sa to spamlo. Minus armor si teraz dobre, Nineclass akurát stýlol ten Slardar tým pádom. No, má ale celku v prdeli, pretože tam majú aj tak ako lotu zorbeček. No, Vižnovci, aj keď ako predsa len Satanik už začína do toho na XIčka ako celku krájať. No, proti tomu SF-ku ako ten late game matchup, ako možno s nejakým Abyssalom bude ako príjemnejší. Podľa mňa túto hru ale musí odtiahnuť poriadne aj ten Earth Spirit. Ten Magnetize musí proste ako začať štípať. Že zatiaľ tam minus armor stratégia ešte s takým tým ako SIčkom, čo je ten position 5 axe. Jo, ako občasný proste blink call aj do backup, aj do rageu. No, niečo by tam ako úplne bolo to najväčšie. Ale Spiriti celkovo majú viac možností a Vižnovci tí tam proste musia nakráčať. Môžu začať nejakou ako bránou od Notista, ale musí to byť no one medzi všetkými. Za malý moment to bude teda na Satanikovi, ale dokončený teda aj celý Kiras, takže dôležitá armor aura aj pre jeho tým. Aj minus armor aura, aby tam niečo možno zabili. Spiriti idú ale znova robiť prvý move. Pekný scan, ako by teraz, aby vedeli, kto tam ako je na strane. Scan prišiel, ale dokonalý takisto aj od Vižnovcov. I sú tu nachystaní ešte na tom high grounde, aby to tam čo najskôr proste pekne breakli ten smoke a myslím, že už videli práve tú Hoodwinkovú. To bude ten prvý target, ktorý pôjde Not Me rozbehnúť. No, Nullifier, on tam ako bude si musieť ako Novan teraz momentálne dávať pozor tu, ale príde pekný pit of Melis na troch Notice. Potom ukontroloval Hoodwinková, dostala na chvíľku záchranu, ale ani Tombstone to tu nezachráni. Veľký opener, pretože on tam ako buybackoval naposledy. On tam nebude 85 sekúnd, Yatoro, ten medzi tým tu prišiel ako do Silver Edgeom skúsiť iba tak ako vypnutú enčku. Už to nebude taká veľká sila aj s tou Kirazaurou a podobne. Spiriti dostávajú trošku faciáž, smoke ale popujú práve Vižnovci, počkať. My tam idú instantne hľadať open air, OK, uvidíme čo tu Nova nájde. Silencom tam majú síce na Larliča, ale nenašli tam nič úplne tak podstatne, ako by chceli. Yatoro medzi tým to teda premiestnil akurát tej midovej tier 2, nikto zatiaľ tu nebude odchytený, Spiriti si uvedomujú podľa mňa, že tých 50 sekúnd teraz ako není úplne ideál. Ale hlavne potrebujú ako nenechať toho Rošana tam. Pre Vižnovcov to je ale popravde ako veľký timing. Ten problém pre nich je, že oni nemajú line-up, ktorý môže toho Rošana nejak ako rýchlo zabiť. Popravde majú ten stolen minus armor, na to som zabudol. S tým Rubikom to možno ako bude OK. Spiriti pôjdu ale podľa mňa aj 4 bojovať, dokonca Yatoro tam teraz má dokončené to MK, bo on už ani nebude misovať. No, Larlič ale naskočí rovno, celá skvadra tam naskočila naraz, vybrali si práve toho Earth Spirit a ten bude vypnutý hneď ako prvý. Satanik si tu medzi tým musí dať veľký anime duel. Yatoro nezvláda medzi všetkými s tým MK tu ale prežívať. Na 90 sekúnd bude ten Vižnovci, toto tu ešte nájdu, no one predsa len prišiel po buybacku. Tam boli ready, Spiriti prišli all in štvorici, ale odídu všetci mŕtvi. Team Vision tu ukázali, že buybacky sú všetko a že Nikes je odpoveď takisto na absolútne všetko, čo môžete kedy skúsiť. Nikes number one, baby! Stolen minus armor dala na začiatku, otvoril to, aby toho Rošana vôbec ako by mohli prísť. Tam je veľa malých puzzlov, ktoré sa teraz spojili dohromady. A tu pre tou 34. minútou extrémne veľký moment, kde sa nám táto hra dostala podľa mňa do rúk týmu Vision. A toto je možno to prebudenie. A Pupan nebude musieť možno kupovať ani nejaké tie monitory, no tí aj main stage by predsa len s nimi ako nemusel úplne házet. Aj keď už je to predsa len ako dospelý muž, museli tam spendnúť aj ten buyback, tuto bol ten náskok troch naraz od Spiritov, veľmi synergické, ale potom presne prišiel jeden buyback. Otočili to do toho SF-ka, ktoré išlo YOLO, jo, tam ako Yatoro si myslel, že je proste Rambo, že kúpil MK alebo miesto BKB a bude tam stáť v strede takto toho fightu. Jo, tie buybacky sú hlavne to, čo tam samozrejme urobilo ten fight potom ako už celku jednoduchým. Ale z tohoto si kluci zobrali akurát tak ako Rubika. Satanik bude mať tým pádom teraz ako rovno setup na to, aby tam mohol kúpiť ešte Aganim do zbierky, jo, potom možno to ešte zožrať, zobrať tam nejaký ten basher, tam ešte sa má ten Nike kde posúvať. A aj keď Earth Spirit musel dať ten buyback, tak to pekne prispôsobili Vižnovci, pretože ten druhý život dali práve tomu Earth Spiritovi. No one má teraz double damage a k tomu Aegis. Nezáleží, že dával úplne ten buyback. Rueáš teraz ale stojí dobre, aby tu možno niečo vydočoval, ale nebude dosť rýchly, nevydočuje chlapec nič. Dočovať tu môže akurát takto, aby už nikdy nehral position 5 Axel. No, Mipoškovi možno nakoniec nebude úplne ďakovať. V 35. minúte máme ten gold lead fakt ako ale úplne na nule. Yatoro išiel síce YOLO all in, proste damage build, ktorým to chce rozsekať. Chlapci sa zrazu ale otočili do neho a je to. Notice to tam veľmi pekne udržal akoby medzi všetkými. No a vyzerá to, že Vižnovci fakt jako s Nikesom našli možno ešte návod na toto tu celé. V tejto hre zrazu jakoby proti tomu Nikesovi je tam predsa len akoby teraz už podľa mňa cíti dosť intenzívne ten element, že tam nemôže ten Undying moc toho robiť, ako nemôže tam byť úplne ten nezabiteľný frontline. Jo, jako k tomu. Len Slardáreček jako jakž takž to môže jako ukajtiť. Naxe má šancu väčšinou dať jeden skok a hotovo. A pre Spiritov sa to tu zrazu celku komplikuje. Úplne by som ale nepodceňoval Jatorové možnosti, aby sa ešte kľudne nejakej tej defenzíve dostal. Jo, dokonca tam ešte pofarmil pekne aj, pofarmili kluci toho Tormentrička. Jatorová šarda síce ako zas tak moc veľký impact nebude mať. Novanic si tu ale našiel teraz ešte nejakú Arcane runu. Pre Spiritov by bolo samozrejme teraz ako pre nich dokonalé. Iba ako delayovať a čakať a nefajtiť ideálne 2 minúty. Satanic by the way už má celý ten agáč, takže presne už pôjde plánovať akurát to, že tam ako Basher a Abyssal je to posledné, čo mu tu chýba k dokonalosti. Nejaký zožraný agáč predsa len. Toto je ten plán. No one medzi tým ide skúsiť ale hantiť spolu s Nineclassom, našli. Woodwinkovú vyčmukali. No, Pit of Malice tam príde pekne z brány a myslím si, že pán Notme tuto ako nemá absolútne šancu pekné dokopnutie do ďalšieho rútu. Ešte ďalší rút, aby toho nebolo úplne málo. Tá Woodwinková žije nejak moc dlhú dobu mi príde na môj plus. Keď sa k tomu teda ale Dukalis dopravil, aby to teda dorazili úplne celé. Vižnovci podľa mňa ale cítia, že ten advantage je na ich strane minimálne, kým majú ten Aegis. Potom už tam nebude ani taký veľký downtime, kde tam ako no one nebude mať úplne ten buyback. Toto je ich šanca. Woodwinková tam zase není 60 sekúnd. Majú tu pripravený banner, majú tu pripravený Aegis. Toto nemôžu Spiriti len tak zdržovať. 7 sekúnd síce ako z glyfu dobrý, ale tu creep wave nemá kto zabiť. Tam sa nemá kto priblížiť, aby tam ako mohol ten banner získať. Tam sa všetci môžu ako skákať či dívať z diaľky. Jatoro sa tam takisto ani úplne neblíži momentálne. Tu dokonca vyzerá, že Spiriti budú chcieť ako sacrifice úplne celé tie raxy. Satanik sa tam teraz ako trošičku ako samozrejme vzdiali, iba tými iluskami to možno bude stačiť samo o sebe. Aj keď sú proste Spiriti v štvorici, Jatorovi sa tam vôbec nechce. Dobre, Manta iluskami by the way zabil tú ďalšiu midovú waveu. Nebude to mať ale zase tak veľký impact, jo, keďže už to majú celé dopušované. No, pôjde tam možno skúsiť vyčmúkať tom triangli, keby náhodou, ale tam už je Jatoro dávno doportený doma. Má hlavne to 9-sekundové BKB ready, preto podľa mňa nešiel akoby do tohoto defenzu. Jatoro tam ako chápe, že bez toho by to dopadlo dizástrom. Na Notistovi medzi tým už máme ale aj tú hexičku pripravenú, to je huge item. No One-ovi medzi tým tam procol presne ten katalist. Už sa dostávame presne do zóny, kde si Spiriti možno ako nakoniec uvedomia, že nechať tam toho Earth Spirita nebol možno ten najlepší nápad. Za mňa to je celku ten ako podstatný element, aj ten Underlord tam podľa mňa ako robí svoje. Uvidíme, ako keď teraz bude končiť ten Aegis. Za 6 sekúnd je to tu, kolaps sa tu ale vidí a teraz momentálne Vižnovci pod Visionom. Poetické, tu Vardu už uvidia, ale tu už príde nejaká tá brána, aby Larla forceli aspoň rýchle BKB. Rubika tu pripraví Rue, tam ho dobre mohli akoby tým pádom vymazať, je tam ale medzi všetkým práve Jatoro, ten má síce svoje BKB, Mantov sa z toho tu dostane, ešte sa mu ako nechce dávať úplne tá plná defenzíva. Jeho Infestov sa medzi tým teda akoby tu zveze trošku Satanik o trochu ďalej. Otočka prišla do toho Earth Spirita samotného, ten takové zostáva od Jatora, ale totálny výmaz. Ten damage bol celku nechutný. Padá tam ale minimálne Rue, padá tam takisto aj ten Slardar. Kolapsiť, že tu ale rozbehnutý, že tu možno bude chcieť ešte ďalšie kolo dať. Spiriti takisto tentokrát pôjdu využiť tie buybacky. Ó, pekný call, aspoň na Satanika. Jatoro môže vzadu mlátiť. Requiem vytiaľ tiež Rageom a Infestov, ale si po Jatora tentokrát pravdepodobne Satanik príde. Ó ne, Satanik, toto nezvládolo jeden hit. To nevyšlo úplne tesne, Jatoro tam bude na ten jeden ešte žiť, na questu minus armor obnočia práve Satanika, ten je síce úplne brutálny rate loss, ale je tu 1v4 a Jatoro s tým jedným APčkom, to možno pôjde ešte vysekať úplne celé. Jatoro! Ó môj Bože, toto je král! Nasaďte mu niekto len tú korunu, prosím! Ó môj Bože, teraz keby sa mu tu spavnul normálne regen, tak si myslím, že ako by tam má normálne na ramenách Gabena. Jatoro, čo tu teraz predviedol, to bola ale cinema na druhu. Dva buybacky tam museli, myslím, že Spiriti na toto celé si spendovať, ale poďme si to pozrieť ešte raz. To bol huge fight. Tam začali síce akoby Viždovci dobre, jo. Larl musel dať to BKB early. Rubik ale bol vymazaný ako instantne v tom fighte. A potom to pokračovalo akurát na tej pravej strane. Jo, Yatoro prvý pressure dostal, nechával si tam celú dobu to BKB. Potom zaliezol tam akurát teraz prvýkrát Satanik akurát do Dukalisa, aby sa tam zviezol. Otočka prišla do toho Earth Spirita. Yatoro celú dobu mlátil proste v tom taunte od druhého, v tom huge blink taunte. Tam zabili toho Earth Spirita na 105. Tu ale to celé ešte pokračovalo. Kolaps prišiel na druhé kolo predsa len. Jo, je to 7000 HPčkový ako Undying, ktorý fakt ako žil. Rue prišiel po buybacku a Yatoro vždycky na tých low HPčkách to tu skúsil. Teraz ale Rageom a Infestov, to tam proste Satanik fakt ako mal vypočítané, ale on proste mikrohit normálne, no mikrohit. S tým Lotusom aj s tým healom, on tam proste udržali pri živote a Yatoro tu lurkoval, kým bude tá príležitosť, že sa môže ukázať. Počkal na ten moment, zbavil sa prvého Satanika, hneď potom noticed, ešte tu to vyčúkoval, Larl mu pomohol, hlavne tu Firestormu proste nedostal na záver, to je insane samo o sebe. Toto bol moment, ktorý si budeme podľa mňa pamätať dlho. Yatoro, the king, už sa dostal možno aj do hlavy Satanikovi. Tento mal rozohrané chlapec ako giga dobré. Tento fight zahrali Spiriti tak extrémne exquisite, že toto tu bola proste michelinská maximálna hviezdička, toto tu... Toto by dokonca ani Gordon Ramsay nenazval Raw. Kámo, Rue až na tom position 5 axem, čo tam proste vytiahol. Jo, proste vždycky takéto blink jumpy na tie targety v ten správny čas, aj keď musel spendovať buyback. Je to insane. Yatoro dokonca si zobral ten talent, ktorý by som neočakával. On si zobral normálne... Prečo si nezobral ten misklikol, ako by ten 25-kový talent? Z Razou by tam mal aj ten attack damage. Jako ten druhý mu tam dá cast speed, takže možno akoby nejaký skoro instant requiem, ale úplne by som to nečakal. Vižnovci na druhej strane sa ale nepôjdu teda pekne vzdávať. Ešte tam nemajú síce ten level 25 na Novanovi, to bude jeden z tých power spikeov. Odpušujú tu nenápadne iba na vrchu, na druhej strane majú Spiriti, ale takisto Smoke viac menej pred tou bázou. Notice sa tam pekne schováva až pod tier 4-kami, ten očakáva, že by tu niečo mohlo smrdeť. Notmi tam medzi tým pekne popol akurát Vardu do báze, aby tam mali kľúci prehľad. Nepodarí sa Vižnovcom na druhej strane zatiaľ nájsť nič. Rue až, ale možno bude ten prvý, ktorý by tu mohol nabehnúť týmto tu smerom. Oh boy. Spiriti a Grand Finále. Tá aura tu proste fakt ako funguje. Spiriti vedia ako na to. Vižnovci, ktorí neprehrali ani jednu jedinú sériu za celé toto TI, sú zatiaľ ako neporazení. Sú teraz ako v situácii, kde narazili možno na trošku raid bossa. Ďalší smoke tam prišiel od Spiritov, kde sa fakt ako snažia tu nájsť nejaký opener. Firestorma tam nebude dosť dlhú dobu, aby to tu ako depušol úplne celé, chlapec Notistovský. On má ale akoby tie Firestormy non-stop, viac menej skoro bez cooldownu, takže no, to robí svoje. BKB na Ruem. Position 5 axe, by the way, už teraz akoby tam pekne bude mať aj BKbo, ale Spiriti teraz možno nabehnú do celku zaujímavého high groundu, toto je Bolzy, Dukalis tu stojí dobre, Kolapko nakoniec si preskočil tu, ale rovno bude anime battle akurát dvoch chlapcov, pekne teraz to tam ale Rue až iba na chvíľku zdrží, Hexa tam zdržala takisto aj Yatora, tento skúsi ešte BKbom otočiť, ale popravde lifesteal ho musí lifestealovať a ten lifesteal nelifestealuje skôr lifestealer. Toto ale bola nádherná ukážka toho, ako Satanik ten manfight vie vyhrať. Tu ešte skúsi Kolaps vyportiť domov, ale to sa nepodarí tiež. Má našťastie pre neho ten instantný respawn. Na 85 sekúnd ale dead Yatoro. Satanik tu predvádza, že jeden fight môžu Spiriti zahrať dokonale, ale nebudú to dva fighty za sebou. Tretí rož s refresherom je tu, Nineclass má dokonca toho flash golema stylnutého, to je huge deal. Tam môže tým pádom dávať ten bonus damage, čo tam môžu dávať okolo. A vyzerá to, že Spiriti, aj keď tu ako skúsia možno nejaký zázrak, je tam nachystaný tuto Mr. Not Me, že by tam možno urobil nejaký zázrak s Rošpitom, tuto nebude zázrak sa konať. Satanik bude mať pekne Aegis, Dukalis zobere banner, zoberú si cheese, jo, nejaký ten refresher, tam zatiaľ nechajú kľúci na zemi, môže ho nosiť predsa len Nineclass, nakoniec tam má stylnuté na konci, ešte minus armor od Slardara. Áno, tuto majú Vižnovci setupnuté, aby tu Spiritom prišli ukázať, prečo sú ten nezastaviteľný tým, toto tu TI. Že oni prišli decrownuť nejakých chlapcov, ktorí si prišli po tretí titul. Ne. Nová generácia prišla vo forme Visionu. Vo forme nejakých tých skúseností samozrejme od Pupana k tomu. Ale Sataníček si tento rok chce ísť zaslúženie po jeho TI titul. A uvidíme, či mu tam ako Spiriti budú v tom schopní tentokrát zabrániť. Tu pôjde Satanášek hitovať, 7 sekúnd navíc si tam ako Glyphon teda kluci získali, Spiriti tam zatiaľ budú čakať. Rage už tu teda popli, minus armor tam síce bude, na Larlovi takisto je level 25, takže už to tam ako nebudú môcť vydispelovať ten minus armor. Infestov sa tam nakoniec ale schovali, Nineclass dole pôjde vychytať aj tak nejaký opener, vychytal tam práve to Startera medzi všetkými, Satanik to tu skúša Yatoro, ale môže takisto mlátiť a vyzerá, že ten damage bude stačiť, No One je zabitý hneď ako prvý. Satanik sa tam snaží zase prísť k Yatorovi na nejaký manfight, Rue až medzi tým, ale tá Magnetize pre ňo bude problém. To prežije na 100 HPčkách na kráľa, Spiriti zase klačli, 1 kill stratili, ale momentálne Larla. Takže ako ten tam nebude 110 sekúnd, nebude mať ani ten buyback. Dukális medzi týmto tu ale s backupom na enčke, pôjde do nich otočiť. Kolapsič medzi tým už tam má predsa len ako trilión HP, on má 10 000 HP. On príde chaseovať ako hlavný raid, Satanik sa tam ale na 3 hity od neho, to healoval do full. Notmi ho tu pôjde vysolovať akurát Infestov a teraz tu je ďalší veľký battle týchto dvoch keríčiek, stará škola, nová škola. Rue až medzi tým tam ale Nineclass ešte dokončeného, tu bude ešte broknutý túto Mr. Satanik. Ten Requiem nakoniec dostane do gebule, Aegis je dole, Spiriti tu možno pôjdu po zázrak. Yatoro a Collapse against Satanik a Nineclass. 2v2, Collapse sa tu ale očividne možno Yatoro bude teraz už nechávať na pospas. Jo, tuto už vedel, že to nepôjde do toho druhého životu, tam nič ďalšie nemá, Satanik mu tam ako jediný ostáva. Vyzerá, že Vižnovci ale budú môcť teda ako jednoznačne pokračovať, tam nemajú tryhardinovia buyback. Collapse sa pôjde do tohoto tu ako rovno vrátiť. Tie Raxy už ale zachrániť len tak nepôjde, dve strany budú dopušované, Vižnovci sa približujú. Yatoro síce stále bude stáť v ich ceste, ale vyzerá, že Satanáš po toto pôjde odhodlane. Ako mohli akoby komitnúť Vižnovci popravde už ako tými 3 buybackmi v tom minulom fajte, teraz keby tam ako neboli na druhej strane a komitnúť rovno po mega creepy. Vedia takisto, že tam ako nie je glyph, takže ono to popravde bol teraz možno move, čo ako mohli využiť. Ale ako predsa len v tomto tu celom chaose aj tak môže ísť Satanik ešte aj s tými ušetrenými buybackmi teraz skúsiť ísť po tú tretiu stranu. Má tam dokonca kúpené tie veľké kryty, vystral sa teraz ešte na ten basher, pôjde proste po damage, damage, damage a damage. To je tá Sataniková odpoveď. No, Rue Ashov buyback teraz ich tu ale zaženie teda chlapcov trošku preč. Satanik tam má tú výhodu, že v tom fajte on to tam ako pekne bolo vidieť, že od toho Undyinga tam iba hodil na 10 000 HP, on mu tam hodil 3 hity, dohealoval sa do full a išiel akoby na ďalšie targety. No a Vižnovci fakt ako idú ukázať, že Spiriti tu možno nebudú mať ako ten win streak tak dlhý. 7 za sebou im tu pekne vyšlo, celým lower bracketom prešli ako totálne, ako kráľovsky by som to až nazval. Pak prišli po ten tretí titul úplne decisively. Na tej vrchnej strane toho bracketu to ale takisto je ako jednoznačné. A Vižnovci to tu ako budú chcieť ukázať. Butterfly je celku clutch item, čo by teraz ako Yatorovi mohol pomôcť. Tam není predsa len od Satanika žiadna odpoveď na evasion. To by mohlo ten late game trošku zlomiť. Reálne ten Butterfly by bol byť veľmi clutch item. Ja mohol urobiť MKB, urobil veľké kryty. To je veľmi dobrý read od Yatora a hlavne veľmi dobrý timing itemov. Teraz Vižnovci ale miesto itemov musia vymýšľať akurát zónu na nejaký fight. Není tam teraz ako s nimi vôbec Satanáš. Akurát tam depušoval celú tú spodnú stranu. Čakajú tam možno na príležitosť fakt ako ísť dopušovať tie mega creepy. Dukális medzi tým si tu iba ovládol jedného krepa. Spirit tam to tu podľa mňa ale prezradilo, že tam teda tým pádom lurkujú niekde around. No, hlavne na No One-ovi už takisto máme ten level 25. Pre ňo síce najväčší problém je tam ako prežiť, pretože ho väčšinou Yatoro otočí. Rue až tu ale takisto čaká na strane. Opener ale bude práve pre No One. Počka, tu je ale tá otočka, tá Infest bomba mu síce pomohla, ale tam No One nejde zachrániť nikdy. Buyback síce chlapec bude mať, ale Satanik môže zdráť tiež. Yatoro minulo na toto celé, predsa len to BKB, Satanikovi sa podarí toto celé ešte resetnúť. Collapse ale pôjde predsa len chaseovať ďalej. Ak Earth Spirit nepôjde buyback, toto bude problém. Tým myslím ako dosť intenzívny pre Team Vision. No, po Nineclass si tu proste prídu bez problémov a toto nakoniec pôjdu proste sacrificenúť. Dobrý pokus, ale Yatoro je proste too much. Jeden range creep od Dukáli sa tam ešte ako medzi tým sa snažil pušovať, čo sa len dá. Yatora tu budú musieť ako chlapci prehostiť trošičku iným spôsobom. No One, aj keď tam proste dostal normálne tú Infestu, použil tam ten cheese, všetky tieto jakoby pomocné věci, všetky prostě Yatoro breakol tým úplně overwhelming damagem, ktorý tam má. To prostě iba klikne pravým. Jo, to SM tam prostě pôjde trhat tváre neskutočne. A na toto celé ještě možno Spiriti jako nebudú mať úplně to W v rukách. Well. No, Satanik medzi tým už tam samozřejmě naklikol to MKbo. Tiež mu to, ale zrazu ten Butterfly mu teraz jako skomplikoval to celé, že tam jako nemôže urobiť aj zrazu MKbo, aj ten Abyssal, ktorý je podľa mňa celku jako podstatný. A ten sa vysral a musia to bez neho urvať. Samozrejme Yatoro, jakmile sa k nejakej tej veži tu jako dostane, môže to ešte nahradiť miesto tej armlety teoreticky, jakoby, takže by to jako šlo. Jo, myslím si. Uvidíme, jakému timingu sa tu ale chlapci dostanú. Vižnovcom predsa len stále ostáva ešte ten 5000 gold lead. Jo, nie sú úplne crazy na buybacky, proste ušetrili tam ten Earth Spiritský. Počkajú takisto na toho Rubika, ktorý tam má ten dlhý respawn time. Uvidíme, či tu medzi tým ale pôjdu Spiriti vymýšľať. Ďalší rož bude najskôr za minútu a pol. Jo, medzi tým tu má Satanik fakt ako 7500 goldov, ktoré potrebuje najlepšie spendnúť. Potrebuje nutne MKbo. Hodil by sa mu aj ten Bešera, Abyssal Blade, ako ne, že ne. Spiriti medzi tým teraz pôjdu aspoň pekne vyčistiť Tormentra. Do minus armoru to vždycky ide jednoducho. Rue až bude mať pekne šardu zdarma. Už ten Axe je ako celku nebezpečný sám o sebe aj s tými Battle Hungerami, s tými Greater Healing Lotusmi. A by som úplne nepodceňoval ten impact, čo tu Rue až prináša. Hlavne zásoba Lotusov môže byť takisto dobrá aj na ten Block of Cheese. Obidva týmy si teraz ale podľa mňa budú uvedomovať, že aj keď samozrejme Spiriti nemajú dve strany. Jo, Vižnovci v tomto tu majú ten map control ako nachystaný. Gold lead ale pre nich predsa len neexistuje. Tu ako všetci majú už viac menej v tej 52. minúte všetko, čo by len potrebovali. Na Kolapsovi dokonca máme veľkú travelu, aby sa nepovedalo, teraz sú ale najpodstatnejšia komodita reálne buyback. Rue až to nebude mať 3 minúty, akurát produkcia na to takisto ukazuje by the way, ale Hoodwinková a k tomu Undying nebudú mať ešte ten buyback. Výhoda je, že tam Undying má ten druhý život, takže ten buyback ako teraz úplne Kolaps ani nepotrebuje. Jo, Yatoro tam má pekne pripravené aj na buyback, má tam full 6 slotted build so všetkým. Teraz je len otázka, kto bude viac ballsy nájsť ten opener. Spiriti sa tu na chvíľku iba ukážu, tam jednu ilusku od Nike sa si tam označili tu, ale nakoniec príde rovno Pit of Melis, Kolaps, bude ten target, Dukalis ho tam trhá. Dukalis sám ho tam normálne pomaly potrhá, ale nakoniec rovno do toho Pit of Melisu naskočil, žiadny defenzívny blink tam nebude. No, pre Kolapsa to znamená síce instantný respawn, ale aj tak to nebolo len tak. Na chvíľku sa tu Spiriti ukázali a rovno to Vižnovci prišli instantne využiť. Instantne. Tie Dukalisové impetusy, ale čo tam teraz ako urobili s chudákom, ty vole offlane Undyingom 53. tak to bolo štiplavé. Rošanovi sa teraz ale nechcelo čakať, už to tu máme. Už tam máme ten banner, už tam máme pekne Aegis, Cheese, Refresher. Vyzerá, že Novanovci najprv ale budú chcieť možno forcnúť nejaký poriadny fight. Vedia, že tam stále majú ešte výhodu akoby minimálne s nejakými tými chýbajúcimi buybackmi. Laro sa im tu teraz ako ukáže ako prvý. Ten má ten svoj buyback, je tak ako pripravený, toho Visionu sa nakoniec notmi ešte zbaví. Tombstone si tu nakoniec vyhodili dokonca, aby sa nepovedalo. To bol stolen Tombstone. To si tam dali akoby Visionovci ešte k tomu, no. Tak teraz sa tam ako Spiriti fakt ako nemôžu dostať ani náhodou. Do Roša proste budú mať Vision v rukách. Spiriti budú musieť niečo vymysleť proti tomu, jo, povypínať tu nejaké tie wavy, možno to skúsiť obísť. Ten Rošan ale bude padať veľmi rýchlo. Tam očakávajú už aj sami, že by tu mali Spiriti nabíjať nejakom smoku, ale proste smoke nemajú momentálne. Teraz tam akoby letí smoke z báze, ale to je bohužiaľ too late. Easy, všetky tieto goodies z Rošana sú tu pripravené pre Team Vision. Banner tam teda nechali ako ležať na zemi, ten akoby by mohol byť celku podstatný, ale chlapci trošku ako zabudli. Hlavne na pušnutie akoby zrovna tých mega creepov by to mohlo byť celku huge, ale očividne tu sa akoby budú nechávať veci na zemi, no, it is what it is. Uvidíme, či to bude zohrávať nejaký veľký faktor. Oni si podľa mňa uvedomia úplne za chvíľku, že ideme pušovať, dobre, tak tam dáme ten banner, jo? Dáme tam ten banner, jo? Jo. Dáme tam ten banner, jo? Jo. Kto má ten banér? Já nevím. Kde je ten banér? Zkusili tu niečo chytiť bránou, to sa úplne nevydarí. Rue až medzi tým taky pôjde pravdepodobne skúsiť možno iba splitovať dole občas, možno tu ako iba niečo ešte pofarmiť. Snaží sa tam dostať tej krele nejakým zázrakom. Hlavne už má aj buyback goldy, jo, má tam aj ten buyback cooldown naspäť. Toto je ale tá obrovská skúška. Na Notistovi dokonca pekne blinka letí. Jo, môže zožrať ten agáč, kúpiť akoby pekne blinku. Zrazu to bude Underlord s naskakovacím hexom a celku ako nebezpečná záležitosť. Uvidíme ale, ako Viždovci po 55. minúte teraz ako budú môcť zvládnuť tento možný final push. Spiriti tam majú pripravené momentálne buybacky všetci okrem Undyinga. Ten ale potrebuje 16 goldov, viac menej tam bude 5 buybackov od Spiritov ready. Potom môže byť huge, Dukalis na questu ale ostane sám. Pre istotu do BKB, aby ho fakt ako nemohli len tak vyrúbať, má tam ešte keď tak Jondick sám. To tam proste pôjde pušovať na pána s tou Kirazaurou. No schovanie do Tombstoneu tam nakoniec ale využije aj 9 class. A reálne Dukalis to tu pušne sám. Ten Magnetize to tam bude zónovať sám o sebe. Popravde tam na to vykapávajú kluci vzadu a poznávajú tu Spiriti, že nechať prejsť Spirita možno nebol úplne dobrý nápad. Glyph si tu teda Spiriti ušetria a trón je pre nich všetko. Hrajú proti Mega Creepom. Vižnovci toto tu majú pekne nachystané. Ani toho Nike sa tam nemuseli posielať dopredu. Dokonca tam ešte Jatora príde pekne impetus mi trošku tuto pán Dukalis pozdraviť. A Vižnovci, vyzerá to, že ten late game by mal byť v ich rukách. No a nič, hlavne, že tam ten Magnetize môže vždycky držať normálne 3,5 roka. Ešte môže ako postavať tomu celému aj Aganem, keby moc chcel. Jatoro medzi tým urobil nakoniec ešte Hydra Breath. Nahradil tú Hurricane Pajku, ktorú tam mal a kúpil proste Hydra Breath, ktorý má percentuálny damage, takže zrovna na tie 3 beefy cory to dáva možno zmysel tuto na ten ultra late. Uvidíme, čo mu to tu chlapcovi pomôže ešte predsa len ako s tými amplifikačkami, s tými minus armormi, ako Viždovci by mohli umierať rýchlo. Jatoro ale proste musí mať čas hitovať. A do toho Aegisu sa budeme, hlavne tie 2 minúty nebude úplne easy peasy. Spiriti do tohoto ale pôjdu dať všetko. Viždovci potrebujú toto len s Mega Creepmi dokončiť. Ten banner nakoniec už myslím, že prišli nice. Spiriti tu ale zase pôjdu skočiť 9 class, Stolen Tombstoneom tam normálne zachraňuje všetko. To je clutch as fuck. Undying medzi tým poznáva tú silu Satanika, ten sa instantne pôjde zbaviť aj toho Tombstoneu, hneď tam tým pádom bude zastunovaný kolaps. Padá hneď, nemá ešte svoj instantný respawn, bude musieť proste do tohoto celého buybacknúť Jatora tam, ale medzi tým zabíja iba ten Magnetize, tam sa nikto ani nemusí priblížiť. Tam len Magnetize tu bude pokračovať, Jatora to pomaly vysoluje. On má síce Satanik, teraz to polifestyluje naspäť, už tam ale pomaly bude trón padať. Tu Viždovci ani sa do toho fightu úplne nedostávajú. Ale aj tak proste tam ako forsujú Spiritov, aby museli robiť všetko. Kolaps musel dávať buyback. Aegis tam stále bude predsa len minútu 10. Dukáli sa toto celé síce stalo život. Ešte ale Viždovci nepôjdu toto celé úplne dokončovať. Regen si tu nájde no one, aby sa nepovedalo, Cheese ušetril. A ešte minúta si myslím, že bude čas, kde Viždovci pôjdu na druhé kolo. Jo, môže tam Satanek ešte dokonca miesto toho Aegisu potom ako kúpiť nejaký celý Abyssal Blade. Jedno hotečko, jedno srdce tam síce prišlo od Larla, ale je snajpnuté. Na hodko bude musieť čakať 3 minúty, to je viac menej, no, že ho už možno nikdy neuvidí. Predtým Spirit, žiadne hodko, prázdny slot tam bude pre Larla, tak môže kúpiť Dusty chlapec. Každopádne pre 59. minútou Viždovci to tu majú na sklonku rozhodnutia. Spiriti sú síce tým, že kým im ako stojí trón, tak ešte ich netreba podceniť. Ešte s takýmto line-upom, kde by to, ako by to SF fakt ako rozsekalo úplne vejpúl. Už je to ale podľa mňa možno v zóne, kde neviem ani, či ten Divine by to celé zachránil. Majú tam už aj ten mega široký kolo druhého na 25-ke. Majú tam pomaly všetko. No. Buybacky stále im ostávajú na všetkých okrem toho Undyinga, ale ten bude mať zase ako instant respawn. Takže Spiriti sú OK. Kameraman tuto na main stage očividne tu bude tancovať momentálne. Tancovať spolu s Ruem. Neviem, aká tanečná zóna tam je teda na maine samotnom. No a tu pred 60 minútou idú skúsiť Vižnovci nejaký move cez vrchnú stranu. Tam zatiaľ smoknutý, ako dvaja len tam ako vyčkávajú či náhodou. Jo, instant respawn už na kolapsovi by the way máme, takže aj keď nemá buyback, má druhý život. Už je tam ale Infest pripravený na Novanovi, tu už pôjde rolovať dopredu, pekne tam rútom nachystajú práve toho Undyinga, ktorý pravdepodobne zase umre insta. No, môže sa tam ako hneď ísť vrátiť, ale pre Spiritov to stále nie je úplne dobrá správa. Yatoro to tam ide skúsiť nejak ako dopredu, dobre, Nineclaw sa pôjde pohitovať, ten má ale pripravený Ghost Scepter, ten je viac než OK. A Vyždovcom, aj keď sa tu nechce ísť úplne do plných, Notmi tu teraz Jolo z Hudvinkovou ide skákať do nich. Netrafí tam ale ani účko, netrafí tam nič iné. Tróny, ale to, čo si tu budú musieť Spiriti stále akoby momentálne poddefovať, síce si tu dávajú ešte teraz smoke, vedia, že teraz presne končil ten Aegis, takže bol čas, kedy prekvapiť, ale Vyždovci si to znova pekne, krásne uchránili celé. Notmi, tu medzi tým ale narazil akurát na Rubika. S nejakým stolen šprintom sa tu s nimi hrá kolaps, medzi tým ale pôjde popovať do účko, vyblokoval tam síce ten prvotný engage, tam je ale pripravený aj Satanik, aby tu konečne rozdával damage, Yatoro mu to tam ale rozdáva celku tvrdě, aby Blade to zase ale trochu zdržal, Satanik by to ale mohol ešte zvládnuť a pre Yatora Satanik zachránil toto celé, tým pádom, že Satanik padá, v jednej vete sa povedal asi 4-krát Satanik, ale dáva to zmysel ten trón, ale medzi tým spadne ten klip, ktorý dať, off-screen, to možno rozhodnú, tu Kalis s Enčkou, tu ide pušnúť sám. Tam budú Spiriti nakoniec, ale schopní to možno ešte udržať. Katapulty sú dole, ďalšie katapulty tam prichádzajú, ten trón je celku low. Kolom to tam ale zvládnu udržať Spiriti, ešte držia. Vyžni to tu ešte nebudú mať. Nineclaw tam medzi tým ešte bude Notmi, Manteny tuto vzadu. Tam bude musieť akoby chlapec potrénovať, aj keď sa tam ostatní ešte dokážu dostať. Noty sa tam medzi tým pôjde pomaly približovať tiež, má tam predsa len Blink Hex. Druhé až prišiel hneď ako prvý, toho Rubika si tu nachystá. Tam ako Ethereal forma možno trochu pomôže, ten percentuálny damage štípe. Boj supportov plus Underlord. Bude stačiť na to, aby tam Nineclaw sa punishli. Divine si dokonca kúpil rovno teraz Mr. Yatoro a pôjde podľa mňa midom. Svej blinku mu síce donese ten kurír akoby pekne možno za 40 sekúnd, ale tu Spiriti udržali trón. Oni vedia, že teraz nemajú glyph, že oni nemôžu čakať, oni musia ísť podľa mňa all-in dopredu. Máme all-in. Tam je ale ten trón zraniteľný na to, aby to mohol niekto backdoornúť. Team Spirit a Team Vision. Je tu síce 62. minúta, ale tu nemajú podľa mňa Spiriti teraz úplne čas, aby tam pofarmili toľko kempov. Jako snaží sa o to tam aj Notmi, snaží sa o to Larl, jeho spolu s Ruem, čo najviac tých neutral kempov pofarmiť, aby tam mali ten tier 5 item. Notice medzi tým na late game na pána, kúpil ešte ten Crimson Guard, aby to tam teraz proste fakt ako v 62. minúte kúpiť Crimson Guard, geniálne, len aby to udržal. Spiriti podľa mňa si teraz uvedomili, že ten respawn time nie je dostatočný. Jo, tu ako budú musieť nejakým zázrakom skúsiť defovať, aj keď nemajú ako glyph. Jo, to je podľa mňa ale pre Vyžnovcov ako jasný go time, že tam ako môžu ísť commitnúť all in. Ten trón má iba 1500 HP, that's it. A Spiriti podľa mňa vedia, že tu bude fungovať už iba jedna jediná taktika, a to proste forcenúť ten fight mimo toho trónu. Proste začať to akoby ešte tesne pred tou bázou ideálne. Stygian Desolator tu ale procol Yatorovi. Môj bože, toto je Yatoro ako final fucking boss. Ja myslím, že tu Vyždovci ale môžu fakt ako reálne vyignorovať a proste ísť zničiť ten trón, pretože Satanikovi to takisto proclo. Ten má takisto Stygian Desolator ready. Vyždovci i podľa mňa vedia, už to tam nakreslil aj Dukalis. Jo, že stačí chlapci hitnúť trón. Je otázka, či iba ten execution bude dobrý. Yatoro by ich všetkých potreboval zabiť predtým, ako ten trón padne. Vyžnovci už tu ale nebudú čakať na nič. Vidia tam takisto tú Hudvinkovú Blink Hex, prichádza od Notista a rovno Hudvinková bude ten prvý target. Buyback tam samozrejme instantne má a myslím, že ho instantne pôjde používať. Tu nemôžu chlapci čakať na nič, ten glyph tam není ešte veľmi dlhú dobu. Jo, začal tam je Dukalis odohnaný síce preč. Všetky oči ale na trón, Spiriti potrebujú toto od toho trónu odohnať. Yatoro pôjde s tým Divineom tam niečo ešte Novanovi vysvetliť, iba na ten Magnetize z diaľky mu tam ale už dali za polovičku. Ten trón už sa akoby trochu poregenil Yatoro. Medzi tým pôjde popovať ale BKB aj Satanik, všetku tú defenzívu na to, aby to tu udržal. Satanik medzi tým si ale medzi tým prišiel po kill. Ten trón zatiaľ nefokusuje nikto, tu Vyždovci prišli fajtiť. Tu prišli akoby rovno akurát tomto tu, ale sa to nemôže zaseknúť. Tu nakoniec budú schopní do SF-ko zabiť, ten Divine je dole. Teraz akoby tu nejaké internety normálne asi padli v celej Českej republike alebo niečo podobné. Sú schopní toto Vyždovci veľmi pravdepodobne ukončiť. Ten trón je dole, aj keď toto tu celé sa seká ako nikto. Neviem ani, čo sa tam akoby momentálne teraz stalo, aj keď tu akoby takéto problémy a technikálie teda doteraz úplne nemali, tak ako neviem, čo by sme tu akoby k tomu mali povedať. Ale hlavne, že Viždovci toto celé pôjdu pekne vytiahnuť, vyrovnať na 1-1, ukázať, aký sú unbeatable team. Aj keď jednu hru pustili na crazy draft, tak teraz pekne pôjdu pokračovať a teraz nám to samozrejme už bude aj fungovať. No samozrejme, že to tam muselo akoby trochu polagovávať, akoby tuto predtým. Tu predsa len akoby skoro 700 ľudí len na Twitchi, na ďalších platformách, takisto celku kotel. Ale sme tu svedkami jedného legendárneho Grand Finals. Tu ako reálne silnejšia Dota, lepšia a väčšia krása sa nemôže reálne ani hrať, ani ukazovať. Tuto vidíte peak Doty in nutshell. A stále Prince versus King. Tento narratív nám tu bude pokračovať a ďalej. Pozrite, koľko ľudí sa tam rýchlo potrebuje ísť vysrať a vychcať. Toto sú akoby nervy, ktoré potrebujú ísť do seba dať preč. No a mňa zaujíma samozrejme, ako nám to tu zhrnie náš legendárny panel. Vás všetkých, ale iba tak ako v rýchlosti vítam, že tu akoby pekne si užívate tu Grand Finals. Je to akoby fakt brutálna atmosféra pri vás všetkých. No, tam akoby nejaké tie záseky boli teda dosť divné. Ale no, akoby, it's OK. Nebolo to akoby nič úplne tak heavy, že by nám to tu tak vadilo. Proste mali damage na to, aby tam to SF-ko rozsekali Vejpool. A hlavne ako s tým, bez toho glyfu tam reálne mohli kliknúť pravým podľa mňa na trón a bolo by to ako podobné. Jo, veľmi pekne ale zahraného týmu Vision, udržali toho Spiriti. Tam chvíľku to vyzeralo, že proste tu pôjdu normálne to clean sweepnúť, že to tu proste pôjdu úplne vysekať, že sú nezastaviteľní, že to je fakt ako final raid boss, že v tom Grand Finals nepôjdu beatnúť, ale pôjdu. A Viždovci teraz si to tam dokázali a teraz z toho máme even series, jo? Ten streak skončil predsa len pred Team Spirit. Teraz je otázka, ako to bude pokračovať. 1-1, chlapci moji. 1-1. A my samozrejme pôjdeme na panel.
I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? They're getting countered in lanes, they're playing up against all of this pressure, but they're just biding their time. They're trying to contest whatever moments they can find, whatever small opening they can see, and eventually Team Vision managed to find like just enough of these like trades in these early game fights where the game drags on and Spirit can't close the game out. And that allows them to have a pathway back into the game once Satanic finally finishes up all the items that he needs.
But noticed on that Underlord, to me, was the absolute standout this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, but this game. I mean, those circles of death that he was dropping in the late game with the refresher, it felt like there was no way to navigate. The way that Team Spirit won that beautiful fight in the triangle, they can't do that when the ground is essentially denied from them. He wouldn't allow them to roam around and look for openings. And that percentage-based damage was really cooking as the game progressed. He held his composure. He found openings. He got that triple kill in the bot lane when Spirit overextended. And he, to me, was the rock for Team Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they made a very specific choice whenever they swapped this Axe to 5 and Undying to offlane. You're saying, hey, our scaling is going to be a little bit worse. We've got a lot of heroes that clump up in one spot, and we've got one Shadow Fiend who's going to deal all the damage. And you can see as more and more time passes that there is risk involved in that. You try to tempo them, you got a little sloppy. I think the key word Mira said earlier is trades. You're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 4 for 4. This is not good for you. You need to win quickly. You don't want to be swapping resources back and forth. Vision, the more gold they get, the harder it gets for you, and that is the environment they want to play in.
At the end of the day, there was another level from Vision coming out. They're always able to stem the bleeding in this game, those trades that you guys mentioned. But when it came to being able to take mega creeps, that's the part for me that sort of stands out above the rest, because pushing high ground has always been a big conversation. How do you do it in modern Dota, and how do you do it comfortably? And it wasn't really comfortable for Vision. We saw a couple of times no one roll in on the Earth Spirit, and it feels like they've all in, and now it's a make or break. They end up getting mega creeps because it's Ducalis they put at the front line. This Enchantress, which ends up being such a late game monster in Sania, and you wonder, and how do you start dealing with Ench? Why aren't we sort of looking more towards her, and how Ducalis played her almost seamlessly?
I mean, to be honest, they had pretty decent answers. Like when the Ench was amped and SF hit her a few times, she just exploded. But luckily, Nine Class has stolen a tombstone. And when the tombstone's next to her, she's sitting next to the tombstone. So every time SF comes up to hit her, she has the potential of just hiding the tombstone. And SF has to be scared of any sort of counter initiation, right? Rubik Blink Lift, any sort of roll in with an infested Nakes. It's super scary to stand there and try to hit the tomb down. So this steal, honestly, is what secured them the mega creep. So huge props to Nine Class as well for securing that high ground.
Yeah, it shows a lot of in-the-moment presence of mind to be like, we're not going to siege them the typical way. Our carry is not going to hit the high ground. That's not an intuitive thing to do. And so to me, it says they've recovered completely from game one. The nerves are gone. I think especially at the start of this game, you see a little bit of that shakiness still. But as more time passes, they start to win fights. I think they regain that confidence, that belief in themselves. They remember what got us here in the first place. And that is incredible individual skill. It's excellence from all their players. And they show that and they bring it back. And I think that is very hard to do, especially against a team that is as terrifying as Team Spirit is.
Yeah, ultimately, Vision were able to do that for themselves. We see the run-up that, Vision has been throughout the upper bracket here, and they really take it to Spirit. But the early game wasn't necessarily that easy. Again, we talk about it. Spirit getting their hands on this slaughter was incredibly impactful throughout their TI run, too. And this time around, it didn't really feel like it was much different, but Purge is going to give us some more information on how that happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Laurel had a lot of bad matchups today. Almost every single game that he played, he had to play losing matchups, which made his lane tough. But in this game, he had an incredible performance here. I love how he went for this trade here, leading up to the gank that was coming. He pops his salve, knowing that the gank is about to happen, and he's going to run into this fight low HP, but knowing that no one has no mana. So when Rue ends up rotating here, and they go for this pressure, he's going to get a full healing salve under the threat of enemy heroes, which is crazy. And this TP by 9 class, which was fantastic. But unfortunately for him, he barely killed the Axe, and he ends up giving Laurel a double kill as a result. So Laurel gets to run with this game a little bit, no pun intended, as he TPs at the top lane, sprinting all the way towards no one. Now he lowers the armor here of no one, and what happens next is Nami is going to shoot his acorn that's going to bounce a bunch of times, doing a ton of physical damage to no one. So despite after getting killed in the lane for no one, his next immediate rotation was shut down by Laurel as well due to this great rotation. Now he gets Blink Dagger, he goes to gank the safe lane. Very easy ultimate. Blink Crush is tons of physical damage against these supports. They've really got to worry about this. And the next couple of minutes was them basically just controlling the map, not letting their opponents get much done. So what Earth Spirit does is he uses his spells to clear the creep wave, but immediately afterwards, their Slard are on top of him, stunning him and having huge movement speed, which means very, very easy for him to block the roll here. Laurel just absolutely demolished the mid game. He gave a lot of control for his team, and that allowed the Shadow Fiend, who had tons of net worth, to just stay on top for such a long time in this game. So excellent early game for Team Spirit, but in the end, they didn't win by enough.
Thank you, Purge, breaking it all down. And I love this so much because it really, again, emphasizes just what Vision were able to do for themselves. Not only get a foot back into this game, but to close it out, to become victorious after you see what this slaughter is, what this nuisance of a hero can really push you to, and the limits that you're tested between. And it also gives that little bit of advantage when it comes to a draft, because often teams have been worried about a slaughter. They've had to focus on banning it, and despite slaughter getting off to a fantastic start that Purge showed us there, they were still able to beat it. And now you feel a little less worried about having to ban it, a little bit more confident, and if you guys want to run it, by all means.
Yeah, I think that's such a massive part of how these series go, is not just the actual strength of the heroes, but how they feel. Are you scared of Slaughter? When they pick it, how does that make you feel? These are genuinely really important aspects of the game, because now, like you said, when they pick Slaughter, maybe you feel like we have answers for it, or we know the scaling's not very good, or this or that, the other. There are so many factors that play into these drafts, and each time you get a win like this, it instills a lot of confidence in you.
I think also in regards to the draft, this Underlord has to have shifted up in priority. And this is a hero Team Spirit were also running, but the way that Noticed made it look as a means to hold out the game, to later deny team fights just by just throwing those pits out over and over again, this is the hero to look at, in my opinion, for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He was absolutely a rock for them. I think what's really fascinating, though, is like when we were looking at this draft, it's really hard to see a good carry pick. Like we can't identify what is the hero to slot in here. Traditionally, Nyx is not a very good hero against Slaughter and SF, but due to the items that he buys, he goes for Manta, he goes for AC, he goes for Radiance, he buys Armlet. All these items are giving him armor, it's giving him evasion. He's just tanking up and he's buying all the right items. And I feel like recognizing that in the draft and going for a hero that's traditionally not good matchup, but because he buys the right items, he becomes that, is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it's a testament to how in Dota sometimes you're almost picking items than you are picking a hero. Like, you look at a draft and you know you need certain items. A classic example is like you see their heroes and you know you need a pipe, and so you pick pipe. You pick any hero that can buy it naturally in his item build, and I think I totally agree. I think that's sort of what they did this game, and it's ingenious and creative, and I don't know, it's speaks to how high level these two teams are, that they had the awareness of that. They're not just looking at the matchups on terms of a hero-to-hero basis, but understanding that items can fix those problems. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a statement to say we're going to choose a weaker lane and win later on in the game, because Lifestealer absolutely had the scaling that game. But that early game was really rough. And while Team Spirit did end up losing it, I think they have to account for the way that the supports rotated and connected to Laurel, the way that the pressure was ongoing on no one. This is 2 games in a row. He's had 4 people in his lane, like minute 8.
Yeah, I think for both sides, this game has like a lot of conversation afterwards. I don't think you walk away as Vision thinking like, oh, this is great. Let's just keep doing this. I love being ran out for 20 minutes and just getting absolutely slammed. And we'll hopefully Satanic will carry us eventually. So from their side, there's that conversation to be had. How do we like secure up our early game? I think for Spirit, because they're able to play so many different styles of Dota, it also is a question of, do we want to continue with this like absolute ramp up? Do we want to keep trying to like overload them with so many plays happening at once that they cannot play, or do we try to fall back on a bit more scaling ourselves?
Yeah.
Sorry, Quinn?
No, I think I tend to believe it should be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think for Spirit, you don't want to go full into pressure mode, because I think that's what this game is. They're full into pressure. They're all committed on, you play early game tempo, and the late game is very bad for them once the items come out. I think something in between, still good lanes, but better scaling so that you have at least a chance if there are some trades and things aren't totally clean, because immaculate gameplay in a TI finals is just somewhat unreasonable.
Absolutely. I do think the pressure thing is very important, though, because the only times that Team Vision have dropped games this entire TI is too heavy pressure and heavy tempo lineups. So I think that identification is correct. And you can just iron out, like you said, pick some more scaling, maybe take away something like an Underlord that can allow them to hold the game out for longer with tower defenses and with team fights.
The vibes were looking phenomenal for Vision there, by the way. We saw a brief glimpse of them before they were about to walk back out on stage, and a lot of smiles, a lot of jovial energy. And I feel like after what we got to witness in game number 2, it's very similar for us and everyone else at home. And to put it into a time frame that people can understand is that this is the second longest grand finals game we've had at a TI. It's also the second highest in kills. The only one that's beat it was a game 4 between LGD and OG. Like, that is the privilege in which we're getting to witness between the high caliber teams and how closely matched both Vision and Spirit are today.
That's so cool. We were screaming in the green room when the team fights were happening.
Yeah, that game 4 is also probably the single most iconic TI game, and so for this to be just below it, I think is a testament to the caliber, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see the continued adaptation. You also mentioned how they looked backstage, and I think it's a really important aspect of these long series that you don't get too excited, you don't get too amped up or too sort of in your own boat that like, yeah, we did so good this game, we own them, this is easy, because it's not. You did win this game, but like Aiden said, you did not run them over. This is not some dynamic, complete beatdown. You came back and you played a good game, but you need to, reel it in and understand that we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think honestly, this is where the upper bracket advantage also might start kicking in. Now Spirit is on their 3rd game of the day, or 4th game of the day, sorry. Whereas for Vision, you're just on your 2nd. And eventually, the longer this final goes, the more that drain is going to come in. And it is a factor to keep in mind.
I do think that Spirit feel good after that game, though. Like, it feels bad to lose after a start like that, but at some point in this game, the Dota Plus probability came up, and Team Vision were only 5k ahead. There were no racks taken, and it was 95-5. I mean, if you can make a game competitive when Dota Plus is saying in 95% of the time, those heroes on Radiant will outscale those heroes on Dire, and it was taken that far, I think they can take away exceptional play from it as well. It's not like they're like, oh, we messed up, guys. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments, but that really wasn't the end-all and be-all.
I think we were also seeing the Spirit buyback usage, right? That was another thing that we've always praised this team for. The late games that they're able to play, the buyback usage, and we saw it. They know the moments in which you have to buy back to be able to keep this game competitive, to push it further and to try and drag it out a little bit more. Give yourself any amount of breathing room and space that you possibly can get in this game.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool because Spirit in both these 2 games, they remind me a little bit of TI9 OG. They're bringing that pressure playstyle. They're bringing like the tempo, and something that they used to do very iconically was buyback really early on into the game. You buy back to secure that you don't lose your pressure. You don't let up that early fight and then try to save your buyback to be clutch later. You rather use it quite aggressively to make sure that the pressure stays on your side. You can keep the tempo rolling, and you don't ever let up and let the game flip back in your opponent's direction.
Yeah, I think winning lanes in a TI setting is also like it can be a very like sort of damning feeling for the other team that, oh, we're falling behind, and it can weigh on you and be kind of spooky in a sense. It maybe takes you out a little bit more than it would in a normal series where, I don't know, the feelings are loose and you die a couple of times, but it's fine. But if you lose lanes in a TI Grand Final, suddenly it feels like things are crumbling and it's harder to push back. I think teams are way more susceptible to crumbling, which is why we see a lot of 3-0s in TI Finals. You lose a couple of lanes, you lose one game, suddenly you're just mush and the other team walks over you.
I mean, I can speak to that. I feel like the feeling when you're falling behind, the timer just starts ticking slower and slower and slower, and you have so much more time to just get into your own head and think about like, oh, I should have done that differently in the lane. And obviously, you should not be thinking about these things at all because you can't go back in time and change it. The only thing you can do is like try to think forward, but it's so easy that that happens when you're falling behind.
Obviously, it's up to each individual to have that in mind and to push themselves to not fall into that. But does it help if you have a strong presence, if you have a strong person that's willing to almost be that hope in the team that goes, it's okay, we're getting trades. It's okay, they're not invading this part of the map. Do you almost need someone to be that silver lining at more pivotal times?
It can definitely be useful. I think some players, they just don't get into their own heads. You've gotten this far so many times that you've learned the skill, you've developed it. Other times it's really helpful to hear it from someone else. I would imagine in the Spirit booth, like having Collapse or Yatoro be like, I'm going to carry this game. I remember actually quite iconically at TI9, the practice rooms were all on the same floor.
Mm-hmm.
And as you finish your game, there's other games going on inside of the practice rooms. Walking by the old Team Liquid room, and I'm just hearing Miracle yell at the top of his lungs, like, don't worry about this. I'll carry this game, guys. Just buy me 5 more minutes. I'll carry this game. And having something like that, it inspires confidence.
That is so cool because I can't imagine a better player for Team Vision than no one to take that role upon himself too.
I hope they're in their booths, building up that energy because they have a whole nother game to get into.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 3.
Game number 3 for our grand final, where we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten off to a strong start for themselves. And so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF, actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van. And that's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time, priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they'd lose, and they're like, okay, that's fine, we can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yep, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. Or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF. That isn't a TB, but it can be picked early.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet. And whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero, and he's very good against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online. So not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can TP on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these 2 heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each other to death, SF will always win, right? So you're looking for Spirit. How do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through gold, by like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes do we pair it up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something is going to be needed.
The support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying, heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables Nature's Prophet. Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk. but he did fall off a little bit during this TI.
So I was also really confused. The arena screens were showing NTS and I think it was maybe X numbers. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening, you've got to watch it. It's the biggest Dota event of the year. It's so incredibly special, and I think especially like those players have when you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning because you put yourself in their shoes. You know what it's like, and I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord. They take Mira's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many things. It provides late game damage, it provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. Really, it seems like as long as you pick it together with Rubik and you don't get Rubik yourself, you're almost always going to have a game. Regardless of how poor your lane is, it's going to have a way back into the game, and it always has high impact just through its spells.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game, and they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game one, which is, you know, 9 Class doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success with it. We're going to take the Willow again.
And so long as Ember is still in the pool, this Ducalis Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got a last-second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Gyutoro that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the pro scene, it was playing a lot of Enchantress. Yeah. This was his go-to guy.
Why is it that we don't see many Enchantresses these days?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, usually what ends up happening is that other heroes that jet out, but if you look at the bans here, most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves, you take away the S tier, and now you enter the A tier, where Enchantress obviously sits somewhere in that range. It gets outscaled, outshined by the other heroes, but when you take them away, suddenly Ench is a very good hero. And you also talk about the Ember threat, and when there is this dynamics going on in the final, it kind of shifts your priorities, and it takes Ench from an A tier hero to an S tier hero, because it blocks off the other S tier hero and the Ember.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. They pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open, so Spirit can't pick it now. And then on 18, or as we refer to, which is this last pick of the second phase, you can secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk, to me, is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slardar Shadow Fiend. They're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's all this physical damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta, but you've got multiple other tools to turn it around. Because Vision's game plan is Slardar jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call turnaround, you've got Snowball turnaround. To me, this is a very calculated and geared to what Vision has response, and that we want a way to turn this around. Our Nature's Prophet is the core of our draft, and like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man-fighting dynamic of these two heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
For sure. I also think the Tusk was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if the clock wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Yep, so think about, if we look at Vision's draft, and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slardar adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchantress could take a Wolf Creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable. No matter how much armor you stack up, you're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yeah, I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So the Slardar jumps initially. Now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around, and make this Tusk and Axe's life hell. So it's not as easy for them to just blink in compared to Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. And so Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that. I think this is a very calculated and thought out back and forth here, not just a we see what you have and insta pick the #1 Dota buff counter pick.
In a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in Team Vision, like you mentioned, but also 2 jump heroes in Axe and Tusk. The issue with getting the 2 jump heroes on Spirit right now to that moment is that their lanes do seem a little bit harder. Like, you've got this Axe who's going to be going up against the SF, the Tusk who is probably just going to be pulling waves because there's really not that much you can do after that, and the Blink Daggers are going to be delayed because of that. Whereas Pango, he doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He's just got the Rolling Thunder, and Slardar, he's got the Sprint as well. Like, they have more gap closed naturally early on than Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They may consider swapping lane supports, putting Tusk in the safe lane to help with that a little bit, or altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes in a way to combine and get kills so that they're enabled to reach their mid-game and late-game timings.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. And then you can just send Tusk through the gate to dive the SF after Willow sets up with a Bramble or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit's side, what they got going for themselves here, right? It's a lot of early game pressure again. If you think about it, Axe has a slow, Willow has a root. There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet TPN, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So for Spirit, it's all about pressure. It's all about tempo. It's all about how do we connect our heroes, how do we outnumber them. And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying, we like our draft, our heroes are good, we just need to come online, right? So how do you prevent them from coming online? Well, you destroy the Pango mid. You send them into the abyss, as Quinn would say. And they've banned the 2 heroes that can do that. They've banned the Snapfire, they've banned the Monkey King, and they're trying to secure themselves a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF, they have this minus armor. That some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because, yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later, you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite type. That's a Marcy.
Very upset of you, Quinn. I'm very proud to have you in this battle.
I mean, this is actually one of 9class's favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently, as Mira said, he's been puppified, but I think it is a pretty cool pairing with Slardar because you can just jump on top of Nature's Prophet and you just slam him together. You crush him and Marcy punches him in the head and you take it to this guy.
I mean, you're seeing it. The only person who does like it is on the side of Vision, and it's 0 pick, 0 ban. So again, this is one of those things that pulls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out for the side of Spirit. I love this. This is the creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
This changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way. Because before, whether you were laning against the Slardar or the Pango Flex, your Nature's Prophet was going to have a good time. You know, he was just going to be right-clicking them, free farming. You bring in Marcy, and all of a sudden, Slardar becomes a killer threat. He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected on.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I think now the Tusk has to be in that safe lane, right? The idea then is like you're going to have to use that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to like battle out the lane. But it absolutely is.
Okay, they changed it up.
Oh my, wow, TB didn't get banned.
Yeah, so they just fully did not expect Laurel to be playing the Nature's Prophet, and now they've got an incredible TB game. You talk about minus armor, well, TB is the king of armor. He has like 10 armor level 1, and it only goes up from there with the items he buys. So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing down one hero with right clicks, has been nerfed pretty hard.
I just assumed TB was banned. Like, I just didn't even think about the existence of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick, because if you take a look at Team Vision's draft, they have essentially no magic damage.
Yeah.
And the way you usually beat TB is by heavy magic damage. So this is a very good Terrorblade game. Laurel and Nature's Prophet, however, for me is a little bit of an unknown. I haven't really seen them play that much. I wouldn't say it's like he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy. But the things that we talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things, and maybe even faster with Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, because he gets at level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit more, he's not as concerned about his own game, so see really cool things happening.
Laurel's the type of player that will do what you need.
Tak ten draft vyzerá brutálně. Aj z jednej, aj z druhej strany musím povedať, ale viac sa mi páči ten Vižnovský.
Flex, they were caught off guard with this Terrorblade. This is really cool to me, and I think Team Spirit have absolutely secured the scaling in this game.
Yeah, the shoe's on the other foot. Last game, Vision could just chill and farm, and I think this game, Spirit have secured that with also the potential to play the lanes well. And so I think it's been a great punchback from Aposhka in this game. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, I probably would.
Masterclass. Já s tím absolutně tam s Quinom souhlasím. A myslím, že tu budeme mít nějaký rozhovoríček ještě, alebo něco podobné. Pojďme se tu jakoby pěkně dostat. Samozřejmě.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with the king himself, Mr. Puppy. Such a pleasure to see you here on the main stage again. Let's talk a little bit about this. You have let 9 Class out of his cage. He is playing the meme heroes again. Where did this Marcy come from? How do you have the balls to pick a hero like this on the main stage of TI?
9 Class has a lot of balls. That's all I can say.
Fantastic. Was this his idea or yours?
It was his idea.
Oh,
I completely approve of it.
Okay. I was about to say maybe you were distancing yourself from that, but no, you
Satanic
fully
nápad.
support. Whose idea was it to let the Terrorblade through?
They already had Furion, and we basically guessed if they're going to swap this Furion somewhere, they're going to just lose their team fights everywhere. So we're not afraid.
Okay, not afraid. It was actually pretty interesting to see a team be able to strike some blood against you guys, all right? Were you surprised with how those games went so far?
Not necessarily. I think they won the drafts 2 games in a row. This time, I think we have the edge.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Now, last question here, Well, are they ever going to get another one, my friend? Or is this the end of their ride? Is it going to be the full reverso sweep?
I hope so.
All right, thank you so much, Puppy. An absolute pleasure to see you again on the stage. And we'll throw it to our casters to get ready for this game.
Díky Slaxi, ďakujem pekne za slovo. Náš principál už nám to tu pekne odovzdal. Už sa spolu môžeme pekne presunúť do game number 3. Nám pôjde tentokrát Satanic ukázať pekne to svoje SF-ko. Tomu tam bude pekne Slardar, Pangolír, Marcy v rukách 9 Classa je takisto ako celku specialitka. Uvidíme, k čemu sa tu teda dopracujú Spiriti, ty majú takisto teraz predsa len Terrorblade, Tusk, Safelinku, to ako samo o sebe môže byť tvrdé, majú midového Nature's Propeta, ktorý tam predsa len ako môže portiť všade možne. Ten midový matchup proti Pangovi by mal byť podľa mňa ako celku tradeovačka, ale zrovna ten Pango tam možno bude mať cestu na to, tam aj možno pofarmiť nejaké tie trienty ako s levelami. No a do toho ten Axiáš. Obidva týmy majú podľa mňa veľmi agresívny line-up. Na jednej strane u Vižnovcov je to ako turbo minus armor, physical damage only skoro. Na druhej strane tam nejaká tá kombinácia je, ale bude to ako podľa mňa veľmi aktívna hra na obidvoch stranách, si myslím. Uvidíme, ako sa Kolapsovi podarí tentokrát proste ustáť tam Satanikou laning. Väčšinou tento tu mladík fakt ako nejde úplne beatnúť. Dneska už teda do rúk dostal jedenkrát nejakého carry Embra, kde to ako nebolo teda úplne jednoduché. Uvidíme, ako bude ďalej ale doručovať. Na druhej strane predsa len jeho sok. Toro. On takisto podľa mňa proti tomu Slarderovi by mal mať celku ako easy times. Ešte keď tam majú ako toho Tuskiča navíc, aj keď ako jeho Marcy plus Slardar môžu byť o trošičku viac strong ako ten Slardar, keby tam bolo plus niečo iné. Od nejakého levelu 2 to môže byť trochu nebezpečné. Zrovna ale ten Terrorblade tam není úplne zas tak extrémne zraniteľný na to. S tým high armorom tam proste toho prežije ako celku dosť. A hlavne Vižnovci tam lejnia vlastne tú Enčku. Oni zobrali tu Marcy, aby to ako lejnilo na vrchu s tým SF-kom, takže tam to bude o niečo nebezpečnejšie. A dole zároveň teda ako uvidíme, ako Enčka s creepami bude schopná toto tu vyrubávať. Vyzerá to, že zatiaľ tam pôjde Larlič, nám ide doručovať tu, ale na vrcholu bude možno v problémoch Notmi, tam ešte budú Razy, Satanic, pekne príde ešte s tým jedným Razom, 9 Class, tam nemá úplne na to, aby dočiahol ten jeden hit. Notmi by sa z tohto tu ako pravdepodobne mal dostať, tam je, ale ešte ten Dispose, 9 Class, nestihol to tesne, ako by úplne, dobré. Teraz ho tu trošku pôjde Notmi nahlodať po ceste. Tentokrát táto pani Dark Willow bude schopná prežiť. Od dvojky predsa len bude o dosť ťažšie Dark Willow tam nejak punishnúť, aj keď Razy tam môžu fungovať stále. Vyzerá, že Satanek si to tu zatiaľ akoby celku teda užíva na linkách, ale si berú zatiaľ Spiriti reálne viac. Dokonca to tam ulázitováva aj Collapse, čo je celku ako crazy. Satanikovi tam pôjde tým Battlehungerom trošičku akoby teraz nasekať. No, asi tu pôjde Nineclaw skúsiť niečo tu nachystať pomaly, ale isto. No, dobrá Bramble Maze a teraz k tomu, nie že by tam Kolaps ešte dokázal akoby niečo s týmto tu ako porobiť. Dopádne pre 3. minútou sme sa tu ešte k First Bloodu nedostali. Nám ide 7 denial pre Larla dole, ale prichádza možno s tag teamom nejaký ten prvý poriadny pokus. Nemajú tam ešte chlapci damage, aby to tu dorazili, hlavne bez mety. Vybojovali tam ale aspoň ten jeden lotusíček navíc. A je vidieť, že toto sú už tie dva najsilnejšie týmy, ktoré tu sa vôbec nachádzajú. Laning veľmi stabilný na obidvoch stranách. Aj ten lane switch od Visionovcov mi príde, že bol ako dobrý nápad. Jo, na vrchu by mohli byť ako tým pádom trochu ako nebezpečnejší. Jo, ten mid, ako uvidíme, kto to tu ako poriadne rozbehá. Ako Larlič samozrejme už tam môže s teleportáciou niekde ako skúsiť prísť. U Spiritov je to podľa mňa celé dosť o tom prečíslovaní, keď už majú Natura na mide, tak to by to malo otvárať ako celku dosť. Vidíme ale, kde bude tá možnosť predsa len. Ako najviac možno to bude na tej spodnej strane. Vidíme, k čomu sa tam chlapec dostane, tam ako nejaké tie zodpovedné kvelné kľúci budú mať. Kolapsič medzi tým si tu chce odtiahnuť nejakú tú waveu, aspoň tých dvoch rangeákov ako tam má zdržaných, ne že ne. Bude to tam rovno po farme, pretože podľa mňa vie, že by to ako nemusel ako nikde ťahať. Notistovi sa podarí medzi tým pekne šprintom akurát to ako odísť. Jo, bude tam chvíľku popnutá meta, takže si tam moc ako nezakrípuje chlapec. Tu si ale idú supporti, teraz momentálne na duel. Nineclaw versus Not Me. A naruší to trošičku, ale Kolaps no, nevypočítal úplne Nineclaw podľa predstav Not Me. Bere First Blood pre Team Spirit momentálne. Oh boy, oh boy. Otiahnuté tuto od Larliča až dozadu. Pangolier mu tam ako niečo predsa len naseká, je tam ako konštantný pressure, takže tam ani není kedy by tam ako Larl mohol niekde freely vyportiť. Dokonca už o tom ale ide pozdraviť aj tá Enčka. Tu Kalis nakoniec miesto Kentaura si teraz zoberie iba jedného nenápadného tuto Raidera. No, Sentrinou to tam prišiel skontrolovať ešte Mr. Rue, ale myslím, že tú obsku tam ako nenašiel. Dokonca, no, dával tam dve sentriny a nenašiel tú Kalisovú obsku tam. No, nevidíme teraz úplne na kamere, ale tam ako pod tou midovou tier jednotkou. Tam bude ako celku podľa mňa dôležitý vision. Práve pre Team Vision. Kalis teraz pozná, ale čo je sila tech týmu aj s nejakou tou iluzečkou navíc. Ja to si tu veľmi rád. Zase urobil proste nenápadný výlet. 5. minúta, nečakali by ste, že ten Terror Blade sa bude pohybovať niekde tu. Ale to je presne to miesto, kde je Yatoro doma. Druhý kill teda, Not Me medzi tým tu pekne Kolapsovi odtiahne nejakú tú wavičku zdarma. Not bad. Pardon, chat. Dúfam, že ste tam všetci usadení a v pohode. Predsa len ako je vás tam dokonca na Twitchi, to je viac než 630 a na Kolapsa momentálne príde rovno nejaký pokus, ten ešte stihol ale na jeden hit preč cez ten neutrál reálne. Ten Ash Legion Shield. Tam normálne teraz zachránil celú tú situáciu, Satanik z tohoto si nezobere nič. Našťastie pre neho teda ako neumrie. Larlič sa teda doportil akoby trochu ako neskoro a mohli ísť trochu ďalej možno, ale dobre. SF-ko tentokrát si tam zachráni prdel. No, vyzerá, že Spiriti si to tu ale budú momentálne nakedy kontrolovať. Zatiaľ 3-0. Nineclaw medzi tým pekne Satanikovi donesie jeho salvič Kenzie. Zrazu tu máme SF-ko pripravené robiť veci. Terror Blade má na druhej strane, ale samozrejme pripravené fríčko tiež. Je to fakt ako boj mozgov, teraz mi úplne príde. Ten draft je proste fakt ako extrémne close a hrá sa tam na také tie prekvápka, shiftovačky. Proste trošku to tu ako vymeniť. By na to nemohol byť ten druhý tým úplne pripravený. Tu ale uvidíme proste tú true silu týchto dvoch carryčiek. Táto hra by mala byť podľa mňa celku cinematická, čo sa týka nejakého carry battlu. Že zrovna Terror Blade versus SF. Tomu vravím ideál. Yatorov kurír, neviem čo tam akoby na tej pozícii robil, ale dobré. No, ten išiel ako byť naspäť akurát zo spodku. Dobrý nenápadný snajpíček, otravuje tam tá Enčka dosť, už ju tam ale kluci pôjdu, vyzerá to vyčmuchať. Tým skenom vedia, že sa tam ako niekde pohybuje Dukalis, mi nehovorte, že teraz ich tu akorát obíde. On ich obišiel obidvoch. No, medzi tým sa tuto akoby preportí teda Mr. Notmi akorát na tú 8-čkovú runu. Enčka bude teda môcť otravovať pekne ďalej. To vidia podľa mňa, ale pod tým defenzívnym visionom takisto ako Spiriti. Tak to bude denajnutá shield runa, žiadny refill pre Novana. Každopádne slalom tu chlapec zvládol. Žiadny punish sa momentálne teda úplne konať nebude. Zatiaľ tu ale Vižnovci ako neprišli ničím on the board. 0 kg, 8 minút. No a Ladlič, ten prišiel pekne, tuto Dukalisa nachystať, tí Sprouty mohli možno prísť lepšie, on tam má ešte 2 tanga. Aj tak, ale to bude damageovo stačiť celku bez problémov, 3 jentíčky, účko. Larol konečne niečo tu využije. Tým, že tam Kolaps zabíja jednu waveu za druhou. A tentokrát vyzerá, že už sa o ňo ako možno pôjdu postarať, príde tam pekne 9-class, trošku to zdržať, sám s ním neurobí nič, tu je ale pripravený Pangolier, netrafil tam ale ten prvotný jump, ten call nakoniec Kolaps môže otočiť ešte voči ním, Rolling Thunder by to tu mal možno zabezpečiť, Kolaps musí ukázať moves, vyhol sa tomu a robí to, čo len môže. A uvidíme, či nejaké tie riečné rýchlosti mu tu pomôžu. Otec snajpol! Kámo, Kolaps! Tie moves! Normálne král. Tam 1v4 obklopený, ho čakal gangbang a on ešte aj tak férom jednému stihol rovno nachcať do huby. No anyway, po 9. minúte nebudeme akoby tuto preháňať úplne takéto porovnania. Tu ako Team Spirit teraz vytiahli z ničoho aspoň dosť veľký guláš. Ešte stack proste ako celku huge proti tomu SF line-upu, každý ten armor navíc. Preto Axeo je totálne golden. Páne Spiriti vyhrávajú 5-1 týmto tu moveom. Collapsage bude mať aspoň trošku ako lepšiu cestu k nejakému tomu Blade Mailu into Blink. Potom bude mať takú tú straightforward cestu, tak ako viac menej on vždycky svietil najviac. Ako Collapse, ako playmaker, ako Blink iniciátor. To je jeho rola, pre ktorú sa pomaly narodil. No One tentokrát nebude úplne šťastný. Na druhej strane mu tam Ruváž akurát ukradol nejaký ten regen. Trienty tu medzi tým budú ďalej proste akurát od Ladliča scoutiť všetko možné, čo sa tu len dá. V 10. minúte tu ale žiadny veľký gold lead nevidíme ani na jednej, ani na druhej strane. Veľmi vyrovnaný laning phase, obidve kerička si berú fríčko. Offlanery, tam vyzerá, že sa ako veľmi dobre má notice tou Slardar, až by som povedal, že až moc dobre. Ja by som ako nepredpokladal, že sa bude mať ako takto dobre na network, ale má tam proste 4900, bude extrémne rýchly blink za 200 goldov, s bracerom, so soulringom, s tredkou. To není ani žiadny raw blink a aj tak to proste v 11. bude chlapec mať. Zrovna zase chceli kluci ako pozdraviť. Sprintov z Midpan Notice bude ale dosť slippery, aby sa z tohoto dostal. To je predsa len tá situácia, kde by tu Yatoro možno ako chcel rovno zatlačiť spolu s tým katapultom. To je možno príležitosť dobrá. No, tu bude Notmi, ale teraz problémov, mu tam Satanek príde zadeliť zo pár rejzov do Gebule, skúsi tu ešte vyportiť po tomto celom. Ne, tam bude prehodenie do Gebule. A Satanek aj tak príde tým rejzom po tento kill. Notmi, bohužiaľ, odovzdáva teda pre Team Vision druhý killeček. Yatoro ešte s tou metou vyzerá, že by tam chcel ako invadenúť Ancienty. Majú vyskenované teraz ako Vižnovci. To môže byť dobrá príležitosť aj pre Novana, ale si ako musí dávať pozor, ako by tu s nejakým nabiehaním, dokonca dobre teraz to pre istotu prišiel skontrolovať. 9-class prichádza z druhej strany, Yatoro je tu vo veľmi zraniteľnej pozícii, tam má síce Sandre, stihol to teraz nahodiť, ale čo teraz? No, Snowball by ho odtiaľ mohla dostať tam, ale možno Satanek príde s Requiemom a vymaže obidvoch! Satanik prišiel a roztrhal. Snowball chvíľku vyzerala dobre, až kým to bol ortiel smrti. Chlapci si tam dali krátku kryokomoru, ale potom dostali vpadci až na ksicht. Mladý princ je plne zobudený. Game 1 si dali Vižnovci akurát teda na takú tú kalibračnú rozklikávačku. Spiriti poznávajú, čo je to hrať proti tomuto veľkotímu v roku 2026. Ojojojojoj, tempo. Potom to tu celé podľa mňa ako príde do Visionovských rúk, hlavne tam ako vyrovnávajú pomaly ten scoreboard, do ktorého na začiatku ako nevedeli priniesť nič. Toto bola úplná nádhera. A myslím si, že to ako bude chcieť ako klipnúť. Všetko klipujte, chat. Klipujte, dneska budem rozdávať stupenečky za to, keď niekto bude robiť poctivé klipy z každého takéhoto dobrého fajtičku, zo všetkého. Skirmishu, big playu, cute little play. Ošahanie vajec, to je jedno, čo si vymyslíte, ale tam hlavne urobte klip. No, to náš meditým ale bude pozdravený na vrchnej strane rovno trojicou. Toto je to prečíslenie, o ktorom som hovoril pri týme Spirit. Toto je to, čo musia robiť. Veľmi dôležitý pick-off pre nich, Satanika tu trošku skruhnúť. Už začínal mať akoby celku ako lead, dokonca aj nad tým Terrorbladeom, takže tam má teraz ako trochu času pekne tuto Mr. Eja Torro by to trošku dobehol. Kolaps medzi tým tam bojoval teda s Enchantami, akurát PvE tesne zvládol, ale bude to trvať, kým sa dostane ešte k tomu blinku, k tomu. Notice predsa len už je akoby pekne online Slardar. Not me o tu, ale pôjdu Visionovci pekne zase snipnúť do Dark Willow. Pôjde odovzdať ďalšie goldy. Killy sa začínajú doťahovať, Visionovci začínajú mať ten lead viac a viac pod kontrolou. A tieto early killy hlavne im konečne akoby dodajú nejaké tie XP, čo tam na začiatku ako nemali. Jo, majú tu presne ten svoj timing, aj keď to SF-ko je na jednu stranu zraniteľné. Ten Terrorblade ako tiež si ako nemôže úplne sa nasťahovať, kde len chce. Notice medzi tým tu už dokonca čaká, kým bude 15. minúta, aby si mohol kúpiť čart, on už na to má goldy. Jo, s tým offlaneovým Slarderom má Notice toho úplne neskutočne proti tým fan ako Terrorblade tu z linke. To ako nie je sranda, ako by to počul. Mal tam nejakú ako Marsi ako k tomu navíc, ale proste fakt ako s tým Slarderom má toho extrémny kotel. 1K gold lead už je tam zapečatený, veža dole. Veža dole sme ani alert podľa mňa ako nemali za celé TI. Uvidíme, komu to tu pomôže ešte niečo popušovať. Máte tam by the way, čo to ešte stále teda slevu na Saby. Dneska fakt ako bude celku gigatočička ako potom na záver. A teraz sa tu všetci samozrejme musíme úplne plne kochať, hlavne dotičkou dvojkou. Na mňa Visionovci teraz majú extrémne dobrý základ, aby nemohli hlavne Spiriti teraz hrať ten prečíslovací ako play. Ale nemusia ale dobre čítať tie moves, no. Kalisto medzi tým príde Kolaps a iba tak ako trochu nachystať, tam skúsili naskočiť až dozadu, nedoskočili dosť ďaleko, ale prídu si aspoň k druhému, ktorý to tu môže oddelovať, koľko len chce. Tam ako bohužiaľ toto je jeho istá smrť, snowballov získa ešte chvíľku, nejakú facku Notistovi, len aby sa nepovedalo. Ten si akoby dokonca ako vyvolený zobere aj tento tu last hit. Extrémne rýchle, proste shard, už ako pekne doručený, hneď kúpený, jak len mohol proste. A toto je presne ten základ, ktorý fakt ako títo Visionovci potrebovali úplne najviac. Toto je presne ten základ, ktorý s týmto tu line-upom, s tým minus armorom, zrazu by fakt ako mohol Spiritov zahlodať v midgame úplne do zeme. Kto tam ako urobí by the way poctivé klipečky, tak to pošlite Hajtričovi a on to tu poustne akoby ďalej. On sa o to poctivo stará tam. Nejaké krátke technikálie, už vyzerá, že sú ako reconnectnutí chlapci a že by to malo byť OK. Na Satanikovom SF-ku teda rašnutá manta pripravená. No, môže vydodžovať nejaký tam ako Marsi nábeh, povedzme. Môže si hlavne dispelovať ten minus armor, čo je celku ako podstatné. Už ale ideme na to, chat. Ideme v tejto tu game free pokračovať. Skóre máme krásne vyrovnané na 6-6. Gold lead si stále drží práve Team Vision s týmto tu mladým princom. No počkaj, tu mantu som akoby hovoril na opačnom, dole som tam bol akoby normálne na chvíľku ako naopak. Jo, mantu, ale tam stále akoby majú ako proti Dark Willow, you know, nadodžovanie kólov a tak, ale dobrý. Dobrý chat. Sme tu pekne naspäť. Čo tu idú Visionovci teda ale vymýšľať? Už na 9-classovi predsa len takisto s tým účkom. Tam Marsi tiež dokáže tam ako niečo rozfackovať. Ešte keď to spojíme s tým minus armorom, do toho má Pangolier ďalší minus armor. Visionovci už môžu začať využívať fakt tú kombináciu, že toho minus armoru majú na rozdávanie. Čiže keď im tam za chvíľku akoby procnú povedzme nejaký ten ako jeden medailón ako do týmu, to bude jako trhanie tvári, ten Nature's Prophet je presne v tej situácii, že si jako nemôže dovolovať tu jako len tak niekde jako portiť, takže tam jako rozpleskali Vejpůl. Na Jatorovi teda takisto máme tu mantu, takže to je presne to, o čom som akoby hovoril, akorát to bolo v inom mene. No, začínajú sa tu ale Vižnovci jako pomalinky vzdialovať, už tam jako na chvíľku cinkol aj ten 2000 gold lead. Aj keď tu Jatoro povedzme jako uhráva zatiaľ tu farm game, je momentálne teda presne tu 1000 behind. Uvidíme, čo ďalšie tu budú, ale Vižnovci schopní teda pekne porobiť. Blinka s Blade Mailou je ready pred 17. minutou na kolapsovi. By mohol byť prvotne go time reálne teraz pre Team Spirit. Dobre, ešte to Iluskou tam jako vyblokoval teraz pekne Mr. Jatoro, ten jeden Campbell, aby ho tam nemohol mať Satanik. Minus 3 creepy. Haha. Kolapsič má ale pred sebou go time. Konečne môže pre ten tým tam jako niečo ísť setupovať, samozrejme, že to bude stále zraniteľný, keď tam jako nebudú ty backup, ale už môžu ísť Spiriti niečo tvoriť, finally. To presne tam potrebuje Larlič. Jatoro predsa len tu ukazuje akoby celý dnešný deň, aj popravde ako úplne celé toto TI a hlavne ten main event, že on bude ako ultra aktívne carry, už tam šprintuje smerom na mid, kde proste tam budú všetci 5 od Spiritov proste pripravení. Budú hrať proste ten 5-man, ktorý im fungoval. Nemajú tu síce žiadny úplne veľký nastolený lead. Prídu tu ale skúsiť smokom prekvapiť. Satanika už tam budú vidieť, za ním tam ale stojí ako reálne celý tým, že bejtia to tam na neho. No, not me, tu bude možno ale ten prvý, tam nakoniec má ale pripravenú ešte aj tú bardu. Dukalis to tu zatiaľ ako scoutí k tomu tiež. Satanik tu ale pôjde nabíjať do nich. Notice skúsil not me, tam neskutočne Tumbler stojil, vydodžoval ten blink jump. Instantne mu tam samozrejme podľa mňa podevardia tú obsku. Žiadne prekvápko z toho tu teda úplne nebude. Uvidíme, či Vižnovci tam ešte budú niečo vymýšľať. Larlič sa medzi tým už presunie na to, aby tam zase robil nejaký ten Nature's Prophet split push things, klasiše. Darí sa tu ale Vižnovcom toto tu držať. Aj tie balls na Satanikovi, keď vie, že sú tam, tak sa tam pekne s tým SF-kom príde ukázať. Vyzerá, že iba tieto tu 3 vyvolené creepy budú stačiť, aby tam dopušovali tú väžu. Žiadny deny to tentokrát nebude. Stavebné sporenie si teda vyberú aj Team Spirit. Pribudla tam teraz ešte Blinka na Tuskovi, takže Blink safe, alebo ako Blink iniciácia je zrazu aj na Rueášovi online. S kolapsom tam budú teda chlapci dvaja. Zvedavý, či Larl bude ale komfortný prostě na tom Nature's Prophetovi, ktorého tam jako na ňom nevidíme skoro vôbec. Jo, tak toto tu jako flexli, či bude dosť komfortný na to si tam jako vybrať ten správny moment, kedy tam jako doportiť. Tak tým momentov úplne nebolo zas tak moc k videniu. Jo, Sataníček si tu ale pekne drží svoj lead spokojne. SF-ko zatiaľ bude jako celku možno hrdina, ktorý tu pôjde vyhrať. A bude ten hlavný, okolo ktorého sa tu točí ako celé TI Grand Finals. Proti Terrorbladeovi tu ani nemôžeme chcieť viac ako epický proste carry battle. Ja myslím, že fakt ako z tejto hry by sme mohli vyždímať úplne všetko, čo na Dote máme radi. Vidíme, k čomu sa tu ale teda dopracujeme. Vyzerá, že tu budú chcieť zase prvý move ease urobiť Spiriti. Ešte naplno neukázali tú kolapsovskú ako blinku, tak ako by chceli. No, majú tam na Rueášovi ešte predsa len tú ďalšiu, mohli by tu ako do niekoho naraziť. Lesíku zatiaľ nikoho nenašli, Notice tu ale možno pôjde naproti, tu bude pekne jump od kolapsa, setup celý príde do toho burst. Tento slardáreček sa rozplýva. Talengblade tam síce bol mysnutý, nikoho ďalšieho tam nezakrojí úplne Mr. Kolapsu, ale No One medzi tým si vybral svoj target, jasne, ten chce ísť po Jatora. Tými difuskami ho tam zbavilo úplne celej many. Vižnovci ale nepôjdu pokračovať nikde, stratili proste iba toho Slardera pre Spiritov, je to ako celku huge kill. A dobrý smoke nakoniec. Otázka je, ako sa to tu bude teda ale odvíjať ešte ďalej. Kontrola nad enemy lesom nejakou vardou je ako v tejto tumete celku ako podstatný element, by som povedal. Sa tam jako pohybujú navokolo. Je jasné, že tuto hru akoby samé jako iluzečky od Terrorbladea to tu budú prostě split pushírovať, kde sa len bude dať. Na Satanikovi taky ten klasický prostě viac utility, stat build, Manta, Hurricane Pike. Nemusí ani rašovať úplne teraz nejaké tie BKB, kde teraz aj tak je to viac o tom blink jumpe. No, uvidíme, k čomu tu akoby sa teraz chlapec podujme. No, má level 15, pekne krásne, už to tu bude štípať. Rue až medzi tým čaká na vrchu, tam je schovaný v lesíku iba. Nineclaws ho tu tam na random našiel. On sa tam prechádzal v lese, nenašiel chlapec houby, našiel miesto toho Tuska. Rue, dobre, ešte s blinkou to tu trochu zdrží, ale chlapci ho tam aj tak ako vidia cez ten minus armor. Satanic si tu proste príde po tento kill. Instantne ako power rangers tam idú ale portiť smerom na ten mid. Tu Vižnovci môžu ísť predsa len minimálne po not Miho. Dukalis to tu nachystal pekne. Kolapsič ale naskočil aspoň na seta Pangolíra. Larol bude chcieť dať nejaký follow-up. Zachráni to ale celé Nineclaws. Requiem príde k tomu tiež a toto je presne o tom, čo som hovoril. Ten Nature's Prophet, jakmile tam niekde na porti je commitnutý a takto tu dostane Requiem do gebule hotovo. Čestne stiel kolaps, teraz ešte vyblinkovať z toho distilléru. Double damage ukradol, inak by ako ten Roshan bol teraz podľa mňa jasný. Vižnovcov ale ani nezaujíma ten chýbajúci double damage, on Satanic má totiž očividne damageu dosť. A Marci to tu predsa len ešte boostne, majú tam ten minus armor od 3 hrdinov samostatne. Ten Roš sa bude proste rozplývať pred našimi očami a Satanáš si pôjde po druhý život. OK, princ je nachystaný tu zosadiť niekoho z trónu. Team Spirit chcú byť tými legendami, pozdvihnúť tretíkrát ako prvý tým v histórii. Tretíkrát Aegis. No ale Team Vision sú to ten villain, ten mladý princ, ktorý si to tentokrát prišiel zobrať pre seba. Bude mrdať na nejakú tú legacy, aj keď na druhej strane sú to chlapci, ktorí ho tam ako pomaly vychovali v tej scéne, čo je na tom ako to vtipné. Sú tam ako všetci homies. A tu ide o ich sny. Je sa zase proste na chvíľku potom možno ako rozplynú pre jeden tým. Tým, že Spirit už vyhrali dvakrát, viac snov sa tam ako rozplyne určite pre P-Vision. Uvidíme, ako tu v tomto ale chlapci teda budú chcieť pokračovať ďalej. V 23. minúte Satanic sa tu medzi tým teda ukáže dole, on bude ako podľa mňa pán mapy. Jak má 4 minúty ten Aegis, tu pôjdu hrať podľa mňa Vižnovci okolo neho nejakú ako podstatnú tučnú dotu. No ako Satanášek, myslím, že mu tam letí, čo mu tam letí Shadowblade a dokonča, alebo čo tam ako, nie, on ide rovnou urobiť ten Butterfly. OK. Ako reálne za liter môže mať ako celý Butterfly, kde zrazu ako ten Terrorblade aj ten Nature's Prophet budú celku smutný. Tier 2 si tu proste tvrdohlavo Satanic prišiel zobrať a pôjde si po ňu. Glyphom si tu zase akoby si tie spirity získajú trochu času. Mantou si to tu ako kľudne Satanic vytankuje bez problémov. A objective je tu dole pre Team Vision. Žiadny gold lead neberú. Je vidieť, že ten Terrorblade tam akoby to ufarmuje celku dobre, hlavne keď to majú ešte v spojení s tým Nature's Prophetom. Rue až sa tu snaží urobiť robotu, že tu ako trošku ako posplitováva, zdržuje. Aby ich tam ako nepustil niečomu ďalšiemu, notice. Na ňo pekne príde počkať s tým, že je označený tým minus armorom, žiadne čukovanie, Rue až podľa mňa moc nepomôže, aj keď sa ako snaží, čo sa len dá, tak robí čo môže. Všetko. Tam nakoniec možno zachráni prdel notice, ale príde na to druhé kolo kolapsu, síce medzi tým ešte tu Marci aspoň našiel mimo pozície, tam ju aspoň budú môcť vyseknúť. A trade-off nakoniec to bude 1 za 1. Dôležitý armor stack pre kolapsa, samozrejme krásny, hlavne pre ňo sú to goldy, teraz bude mať tým pádom dokončené to BKB, na druhej strane to bude mať noticed, ale tiež za 100. Takže to príde vo veľmi podobnom timingu, stále 2,5 minúty tu ešte bude Aegis, hlavne tam videli, že Yatoro tam mal momentálne popnutú metu, tu neostane zas tak moc času, aby s tým ako niečo išli robiť. Čakajú tu ale spiriti, že by tu niekto mohol niečo ako skúšať robiť, ne. Nakoniec to bude ten najrychlejší Butterfly, aký ste možno kedy videli. No, nakoniec ale opener bude práve na tú enčku, koľko na ňu Yatoro má damage, očividne viac než dosť. Satanic tu príde skúsiť sa zbaviť všetkých tých ilúziek, vyfajtiť úplne všetko, čo tu je okolo. Mantou sa dostane k Larlovi, vymazaný tam bol samozrejme Rue. A tu to vyzerá, že tohoto mladého princa satanášského. Jeho možno fakt ako nepôjde zastaviť už úplne ničím, možno You Can't Beat Satanic. Tu bude pekne krásne zrád až do dnešného jednoho nedelného dňa. Butterfly, on tam môže ísť fakt ako vysekať úplne všetko. Ten evasion bol práve zdroj toho, prečo ani ako by tam do chvíľku nemohol úplne Jatoro možno skúsiť usekať. On si tam ako teraz síce zachránil prdel, nebude tam mať ale úplne žiadnu veľkú metu. Tu to vedia Vižnovci, že tu môžu ísť tlačiť ešte minútu a pol s Aegisom, ani keď tam nie sú úplne všetci. Satanik tam medzi tým ešte pôjde tými luskami skautiť, aby tam mali prehľad. Majú tam Nine Classa, ktorý keď tak ešte to môže zachraňovať. Majú tam Novana, ktorý má Rolling Thunder. Tu sú Vižnovci schopní v tej 26. minúte ukázať, že SF-ko bude pán všetkého. Kolaps čaká momentálne na jump. Nakoniec tam zabije akurát tú jednu ilusku, aby to tam trošku pospídil. Tu ale prichádza na ten poriadny jump. Toto je ale presne ten save od Nine Classa. Len ho zobral naspäť, no one to medzi tým vzadu rozdelí. Ten triple stun tam síce bol teraz dobrý setup, ale žiadny follow-up tam neexistoval. Boli kluci zahnaní proste preč. No, Duchalis tu bude trošku staknutý, toho si už príde Jatoro vymazať, Rue. Ešte príde na nejaké to druhé kolo tiež. Satanik tu zrazu bude proti tej armáde ako dosť problémov, tam bude predsa len aj na ten Aegis. Ready Jatoro s metou. Možno Spiriti našli, ale ten fight. Teraz otázka, čo tu Satanik môže. Requiem nakoniec tam nahodí na pána, skúsi im proste vyportiť preč. Z tohoto odíde z bezpečia Noticed. Ten ale bude rozseknutý práve kolapsom. Pekný fight od Team Spirit, nakoniec to pre nich budú 2 killy. Zobraný Aegis. Nemajú ale Satanika, takže to není zase tak veľké. Ale je to presne ten timing, kde má Jatoro 3 itemy, kde má to skady dokončené. Tam aj s tou melee formou, aj keď tam nemáme tu, ak niekomu sa dostane, tak je to celku hotové. Museli tam na to síce akoby kluci spendovať na not meme, buyback na Dark Willow, aby sa k tomu fightu dostali. A Vižnovci tým pádom stále majú 2000-ový goldlik, pohoda Chilla Jazz. Jo, to SF tam stále má 20,5 tisíca networth, Jatoro síce je tesne za ním, když pôjde za chvíľku teda dokončovať nejaké tie hurricane pajky, možno nejaké to zodpovedné BKB. Až neskôr príde čas, aby podľa mňa to mohol robiť nejaké tie MK, a po prípade by sa ako možno mohla hodiť nejaká Blatorna. Tým, že majú Spiriti hlavne také tie dve scalujúce keríčka aj s tým Nature's Prophetom, je otázka, či to bude viac ako jeden Mr. Satanic. No, Shriny budú mať pekne tentokrát obidve tuto chlapci so Spiritou. Larl ukradol, vyportil domov. A hlavne je to taký ako viac polo-utility build na tom Natureovi, ako má tam furt Mjolnir, ale má tam k tomu ešte dramy. Jo, vyzerá, že chce urobiť ešte Aganim, aby tam mal také tie ako rúty, proste aj zúčka. Môže byť. Uvidíme, či Vižnovci ale budú ten tým, ktorí budú chcieť robiť moves. Jo, Satanik sa tu ako zatiaľ nebal na tomto turnaji pomaly ničoho. No, už mu tam ako pribudol dokonca by the way aj Reaver, dokonca čo Reaver za 800 goldov mu tam dokonca pribudne celý Satanik. Všetci vieme, čo sa stane, keď Satanik má Satanik a ešte vo veľmi rýchlom čase, niekde tu ako pred 30 minútou. Chlapci, mladý princ je online. Jo, ako neviem, či ste na to akoby úplne pripravení. Chat, dajte mi tam prosím akoby jeden smiley face, či ste tam akoby... Ako je vás tam zopár, ale za chvíľku prichádzame dokonca k satanovmu číslu. Za chvíľku vás na Twitchi bude 666, akurát keď SF-ko je v rukách Satanika. Tu sa niečo akoby stane, chat. Oh boj, už to možno aj preskočilo, no, ale well, uvidíme koľko smiley faceov budeme schopní akoby pekne vyfarmiť. Nova našiel teraz opener aspoň minimálne na Rueho. Príde tu ten druhý skákač Notistovský. Tam Spiriti boli viac menej opodál. Tentokrát môžu len teraz sa dívať na to, ako stratili supporta. 14. kill si teda pripisujú P-Vision. No a mapa samozrejme proti tomu gemu sa nehrá teraz úplne pre Spiritov pekne. Na druhú stranu majú split pušujúceho, tam Terrorbladea s iluskami a majú tam Larla s trientami a s portením po mape. Takže tá mapa zároveň sa ako hrá pre nich dobre a zároveň sú tam nejaké tie úskalia, ne, že ne. Je to ako určite nebezpečné pre toho Larličovo Nature's Propheta. Myslím, že mu dokonca letí aj ten dokončený Aganim ako zaujímavý item za mňa. Neviem, či to bude mať úplne taký obrovský impact, ale OK. Spiriti sa medzi nimi idú presúvať na vrch bránov, tam je akurát Satanik by the way. Tam by mohli skúsiť nejaký zázrak vymysleť. Satanik tu nakoniec rovno nabehne naproti, tá iluska ho bude hitovať tiež. Pekný save od Nine Classa, toto je ale presne ten Aganim, ktorý by tam mohol teraz pomôcť. Laro chce tam aspoň jednoho, Nine Class tam ale teraz potrebujú pomôcť chlapci Satanikovi a Satanik umrie na Jatorovo overwhelming damage. Našli tu Spiriti presne ten opener, ktorý hľadali. Jeden pohyb bránou, chlapci moji, brána do nebies. Prebúdza zase tento nezastaviteľný draft, to zraniteľné SF-ko je hotové. Ten Aganem sa zrazu ako celku vyplatilo, ale predsa len ako Larlič tam bol za to ako tradenutý. Takže ako nebolo to úplne zdarma. Bajbekovala tam takisto ešte tá Marsi k tomu, takže ne, že ne. No, damageu, ale tam ako Yatoro už ako nerozdá málo, hlavne tam má ušetrené ešte dokonca to 9-sekundové BKB, on bol teraz ready to fight. Dukáli sa by tu rád, to počísoval ďalej, koniec mety, ale prišiel práve v tento moment. Míli Iluska tam bude nepríjemná tiež, ale ráciu podľa mňa zobere Dukalis. Čím silnejší bude ten Terrorblade, tým lepšiu ako tú Iluzečku si sám predsa len tam ako zobere chlapák. Enčke to väčšinou ako pomáha in the long run sa dostať nejakým tým ako viacerým itemom. No a sme teraz ako tým zóne, kde je Rošana fakt ako rozpleskajú v rámci sekunda jeden aj druhý tým. Samozrejme tým, že je to SF-ko dole, to môžu iba Vižnovci skúsiť nejaký zázrak s ukradnutím v štvorici. Myslím, že tušia, že toto ako nebude úplne easy peasy. Zdržiava už to tu Mr. Not Me a práve s tým Aganemom k tomu, jakmile tam majú Vision, iba ten root na to od Larla, aby to zdržali. Aegis zabezpečený pre Jatoriča. Banner bude mať pekne Rue, Spiriti zase trošičku tu vystrkujú rohy. Ja som zvedavý, či pri Grand Finále TI tento rok sa nám podarí pokoriť ten liter divákov. Tým pádom, že tu je trošku akoby iný time zone, to je samozrejme akoby trochu nepravdepodobné, ale choďte akoby zavolať možno vašim babičkám alebo podobne. Som zvedavý takisto, čo urobíme ešte s tým barom tam akoby nado mnou, keď už sa tam akoby veľmi veľa percent z toho dáva na chrtov v nouzi. Tak tu uvidíme, ako takáto veľká, obrovská Dota komunita pri našom sviatku bude schopná vybrať aj na nejakú tú dobrú vec. Dúfam, že si to tam zatiaľ ale všetci teda do jedného užívate. Ja vás tam akoby všetkých pekne vidím, poctivo chatovať. Vyzeráte tam krásne na všetkých troch platformách, musím povedať. Vyzerá, že tu Vižnovci ale idú momentálne skúsiť prekvapivý move. Na druhej strane je Aegis, toto je risky. Jo, majú ale koule tam skúsiť nabehnúť aj do toho Aegisu. No one tam rovno pôjde skúsiť rolom začať toto celé. Kolapseč bude ten prvý nájdený stihol, ale zapnú to BKB. OK, Kolaps bude môcť teoreticky z tohoto tu nejak skúsiť zdrhnúť Yatoro, ale pôjde z toho high groundu si dať rovno ten battle. Terroriza dobrá na dvoch, Enčka je tam oddelená, Yatoro to bude chcieť cez ten minút a tak spíť ešte nejak vypnúť Dukalis a proste bude roztrány a buyback nebude mať. Na druhej strane padá ale Not Me, pekne sa tu akoby síce Satanik ešte posunie o trochu ďalej ten carry battle, ale tu prichádza ten pešík od Notice, aby mohol stačiť ten Thunder stihol Yatoro dať, ale aj tak to nestačí. Ten lifesteal navíc, Satanik, teraz ale tam bude mať proti sebe Terrorblade ešte s druhým životom, bude to síce bez mety, čo tu ale Satanik predvedie. Tam nakoniec ho nenechajú ten Requiem možno úplne dať. Satanik ale stále ešte bude žiť. Ten Requiem musí dať. Ta jeho Iluska ho úplne nedorazí. Toto nakoniec Vižnovci pravdepodobne tvrdne zvládnu. Portí tam Terrorblade domov, dostane sa domov Yatoro, ale mladý princ je stále kurva živý. Nineclass aj s tým Bodusovým tam ako bodyguardom a všetkým. Tam proste vyhýloval cez 4000 lifestealom cez ten satanáš. Ja vravím, keď Satanik má Satanik, tak toto tu bude vyzerať. Obrovský teamfight. Dá sa povedať team vibe really pre Team Vision a tu uvidíme ten replay. Napriek tomu, že sa tam Kolapsovi akoby podarilo zapnúť ten moment to BKB. Yatoro tu mal dobrú pozíciu na to hitovať. Jemu hrozne dlho trvalo zabiť tú Enčku, takže tam skončil ako celý ten Terrorizer na tom SF-ku. Ja, on Notice tam medzi tým išiel robiť akoby bordel s Novanom akurát na boku. Tu Enčku síce zabili a Yatoro potom si povedal, OK, teraz je čas ísť Satanika rozpleskať Vejpul. Teraz si tu dávali ten veľký duel, ten bash bol teraz ako giga huge. A aj keď tam proste prišiel ten Thunder včas, aj keď Kolapsič potom ako prišiel robiť veci, ten Axe toho proste robí od dosť menej ako Slardar iba tým označovaním, toto bolo ešte huge. Tu to vyzeralo, že by sa Satanika mohli zbaviť, ten nakoniec si Hurricane Pikeov ešte pekne pomohol, vyčistili to tam kluci celé, zrazu ako Larlič dole. A dokonca meanwhile, keď sa tu díváme na replay, tam boli Vižnovci dokonca schopní tam aj tier 3 rozsekať. Sú tu Spiriti už samozrejme teda ale pekne v plnej zostave once again. Sú síce 4000 goldov behind, tam majú ušetrený banner, no ako aspoň ho nemá ten enemy team, jo, asi tak. Satanik tu ale zase predvádza, prečo on je ten najväčší contender, prečo on si prišiel tento rok po tú korunu, prečo tu nechce nechať Yatora si ju tretíkrát nasadiť a chce mu ju strhnúť. Spolu možno s gaťami. Záleží. Obidva týmy si teraz ale pôjdu po smoke. Dôležitý timing, Kolaps dokonca tam dokončil ešte Krelu, aby tam ako jakž takž mohol prežívať. Zatiaľ jako majú tam aj tak ako dispelke, tak orančky, takže no vidíme, ako mu to bude dlho teda fungovať chlapcovi. Nolty sa tam medzi tým dostal k tomu Kirasu, aby to tam pobustil ten minus armor celé. Nullifire by bol samozrejme ten finálny item, ktorý by tu chlapec chcel. Práve jeho tam ale na chvíľku teraz videli depušovávať, tu pôjdu tým smokom Spiriti niečo nájsť, bude to zase tá enčka. V melee forme to actually bude pre Yatora rýchlejšie. Kolapsi tam takisto zoberie nejaký ten stečík navíc, dobrý opener pre Spiritov zase na 40 sekúnd. Čo z toho ale budú schopní vymáčknuť. Vižnovci sú tu stále ako jakž takž ready. To myslím, že dokonca videli teraz na chvíľku aj Satanika sa tu pohybovať, ten pôjde s tou iluskou. Skúsiť to tu ako pekne s mantou nejak ako depušnúť. Tie manta ilusky nebudú ale tak strong ako tie jatorovské. Glyfom to teda kluci získavajú trochu času, medzi tým tam dole ako zaujímavé moves robiť Notice da Larl, tam ako na minimape akurát tam pred enemy bázou. Niečo ako chlapci vysvetľovali. Spiriti sú teraz ale vo fáze, kde si myslím, že sa nebudú hrnúť úplne na ten high ground. Ale ako zase dohnali úplne celý ten lead, čo tam mali za ten jeden fight P-Vision. Napítnúť Satanika je proste ten ich hlavný challenge. Už predsa len na Larličovi takisto sa z neho už ako stáva to celku heavy hitting carryčko. Ten Aghanim je tam ako veľmi dobrá utilita, hlavne tam majú proste skvelý vision teraz nachystaný Spiriti okolo celého toho midu. Problém je, že Vižnovci tam majú 2 gemy, takže si myslím, že to ako dlho nevydrží. Zatiaľ sa okolo tých 3 midových obzvart neprešiel nikto tu, ale Notice prišiel pekne po Larla, tvrdohlavo. Neprichádza tam nikto iný. Notice ho tam mohol ako reálne vysolovať. A tam nakoniec to ako popol to BKB, čakal, že mu tam kluci pôjdu skočiť na hlavu, čo Novan ale pôjde prichystať práve Not Miho Dark Willow sám. Dukali som bude schopný to ešte teda pekne dať. Tu prichádza ale do Satanika práve ten Terrorblade dozadu, Rue až to drží dobre, Satanik nemôže chvíľku hitovať, ten Requiem skúsi dať defenzívne. Jatoro má ale popnúť tento BKB, Satanik potrebuje pomoc, to prehodenie mu tam možno trochu času získať, ďalšie prehodenie príde tiež Jatoro tu ale rozseká sny možno všetkým. Môžu mať mladíci a celá Gen Z nejaké sny, tie skúsenosti a proste Jatora na main stage TI Grand Finals nejde možno beatnúť. Jatoro tu prišiel so silným Terrorbladeom rozsekať nádeje všetkých. Tam môžu ísť ako reálne Spiriti, podľa mňa aj po nejaký GG push, ak toto prečítajú správne. Tam není 70 sekúnd ani nič. A Jatoro ide rovno po GG push, on vie, on má feeling, on toto tu celé cíti. Na arénu to tu cíti tiež, tam nie je ani glyph. Tam potrebujú Vižnovci teraz nejaký zázrak Jatora zastaviť. Teraz tam síce bude končiť tá meta s tým melee formou, to tam bude ale pušovať takisto ako extrémne rýchlo. Notice už si tu po neho skúsi aspoň prísť. Buyback prichádza od Marsy, to je ale ten jediný, ktorý tam majú 40 sekúnd, tam nebudú mať carry. Medzi tým je tam vyprcaný aj Mr. Notice. Ten Slarderovský buyback bude mať tiež, ale podľa mňa hneď teraz musí dávať buyback, aby to tu Vižnovci vôbec mohli udržať. Team Spirit. No, tí nakoniec ale budú rešpektovať teraz toho, keď už Slarder prichádza na druhé kolo. Vyzerá, že to je práve Laro, na toto tu zaplatí. Možno to ale môže cítiť s buybackom ešte tiež ako príležitosť. Jatora odtiaľ to dostať bude ten hlavný job, pekná defenzívna snowball a tu ešte príde. Rovno potom Nine Clouds, ale príde tiež. Larlič buybackuje, pôjde do tohoto ešte celého skúsiť prísť. Jatoro je ten hlavný, nemá manu na to, aby tam už nič popol, nemá manu dokonca na to, aby tam dal ten Thunder, keď má low HP, má príležitosť, nemal stále na ten Thunder, držia ho tam dobre stúne, Notice to skúsi ešte tradovať tiež, Jatoro je ale tak beefy, že ho proste nejde zabiť, a ešte chilluje ten Thunder o svoju vlastnú ilusku, Jatoro! Ty môj kokot. Tak čo tam vyťahol za cinematickú bombu? Jatoro je proste raid boss. Toto je TI Grand Finals a tuto je proste Jatoro fucking raid boss. Už tam ten impetus letel, toto bolo close as fuck. Nejako dobre komitovali tam aj tým Larličovým jedným buybackom. Ale tu si to akoby poďme pekne zopakovať. Jo, to bol fight, kde tam nebolo to SF-ko, takže Vižnovci fakt ako tam nemali toho hlavného. Zbavili sa Larla. Tu to vyzeralo, že ako dobrý, ešte môžeme ísť aj po toho Terrora a bude to Gucci. Čakal tam Larlič ale na ten buyback a v tento moment to príde celé. Tu sa snažili všetko narvať do Jatora, čo len mali. Jo, Notice tam čakal, no one do toho narval, čo len mohol. Stále tam Jatora nevedeli urvať ani za tú prdel. No One tam dobre ako by to držal, aby nemal manu ani na ten Sunder. Ale vlastne teraz ten stunlock od Notista takisto nebol proste enough. Dukalis tam proste teraz ten impetus, čo tam letel, jeden proste dokonca do Butterflyu misol a ten druhý, ten stihol dať Sunder. Totálne clutch Butterfly, to tu teraz akoby celku ako zachraňuje. Aj keď na to Rue až nakoniec zaplatil životom, tam Vižnovci ako nezobrali úplne nulový trade-off, hlavný je Atoro a Spiriti hlavne medzi tým idú nabíjať, vidia tu Satanika a toto môže byť veľké, ten Slarda tam ešte není 10 sekúnd, a Satanik stihol dať Hurricane fucking Pike. Najrýchlejší na divokom západe. Toto je prstoklad, chlapci moji, jeho budúca bývalá tá bude normálne ako chlapci moji, tá najspokojnejšia žena. Teraz momentálne ale má plné prsty práce pri Dote 2 a možno získavania nejakého titulu. A takéto tu veci bude mysleť neskôr, na afterparty. Ja to rozrazal, a Spiriti sa tu chcú ísť zase nájsť znova, tam proste vyblinkujú včas. No One tesne proste tam nevychytá, alebo nebude vychytaný. Tým, že tam majú samozrejme Vižnovci ten odkrytý trón, tak si to ako musia vždycky rozmysleť, oni hlavne nemajú ani ten glyf. Takže ono to je fakt ako velice close. Roshan každopádne bude za 45 sekúnd, potom už tam ako za nejakú tú minutu, potom plus minus bude aj ten glyf refreshnutý. Že minimálne pre Vižnovcov to bude o trošičku krajšie sa vyťahovať ako z tej báze. No v móde, kde ale zrazu keď sú behind, majú odkrytý trón, hrajú proti Nature's Propetovi a Terrorblade Iluskám. No, není to úplne najpríjemnejšie takzvané. Oh boy. Tu ste svedkami zase proste nejakého píku, ktorého sme tu proste všetci svedkami a snažíme sa to tu spoločne absorbovať. Dobrý element, že tam tie ilusky vždycky môžu minimálne posielať na druhú stranu. Spiriti tu ale proste iba čakajú na Roshana, pôjdu si ho tu vyvolať, Yatoro už je tu na ňo ready a Roshan ten príde presne, keď ho potrebujú. No, tretí Roshan teraz, ten najpodstatnejší. Refresher, cheeseček. Je to padať takou rýchlosťou, že ani Vižnovci nebudú nad tým premýšľať, ani nemôžu. Jo, aj keď ten glyf už za malý moment budú mať na ten ďalší push. Spiriti tam budú mať 2 životy na Yatorovi, budú tam mať refresher, budú tam mať cheese, budú tam mať banner. A toto je full on combo. Team Spirit prišli tento rok prepisovať históriu. Aby tu nebol žiadny iný nový tým, žiadna nová krv. Aby to ostalo pri tých starých pardáloch aj s nejakou tou novou krvou predsa len ako pokombinováno. Ono to predsa len ako na obidvoch stranách je ako by celku pokombinované v ten moment. To, že by ale niekto mohol získať fakt 3-krát Aegis. To ako kedysi bolo úplne nemysliteľné. A kto iný poeticky to bude mať ako prvý, ako možno Team Spirit. Teraz sa ale nachádzame preto len ešte v tej tretej hre. Tu sa to ešte ako nerozhoduje úplne celé, ale preto 44. minútou tu game free, 12-000 lídom, 4 minútami s Aegisom, všetkými tými bonusmi, ktoré sme tu menovali. To bude pre Satanika celku challenge to tu ako celé uhľadať, ako ne, že ne. Videli sme, že tu ale ten potenciál je viac než dosť. Má tam to SF-ko full 6 slotted. Larličovi tu teraz ale pristane ešte bonus vo forme celého nullifieru tiež. Defenzívy teda úplne zase tak ako efektívne nebudú ani na strane Vižnovcov. Tak teraz je tam tá hlavná otázka, čo tu zvládne Satanik urvať. Je pravda, že z Dukalisa by sa tiež v tom late mohlo akoby už stať, že Impetusy a celkovo tá Anička sa stane takým tým ako nepríjemným targetom, ktorého sa musí zbaviť, inak to proste tie Impetusy krájajú. Spiriti zatiaľ akoby pekne pomaly ďalej zájdeš, ešte tu tier 2 pôjdu zobrať. A prichádza podľa mňa ten poriadny siege. Ešte je Hydra z brev, tam dokonca Yatoro teraz akoby pekne pokúpil. Nautis už prichádza s tým levelom 25, aby tu dal ten nedispelnutelný korozív haze na pána. Označil tam pravého Yatora, už ako Satanik si prišiel po pár hitov, dostal tam za polovičku. Tu ale prichádza do One práve dozadu, trošku to oddeliť. Ten jump, ale Kolaps vychytal dobre, Notice neurobil nič s tým jeho jumpom, tam bude iba vychytaný Ruem, zaseknutý totálne a nemá ani buyback. Tak toto bolo huge. Kolaps ho tam vychytal presne, keď jumpoval. Toto majú zrazu ale Spiriti úplne kompletne otvorené, tá meta tam bude ešte na 1,5 hodiny. No taste tam, dokonca Kolab sa pekne pôjde tipnúť, pretože toto bol fakt huge big play, tak ho vychytal pri jeho blinkovaní. Kolaps to tu možno pôjde single-handedly rozhodnúť. Jatoro to tu má celku zaprí v štvorici, to vyždovci nemajú ako depovať, nemajú tam už dokonca ani ten Rolling Thunder, a hlavne ten Pangolier sa tu proste rozplynie. Jakmile tam majú už aj ten Nullifier aj všetko, tu dokonca píču rovno GG. Satanik si nechce postrať to KDA, pôjde si dať s Iluskou ešte nejaký túto duel. No, uvidíme, či tam vôbec ako môže teraz zostať. Team Spirit bere Game 3 na TI Grand Finals. Vyhrávajú momentálne tým pádom 2-1 a ukazujú nám, že King, ten král, si tento rok fakt po tú korunu prišiel a nechce nechať korunovať nejaké nové carry, nejakú novú generáciu, nič. Ešte Satanik bude musieť možno pár rokov bojovať, že tento rok je to možno nezastaviteľný Jatoro. Oh boy. Terror Blade last pick, baby. Vymyslený a úplne normálne elegantne tuto nastavený do toho draftu, aby to fungovalo viac než podľa predstav. Mojich rýchlych pár slov tuto akoby po tejto hre, čo by som vám tu povedal predtým, ako pôjdeme k panelu. Tu akoby bolo pekne tentokrát vidieť, že sa tá hra držala extrémne dlho vyrovnaná. Jo, ale potom tam ako záležalo na malých proste misplayoch, respektíve skôr outplayoch. Ten kolapsov napríklad aj ako posledný náskok, aj keď to tam ako skúsili s Novanom ako naskočiť s tým Rolling Thunderom a potom tam ten Slardar nakoniec ako nedal nič a bez buybacku tam ako umrel, to bolo ako sad. Ja myslím, že P-Vision je čas sa vrátiť pekne k tomu neporaziteľnému satanikovmu Lone Druidovi. Mali tu teraz 3 hry za sebou tú príležitosť to tam vyťahnuť. Volili ináč, volili tu SFK a iné akoby túto komodity okolo. Ja čo to myslím a prediktujem, že je čas na nejakého Lone Druida, pretože inak možno Jatoro beatnúť proste nepôjde. Bude podľa mňa akoby velice poetické, jak sa presne stane to, že P-Vision prehrajú svoju prvú sériu na TI v tom grand finále. Crazy, čo sa tu deje. Je proste klasicky čarovné DI, ktoré nejde nikdy prekonať. Ďakujem krásne, by the way, za vašu akoby všetku podporu, všetky akoby tuto vaše dokonca followičky. Skřet tu dneska normálne ide vybojovať VIP. Chápete to? Chat, Skřet ide normálne dneska vybojovať VIP, prosím pekne. A neviem, či tam akoby niekto s ním teda pôjde bojovať, alebo či to niekto akoby vôbec dopustí. Sú to možno viacerí menom Skřet, ale to je akoby úplne zase tak, ako nebude to podstatné. Ja vám ďakujem, že vás tu je toľko, že si tu užívate spolu so mnou nejaký ten e-sport, nejakú Dotu 2, tú kráľovnú e-sportu, ako ja rád volám. Dúfam, že akoby v tej mojej spoločnosti sa vám tu vysedáva dobre, že túto nedelu môžete mať krajšiu, že počas viac menej nedelného obedu tu máte naservírované normálne duplu. Jo, tu máte proste niečo neuveriteľne epické, jednu cinemu. Je to najlepšie pozeranie k nedelnému obedu, aké kedy kto môže vôbec vymysleť clutch play na mikrosekundu všetko. Je to proste fakt insane. Je to krása.
Doing well enough in lanes against Spirit compared to how they are against other teams. Spirit is surviving that early game. They're getting off to a decent enough start. Division can't run them over. And then if Spirit's chilling with the late game, then we've got some big problems.
I also feel like Puppy talks about like the team fight superiority that they're going to have as the game progresses, but Varl itemized around it, right? He bought the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. It gives you this huge AoE route on everything that the ulti hits. And it's just smart decisions like this that, you know, when Spirit are doing well, you can see why. They can overcome this, what they're lacking with their draft through items. They're finding ways to like make things come together even when they don't have those natural tools in the heroes.
I'm still just so impressed with what was happening in the carry-to-carry matchup because we love to see what Yatoro can bring in a TI finals. For Satanic, it's his first time, and he has been the shining light time and time again in every game for Vision. This time around, they wanted to put the same faith in there, and for the earlier part of it, it really was that narrative. It really was that story. And so just getting essentially this free Terrorblade game and getting to have Yatoro on something so comfortable blows my mind as to how he performs.
I mean, I forgot the heroes in the pool, but I think even more importantly now, Spirit has a huge edge mentally over Team Vision, because Team Vision, they've been ran over in Game 1, they almost got ran over in Game 2, and now they got carry matchup in the last pick. So when you go into that last pick, the amount of options that you have to consider, because I think up until the TB, Spirit were the ones that had to play tempo. Spirit were the ones that had to play fast. But with the TB, they completely flipped the draft and they put themselves in a late game position. And there's a lot of heroes that you need to consider now for your bans.
Yeah, Taro's been exceptional, but we can see Not Me be pulled up on the graphic right now, and he played a really great game too. That high ground defense that Team Spirit had versus Team Vision when they got that Aegis and they were trying to pressure really early on, there was a 3-man curse crown that they lost to. Like, they were able to disengage with the Marcy rebound, but a lot of this game also just added up to the Spirits on support. The supports on Spirit being able to control Team Vision. Whereas if you look at Team Vision supports, between an Enchantress and a Marcy, there really isn't that much control, so there was less maneuverability to work around in the team fights. There was less consistency in the high ground pushes.
I fully agree with that. I heard Puppy mention in the coach interview after Game 2 that he thinks they were outdrafted in Game 1 and 2. Well, I'd extend that to say they got outdrafted in Game 3 as well. I think Miposhka is dancing circles around them, and I think that is a big reason why the series has felt like Spirit is dominating, and Vision did win the game too, but overall it's felt Spirit side, and I think a lot of that is due to the prep, is due to the situations they're setting themselves up in. They've got comfort, they've got late game, and it just feels like it's games that Spirit is very happy with.
To be fair, there were moments of crowd pleasing with that Marcy. I know that when we look at the support duos, they're not really comparable in Stania, but again, it's just massive praise to be able to come out in the grand finals, see what you think is going to be on paper a fantastic matchup, and pick an uncontested hero here. Almost works out for them. There are a lot of clutch plays from the Marcy still.
I mean, it is a lane class hero, but I think Puppy didn't want to say it, but almost all of his heroes are banned out. When I looked at the bans, there was a Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is not traditionally a hero that he plays, so I feel like he didn't want to go for that. He rather wanted the comfort. It's a TI final pressure. He felt like, I want to play something I know how to play. And it added to their concept, right, of adding damage to the SF. It gives him more tools.
We were seeing the uncontested heroes here, and we had 2 more on it when we started the day, but both the Disruptor and the Marcy now being picked up. It always feels like they're all free game right now, Gwen. You could pick anything for yourself.
Yeah, when you get into that zone, that TI zone of creativity, you're looking for what makes sense right now. You don't care about the meta. TI Grand Finals is its own meta. You throw everything else out the window, it's trash. We have what we have now, and that's all that matters.
And on the topic of the Marcy, she was dodged. Like, there was this idea that they wanted to Marcy Slardar and bully the enemy carry, but they ended up dodging that matchup because of the Tusk protection. So they just read into it on Team Spirit.
I love it. The reading is there. The balance is there in draft as well. But TI just keeps giving, whether it's new heroes or whether it's special content pieces coming out for our home crowd here in Shanghai.
Special content piece. Co to je? Co to je? Co to je?
折腾了这么久，我终于找到你了。以你的天赋和技巧，世上最会刷钱之人。够了，不要再刷了！Burning 大师
Burning
不要再刷了。 大老远赶来，让我看看你那可怜的经济吧。天哥，你觉得我是个严厉的师傅吗？那你根本不知道接下来你要面对的是什么。 我已经把你那可怜的矿子清完了，再给我来10波远古，天亮之前再给我拿30步赢。徒儿近日大有长进，但我只能教你打拳之道。要真正超凡入圣，你必须领悟成为强者所需的一切。为此，你必须踏入Dota江湖。 江湖路远，刀剑无眼，你得学会征服痛苦。
我的第一位大师非常的严格，他教会了我怎么样补刀，怎么样刷钱。但是这仅仅是我旅途的开始，我现在准备好去拜见我的第2位大师了。
další master kdo?
DY 大师。
DY。
感谢你教了我这么多。
Čínské legendy postupně。
当然，不用客气。 倒下的敌人是不会反抗你的，黑暗行者。
外大师，我随您修炼已有一段时日了，是时候接受一些考验了吧
？No， 还没有到正确的时机。大地之力。
地外大师，我已经跟随您修炼20多天了，我们到底什么时候才能开启这个悟道之门啊？
不，你还有很多东西可以学。吃桃子可以回血，然后我可以过拆，拆掉你的藤甲，然后用酒，就是这些牌有很多东西都要学。
阿美，
住手！这扇门后藏着世界上最恐怖的东西，它力大无穷。知道如何面对它，就等于知道如何面对世界上最大的痛苦。
Kačínska jiná legenda ještě.
痛苦？
你真的觉得你准备好了吗？
我准备好了。
那就去面对痛苦魔方吧。
啊？那是
Ori。
他的头好方啊！
你什么意思
？Fixed。
你要小心啊，我的弟子。你每一次攻心，它都会10倍奉还。但若你能驾驭这种反击，你的力量就会随之增长。如果你能受得了他一直送，或许你还能跟他并肩作战。
我都说我输了，你还说几遍？我问你。
哦
啊！
哦
哦！
学会跟他正面交锋吧，天哥。当他再也伤不到你时，你就能迎接下一个挑战了。
这就是为什么某某某大哥总是去别的队伍。
你什么意思？
而且他从来没有跟你组过队哦，并且他将永远不会和你一起打。
Nice. Tam ještě vyroustili chudáka.
我的第2位大师们，有点奇怪，但是他们教会了我如何在精神上战胜敌人。接下来我将要去拜访我的第3位大师，让我的身体变得更强壮。
把这个板当做1塔，快点给我打爆它！
对 ，Maybe。
什么大师
？A.K.A. Somnus。
再加1块板。
说实话，你硬推这个1塔没什么用。
Chalice。
他说的是真的吗，超哥大师？
再说一次，我的名字叫路遥，再加1块。
你这个推完这个1塔，你也不好打钱，有必要吗？
别理他，他有毛病。还有你，太弱了，要想变强。你就给我每天早睡早起，多晒太阳。
太阳？真的假的？这太阳到底有什么用啊？装太阳能板了，晒太阳能充电，还是说你是什么植物人或者什么草系宝可梦能光合作用啊？啊？你是练武还是修仙啊？你搞个火堆呗？你现在能懂我说太阳是什么意思了吧？啊？就是你跟太阳很熟吗？而且你是去过太阳，还是说那边有你兄弟啊？啊？
你到底在说什么鬼啊？谢谢你，路遥大师。
等等，叫我 maybe。不过为师确实替你感到骄傲，你确实学到了真东西啊！
真东西不是真东西，真学到真东西了。学到啥了呀？要我看不如。
如今，我想我终于准备好了，去拜见那位尊师泰斗。
站住！若你想进入万世之师的密室，你必须选出正确的钥匙。
我们现在不要说这些好吗？真是的，让开！
父亲天歌前来拜会宗师泰斗，弟子苦练多时，恳请尊师指点。
Kdo to bude? Kdo to bude?
Me? No, that's.
哎呀，厉大师！
Tu je! Tu je!
哎，Mi 大师，看到了你的进步。哈哈哈哈哈哈哈！你的招式很棒的。
Would you rather do this in English?
我听不懂英文。哈哈哈哈哈哈！你为何而来？
哇，这是一个漫长而悲伤的故事。RPG， 为什么没人带我上分呢？哎，这个是什么呀？不对呀，这合理吗？这就是我的故事。
你是不是傻
？Burning 的补刀，奥瑞的磨练，双须兄弟的决心，所有这一切，都是为了此刻 AME 大师，时候到了。
天哥，你已经准备好了。
经济发育
略已真成熟，
钢铁
心境
唯有烈火方能淬炼。相信自己。
妈妈，
牛来。
牛。
先锋4，我打你。
Dnešní četer. Dnešní četer.
What a fantastic content piece coming out here for this year's
Golden
TI.
cinema.
It is such an enjoyable moment every year where we get to see the creativeness that comes out. And Skydub getting the absolute list, long list of legends and masterful training there just for Herald 4 like the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all the references, but I still enjoyed it mightily. My goodness. It's also cool to get to see all the sort of the Chinese pros and people in the scene from, like, I don't know, it's been such a long time we've been in Dota. So to get to see Burning and, I don't know, all these legends is very, very cool.
And hearing the crowd respond to all the cameos was incredible. They were so loud. I mean, especially for Slacks. You know what I mean? The master of all masters.
No, that was a great content piece. I had a blast watching it. It was really, really nice.
It's always really fun, and it feels like it really does do a service to everyone that's given so much of their lives, so much of their times, given us like such notable plays as well, specifically from our Chinese Dota scene. So I love it. Thank you guys so much again for putting in all of that effort, for making what it was such a fun content piece here. But at the end of the day, the one reason a lot of us are still tuning in is the grand finals. We still have not decided who is going to be lifting that Aegis. Right now, Spirit are 2 games in this one. It is Vision with 1 game for themselves. And when you look towards it, it is only 1 more game Spirit need until we have 2 3-time TI champions, a 2-time TI champion in LOL as well, and a first-time TI attendee lifting the Aegis and not me. Like, it's crazy to think you are 1 game away from getting to achieve all of that together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful that that pressure doesn't affect you. I think this team is as good at not doing that as anyone, is staying strong and focusing on the gameplay at hand. But the closer you get, I think the more of a temptation it becomes. And it's the classic Kuro line of don't think about winning. And I think there is truth in that you want to stay focused on actually playing the game, not on the result that happens if you do. Because while that's cool and all, that is not relevant right now because it's not a reality.
Yep, it's 0-0, right? You start over the game just fresh. Nothing. Dota doesn't care that you're 2 games up, right? It's not going to be more forgiving to you, or it's not going to make you deal more damage. None of your heroes change. It's all starting over from scratch, and equal opportunity for both teams here, really.
We're looking at the number of TI appearances, and it's so fun to get to look at the numbers and then kind of put it into a percentage, into a different sort of perspective. If Spirit were to win on here, it would be a 50% win rate at TI for Yotaro, Miposhka, and Collapse. That's crazy. They've attended 6, this one being their 6, and to win 3 of them would be wild.
That's insane. That's like, because the TIs that Team Spirit didn't win, they got knocked out early.
Yeah.
So it really feels like the story with this team has been, if you don't knock them out early, they're going to evolve and develop into this Pokemon that no one can defeat, you know? Just like Dove went on her journey in that content piece to become the master of all masters. This is what's happening here.
But it's not like Vision are going to go down without a fight, though, in Stadia. We saw them really bounce back in game number 2, and that's the hope I'm hoping they're holding on to there, knowing that they can stick it to Spirit if it gets to that late game.
Absolutely, and I think they've proved it time and time again throughout the event. All their matches have been 2-1s. That means you've been put in these positions before where you're only 1 game away from losing the series, and you have to clutch it out. So they know it's not a position they're not familiar with. They're very familiar with it, and I think they are just like Spirit. They're a team that learns a lot from the drafts. They can improve with every game that they play. And to be honest, the story of this series so far seems to be like, you want to make sure you have the end game win condition.
Yeah, and they also haven't had that for those 3 games. And so while they may be down, and it may seem like Spirit has been doing better throughout the series, it's not that distant. Like, that's the thing about these games, is you can be losing and can even feel dominant. But when you go back and you watch the replay, or you look at the draft, it's such small things change that give you such a big advantage. And you've had a bigger gap now, right? Between games 3 or between games 2, no, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, sorry.
Yes, you're
there
right,
is a longer break. And so that means you have more time to think about things, more time to reset a little bit, to process how you want to change your draft and come in stronger. And so I think that break helps the team that's down a little bit, because you get to process things and figure a little bit more out.
I know this is such a weird question to ask, but when you go to a game number 4 and you get that elongated break, what is the process of it? Because I'm also aware that these guys have been going at it for hours, and I know that recovering is one aspect of it, but are you out there caffeinating more? Are you eating? Like, what are the other ways in which you're trying to utilize the fact that you have a longer break instead of just talking about the Dota?
I think a lot of it depends from person to person. I think because some people need to work on the draft, but that's not everyone. It's not something you want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want just enough. And so I think some people are leaning back in their chair. You have a little bit of food. You're just chilling and sort of, I don't know, you eat a little bit and you wait for the next game. And I think some people are going the other route. They're drinking coffee, they're drinking whatever caffeine they need, and they're focusing on the draft and doing the hard work. And so I think the leadership roles, maybe the No One and the Puppy, they're taking the hard road of we need to fix problems and work on things. And your Satanics and your Notice, your newer players, I'm going to steel myself. I'm going to play as well as I can for this upcoming game.
I do think that a pep talk needs to happen, though, for Vision, especially for their supports. Because something that I wanted to talk about was I do think the supports, the duos, are getting diffed this game. Even in that game, too, I feel like in all 3 games, Team Spirit supports have been moving to the mid lane and outpacing Vision supports. They've been clutching the late game. They've been able to do more with what they have than Team Vision. And when I look at this, I don't really see the issues with the cores and how they've been playing. It's more so how the supports are enabling them, and Team Vision are a little bit lackluster today compared to Ruin Not Me.
I mean, it ties to the hero pools and the drafts, right? We saw in this game 3, Spirit's bans are all over 9 class. None of the heroes that he really wants to play are given to him. He's forced to play this Marcy. I know Puppy said they wanted to do it. It's a cool idea. I could definitely see it work. There's potential for it. And I think, honestly, any other hero than the TB, they probably put it with the Star Dart, like you said, Mira, and then they try to run over that lane. But once TB comes out, it's just, this isn't possible anymore. And that's just, I think, draft-wise, Spirit has been solving that. They're making it hard for the supports to have that impact.
I think another big factor that comes into it is these games 4s is you just have to stay mentally strong. That to me was the biggest thing about playing in a TI final, is it's such a mental test. It's just different than every other series, and all your hopes and dreams are so close, especially now that you've gotten deeper into the series. Being able to just focus on the Dota and push all those things aside is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And so I feel for these players, and I look and see how they come into the boost and how the game starts, and trying to feel how they feel, because it is, I think, honestly, it's harder than the Dota itself, is the mentality that goes into it, and being strong and fortifying yourself to actually be able to play the game to the fullest of your ability.
Yeah, I do think that's where Team Spirit shines, with that mental fortification. But just to address the graphic that came on screen, they had the same kill participation in 9 class and Not Me. And what Aiden mentioned about the draft is very true, because if your Willow has 3-man Curse Crowns and 1 Terrorize in a team fight, and your Marcy, all she can do is rebound, there's not that much you can do. The support duos and their heroes have looked like they don't have enough. I mean, at some point, you can break Dota down simply to the more control we have, the easier the late game will be. And you could just look towards fixing the angles of control. Maybe Enchantress should be benched for the next game.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the idea with the Marcy here was just like, you were going to bail out our carry, right? But bailing someone out when he's in a losing matchup and he doesn't win by surviving is the issue. That really is like where it's just like, you know, Spirit they're geniuses, and there's a reason they're here. And it's honestly impressive that they can do that with just one pick.
Yeah, it feels like when you're doing the Marcy and that is the pivotal part for her, that's the role that she wants to play, you're almost saying, we don't actually really want a team fight. We might poke and we might try and all in, but at the end of the day, that isn't really our MO with what we're going for here.
Yeah, it's tough, and you just have to... You either have to pick a path and do your own thing and just pick your own heroes and say Spirit's going to counter us, and that's okay. We believe in our heroes a whole lot. That's one path. And the other route is you try to play Spirit's game. And you say you're going to counter our strategy on a higher level. We're going to try to do the same thing. And I think you have to kind of pick a path, because in some ways I think they're dilly-dallying between the two. Sometimes they're picking their own stuff, and sometimes they're trying to overarching counter. I think they're getting a bit outplayed at Spirit's game, and they're not quite fully committing to the other way.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned there in regards to the previous game, like they opened up with a Shadow Fiend. They wanted to build up the Shadow Fiend to be this critical point in the game where Satanic just stands there and chunks at everybody. So they enable him with an amp damage and a Marcy sidekick. But at some point, it really wasn't working out to actually get him to play. The game ended with Yatoro's Terrorblade having 55,000 hero damage and Satanic's SF having 20,000 hero damage. He just was not able to stand there and hit. So maybe it's because they didn't fully commit to the idea of building up a turret in SF. Maybe the Pango plus Sardar together made it redundant and they needed one more enabler.
I do think there's even more credit that goes the way of Spirit and Maposhka is because they first picked the Nature's Prophet and they go in thinking that this is going to be a Yatoro Nature's Prophet, right? They're not really calling this that Lal is going to be comfortable playing it, and even if they do, then they're willing to call that bluff. And it is almost an exact replica of what happened in Game 1, where they're trying to call the bluff again on Lal's hero pool. He doesn't play that Slark, and even if we do, we'll try and dodge the matchup. He doesn't play Nature's Prophet. Well, he does. There are 7 competitive games for him, and whilst the win rate before this game wasn't necessarily positive, he's still comfortable enough to do it. And I feel like you can't keep resting on the laurels that you're going to call the bluff of Lal's hero pool anymore.
I think if you go back to the draft even, like they end up last banning Monkey King. Like Monkey King isn't really a hero that we've seen much. And I feel like when I was looking at the draft, I feel like they felt so good about the first 4 heroes matchups into the other 4 that they didn't really think about, is there anything that could in any possible way stomp our draft in the end? Because if you remove Terrorblade from Spirit there, I don't know what they pick. I feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be playing like the tempo style. They're going to have to try to like ramp up this game. And I think Satanic is a person that is much more comfortable when he's the person being tempoed on rather than when they have to be the ones setting the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're built in pubs. These players are playing so many of these games where everyone's running at them. They see Satanic or Yatoros in the lobby, and they charge at them. You've built this incredible skill set of dodging ganks, of surviving, of getting farmed anyway. And the flip side is just not something that really gets built to the same degree, especially when you're a young player who's only been playing competitively for 2 to 3 years. You want to put him in his strong suit, where he's been molded and formed, and let him do the things that he's so ridiculously, insanely good at that's gotten him all the way to this finals.
I'm just looking at the fact that Spirit, once again, they sacrificed some part of the hair to the Dota gods, and it feels like right now the tides aren't turning against them when it comes to favorability, because they have had that advantage now. You guys have coined it in all 3 drafts. Vision aren't looking necessarily like the team that they have in the upper bracket, where they haven't dropped a single series, where they took that path into the grand finals here, because they're 1 game down, and whilst they take to the stage again, there is that seed of doubt. This could be your final game of TI-15. This could be it that makes or breaks you.
Yeah, there's a feeling as you walk onto the stage of you looking at the crowd and trying to savor it, but also focusing that mix of relishing the moment, but also you need to win. Your life is on the line here. Provision and Spirit is 1 game away from being the undisputed GOATs.
Yeah, it's so close, you know. I think for them, they've been compared to OG for all these years, you know, 2 TI wins each. Who's truly better? And today they have the chance to finally end all discussion. There's no discussion after this.
Yeah.
If they get the 3-peat, it's over.
And Quinn, you've been in a position where you're like 1 game from elimination at a TI Grand Finals against Team Spirit. Like, how do you steel yourself against the force that they are?
I think so much of it has to do with like honesty with each other. I think a lot of times, at least for us, pressure can get to you and people can start to feel bad, and you can feel that in their communication, their atmosphere, and it bleeds into everyone else. It becomes sort of this fog in the air that you can't quite see through. And so I think, I don't know, having an honest conversation, people who are anxious talking about that, and you get to the human side of it and you realize that, hey, this is a privilege. It's a very hard thing. We're all together and we're just going to push through it and do the best that we can.
We're seeing here both Collapse and Yatoro, the potential 3-timers. The fact that they're one game away, and when you look at them, I mean, more now than ever before, but I feel like I can't read them. I cannot read them at all. They already have 2 of these TI rings to themselves. To add a 3rd would be insane, and all 3 as a player. No one's done that. 3 rings as a player.
I mean, it's a crazy achievement. I'm sad to see that they both have a full head of hair walking on, honestly. I was hoping somebody would have shaved their head before coming out. But
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
They're locked into the point where they don't need to sacrifice their own hair. It's just time to get rid of Nami's beard. You know, he's the newbie. They're going to get him the TI win so long as he's able to give up.
It's crazy to think we have 14 of those beautiful pieces of jewelry there to commemorate every year that we've gotten to see a team take to that stage to win a grand finals and to eventuate the dreams of lifting an Aegis.
Yeah, that spot is just waiting for them, ready to be etched in. Their name is already in game twice when you hover over that Aegis. They're close to having their name a 3rd time. You're barely going to be able to play the game without seeing their names everywhere at this point. So synonymous with Dota in the past 6 years, and I think it is just such an iconic series, and the history of those players, the fact that Puppy won his first, and now at the end of all the 15, right, the most recent TI, the potential to win it again. It's part of why Dota is so great. It's such a rich history and so many players that have been around for so long. It makes all these series mean just that much more.
Yeah, I just find it so poetic if Team Spirit are able to do this. It's because Mipushka came back to the team as a coach. It really did feel like when they didn't have him earlier in this year, they were lacking something very deep. His ideas in Dota really are why Team Spirit became what they are. He's the one who influenced Collapse and Yatoro and turned them into the players that they are. He's the one who influenced Satanic. Satanic, when he played on the stint on Team Spirit, it was Mipushka who took the guiding role and talked to him about their ideas. And now he's come as a coach. He lost the best of 3 2 days ago to Puppy. A lot of it was due to getting outdrafted by Puppy, but he prepared really hard. He's been showing up today, and he's been absolutely frying him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the strategies. I think both teams, honestly, when you look at the gameplay, they are playing well. All the players deserve to be here. They're playing at a level that, you know, it is where you have to be able to play at in order to be in a TI Grand Finals. But ultimately, when the teams are so closely matched, it's going to come down to who has those slight advantages through the draft, who has the slightly easier draft to execute, and who has more opportunities to do things in the games, and who has more opportunities to win the games. And I think right now, Mipushka is giving that to his team.
There's still full belief, though, that Puppy is able to take this extended break between a game 3 or 4, work out that maybe they're playing too much into what Spirit want for themselves. Playing their game, lost themselves a little bit because it's not over. You have this game, and you still have Satanic on your team. Satanic stood in for Team Spirit when Yatoro wanted to take a break. He ends up joining Vision. They hit top 3 last year. They at least bested this year with a guaranteed top 2. But they want to take it that one step further, and you want to be able to push it to a game number 5 to show that this Prince and King battle isn't as straightforward as everyone wants to chalk it up to be.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Vision have something to say, and they get a chance to prove it here. They've bounced back once before. They've bounced back in every series they've played to get here. If anyone can do it, it's them. Their players are incredible, and they have all the tools.
Man, I wish we would just stop talking. So casters, please give us the game, and we can just go watch some good Dota, please, Nat.
I promise you the Grand Finals is continuing as a lot rides on game number 4.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 4.
The lobby start button, at least, has been pressed. The game start is still to be decided as we want to see what 5 heroes these guys are going to pick for themselves, what 10 we will have in our matchup, because game 4, we said it before and we'll say it again, it is a make or break. Takala's asked for the rematch of the Prince and the King, and you got to wonder what exactly are they going to plan for themselves here. Is it going to be another carry-to-carry matchup where you want to be able to put all of your eggs into the Satanic basket, or will we be seeing more emphasis placed based on the supports. As right now, a Treant Protector, Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet, and Shadow Fiend taken out.
Yeah, it's interesting that Shadow Fiend was super heavily prioritized by both teams, getting first pick the last 2 games, and now Spirit is first pick, and they banned it out. So clearly they have another path. They don't want to mess around with these SF lines anymore. They want to find something new, a new avenue to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different game, right? They've changed basically the hero that's been so defining for this entire series in the SF. It's what made the Game 1 happen, it's what made Game 2 happen, and it's also what made Game 3 happen. So we have a completely new draft in front of us. We see Lone Druid is finally banned out by Vision this time around. It's been a hero that I feel like both teams have kind of drafted around this entire time. We haven't seen him pop up, but the threat of him has been influencing every single pick we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong read by Puppy to ban the Lone Druid, because what other hero could justify banning SF when you have first pick? It is the Lone Druid, and you don't want to play against these SF plus Slardar matchups again versus him. Puppy is like, nah, we see you, we're not doing it, and they end up banning Earth Spirit at the end.
Another big difference in this draft is that all the supports are in. We've been seeing all the supports getting banned out in all the previous games. Spirit in this position have been prioritizing Winter Wyvern a lot in previous games. And for Vision, we have the potential of an Ember coming out into a Slark ban. So there's a lot of these things that are going on right now, and the conversations are surrounding these heroes and how we can counter them down the line if they do come out.
There's also Bane that's been getting consistently banned, that's been let through.
Same thing with the Coddle for Vision. So I honestly like this adaptation for Vision, saying we're banning supports before, it wasn't working. Okay, give them their subs, whatever, we'll ban the cores instead. I think this is a cool change up and forces a different angle that maybe Spirit has less preparation for.
Again, also an IO angle that this hero has emerged as one of the heroes of TI, and when you have the Winter Wyvern on your team, you could be preparing for it as well as a soft counter to the IO.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think even in the first game when Vision played IO, I feel like they never really got to play the hero. So it's something that they might still look for down the line. I think it's absolutely a threat. Wyvern is good against it, but it's such a strong hero that you're going to need more than that.
And we talked about a couple of times that 9 class has been really heavily focused in the bans, and to me this is also a good adaptation, saying he's been playing Hoodwink and Morrissey, and some heroes are a little bit less ideal for him, and so we're saying we're just going to give him a hero that's not only great against Winter Wyvern, but is just a super comfort hero for him, and Vision have had a lot of success with.
It opens up for a lot of combinations that Vision are really comfortable with the Coddle, like the Ember Spirit and the Pango. The Ember gets taken out, and I wonder if they care enough or are threatened enough by the Pango to address it or to just let it through.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. Wyvern, I think, is a pretty decent hero against Pango in some ways, because you can kind of juke him out over hills, you can play over cliffs, you also have the Curse. If you manage to curse a strong turret hero to the Pango, it sometimes almost immediately kills him. So there is some counterplay there with the Wyvern, but I don't think it's not enough to dissuade you from picking Pango if it's good against the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, definitely still an option. All the things you said are very true. I think it's with Coddle, generally you want spellcasting mids, right? You want to enable some hero that abuses the mana so you can farm faster and you can fight more, have more uptime on the map. That's one of Coddle's biggest strengths, is it allows your cores, especially your mid hero, because subs just tend to play with the mid hero, that means they can stay on the map, which gives you more attacks, allows you to defend more places because resources are such a huge part of the early game.
I feel like that's absolutely one part of it, and the other part of Coddle's gameplay is the healing. And this is probably what has made Coddle into one of the strongest modern supports, is that it heals. And healing works really well with any sort of damage reduction, or if you're really tanky. If you die too quickly, the heals won't come in. Coddle takes quite a while to wind up the heals, so you want to make sure you have a tanky enough draft to where you can survive the initial round of spells from your opponents for the heal to then kick in.
Very true, and healing lineups are so problematic because the Vessel buyers in Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit from the mid lane are already taken out. The other ones that buy Vessel, like Void Spirit, aren't that good in the meta, and anti-heal heroes like Ancient Apparition are super dead. So when you're playing against it, it's very pesky, and you kind of solve it through insane damage from your carry. And heroes like that, like Terrorblade, banned out, and Kez, countered by Doom, can't be picked here.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. I feel like Vision have relied on this Doom previously in the tournament too. Also, Doom against all of these, like, throughout history, superstar players, like we got Miracles, Yatoro, obviously. When they get doomed, they're not the same player. They don't get to click buttons, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're stunned, or if you're doomed and you're not allowed to press buttons, nobody, no matter how skilled you are, can play the game. So Centaur solves it, right?
Stampede away from the Doom. Also, NotMe's Clock has been left in the pool. He hasn't gotten his hands on this hero yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go for a double melee offlane. It's not something that either team has really been favoring so far in this finals. People want strong lanes. They want to come in and fight you and contest the early game and not give you what you want and play a slower game. You want to start off on the right foot. So it will, sacrifice a little bit of the early game if they go for the clockwork here. But I mean, we've seen how much not me can do on the hero. Yeah, okay. They just think he's just too good. Just give it to him.
He's just that guy.
There is still that chance, though, that Centaur plays mid. I'm not saying it's something that Spirit necessarily love, and Centaur is such an archetype of a collapse hero, but there is still that we don't want to fall into the trap of calling Spirit's bluff either about Lal's hero pool at this point in TI.
I'm going to call your trap, and I think you've been talking too much to Falcons.
Oh, my bad.
I really hope we don't get a Centaur mid.
I didn't say it was good, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, absolutely. And, that has been their MO for this series, right? They keep tricking us and Vision into thinking this is what they're doing with their draft, and then in the last pick, they swap it all up. So it is obviously a possibility. But
Insane's putting it at 1%.
Yeah, I think I'm like the Dota Plus meter right now, where it's very far to like not happening.
Yeah, it's a very fair suggestion because that's been the story of the series. But the reason why it works so well on Falcons is because Malrine likes to do it. I don't think Laurel is willing to do anything, but would he be willing to do this for his team? It is so boring.
I mean, I feel like at this point we can't count him out, but I would think it's a Collapse Centaur. It's one of his signature heroes. He loves to play it. Vision also seemed to think that way because they decided to pick the Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is quite a high commitment hero. Once you pick it, it needs to have a good lane. If it doesn't, the hero just seems useless. So they think it is too. They commit to this lane matchup, and it is obviously a pretty strong matchup for Lifestealer.
Okay. And with this, it seems like they are somewhat committed to it being Centaur offlane, I think. I also think Centaur mid just doesn't scale that super well against Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision's safe lane, and Satanic does not have the freest game that he would hope for. And so in this game, he will have that great start. And TA also has a pretty good lane, I think, against Doom. It's a classic counter because even if you Doom him, he can just blink away because it goes on the refraction, and then you haven't canceled his blink yet. So I think both carries are set up for good games, which, maybe we get the epic anime fight. That's what I'm hoping for.
I do think that TA is a higher execution carry than Lifestealer, though, because she's been nerfed a lot on the lane, so she can't oppress the enemy offlaner the way that she used to, so the enemy offlaner will have more net worth than they are, and eventually, even if you can blink out, you get doomed. Dota gets really hard to play in that late game, especially when Doom gets that Congregations of the Deep with the Shiva's Guard. Like, at that point, that hero is so absurd.
Yeah, I always feel like once Doom gets to Shiva Zags, the game is over. I've been saying it time and time again on the panel, but we never get to see it. But it is an incredibly strong endgame timing. I will say TA against Coddle has quite a lot of things going for her. She's one of the heroes that can't get blasted in the lane. You just press refraction the moment you see the horses run towards you. It's quite a strong matchup in that regard. They have this pressure set up with the Winter Wyvern that can provide sustain to outlast any sort of damage that Doom can do to her. So I quite like the laning matchup for Spirit. And we've talked about it in the previous games, but this laning pressure for them has been really important in order for them to win these games. So for that regard, I really like the team.
Yeah, she serves a purpose within the draft that we talked about earlier too, with healing lineups and how they're hard to break through. She is one of the high burst damage carries that can kill somebody before the Coddle Blasts keep coming out and keep piling up. I do worry about if she isn't playing tempo. If Spirit are on the back foot this game, I don't have that much faith in the hero. But if they can win the lanes like they have been the last few games, it should be fine.
Yeah, I do see one weakness with Vision's heroes that they lack playmakers, really. Doom is quite farmy, Lifestealer is quite farmy, and both their supports are heroes that want to sit behind another core who's making moves and cast spells. And so, as of now, Spirit kind of knows the archetype of mid-hero they want, and that can mean that you can pick a hero that makes that pick very uncomfortable or hard to lane or bad for any number of reasons. And it also means that, once again, TA will have a super free game because there's no way she can really die in this game, barring some, last pick shenanigans.
And there's still Pango for Team Vision. The only counter would be the Winter Wyvern, but they need that Coddle combination. They need something that can play with Mirana's aggression.
I think leaving it is fair, though, from Spirit, because that matchup against Clockwork is actually quite bad. When he presses roll, you just press cogs, and it's very hard to steer, even if you've got, some serious driver's license. And on top of that, TA, when you're rolling in, she can meld you and just keep blasting you as she's sort of a traditional turret. So it's not the easiest Pangolier game, but the Coddle helps with some of those problems.
I mean, the other deterrent is Wyvern, right? You have the triple melee core lineup, so it's high likelihood that if you're playing Pango, you're gonna have heroes close to you that potentially could get cursed with you.
Is Void Spirit pickable for Vision, Quinn?
Depends on the mid hero. Off the supports, yes, absolutely. Neither of them has very much lockdown, really. So if you kind of dart in and out, you get on top of the Winter Wyvern and you're very hard to pin down. It is just not a very good hero right now. We've seen it picked before. Lornov played it once during the main stage, and it did not look super great. And so it's got to be a pretty perfect game for that hero, I think, to pull it out.
Storm Spirit. Interesting. It's a brave hero into Doom. This hero can absolutely ruin your day. You generally a Storm, like of course you can keep zipping around all the time and you'll never get Doom, but that drains your mana really quickly. And this hero actually relies on auto-attacking a lot more than people realize. You kind of want to sit in the place, hit a bit, use the zip to chase someone down. You don't really want to use it to just stay invulnerable the entire time. And you can explain this a lot better than I can.
No, it's absolutely true, and I think it's a very underrated part of Storm. Storm, for all intents and purposes, is just a right-click hero, and the zip is a way of getting close and getting far away from people. So if you can't stand there and hit, then that means you don't actually do any damage, because just flying around doesn't do anything. You cast one static remnant, okay, it's a 300 damage nuke. That's not enough for a core contribution in a fight.
It is still, in a way, denying Vision being able to have a good Coddle combo from the mid in that Storm Spirit. You don't have an infinite amount of bans, so leaving it in, picking it up for yourself, even if it does feel scary playing it into Doom, it at least makes Vision have to think a bit more and end up with a Sand King last pick.
Yeah, the Sand King is just solving the issue of now you have a Storm Spirit, we don't have enough stuns, how do we deal with the Storm Spirit? And nothing really was left in the pool aside from this Sand King.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the Falcons' influence that we talked about earlier, but we definitely see their influence on this final, right? The Sand King mid comes out, Malrine special. I do remember no one, they obviously plays top 3 at last TI. Last TI was a lot about these Sand Kings and Earthshakers and this archetype of hero mid, so he's definitely played this before. He knows how the hero works.
He's like, oh god, mid Sand King again?
That's how
I have to witness this.
Yeah, there will be a lot of trying to draw the mid lane and playing off stacks. That's so much about what this hero is about. He doesn't pressure you, but it's very hard to pressure him. And so attacking Vision's triangle, potentially fighting these stacks, could be a big look for Team Spirit. But I think this is a game that's very based off skill. I think a lot of the early game, there's a lot of potential moves for different places. This one, honestly, is a draft that I chalk much more to being even than the other games. I think Vision has done a good job at pulling it back. And this is a game that I think they should be very happy with. Honestly, I think the draft is the best so far, and it's not super easy for Spirit.
When you talk about, sorry, very quickly, talking about invading that trying to take stacks, which hero on the side of Spirit is going to utilize that the best, and you're hoping he's going to be able to take advantage of it?
Probably anybody.
Chat, je čas presunúť sa do Game 4 spoločne. Myslím si, že keď už tam boli tie rozhovory, tak už tam možno ani ďalší ako teraz, alebo možno tam bude ešte ďalší, nie som si istý, možno jo, možno vám budeme mať s Mipoškom ďalší. Uvidíme. Vítam vás tu krásne, ale pekne na Game 4. Spiriti sú jednu výhru od toho, aby boli korunovaní. Tretíkrát, napríklad Jatoro, napríklad ako Kolaps, že jo. Sú tam samozrejme ako nováčci, ako napríklad Mr. Not Me. Ale na druhej strane je tuto v diaľke, čo vidíme akoby pupanami, tam budeme mať podľa mňa ten druhý rozhovor, pretože to väčšinou akoby striedajú. Takže tuto môžeme akoby pozrieť iba tak. A tu je náš principál. Tu je the man.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Miposhka. One more game. One more game to be one of the most legendary Dota players of all time. I just want to talk to you about how you're feeling right now, man. We're going into it.
A bit nervous.
A bit nervous? You, the GOAT?
No, of course. It's like...
Je nervózny aj Mipoška, dívajte sa, chat, nie som sám. Ja som nervózny za obidva týmy reálne. A ešte som nervózny, pretože nikdy neprekonáva skřeta, ty vole, mohol by dneska vyhrať VIP. Sú dve nervózity, čo mám.
They also have some good idea in this draft. So we'll see.
May the best team win then. I did want to ask you about being a leader in your region. You've trained up so many incredible talents, especially when Satanic was starting off. I know that you had a big relationship with him. You raised him up from the ground. Do you regret that? Is that a...
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
Do you regret that at all?
What?
Do you regret making Satanic good?
I don't know what is regret.
Well, I'm sure there are no regrets going into this series. Thank you so much. And incredible to have you here. And we will get into that game.
Poďme do Game 4, chat. Poďme sa tu pekne spolu ponoriť. Laro na Stormovi versus No One Sand King. Takzvané si prišli kluci spomenúť na Malrína a ukázať tu nejakú takúto specialitku. Uvidíme, ako to tu teda budú schopní chlapci ustať, že tam ako ten vižnovský line-up scaluje do aleluja. Jo, za mňa možno aj ako lepšie late gameovo. Je to tam taký trochu divno draft, ale je to presne taký ten vižnovský. No a do toho Spiriti tam majú celku stabilitu. Kolapsa na Blink iniciátorovi v podobe toho Kentaura, ktorý tu neskôr ešte v late bude môcť dosť podstatne zachraňovať. Jo, do toho tam máme midového Storma, ktorý bude môcť ako tam hantiť toho Kotla Miranu a mohlo by to byť huge teoreticky a rozbeha to. Ale je tam na druhej strane Doom, takže tam ako sú proste odpovede, sú tam aj otázniky. Chlapci nám to tu musia proste ukázať priamo in-game, k čomu sa tu budeme momentálne dostávať. Dúfam, že ste tu teda všetci ale usadení. To je predsa len náš sviatok Doty. A aj keď je to dneska fakt ako up and down z jednej strany na druhú, buď to bude král, alebo to bude princ. Ale niekto korunovaný dneska bude 100%. Možno sa prepíše história a 100% GOATs Doty budú práve Team Spirit, bez toho, aby niekto mohol o tom vôbec ako polemizovať. Tie dva tituly tam už mali viacerí. A ten tretí, to už je ako niečo ďalšie. Nine Class si to tu medzi tým pôjde rozdávať akurát z Ruem. Zrovna si myslím, že tá Winter Wyverna bol veľmi dobrý tool ako začať aj ako celý ten draft, aj keď to ako museli vymeniť za povedzme napríklad toho Kotla, ktorý je pre nich domáci. Je pravda, že ako tá linka Doom plus Kotol, ako ani Yatoro to tam podľa mňa nebude mať úplne za free. Uvidíme, ako sa mu to tu podarí úplne v jeho God forme zvládnuť. Musím povedať, že Templára není úplne taký ten najtypickejší Yatorovský panáček, ale samozrejme, že tam má level 30 a tu Templáru ako hráva time to time. Začína to kolapsa trošku dole, štípa tam predsa len tá duo linka milíčiek. Je to čisto iba o tom, či tam trafí notmi aspoň zo pár kogov, inak tam by Satanek mal mať ako kompletnú free linku na tom Nikesovi. Zatiaľ sa podarilo ale o celku pekne ako by tam aj trošku ako polázitovať chlapca. Teraz tam myslel ešte jednoho rangeáka, čo je trošku Sage. A nechce tam pustiť proste nič túto Kolapsičovi. Sa priblíži, dostáva tam rovno hity, zo pár kogov by tu mohlo možno ale niečo zabezpečiť. Tam vyžrali tie creepy miesto Satanika, tento tu proste ustál na pána. A tu v 3. minúte zatiaľ ešte budeme musieť čakať na nejaké veľké first bloody. No, tým, že tam má Notice ako nekonečno many na vrchu, tak ako tým Kotl faktorom by sa to tiež ako mohlo zomleť kľudne aj na tej vrchnej strane, takisto ako to bude možno zraniteľné na brány, niekde by som ako typol. Pekný Denaj, tam ešte Yatoro strčil, na mide Laro 19 proti 18, tým tu celku doručuje aj nejaký ten pressure k tomu navíc. No, uvidíme, či pred čestkou tam tak typicky pôjdu skúsiť Storma nejak chlapci ako punishnúť. Majú tam ako Miranu, ktorá je celku OK, do nejakého Burrow Strike tam majú viac menej setup na šipku. Ten Kotol sa tam môže ísť pozrieť tiež, pretože je to 9 class. Normálne by sme povedali, že Kotol je akoby tam úplne neschopný, aby tam ako niečo prišiel urobiť. Tu ale ak tam majú stun, tak tam ako follow iba z nejakého Illuminatu môže urobiť dosť. Medzi tým si tu Larlič pekne prišiel teda refillnúť. No One bude mať refill a k tomu ešte bude mať ako bonus samozrejme jednu čakru navíc, not bad. Steky sa tam začnú už pekne poctivo tvoriť. Zatiaľ je to tu ale dosť ako brutálna farm game. No, hlavne pre toho Sand Kinga tieto early steky môžu byť ako brutálne huge. Jo, tým, že tam pre Satanika sme nenapikovali celku ako free linku povedzme. Jo, má tam ako 22 proti 23, viac menej na tom ako velice OK. Takých tých zo pár kogov do gebole už tu chlapec absorboval. Každopádne pred 5. minutou toto tu je velice tense. Sa nikomu nechce robiť žiadne tak ako veľké moves, ale hlavne je to napikované veľmi vyrovnané, čo sa týka tých liniek. Pekne tu otravuje Mr. Not Me, skokmi, čo len ide. Satanik. Nemá hlavne ani styku, ani nič, on sa úplne k tej mane nedostane naspäť. Wow!
Děkujem.
Tak ale...
Dajk zapadne kastiky 26C jednorčahu.
Rany osvisty, blázne 1500 korunové dono. To je ako brutálna nálož. Čo to je? Dajte tam Braniovi okamžite nejaké bomby. Pekne príde bojovať, hlavne aj za to. Každý bojuje za to, aby nemal dneska skřet VIP. Neskutočná nádhera. A hlavne akoby čím viac, tým viac pôjde pekne aj na dobrú vec, do krtov v nouzi. No, Larlič medzi tým tu teda navštívený na mide tým, že už má level 6, nestihli ho tam úplne vychytať predtým. Tak tu pred 6 minutou, tu sice za chvíľku bude boj, pravdepodobne o prvú power runu. Do spodu sa tam takisto obidvaja supporti už ako hrnú. Vyzerá, že na spodnej strane by to mali mať kluci ako tuto z Vision a budú tam mať pripraveného zrazu chudáka Not Me. Ten skúsi ešte cez skoky nejakým zázrakom prežiť, no nakoniec to na 60 HPčkách chlapec zvládne bez problémov. No on tu ešte prišiel skontrolovať, či tu náhodou nevyfarmí enemákom nejaký ten ako stečík. No uvidíme, čo tam ako momentálne pôjdu skúsiť, budú tam proste teraz ako dvaja nasťahovaní. Kámo, Skřet ale bojuje. Skřet bojuje.
Zvýšenie žilnatosti.
Dívajte na ňo, to je normálne najväčší bojovník, akého som kedy videl tuto ako bojovať v skřetej podobe. Toto tu je brutál. Kámo, Skřet jede. Ďakujem krásne za tú podporu, chat. No, Kolaps medzi tým príde tuto ako skúsiť vybojovať tú svoju šrajnu. Notice na druhej strane tam bude mať Rueho ako First Blood tu, ale celú tú situáciu príde zachrániť aspoň Larol, alebo teda respektíve skúsiť. No One už tu akoby do toho celého sa príde, ale pripojí tiež. Kolaps spadne hneď ako prvý. Not Me ako tu skúša zázraky ten Storm, ale môže iba vekovať preč a pekne to tu Vižnovci vybojovali. Ste mali silnejší ten skirmish s tým, čo sa tam ako nachádzalo. Dole ako na vrchu získali dokonca ešte aj ten First Blood ako navíc. Toto zrazu je ako veľmi dobrý vision play. Chceme samozrejme všetci od tohoto tu ako vidieť Game 5, jo? Na tom sa podľa mňa ako tuto ako zhodneme, chat. Chceme toto tu, aby to trvalo čo najviac. Aby nám chlapci fakt ako ukázali to najlepšie. Pre Vižnovcov toto tu ako dobrý základ. Pred 8 minútou aspoň 2-1. Jo, Kolapsič ako bude ťahať za ten kratší koniec, uvidíme, ako rýchlo sa dostane k tomu 7 kg, aby to mal minimálne tú dominátorku, potom ten catch-up game už ide o niečo krajšie. Satanek dostane tu ešte snipe, tyhle pekne, bude ho tam Not Me otravovať. Jo, pôjde ho tu dokonca tyhle naháňať ešte aj dozadu, tesne ho tu síce takto neoddelil. Tu ale ho môže teoreticky nájsť, ak sa tam bude snažiť akoby farmiť iba nejaké žábičky, Not Me, má aj pripravené kogy. Trafil ho jednými. Satanik. Tak toto bolo close. A nakoniec si z toho Satanik odkráča tentokrát. Pre 9. minútu tu zase Rue, chudák bude ale úplne mimo pozície, vychytaný práve týmito dvomi tučňákmi. Ešte tam dostane kone vrané do gebule. No a 4. kill si momentálne berú Vision. Začína sa toto Spiritom trošičku komplikovať, hrali akoby doteraz ako veľmi taký ten ako obratný early game, by som povedal vždycky. Tentokrát to majú Vižnovci ale napikované trošičku ako iným štýlom. Larliča teraz potešia ešte 2 bounty runy ako určite. Na tej spodnej strane by určite ako Miranka mohla byť nejaký move. Tým, že si tam ale Satanik už ako ustal jakž takž ten pressure. Zobrali si tam s Dukálisom ešte ten kill navíc, ono to tu celé pre Vižnovcov je ako veľmi pekne zvládnuté, čo sa týka laningu. Jo, tam ako Kentaur bude musieť dofarmovať, má tam síce už aspoň minimálne tú defenzívnu stampídu. Uvidíme, k čomu sa tu ale dopracuje Rue, až pekne mu tam teraz nechávajú priestor, aby si tam na mide chlapec zobral aspoň niečo málo, dostal sa tej Winter kurze čo najskôr. Larlič tu medzi tým ale s double damageom rovno pôjde Nova na skúsiť rozbehnúť ten stihol dať, ale Stone, no tam príde aj šipka, tam nestihne dať Laro nič. Tam mal zase Nova reflexy Kobry a bohužiaľ dlhá animačka pre Storma tentokrát. Tento ballsy move zastaví. No, Notice, ten tam je zatiaľ ako pod Vardou, ale ešte stále v invize. Rueáš tam teraz bude síce medzi trojicou. Pripravuje tu ako poctivé steky, to by rád podľa mňa No One možno išiel pofarmiť, ale skôr tam bude tá Illusion runa na pláne. Jo, Team Spirit čakajú problémy, Vision sa prebúdzajú podľa mňa presne do svojho full pressureu. Majú to rozhodné na to, aby ten Sand King mal takisto podľa mňa extrémne rýchlo blinku. A Yatoro ale už príde to tu zachraňovať zase. Jeho typický normálne tohtoročný výlet. Vždycky proste smerom na mid, zrazu sa tam Yatoro objaví, keď je ho tam treba najviac. Kotlíček nakoniec tu bude teda pekne punishnutý, aspoň si tu Spiriti zdvojnásobili tie killy. Dobre si Collapse môže zobrať teraz aspoň svojho Kentaurieho bráška. Jo, farmy potom do lesa, odťahovať nejaké tie wavy. Tam ako vie, že tu ako Satanika neulejní, ani keby moc chcel. No One už má len na ceste blinku, portí mu tam rovno ten kotol. Na mide to bude možno free kill, ak sa tam hocikdo bude ukazovať. Zatiaľ tam budú nechávať práve tých supportov, aby to tam možno vyžrali miesto toho. Tá šipka tam ale tentokrát nestihla úplne prísť. Stampedou chlapci odídu. Kogmi sa s nimi dokonca ešte pekne tu chlapec aj zahral. Keď Notmi tam ostal chudák na 300 HP, ak on má Tranquilu, on má Mango, ako on tu je OK. Oni nemusí úplne backovať preč. No One vyzerá, že tam pôjde možno ale skúšať ešte aj nejaký epicenter play. No, pomalinké pušovanie od týmu Vision, není tam predsa len úplne katapult wave. Niečo málo tomu dajú. Glyfíček to tu zdrží ešte viac. Tentokrát sa Mr. Notmi schoval do lesíka podstatne lepšie. Visionovci ale ten 1K lead budú držať pekne ďalej. Yatoro tu síce zase ide ako vyhrávať farm gamey jednoznačne, má tam dobrý carry to carry matchup, ale môže to samozrejme s nejakými tými rádlami ten Nike zase ako urvať ako skoro všetko. Už sme to ako jedenkrát dneska videli. Možno Nike bude práve ten hrdina, ktorého musíte mať na vyhranie TI tento rok. Ojojojojojojoj. Nádherná práca s tými klipmi. Dúfam, že to bude pokračovať úplne celé Grand Finals. No One medzi tým tu ako naznačuje epicentry non-stop, chcel by niekomu skočiť na hlavu. A možno práve Notmi by mohol byť ten vyvolený, ktorý bude vyklepaný Vejpool. Popravde ten Cold Embrace ho tam celku držal, ale tá šipka, táto pekne dorazí. Larlič zrazu ešte trošku many má, skúsi to do Novana otočiť, tá Winterkurza to pekne zastaví. Yatoro prichádza tiež, Laro bude žiť a Spiriti ukazujú huge, ale huge save. Yatoro sa znova prišiel pozrieť presne, keď jeho tam treba najviac. Ukazuje tu, že fakt ako tá aktivita toho keríčka na začiatku aj do tej 15. minúty je ako velice podstatná, aby to tu ako takto mohol zastaviť. Jo, Dezolátoríček dokončený tiež pred 13. minútou, už je na ceste k blinku, akoby, jo, ešte trošku vzdialené, ale bude to tam. Na druhej strane ten Nike síce farmí, ale ten bude mať predsa len ešte dlho to svoje okno, kde teraz tam ako nemôže urobiť nič. Spiriti to idú využívať krásne, aj tá Winterkurza od druhého, tá bola úplne klač momentálne. A Notistovi medzi tým teda dobre pripravený aj ten Ice Armor z Ogra. Jo, do toho tam má dramy, možno to neskôr nahradí, ale má tam aj ten movement speed navíc. Vyzerá, že Visionovci ale budú ďalej pokračovať v tomto tu tempe a pôjdu proste hľadať ďalej engage, epicentry síce nemajú. Tá Winter Wyverna by pre nich stále mohla byť, ale free kill. No, nabehnú tu ale rovno do dvojice, No One to nemohol ani lepšie nachystať, vybrali si práve v tomto tu bordeli Yatora. Vypnutý Rue, až tam bude aj tak. No One, aj keď tam chcel prísť teraz dozadu, tam nemajú na Yatora dosť do tej refrakcie, chlapci musia vymysleť niečo viac a to je práve Doom. Yatora môže chvíľku aspoň ešte hitovať, je jasná, že jeho smrť je inevitable. Ale ešte tam ako vyhodí dosť damageu, aby tam zabili minimálne Dukalisa. No One sa odtiaľ teda ako dostal chlapák. S Doomom samozrejme majú odpoveď na tú Templáru, bez toho to bude problém. A dokonca aj ten stack do Dezolátoru si tam aspoň teda Yatoro pofarmil, takže not bad. Aj Collapse tu nebude hrať úplne full nejakú farm game, že by sa tam nikde neukazoval. Tentokrát je to práve Satanik, ktorý vie, že fakt ako sa musí dostať čo najskôr k tomu Radianceu, aby mohol proste niečo tu poriadne robiť. 2000 gold je ale za mňa ako skvelý základ, aj keď tá TA môže byť ahead, Už sa ukázalo, že jedným Doomom môže byť hocikdo ahead, ale v tomto ten hrdina práve žiari. Už tam potrebuje iba túto nejaké 400 sataník a bude tam reálne mať ako celý Radiance pripravený pekne v tom defaultnom 15-minútovom timingu. Není to nič úplne super special, že by to mal nejaké tie early killy k tomu, ale je to základ. Ten Nyx bude trpět trošku možno na ten Cold Embrace a na celkovo tu vybernu, která podle mě teraz jako bude muset být často ten prvý targetu, ale může Notmi konečně ukázat svojho kloka. Nemisuje většinou nikdy, Nine Class tu bude nachystaný, Laro si tu pekne ještě přišel pre ten Galvanize stack. Dobré kopnuté kogy od Notmiho tu zase, ale budú trošku jako Novana mrzeť. Má ale jako připravený Burrow Strike, aby se odtiaľ pekne dostal, půjde ten classic build. A prostě Aganem čo najskôr po blinku, žiadne utility medzi tým, prostě damage build, scaling. To je teraz Novanové druhé meno. Jo, a napriek tomu, že tam toho Nyxa ani nezapájali, tak jako zrazu po 15. s Rádlom, ktoré už je na ceste. Majú veľmi stabilne rozohraných tých prvých 15 minút momentálne Team Vision. Ešte, keď sa to tu akoby začne rozbiehať, predtým by ste mi dneska mohli poradiť, čo bude ideálny, nedelný, nazvime to obídeček po Grand Finále. Ja si ho budem potom dávať až po Grand Finále celom, ale čo bude ten najideálnejšie ako jedlo, čo si dneska môžem dať, poraďte mi a sa ako rozhodne potom. Ale určite nebudem variť, určite budem objednávať to, ako sa mi nechce ako ani zďaleka variť, ešte sa dneska odmením. No, Spiriti ale ak chcú ako rozhodnúť celé Grand Finals, tak tu budú musieť zapnúť teraz momentálne zase svoj God mod. Jo, je pravda, že s tým Kentaurom tam budú mať go time až potom sa budeme s nejakými tými blinkami. Bol tam ten Kentaur, nebol úplne nakliknutý, takže neviem, aký je teda akoby chlapec fázy. Vyzerá, že prvé moves pôjdu, ale zase robí tuto chlapečci z týmu Vision. Notmi odchytený, môže kopať čo chce, nakoniec sa tam ale dobré, dostal k tej creep wave, nakoniec tam ani nebudú mať free kill. Dobrá práca na Notmi, ako ten jeho clockwork svietil ako celý tento turnaj a bude svietiť aj ďalej. Jo, s Rádlom už tu môže aj ten Nyxik byť nebezpečný, tu ale pôjde No One pak ako setupovať zase niečo ďalšie. Ruáš sa odtiaľ akoby vie pekne letením dostať, Notmi to skúsi byť obejtiv akorát portom, tam ale má Satanic damage dosť. Musí nakoniec jeden support kill chlapci odnesú. Oberú si k tomu takisto aj tú tier jednotku, takže všetky tri už budú dole. Pre Spiritov sa tu začína tá mapa trošičku zmenšovať. Hlavne je to 3 minúty predtým, ako si tu budú môcť kluci akoby z vyfarmiť takisto také nejaké tie torment roviny, jo. A hlavne ten line-up, ktorý má vždycky tú TA-ku, chce ísť vždycky po nejakého early Rosha, jo, a early Tormentor, to je aj tá výhoda akoby tohoto celého. Ale najprv sa akoby k tomu ten tým musí dostať a keď je akoby takto behind, to nebude úplne easy peasy. Ruáš mi tu tam urobil výlet, akurát aby tam teda nahodil Vision, tu jako našel teraz ešte tú obsku. Well, myslím, že si tam možno kluci budú niečo podobné uvedomovať, aj tak tam majú vlastne Vižnovci ešte ako jednu vardu aj tak. Pekne tu Nine Class, ale tiež na druhej strane to tu prečítal na pána. Otázka, ako to tu Vižnovci ale budú momentálne hrať naďalej. Urobil tam dobré notice, proste fakt ako Shard, Blink, dramy, velice early oriented build, aby tam mohol teraz ísť hrať. Chce tam rovno ísť BKB, nejaké Shivy, nejaké late Aganemy, samozrejme sú tam akoby ten threat. No ale zatiaľ ako, teraz aspoň minimálne nejakú tú minútku tu Spiriti ako držia a ani sa tam ako nevzdialujú niekde do mínusov. A ja to chápe, že túto hru bude potrebovať to BKB fakt ako čo najskôr. Čemu sa kluci dopracujú. Dukalis už tam má medzi tým teda aspoň ten Distiller. Jo, tu Collapsage teda zistí, že mu tu farmy Satanic jeho Enchanty. A nebude úplne rád. Tam už je dokonca pripravená aj celá tá armleta. Ten Nyxik je fully online, aby tu robil vieci. Na Novanovi sa medzi tým za chvíľku za žabičky vyfarmené budeme blížiť takisto k dokončeným Aganimom. Tie epicentry už začnú robiť vieci. A ten problém hlavne u Spiritov je, že zatiaľ ako nemajú s kým úplne tam ako to Storma niekde posielať. Ja, ako s tým klokom tam niečo ako môžu pohantiť, ale nie je to zase tak ako úplne super zabijácké. Templára si sice drží svoje ako 2000 ako navíc. Ja myslím, že sa Satanic ale pomaly, ale isto doťahuje a hlavne ten notice tou Doom, teraz je ako rozbehnutý jak nikto. Tu máme ale ultra rýchly agáč a zase do nich narazí Notmi, chudák do celej skvadry, ktorá tam je. Skúsi sa zase zachrániť ešte cez jeden hookshot, to mi nehovorte, že to prežije. No Notmi to nemôže prežiť. No nakoniec ho tam Notice teda dorazí. Stampedu majú na to, aby tu tak ako skúsili vždy zachraňovať, ale tam nejde od tohto týmu ani pomaly ako ujsť. Začínajú to tu Vižnovci fakt ako plne ovládať. Spiriti chceli teraz punishment práve Notice, ten mal dosť rýchle prsty sa odtiaľto dostať. Žiadny punish teda úplne sám nedostane, ukradne tam dokonca pekne ešte aj ten double damage navíc. Doom tam hlavne ušetrili, takže aj keď to bol iba kill na clock a nebolo to nič úplne zase tak ako signifikantné. Je tam 70 sekúnd času, kým tam ako nebude epicenter, takže pre Spiritov by to mohlo byť trošku otvorené, ne že ne. No ja to tu medzi tým samozrejme pôjde pomaly, ale isto dofarmovať to BKB ešte recept musí dofarmiť. No a po 20. minúte sú tu ale už predsa len spavnuté objektívy. No, už sú akoby teraz tie killy ako o dosť podstatnejšie, pretože to ide prekuť na niečo ďalšie. Ruáš bude musieť ešte vyčkávať na tú jeho blinku, ešte ten čas úplne neprišiel. Uvidíme, či tu Spiriti ešte ten vláček budú schopní rozbehnúť. Všetci by sme do jedného chceli vidieť predsa len nejakú podstatnú Game 5. Takže well. Sataníček teraz tu pekne dovolí dokonca dignúť aj ten level 15 Notmi. Zase chcel teraz žúkovať cez hookshot. Tam ale nemal na čo hookshotnúť, bohužiaľ. Ani doportiť nikde nemôže. Do toho tu ale na vrchu ešte príde dobrá šipka. Novan, ale tam medzi tým bude Jatorom vymazaný. Tam Rujáša kľudne kuci tradenú za Novanovo Sand Kinga. Toto je viac než Gucci. Jatoro medzi tým ale tam na vrchu akoby pekne to vypleskal a rovno tu naportil, aby tu Satanika prišiel vyhnať. Nechce ho tu nechať farmiť, proste ich vlastný triangel. Nie. Nakoniec si tam Satanik aj tak toho krepa zobral na pána. No, vidíme, či Vižnovci pôjdu s týmto tu presne novodobým Doomom. Presne takto sa to vždycky hrá, akurát na toho zožraného veľkého Honzu Dráčka. Jeho firebally dookola, nejaké splash ataky, aby to takisto ako farmilo jakž OK. Aktívny build k tomu, žiadne to greedy, midasečky, rádla, hovadiny. Tu je treba všetko popnúť, aby boli proste pripravení čím skôr, tým lepšie. Na Larlečovi medzi tým ako dobre, teraz tam bude Shield na Witchblade plus Kaja. To je taký ten prvotný timing, kde ten Storm fakt ako už začína štípať. No ale proti Blink Doomu to ako nemusí byť úplne zas tak scary. Notmi je túto hru samozrejme ten narážač, jo, ako vychytať tam zopár ako smrtí na nejaké smoky je jeho job. Pod Vardou tam ale teraz videli práve Larla, pôjdu si ho tu nachystať a nemusia tam ani dávať Doom. Stun, šipka, skok, nazdar. Notmi, vyzerá, že možno bude hneď, ale ako druhý, tam ho možno nezachráni ani tento tu hookshot. Team Vision, tam tu pôjdu pekne, krásne chceť vybojovať tú Game 5, ktorú chceme vidieť všetci. Mladý princ sa nielenže zobudil, ale tu má ešte pekne krásne rozohranú hru na to, aby tu Spiriti možno ten ich ako god line-up vyťahli len na 2 hry, ale nie na tie, aby rozhodli úplne celé Grand Finals. Timing na BKB už tam majú teda pripravený na Templáre, takže Jatoro je viac menej online. 23. je to ako crazy good timing. Teraz ale ak si tu bude dovolovať, tak to ako pre ňu nemusí skončiť úplne zase tak dobre. Keď tu príde iba toto tu celé síce defnúť, ale tu už mu príde rovno epicenter na hlavu, rovno Doom k tomu. Skúsil backupom odísť čo najďalej. Notice to tvrdohlavo chce ísť chaseovať, tomu nemajú úplne ako zastaviť, kým to BKB ešte má to, ale už končí. Notice tam tým pádom môžu tradenúť na Templára. Tam je otázne, či vôbec ako môže prežiť, ale vyzerá, že ten Doom prežila. Pohoda, chilla, jazz. Spiriti toto tu ustáli. Jatoro zase ako ten King of the Kings. Normálne vyžral epicenter. Jeho do toho vyžral Doom a proste to prežil celé. To je gigachat. Totálny gigachat, tento tu je kopaný Jatorovský. Tento ako nepustí ani z diaľky. Mladý princ bude musieť ešte veľmi veľa kapusty zjesť. Presúvajú sa na spodnú stranu, ale úplne všetci z týmu Spirit. Tam majú pred sebou predsa len objektív, ktorý by si radi zobrali. Tam nebudú podľa mňa Vižnovci ako posielať teda momentálne nič. Dukalis už sa takisto ide tentokrát prispôsobiť na nie úplne greedy, rovno nejaký agáč ako druhý item. Ale rovno tam ako bude robiť rovno Ghost Scepter, aby ho proste nemohli len tak vypnúť. Tormentera sa pekne, ale Spiriti už prišli nachystať. Presne o tom som hovoril, že keď je tu na to priestor, tak tie Templar line-upy zrazu ako dokážu týmto spôsobom eskalovať. Jo, aj keď ako Vision majú stále ako 4000 gold lead, aj keď ako by tam prišla tá free sharda. Je tam ten element, že si to sami ako nevyfarmia pre seba. Kolaps, medzi tým prišiel iba pozdraviť. No, Satanek už popoval ako rage, Kolaps. Ako mohol by skúsiť prekvapiť. No, ale pekne akoby v tom malom golemíčkovi tu pôjde skúsiť zdrhnúť z tejto šlamastiky Mr. Satanáš. To žiadny panež nepríde. Rošan si tu okolo neho pôjde robiť teda svoj výlet dole. Tam bude nasťahovaný do tej 30. minúty pán Roš. A je to samozrejme práve ten viable objective, hlavne pre tým Spirit, keby im niečo vyšlo. Vižnovci tu ale zase nájdu ten svoj opener a znova je to ten narážač. Znova je to not me. Túto hru už je to celku klasika. Pre Noty stále ďalší kill navíc. Hlavne keď tam ešte nemajú Doom, nachádzať tieto tupikofy je pre nich ešte krajšie. Majú tam už aj nejakú tú utilitu v podobe fakt ako toho Ghost Centru, aby tá Mirana nemohla byť úplne vypnutá. Ja to robí teda, že takisto tam nebude dokončovať nejaké pajky a podobné, toto ako mrdať utility. Tam rovno možno bude chcieť zrobiť to MK, aby proste fakt ako toho Nike sa mohol otočiť do toho evasionu, rozsekať a hotovo. No, uvidíme, na čo tu ale na vrchu teda Spiriti chcú počkať. Tam boli akurát dvojici, zistili, že tu bude Satanek a to je zrovna target, ktorý tu fakt ako v tejto dvojici nechcú skúšať. No budú musieť Spiriti nájsť tú cestu naspäť do tejto hry, no. Jako jeden jab na Jatora bol celku úspešný, ale well. Tam Spiritom nevadí, že bude Clockwork umierať ako dookola, ani ako tá Vyverna, keď tam občas umrie. Kým ešte akoby nie sú úplne zas tak ako komfortní. Už sa ale dostávame akoby do módu, kde teraz ako vedia, že ani toho Rošana tam ako nechcú pustiť, oni sami by ho chceli. Jo, zrazu dole tuto proti tomu ako 16-7 skóre. Nebude sa to pre nich hantiť úplne tak jednoducho. Majú ale už všetky tie základné tools. Jo, už sú dobrí, už to budú ako samozrejme šperkovať ďalej. Hlavne za chvíľku dokonca bude aj Shiva na Notistovi. Potrebujú iba ten Chasm Stone dokončiť a zrazu to bude bigger AoE na všetko. S Aganemom hlavne to bude taký ten monštrózny Doom okolo neho, taká tá scary záležitosť na late game. Uvidíme, ako si bude Notmi túto hru užívať ďalej, ako rozbíjať smokov. To je jeho hlavný job. Potom tam ako občas môže vyhodiť aj nejaký hookshot, ne že ne? A zatiaľ to bude narážanie. Do Gemu takisto už investovali teda ako prvý momentálne Spiriti. Na Vyverne tam majú ako ten Gem. Satanek sa tu ale medzi tým ide teda nenápadne ako presunúť na ten top. Ten predsa len ako s Mantou není úplne tak zraniteľný proti tomuto line-upu. Moonlight Shadow hlavne prichádza od týmu Vision. Či tam s Invizíčkom chcú momentálne vymysleť toť otázka. Ja to teraz ešte by chcel dofarmiť ideálne tých 700-viek, aby mal to MK, aby nemisoval úplne do toho rádla, do toho evasionu. Na spodnú stranu sa idú očividne akoby presúvať túto Team Vision. Tam je dobrá deepwarda, ktorá by ich mohla vidieť. Hlavne keď tam Satanek ako pôjde tou spodnou stranou bežať, toto by ako mohli Spiriti mať prečítané. Hľadá tu ešte 9 class, či náhodou tu nejaká ako schovaná záležitosť alebo niečo podobné, či tam niečo nie je. Už sa tu ale MK za malý moment bude pekne krásne niesť. Za mňa to bude pre Spiritov ten go time, keď môžu ísť, vedia, že Satanika akoby budú môcť teoreticky vypnúť. Ten síce sa už bude blížiť ako ku Kirasu, na Doomovi pristal akoby Shiva's Guard. Ako cez tie high armor itemy, tá Templára sa bude chvíľku ako cez to dostávať, by som povedal. Že Spiriti ešte v sebe teda ako nejakú tú bojovnosť prebudia. Podobne ako Chat, ktorý dneska má akoby side quest, aby tam ako niekto poctivý, krásny a nádherný vyhral VIP. Je to trošku boj Skřet versus ostatný, ale je možné, že Skřet dneska poctivo to tam akoby pôjde vybojovať, to uvidíme. Tu pôjde Novan, ale zase tvoriť moves, pekný defenzívny blink od Kolapsiča. Tentokrát stihol odísť, užije si to. Nie ste dosť rýchli, kluci. Tiež pôjde rašovať dokonca ten Agáč, pretože si uvedomuje, že ten jeho save je možno to najpodstatnejšie, čo Spiritov ešte môže zachraňovať. Jo, Jatorovi sa samozrejme tá hra ako nebude hrať stále do Doomu dobre, či už dostane Doom On, či to dostane ten Storm, čo je možno ešte horšie. Jo, není úplne jednoduché to tu vychytať, proste cez tento tu Doom line-up zase ako s Nixom. Dokonca to bude ale vyčmúkaný teraz momentálne Nineclass, Spiriti to skúsili, už tu ale prichádza celá Vižnovská skvadra zase pokojného a Kloka, no, tak on akoby túto hru aj tak, ako mi tie smrte úplne teraz ani nebudú vadiť, tu sa to rozťahuje, tu sa získava čas. No One tu trošku aspoň nasekal Arlovi, aby sa nepovedalo, ten tiež už má svoju defenzívu v podobe BKB, Ketak ready. Všetci tam majú nejaké zodpovedné dusty, aspoň pripravené. Tu bude mať za odmenu No One nič nejaké tie hejstičky do ďalších fightov. Spiriti sa idú ale momentálne smokovať, ešte keď tam nemajú toho Kloka, toto by mohlo byť celku ako prekvápko. Nehovoriac o tom, že sa tam Nineclass na druhej strane ty vole ide približovať pomaly Hexom. Tam idú, ale Spiriti skúšať moves na mide, tu Kalis bude ten jump trty. Rovno rýchlovka, aspoň support kill si Spiriti pôjdu odniesť. Jatoro je tam pripravený tam teoreticky akoby ísť po tú väžu, keby náhodou, toto si ale nepôjde dovoliť. Tam si uvedomuje, že tam je No One celku nebezpečný level 18, trojkový epicenter na tom Sandovi. To ako bude štípať. Keď má to BKB a väčšinu toho mu to ako nebude možno zas tak vadiť. Je tam k tomu predsa len vždycky ešte Satanáš celým Kirasom. No, uvidíme, čo ďalšie tam ako chlapec pôjde vyťahnuť. Dostáva sa to tu ale teda do zóny, chat. Do TI Finals. Tu začína celku napätím naťahovať, ale momentálne máme bližšie ku Game 5. Momentálne majú Vižnovci stále ten 6000-ový gold lead. Vieme už teda ako za tieto posledné ako dni, že fakt ako vedia aj Vižnovci, že tú hru ako nemajú úplne pod kontrolou. Ale ako rozohrané je to skvelé. Karty sú rozdané tým správnym spôsobom. Fakt ako Nineclass za chvíľku bude mať ako celý ten hexáž. No ako ešte nejakých 1700 goldov, akože jo, ešte to chvíľočku potrvá. Ale s Hexou to bude ako celku veľký upgrade pre nich. Keďže tam ako inak majú iba ten Burrow Strike ako taký ako prvotný proste engage. No prvého roša sa ale ide bojovať po 31. minúte. Už tu pekne krásne Vižnovci bojujú nejakú dobu. Majú line-up, ktorému to trvá, proste nej, že ne. Už sa čudujem, že tam No One aspoň nejakou Sandstormou, to by momentálne teda nepomáha. Spiriti zatiaľ sa k tomu nedostali, tu ale prišla dobrá raketa. Už vedia Spiriti, čo sa tu deje. Dokonca to stihli aj s tým Kentaurovským Aganimom. Kolaps môže to tým pádom ako zachraňovať prdele. Zaujímavý Stampede, aj keď neviem, čo tam momentálne chceli nájsť. Raketou vidia, že ten Rošan je pomaly low, pekne to tam vykryl notice, aby tam nemohol Notmi ukradnúť nič. Satanek teda bude mať pekne free druhý život. Notmi medzi tým vyžere to kombíčko navíc. Po 32. minúte zrazu to ako gold lead vyzerá, že bude len a len pokračovať. Pre Spiritov a cesta pre to, aby mohli pozdvihnúť nejaký tretí Aegis v kariére. Aby Jatoro sa mohol stať tým najväčším goatom. No, najprv musí akoby ešte tú cestu celú prejsť. Stojí mu tam v ceste tento mladý 18-ročný pardál Satanikovský. Tu pôjde akoby pekne bojovať po svoj titul, po svoju históriu, po svoje prepisovanie tabuliek. Len je otázka, komu sa to tu teraz momentálne ako podarí. Spiriti síce ukázali tú championship formu už túto sériu párkrát. Tentokrát si ale myslím, že sú to práve Vižnovci, ktorí to majú viac pod kontrolou. Nemuselo by sa nám to tu akoby teraz zasekávať. Bol by som akoby rád, keby nám to teda akoby fungovalo. Gabene jo, budeš OK. Gabene no tak, buď OK. To refreshnem pre istotu chat moment. A to refreshnem, aby sme to mali OK, aby sme tam nič nemysli. Vižnovci idú rovno skúsiť pekne krásne high ground. Tam predsa len ako, jak sú mŕtvi tí supporti. Môžu si dovoliť minimálne forcenúť ten glyf, ale no tak ako, ale chlapci. Tam ako v šanghajské servery prestali akoby fungovať, alebo čo? Šanghajské servery, buďte OK, skúsim akoby jeden svoj next level fix. To by mohol fungovať, hopefully. Ja mám akoby všetko inak ako správne a není to úplne problém na mojej strane, už som toto akoby pre istotu aj kontroloval. Prostě trošku jako šangajské servery jsou očividně zahltené. Momentálne tu majú ale Vižnovci. Vedia, že forceli glyph. Majú 3 minuty Aegis, majú 8000 gold lead, vyhrávajú 20 k 8 tú hru, majú pod kontrolou, majú dokonca aj tú Hexu ready. Ale Spiriti idú aj tak skúsiť ballsy move. Všetci tam teraz idú skúsiť 5-man smoke do Aegisu, je to veľmi ballsy. Jo, otázka je, čo za opener vedia Spiriti nájsť. Už ich tam dokonca túto Vižnovci obchádzajú, mali tam ešte popnutý aj ten Moonlight Shadow. Ten Invis už síce medzi tým skončil. Toto budú chcieť ale Spiriti obísť. Potrebujú nájsť nejaký opener. Dukalis je k ním momentálne najbližšie, Kolaps tam skúsil. Našli práve toho kotla, ten možno nedá nič. Winterkurza je tam ešte dobre k tomu pripravená. Žiadne hexy tomu to využité nebudú, nakoniec ale ten kotl ešte zachránený. Satanek mu zachránil Rage, kotl to prežil celé, jak? Spiriti to všetci teda prišli resetu tiež, Satanik tu ale pôjde medzi tými Jatorovi ukázať, kto je tu ten nový král na keríčku. Pekný Mantadoč k tomuto prišiel takisto. Satanik prichádza chaseovať celý tým sám. Tam bude síce Notmi zabitý, ale toto Satanik už zobral do svojich rúk, chlapci moji. Ten si chce ísť po ten titul, ten chce ísť minimálne najprv po vyrovnanie tohoto celého. Tesne sa tam nepodarilo síce túto ako Kolapsovi zabrániť, naportiť domov, ale po 35. minúte sú tu reálne Vižnovci kurva viac než ready. Chcú nám ísť forsnúť to legendárne Game 5, kde by sa to malo rozhodnúť úplne celé. Prince versus King storyline tu nemôže skončiť o niečo skôr. Setupnuté to Vižnovci majú úplne dokonale, ten Aegis je tam ešte minútu a pol, Satanik je úplne nezastaviteľný Nike, ktorý sa tu prišiel nasťahovať na bázu týmu Spirit a môžu skúsiť toto tu chlapci zdržovať z ďalky. Jatoro to tu príde skúsiť poukovať, tam nemá teraz úplne akoby cez ten dokonca túto ako Fortify to dať, ale nakoniec si tam teda po toho Nike sa ešte prídu. Ten bude mať predsa len druhý život, nakoniec sa tu ale stále ešte zachránil iba Infestov, tu ale príde to druhé kolo. Infesta mu teraz ešte bude pár sekúnd chýbať, ten Rage by mal mať ready, Satanik dostane ale instantný hookshot a možno tu nedá nič, okej, ten Mantadoč, armlet toggle, neostane mu nič iné, bohužiaľ. Na 80 sekúnd nediet, Spiriti teraz vychytali možno ale jeden moment, keď môžu ísť Vižnovcov breaknúť. Nineclass to síce ako dobre zdržal im do first place, tu ale Laro príde ďalej, nájdu tu Nineclassa, Distiller proste pak ako neschová nikde. A zrazu 2 killy bez buybacku, nepadli tam žiadne Raxy, Spiriti možno ešte tu majú nejakú odpoveď na Nike-síčka. Je to síce my favorite. Tu ale vyzerá, že zrazu budú mať možno nejakú príležitosť si zobrať na mape teoreticky nejakého Tormentra. Ešte ale tu žiadne strasti neskončia. Ani tieto 2 killy to tu fully necomebacknú pre Team Spirit. No, cez trapku sa tam teraz akurát prebehol, myslím, že Dukalis. Jatoro ale vyzerá, že bude tu odhodlaný. Ten robil ten Hydra Breath a MKB a ide proste robiť veci. Ten príde pušovať enemy bázu, forsovať dokonca takisto glyph, why not? No, Vižnovci tu budú mať stále ešte 30 sekúnd, keď nemôžu akoby nič veľké. Jatoro, ak by stihol vyhitovať tie Raxy, by to bolo pre Spiritov fakt ako absolútne huge v tejto situácii. Tu už ale prichádza hookshot, Dukalis vychytaný na strane. Pekne videný tou vardičkou. Instantne to Notmi využil. Kľudne môže umierať aj 38 krát chlapec, ale potom stačí takýto pekný hookshot. Zase je to 40 sekúnd, tu Vižnovci nebudú predsa len úplne petici Spiriti. Tu ale teraz budú mať možno problém. Záchrana od Kolapsa prišla, ale nádherne. Winterkurza to zdržala tiež, celé kombo prišlo. Ale Kolaps je ten najlepší zidič viac menej z celého Spiritusu. Tá záchrana vyšla úplne presne podľa predstav. Jatoro tam ani nemusel popnúť BKB. No ako chlapci popli všetko. Ten Doom tam nestihli teda úplne nahodiť, ale no nakoniec by aj tak ako pravdepodobne nestačil. Spiriti tu majú na takéto veci odpovede. Teraz sa zmenšil celý ten lead hlavne, ktorý tam mali Vižnovci. Skóre je síce stále scary. 11 proti 21. Ale Spiriti zrazu to majú ako o dosť viac ukludnené. To je ako ne, že ne. Davis tu prišiel vybrať neskutočnú nálož stupenečiek. Frajer, ty vole, dobré. Šetrič. No, ako pred 40 minútou sa to tu, tým, že sa to trošku ako sklbilo dohromady, není tam zase taký veľký rozdiel. Vižnovci si musia dávať pozor, aké musí teraz akoby tu pôjdu lajznúť. No, od Rošana sme ešte teda ako nejakú tú dobu vzdialení. Jatoro už má ale medzi tým pekne meld hit bash. a už má level 25, tá Templára je fully online so Swift Blinkou. Yatoro tam dokonca ide all-in, ani nešetrí teraz na nejaký buyback a idú skúsiť Spiriti niečo nájsť. Vyčmuchanie No One by mohlo byť huge, tesne No One sa chcel síce odtiaľ dostať, ale to not me, bude možno enough a pôjdu hitovať ďalej, Winterkurs to trochu zdržia, Yatoro bude potrebovať iba zo pár hitov a bude to mať. No One padá, Doom hodený nakoniec tu na kolapsa, ktorý sa odtiaľ pravdepodobne nebude môcť úplne dostať, ten Doom by ho mal doraziť, ale otočka hlavne prišla do Yatora, Satanik, mu to vysvetlila, tam buyback nebude. Ten Doom tam ale medzi tým ešte tiká na posledný tik. Skape nakoniec aj kolaps. Spiriti takzvané skúsili teraz ako celku all-in nábeh. Nejako malo by to samozrejme veľknú funkčnosť, keby tam zabili ešte niečo ďalšie. No One tam síce snipli, ale tu zrazu prichádza príležitosť pre Team Vision ísť pekne, krásne po možno začiatok vyrovnania tohoto celého na Game 5 hneď potom. 8000-ový Godlic sa bude len budovať ďalej, tam celú jednu dlhú, nekonečnú minútu. Nebude momentálne Yatoro ready. Satanik to tu bude môcť s Kirasom rozpleskať celé, už z rádla urobil takisto aj ten nullifiereček. Už ani tie defenzívy fungovať úplne nebudú, Cold Embrace tam niečo málo zachrániť môže. Larlage medzi tým tu prišiel teda trochu pootravovať, Glyphom si tu kúci získali nejakých tých 7 sekúnd tu, ale sa Satanik s tým proste srať nebude. No, Kogi môžu byť annoying, ale tu už pôjdu pracovať rovno na dvoch stranách, minimálne by som povedal. No, tam hlavne bez tej Templáry fakt nemôžu podľa mňa Spiriti skúšať nič. A môže Not Me teraz naznačovať hookshotty, aj ten druhý glyph pôjdu kľúci dať. Ich 25 sekundy, ale stále dlhá doba, pekne tu notice donesie Satanika iba dozadu. Hookshotom je to trochu držané, Cold Embrace by mohol byť to podstatné, čo mu zachráni rieť. Satanik je ale odhodlaný. Ten si po tohoto kloka prišiel, nakoniec mu tam pošla iba tie mantajlusky, tie mu nebudú dávať úplne zase tak málo. Not Me si ale chlapec pomôže dobre. Za 5 sekúnd už je tam Templárka spavnutá, nakoniec tento tu pressure na Not Meho, ktorý získal tým pádom dosť času. Už ako nebol tak veľký. Aeon Disc tam ešte pristal takisto aj Winter Wyverne, no do Aeon Discu to nemusí, alebo teda do toho Nullifieru to nemusí byť zase tak zabezpečené, ale OK. Tu uvidíme ten replay toho tiku, to bol fakt posledný tik, to bol nové posledný tik. Co proste ho delilo tak podľa mňa, neviem, 5-10 HP, aby to prežil. Uvidíme, ako Spiriti ešte ale pôjdu nejaký zázrak urvať. Videl som tam dokonca veľké kryty dokončené na mistrovi lifestealerovskom. Wimfest bombe, už tam Visionovci čakajú, kto sa tu kde ukáže. Vision sú na sklonku toho, aby forceli rovno Game 5 tu takúto nádhernú nedelu. Raketkou momentálne nenašli síce nič, ale aj tak tam bude Notice, ten, ktorý tu nájde niečo ako prvé, bude to zase Not Me, once again, Yatoro. Medzi tým zachránený pekne kolapsom, Winterkurs tam spomalí, dá sa povedať pekne aspoň tú dvojicu hrdinou, kolaps so záchranou úspešný. A teraz cez Psyblady tam Yatoro zadelil dobré bomby z diaľky. No a nič nakoniec odtiaľ teda bude musieť zdržať, toto celé teda stalo život zase iba toho Clockworka, ktorý je túto hru fakt ako sacrificial boy. Veľmi clutch savey tu má ale kolaps. Už dvakrát podľa mňa saveol túto hru, ako inak by to už bolo v hovenkách. Jo, Satanik medzi tým tu môže zapracovať, ešte nenapadne na tom, že tam samozrejme zožere ten Aganem, ešte pôjde urobiť ako k tomu niečo ďalšie, aby sa nepovedalo. Na Notistovi už pribudlo samozrejme celé to hodko. Toto už je Doom, no a môže kúpiť kľudne aj ten Agáč. Skúsil teraz vychytať práve Larla, ten byčebejteľ, ale nakoniec možno celku dobrý move. Yatoro chceli zmlátiť, Kotl tam ale zdržal práve tým jedným veľkým hexom, ten Doom tam nakoniec príde toho Storma, už chlapci nepohýlujú. Satanik, počkaj, to bolo nakoniec hodené na kolapsa, ten bude ten, ktorý tam bude akurát chaseovaný. Larlič by mal byť tým pádom schopný možno odísť, ale tento tu kolapsičov Kentaur bude proste ponechaný a rozpleskaný Vejpool. Spiriti majú problém. Team Vision, tu idú pekne forcnú túto Game 5 pred nami, pekne live a ešte tá šipečka, do toho prichádza Hex, Visionovci to môžu ísť rozhodnúť tu a teraz Rue padá tiež, buyback tam nebude pre Rueho, teda pre Nosmiho, to tam ešte prišlo, ten bude mať ale celé teraz ešte na Satanika, ktorý ho vymaže hneď po tom buybacku. Yatoro to tu pôjde po buybacku, teda ešte skúsiť tam Manta tam ale pomôže viac než dosť, tuto po 43. minúte to podľa mňa nejde zastaviť ani keby úplne moc chlapci chceli, to nejde zastaviť, toto je proste Satanic. Nemu bude fungovať buď You Can't Beat Satanic, alebo You Can't Beat Mr. King. tejto štvrtej hre to budú, ale Team Vision, ktorí toto už pôjdu rozhodnúť. Toto zastaviť nepôjde. Team Vision si pôjdu vybojovať tú Game 5, pôjdu po vyrovnanie. Ujatoro môže YOLO all-in skúšať čo chce, nemá tam nikoho. Môže len skúsiť hitovať cez Psyblady, kľudne aj Maminu. Dostane tam šipku do gebule a nemôže nič. GG je tam. King ešte nebude mať svoju trofej. Tu pôjdeme do Game 5, do najviac epického momentu a vyvrcholenia celej tejto brutal competitive sezóny. To, čo tu vyvrcholilo do King versus Prince, pôjde do toho pravého vyvrcholenia. Do Game 5. Satanik pôjde bojovať. Prišiel čas, na ktorý ale čaká každý z nás vo vlhkých snoch. Game 5 medzi dvomi najsilnejšími tímami, rozbehnutými so 7 zmyslami normálne miesto normálnych zopár. A ja myslím, že ako tuto chlapci sa tiež tak potrebujú čo najrychlejšie vystrať, vychcať rýchlo akoby ísť po nejaké tie goodies, pretože tu sa ide hrať už iba jedna jediná Dota, ktorá to rozhodne celé. Absolútne tu v Šanghaji. Je to presne tam, kde sme to chceli mať. Ten puzzle sa spája finálne dohromady. A Team Vision dokázali presne to, čo sme chceli vidieť. 10 sabov od Emanuela teraz pekne príde za odmenu, aby nám to tu možno spustilo nejaký nenápadný hype train, tiež. My pôjdeme samozrejme sa za malý moment teda pozrieť pekne krásne k panelu, pozrieť sa na to, aby nám to tam ako zhrnuli čo, kde, ako, aby nám tam možno ako dali nejaké tie väčšie insights. Ale ja ďakujem za tých 10 sabov, ďakujem za to, že to tu podporujete. Budem dúfať, že to budete podporovať takisto aj donatami, aby ste mohli Seta prekonať. Už to tu pekne Jory the Kid poctivo. Ako hoci kto z vás predsa len akoby tu pôjde možno ešte využívať nejakú tú slevu, myslím, že tam ešte akoby aktívna dúfam je. Ďakujem za to, že to tu podporujete, neviem, kde môžeme dostať tento tu subcount, ale očividne to akoby 2500 ako je realisticky. Jo, keby samozrejme každý akoby tam hodil opäť akoby so slevou, tak by sme boli úplne na iných číslach, ale tu som iba nesmierne rád len za to, že tu proste vás mám cez 744 momentálne na Twitchi, je vás cez 45 na Kiku a cez nejakých 120 alebo koľko je vás ešte na YouTube, že ako spoločne tam akoby pomaly ten liter máme. Kovias bude ten ďalší vyvolený, ktorý sa tu pekne krásne pôjde momentálne premeniť na vyvoleného a tiež pôjde ukázať, že vie využiť tú slevičku, že vie tu pekne obdarovať toto celé, odplebejiť to tu a vytvoriť nám tu možno tú poriadnu hype atmosféru na Game 5. Chat, už len jedna jediná hra už zakončí túto krásu. Tá čerešnička na torte už sa tu blíži. Ten orgazmus, to vyvrcholenie. To celé už nás čaká za malý moment. Atlix prišiel takisto ako poctivý chlapák, nejakú tú svoju žilnatosť nadobudnúť, získať nejaké tie vstupenečky na dnešnú gigatočku, ktorá bude predsa len po jednej hre. A že tam dneska napríklad je samozrejme ten skiterov dres, napríklad originál tuto z TI, jo, ako na to úplne nezabúdajte. Ale chat, dúfam, že všetci teraz akoby si budete schopní akurát možno na chvíľku odbehnúť, možno tu budeme počúvať akurát teda pekne krásne, samozrejme panel, budeme sa vzdelávať čo, kde, ako a prečo, ale nás čaká to, čo máme všetci najradšej. Ako najväčší challenge teraz bude samozrejme udržať hype train, až kým akoby začne teda tá samotná ako Game 5, jo, to bude samozrejme nejaká vaša challenge, ale 2500 sabov máme za sebou. Ako ten hlavný challenge je samozrejme teraz ako dobré 3K, alebo prekonať ten minuloročný rekord, ale to by akoby fakt museli byť poctiví všetci. To by museli akoby celý chat si povedať, ja toho zrzka akoby vlastne akoby za to komentovanie ako chcem možno podporiť toto aspoň 5 submi. Ja bežne to nedávam, ale tu máš zrzku, jo? Jako týmto spôsobom by to šlo, pretože keby sa tam ako 700 ľudí takto dohodlo, tak to tu môže ísť do výšin. Ale uvidíme, ako to tu celé vyjde. Poďme pekne krásne naspäť k panelu, poďme si to nechať vysvetliť, poďme sa vzdelať a poďme potom na Game 5, baby!
Even though Doom is a great carry counter, he's also Doom is a great carry counter. He's also a really good Centaur counter. It's okay. Centaur runs in wanting to try and get to close range for your carry to do that damage. Well, you just Doom him instead, and then what's going to end up happening? That carry is going to kind of be left in the middle of where Centaur's taken him.
Yeah, it's a testament to how so many matchups in Dota are two-sided. Centaur is typically considered a counter to Doom because you press Stampede and you run away from the Doom, but then suddenly, what if you Doom the Centaur, or what if you abuse Infernal Blade more and you play the fights a little bit longer, or you have enough Disables in the Sand King and the Marana Arrow so that even if they press Stampede while they're stunned, who cares if they're fast? I think these things, they all add up. They had great answers, and I think if you look at the past games before this, Spirit supports were a huge reason why they were winning so easily, and this game they were completely shut down. There was minimal impact from Not Me. He was just chain feeding on Clockwork because there's nowhere he can kill, there's nowhere he can really do anything.
And a lot of that would tie into Laurel and the hero he's playing and what kind of pressure can come off of the hero. And I do think that Team Vision and Puppy cooked with that last pick Sand King, because it's a hero we haven't seen no one play this entire tournament. He used to play it a lot last year, but again, crickets from this hero. And then we see the Storm Spirit. This is honestly the perfect pick in this scenario. They lacked stuns. They picked the hero that provided that, a hero that can shut down Storm and make it so that Laurel could not do anything.
I find it kind of funny because I remember seeing Laurel in the booth. He's like going through the papers, looking at like, so what does no one play? What can he play here that can mess with my Storm game? And I'm sure there wasn't any Sand King on those papers. You know, this hero hasn't really seen the light of day this tournament. So really clutch. We've seen a lot of like first-time appearances for heroes. I don't know if that was it, but Sand King hasn't been picked much. And it's cool to see these coaches and these teams, they go deep into their bag and they find the right hero for the right moment rather than just sticking to the meta.
There is the inverse of that, right? Where we're seeing the Wyvern coming out from Spirit. It is first phase banned against them time and time and time again. And if it's not, they will very gladly pick it up. But seeing the impact that it had this time around, Mira, in the earlier game and what we could have, you know, we see what they see, but also that it wasn't necessarily enough for them to turn the tides.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, I look at Winter Wyvern as a hero that emerged in the meta specifically to solve Lone Druid. That's really how it happened. And while he did have a lot of good moments in this game without specifically countering anything, I think in the clip that we're watching here, he's going to save Laurel from dying a very gruesome death and enabling him to, you know, get a little bit of a getaway from no one who's been bullying him for the most of this early game. With that being said, I do think Winter Wyvern, the purpose did not need to happen in this game because Lone Druid was banned out by Team Vision anyway. So if you're trading the Keeper of the Light and giving it to 9 class, taking the Wyvern for yourself without the threat of Lone Druid existing anyway, what else does it do for you? It just was not enough.
Yeah. I think it's a great point, and I think that's why you want all your heroes to have purpose, because it affects the heroes later in the draft. If you first pick this hero and now they've got a great response with it, well, you've had a bad trade. And what Aiden said before about how TA doesn't really like Winter Wyvern, well, now when it comes later on and you want to pick TA because it's a good TA game, well, that means it hurts your Winter Wyvern's game. And so these things tend to build up that if you've had a bad pick, it will affect your later picks and either make them worse or it will hurt the first hero's game because you're picking something that's good against their heroes, not good with yours. You're split between that choice of good versus them or good with us. And you want something in between that does both. I think that's what Vision's draft does. It's good with their heroes and good against the enemy heroes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I also feel like every time you pick a hero, like you guys both mentioned, you have to keep in mind that you're also opening a door for your opponent. And in this case, Coddle is probably their most comfortable for. It's probably the best hero against Winter Wyvern, just as a 4-to-5 matchup. And you have to consider that. You have to get value out of your first pick despite those two things. If you're giving those two things away, what are you getting in return? And in this game, Rue plays an amazing Wyvern. Curses are on point, but it doesn't lead to much.
I could see, you know, Vision coming back into this, really prioritizing the supports no matter what. I know that our bans ended up leading that way, but that was one of our biggest takeaways in what had been developing over the first 3 games initially was 9 class's pool in a way is shrinking, and he's kind of pushing to things that, yeah, he knows how to play, but they're not really in the meta. They're not necessarily things that are comfortable, even if it is something he knows how to play. So I just love switching it up and immediately taking it as soon as it was available and not even trying to call the bluff of, will it be available in the second phase? We just need to look at what is doing so well because, yeah, in our other games, we've had Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Rubik, Keeper of the Light, Hoodwink. They've all either been banned or picked up by your opposition.
Yeah. He's a different beast on his pool of heroes, and we saw the difference here, Quinn.
Yeah, we definitely did. I think that is him as a player, right? He's had a small hero pool for his entire career. He plays 2 or 3 heroes per tournament, and he's expanded that to his credit. He is not the same player that he was, but I think whenever you're in the most stressful situations, you tend to go back to who you are as a core of a player. You're not going to play these extremities that are the new branches you've grafted onto your your root here. You're going to go back to what you know best, what you have the most games on. You're going to play your techies. You're going to play your Coddle, the heroes that you have the most games on, because you want to be comfortable. You want to feel calm and chill in these games because there's so much stress, there's so many external pressures. You don't need internal pressure on top of that.
On top of that, I think the 1-2 punch, being able to exist for Team Vision, makes a huge difference, because I talked about the supports getting diffed, but largely it was due to draft. And when you have a hero like Mirana playing with a hero like Sand King, it's different, because we've had no one on a hero where he's getting run at consistently and is losing the matchup to Laurel. And then his supports are Enchantress and Marcy or something from 9 class. And there are no means for the 3 of them to pose a threat on the map. But in this game, no one and his supports were a huge threat, and they were moving around. And we saw them for a large portion of the game, running into the triangle, running into the camps, making it so that TA can't sit and pick up net worth in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, this was Vision's game. I think every other game it's been defined by SF, and Spirit were better when it comes to an SF game. I think that's objectively stated in the series, and SF should probably not see the light of day anymore. I would be surprised if Vision let go of the hero, because I think if it's out, it seems like they have a much better grasp of how to set up the draft in a way that benefits them.
I feel like we can't overstate just how exhausted Spirit are probably feeling at this point. You hit this massive adrenaline high coming out onto the stage. There was one before that one as well where they go on from the lower bracket and you win it, and you're feeling so good. You 2-0 that, but now you're looking at a game number 5. They've been playing since 10 a.m. It's 10 hours now that they've been playing for themselves, and I really wonder, how are you going to go the distance? How are you going to look towards a game number 5 and ensure that you're still putting everything you possibly can get into it, because of how much is on the line right now? It is one game only, and it decides everything that you've built up over the last 2 weeks of TI-15.
Not to mention that, but you just were one game away, and maybe you get a little ahead of yourself, and you hear Maposhka is right. It is one game away, and I think you'd even feel the nerves in his communication. And so you can only imagine what it feels like for the players, and you lose that. You had a safety blanket, and now your safety blanket is gone. You're both one game from losing, one game from winning, and I think that is, I know it's a very cold place to be. It's stressful. You're out in the open. There's nothing protecting you, and I think for both teams, it's so much pressure. They're so close to their dream and so close to failure. I don't know, it's a knife's edge.
It's also the coolest game that you could possibly have at TI, right?
Yeah.
This is truly the maximum amount of pressure for both teams. Every single moment, every single play that you make could be that winning moment, and it goes both ways. Everybody has that in the back of their minds. There's nobody that's thinking to themselves like, oh, it's just another problem sitting at home playing. Now everything is on the line. I feel like this is truly what TI is all about. It's about that high stakes, high pressure, the prestige, all of that coming together. And now we get to see that pressure for both teams equally.
Yeah, it's people who have put a decade of their lives or longer into something. And now this may not just be the most important part of your Dota career, but to them, it may feel like the most important part of the last decade of their lives. Satanic's not even 20 years old. For him, it's half of his life, maybe his entire life. This is the most pivotal moment. There's so much gravity. There's so much importance for all of these players. It's such a huge portion of their life they've dedicated to this. And it's all culminating in one crucial moment.
There's no other avenue you get to take. You don't get to rest on the laurels that it's a best of 5. There'll be more chances. There's a lower bracket that we can come up through. It is all or nothing when it comes to a game number 5. This is the last time they will walk out onto this stage in Shanghai. The last opportunity they will get to be able to reach for that Aegis, to lift it in celebration instead of staring at it from a distance. And I could not imagine for the life of me how you recenter yourself, and you have to almost put yourself in the mind frame that there's more out there, and it isn't everything, even though at the end of the day there is a lot towards it. Effie,
the best team will be the team to do it. It's just as easy as that. In this game 5, this is where the champion is crowned. Whoever is better here will win, and both of these teams have played their hearts out. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
The feeling in the arena, it's electric. Everybody knows this is an iconic series. This is one of these memorable moments that will go down in Dota history, and we get to be here live, appreciating that, soaking in what is an incredible game played by the best players in the world in the most tense moment of their careers.
Spirit Spirit have seen a game number 5 on a grand final, though. They've been out the other side and walking towards the Aegis, and so it still sits there that they've done it once. Why can't they do it again? And Vision sit there saying, we could be the people that stop them, stop that 100% win streak that Spirit have in TI grand finals.
I mean, last time they did it, they set up a trap in Game 5 for the draft. They managed to get their hands on that Magnus. And, you know, the rest is history, right? So it's probably going to look something similar again. I think they've been trying to trap Vision into playing their draft game all day today. And if they manage to do it successfully, I think probably a pretty easy game on their hands.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much of this series, how much of this grand finals is a coach-to-coach matchup as well. All of these players have played elite, incredible Dota. Every single one of them has had moments in the series that were just the reason, the game changer, the reason why their team could do it. It's going to be a matter of these traps that you're talking about, but also what the coaches talked about in terms of pep, in terms of motivation. Can they even trap? We talked about how Miposhka diffed Puppy in the draft in the first 3. Puppy came back swinging in this last one, and it's just going to be a battle of the brains now.
Yeah, and you can see Puppy on the camera before they walk out on stage too, him giving a speech to his players, and all of them looking at him intently. They're fully focused and believing every word he says, and I think that's the kind of leadership you want. You have people who are buying in, and they say, whatever this guy's saying, I'm fully on board. What he picks for me, we're going to play it to the fullest of our ability, and you're a team, you're a succinct, you're unit, you're one fist, you're not 5 fingers.
Yep, absolutely. Also, I can see on my screen that the coin flip has happened, and Team Spirit has won it.
Yeah, Team Spirit called heads, and they get heads there. Now they have to decide what they want to do for themselves, because for game number 4, they ended up wanting that first pick. It didn't end up playing out in their favor. And so, again, I know all this preparation has already happened for them. They already know what they want, but they're sitting there thinking about it, and it is going to be first pick that they choose.
It seems to be the preferred choice throughout this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of teams prefer the first pick. The cool thing with first pick is that you get to build your draft. You kind of, on first pick, you are the one that's setting the pace. You're the one that's saying, okay, these are the matchups that we're getting. A lot of the times, these teams are so good that they know that if I pick Wyvern, you're going to pick Coddle. They know this is coming. So when you run first pick, you kind of, it's like playing white in chess. You're making the first move. They have to respond to you. And that's the choice you want to be in, right? You want to be in a driver's seat going into this last game. You want to feel like you're in control. You want to feel like you're the one that determines how this final draft goes.
That was one of our criticisms, though, of game number 4, is that they open with the Wyvern on the side of Spirit, but don't actually build around it, because what they end up pivoting their draft towards doesn't utilize it. That TA, you guys talked about time and time again, where ultimately didn't necessarily feel like they're on the same page. It's not going to be a repeat for game 5, but it does have that little bit of how will they open again if the bans were to go the same way? How will they want to alter or adjust things to ensure that they could still have that advantage with first pick?
Absolutely. I mean, the Wyvern to me is still a very valuable hero, but the biggest purpose it serves this TI is that it pre-addresses Lone Druid and it pre-addresses Nature's Prophet. And in that game 4, both of those heroes were banned in the first phase. They didn't even exist within the draft. So you took a hero that becomes very generic in that sense if it isn't aiding your draft. And if you're just going to open with a hero, a clock opener for a support would have been easier to build around than that Wyvern. And I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game unless that Lone Druid is not banned.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, and I think the bans will probably also be different. I think Spirit has learned from this. They learned, I mean, obviously they know this trade wasn't good. They can definitely feel that in game, and I'm sure Miposhka sees it, and so they'll be looking for a different trade. I have no idea what the hero will be. I think it's part of what makes this final so interesting, is that it's not been super predictable what's been picked. It's not a meta where everyone agrees on the order that you pick things, and it's the same trades every game. It's very different trades. It's a lot of thought. It's a very creative final with a lot of expression of sort of deeper hero pools and historical understandings of Dota matchups, and so I think it's honestly hard to tell, and we're just going to have to wait and see what these great Dota minds cook up.
They've been able to utilize the breaks between games time and time again. They've always been able to put on a show for us. But right now, it's down to the final last game and our final draft.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 5.
The feeling in Shanghai right now, it will never top this. Everyone's seated, excited and elated for Game 5 in our grand finals to see exactly what these two teams are going to build for themselves in either a draft and an execution that will result in lifting the Aegis, or one that walks away with disappointment. And looking at this one, Spirit, we've already talked about, has first pick, and the bans for themselves, it's a run back of Bounty Hunters and Nature's Prophet at the moment. With this time around, it is Vision going for the tree and the Shadow Fiend ban.
Yeah, it's a little different this time because Team Spirit had first pick in Game 4 and they banned their own Shadow Fiend. This time around, Vision are the ones that banned the SF, so it makes it that they can choose their pick of the litter here between the Earth Spirit, between the Lone Druid, and the Dark Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is... They're using reserve time on it. They're going to ban this thing. I really like this. I think now the key thing for Spirit is you want to pick something that doesn't open you up to Keeper of the Light. Either, I don't think they will take it themselves. It's not super good for Spirit, but you want something that is solid, is fortified, that doesn't have an immediate, easy response, because I think that is most likely what Vision is looking at on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would even extend it further to say, like, you probably want to pick something that dissuades Keeper of the Light. Yeah. Because I don't think they play it themselves. I don't think I've seen me play it.
I don't think so.
So I think Vision right now, they're probably thinking, okay, we got our Coddle if we get the chance.
Yeah, but also Earth Spirit, right? I mean, no one is undefeated with Earth Spirit this TI. Like, teams have let it through a couple of times and it doesn't work out. Like, are Spirit really trying to call an Earth Spirit bluff here at a Game 5?
I don't think it's calling it bluff so much as they found success when 9 class hasn't had his hero, right? And I think that is why even potentially they might pick the Coddle over it. Oh, they banned it themselves. Okay, interesting.
So then I wonder what it's going to be that prevents Coddle in some way, or that maybe that just doesn't care about Coddle. Maybe doesn't prevent it, but is fine playing against it. Because to me, that is crucial. Nothing is coming to me is super apparent. It's been a big hero in this series that prevents Coddle or is really good against Coddle. So
this is honestly one of the best heroes you can play against Coddle.
Yeah, it is.
An old school counter to Coddle because you beat him in lane, you hit so much harder than he does. You're fast, you can match him when you're on stack camps, you can sleep him, you can kind of stop Coddle from being Coddle in the early portions of the game. Another drawback to Coddle is that he doesn't have a stun. 9 class has been buying Hex, but it takes about 30 minutes or so before that comes out. So you get a free Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game.
It also dissuades from Ember Spirit and a lot of no one's other hero pools, Pango as well. Bane solves for this. This is why this hero has just been so up there and ban priority for a lot of teams.
You literally read my mind because I was going to ask, how does this answer a potential just bringing out an Ember Spirit and landing a Slark? And we don't even look towards that. It's straight up an Invoker.
I think this plays in directly what y'all are saying about the Pango and the Spirits, right? Those heroes that just run into Bane, they're typically not that good. You want something that's further range that can cancel the grip right off the bat, right? Grip has been answered now for the majority of the early game until this. And so I think it's a very cool pick. It's a clutch pick that just says, hey, this is good against Bane. You picked a hero, we're picking a hero that's good against that. I think that really worked for Vision in the last game. And while it's a different hero, I think not jamming the Coddle into a situation it would be bad in is very smart.
But now this Invoker is out mid. This can be punished. Like, Laurel does play Pango, and Pango versus Invoker mid is one of the rougher matchups for Invoker. It just tempos very hard, and by having Bane on Team Spirit, they can secure it for themselves with no fear.
I absolutely agree that the Invo is great against Bane, but I fear for how the rest of the draft builds, and that's where your point about the Pango comes in. I feel like building around this Bane has a lot less vulnerabilities. The Invoker is a lot more exposed, and there's a lot more potential angles for Spirit to try to exploit here. And heroes like Pangolier, other heroes that might cause issues for Invoker, because he's quite a defining hero from the mid lane. He's not one of those heroes that moves around and makes a lot of moves. You know what kind of heroes he needs. He needs some sort of stuns. He needs Sunstrike setups. The Quas Vex angle for the hero doesn't exist right now, so he's very one-dimensional.
He gets run out very easily as well. So for example, if something like a Bane plus Morana come out from Team Spirit, Invoker can't defend himself very well against it.
Yeah, you can see Spirit also, they don't care about the Coddle. It may have owned last game, but this is different circumstances. They banned the Dark Willow instead, saying, you want your Coddle again? Brother, take it. We've got answers this game.
Yeah, it's just high-level drafting going on right now, right? So Vision, they need to try to secure up this Invoker's game. They need to try to build around him, make sure that he can actually be that Bane counter as the game progresses and actually scale into the game and not just be countered into oblivion by the time the 5th pick comes out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, a big way you do that is getting strong lanes and getting some melee hero or some tanky hero that can sort of play in front and give Invoker space, because there's aggression coming towards mid. As soon as you pick Invoker, there's a big spotlight on that mid lane. They want to pressure you, they want to run you over because you're vulnerable early. And so for Vision, having something that protects that area, that can fend off the Bane, whether they be Vision or clutch plays or something to take off the Nightmare, anything really, there's a lot of potential answers, but you want to fortify this guy. I completely agree.
Yo, shout out, happy birthday to everyone born today. Guy in the arena celebrating his birthday, celebrating a Game 5 between Spirit and Vision. I don't know if you could be any more blessed, truly.
It's a great birthday. And this is a great hero versus Bane. It does all of those things, and it's a very classic response.
Yeah, this hero is really good against Bane. It's also a 9-class hero. I will say he doesn't really play it that often, but I think he plays it extremely well. He's one of those people that when you give him something like this that has like some sort of clutch play, some sort of like can do some weird stuff, he usually finds the impact. I know he's a big fan of buying the shard and also lifting his allies out of danger. And here's the Pango, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lane against Invoker. It has a free BKB. Like, I feel like free BKB in Dota is so conceptually broken. That's why we've seen Lifestealer this series as well. I do want to comment, though, now that this Rubik is out, a hero that kind of got forgotten about last game was the Underlord that popped off in Game 2. Like, are Spirit in a position where they have to pick it here, or they just give it to Vision? Because Underlord would fit so many builds to set up for this Invoker Cataclysm later on.
It's so scary to pick into Rubik. Because this Firestorm gets amped up, it deals so much damage, it cuts through you so quickly. You go from being this tanky blob to just being butter.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it then. You have to give them the Underlord.
That is, I'm not going to lie, it's a very scary prospect. I think it gives you incredible scaling. It gives you real ease of execution where you can sit back and farm, and if Spirit doesn't run at you, that eventually this Bane, this Pangolin, these are heroes that need to commit to fights in some way. And I think Spirit with the Mirana, it's exactly what you mentioned, Mira, but it's very focused on aggression. And if there's an Underlord coming, these are heroes that don't like being held down. They don't deal well with roots. They play well off mobility. And there is a potential serious scaling problem.
Mm-hmm. It's just how heroes can become problems, but then another problem is posed with the Doom in that last game, and then Doom shifts up in priority, and the Underlord that was banned was forgotten about, and it's just so much has been happening this TI Grand Finals. It's wild to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Underlord, I agree. It poses a lot of issues. It's great against the Pangolier. You get that global root that can set up for spells. They can set up for any sort of lift play from Rubik. Pango does have a shard that kind of protects him against it. And Underlord is yet another hero that does not have a stun to cancel the Fiend's Grip. So if they go for that, that's something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yatoro will also have the pick to counter that, so we'll be able to immediately respond, and they're not going to go for it. Axe into Bane is a little surprising to me. It's something you would typically consider as a pretty good response to Axe, because when he calls a guy, you just sleep him and have a save. So I don't know what you think, but I'm a bit surprised.
I am as well. I feel like the Underlord looked a lot more difficult to address within the draft, but it seems like Vision wanted to build around their Invoker. While Underlord would have solved a lot of issues in the game, they looked at it as, we have an Invoker in our first phase. Do we have enough setup for it? Let's just go for Axe, the greatest setup for Invoker in all of Dota.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more of a pressure laner.
To Void.
Yeah, I mean, it pressures a bit more on lane, right? Underlord kind of likes to draw out lanes. He doesn't really play so aggressively. He tends to Firestorm out the lanes, and that would open up a lot of doors for Yatoro to just kind of pick anything he wants. With Axe, you have to be quite mindful of picking ranged carries. They tend to kill themselves quite easily on blade mails, so a lot of those heroes are now scary for Yatoro to pick.
Axe is not the... I mean, there's the Lifestealer, which is... I think it's a pretty good, decent game for it, but it's not something Yatoro particularly likes. It's not in his wheelhouse. I think Satanic is much more comfortable and appreciates the hero a lot more. Classic Yatoro heroes, when I see Invoker, I think something like the Faceless Void. But I don't know, I mean, which I would love to see, but I don't know if it's good enough. Okay.
I think I would prefer the Lifestealer, just because of free BKB. We talked about it with Tango. You've got another free BKB, you counter Invoker. Again, Vision are saying with this Axe pick that Invoker is the centerpiece of their draft and they want to build around it, and Spirit choose to conceptually counter that with a hero that is naturally so good against Invoker.
Yeah, I think right now looking at Vision's tools, like they can stun the Lifestealer with the Axe, but what next? There needs to be some big physical damage coming out here from Satanic. It is absolutely what he's capable of, but they need to find a way to kill this Lifestealer. This hero has won, I believe, every single game that we've seen him in this Grand Final, and I think he's been quite a big problem in all the games that we've seen in this Grand Final too.
Yeah, And these are very important bans. Spirit needs to think about what gives them the scaling. They think Void does. I think that's a great ban. It would have been terrifying to play against as the scale comes out, because I think you don't want to be on a big timer. I don't think Spirit is on one right now, but things are subject to change in these last 2 picks. And with Grand Finals, with everything on the line, you don't want to have that clock ticking in your ear by saying, go, 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 go. You want to be able to chill and play the game at your pace.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of just that in Game 3, right? Like, the last pick of the draft, we think Spirit has to play for pressure. TB comes out, it completely flips the script. And these heroes obviously exist, right? So I love that the Void gets banned out. This hero, you know, you could say, oh, you can just run it over. It's slow. They have way too many slow heroes. But it's Grand Finals of TI. Yeah. It's a completely different beast. You don't want to be in a position where you guaranteed lose if the game reaches a certain point of time.
Yeah, it's just too scary. It's too scary, it's too risky, and it forces too heavy a burden of execution. I genuinely think both teams are gunning so hard for, we just need to be able to scale. We need things that are just good game matchups, because it's just too stressful to play a game like this in a Game 5 where you have to run them over.
And there's the TB. It's the other beast that eventually just starts dealing infinite physical damage. Both banned out. It's also one of Satanic's absolute favorite heroes, and I think if Satanic could choose to play his favorite hero in his last game of TI, that probably would have been TB.
Yeah, another hero I think of when I think of Satanic classic heroes is the Morphling. Not a great hero traditionally, but it does have a good matchup against Lifestealer.
That's a good point, yeah.
Kez, he likes a lot of Kez too, and he is playing against Bane, which can be very difficult, but he does have a Rubik covering for him if he gets gripped.
I mean, so a big portion of their draft is just designed around like, hey, how do we make Bane not have high impact, right? So I feel like if you're Satanic here, you have to trust your team to take care of that Bane for you. Because that's what you've covered. You got Rubik, you got Invoker, you pick Hoodwink, you have a lot of stuns. Hopefully the Bane is not a factor in whatever he decides to pick here, because his team will cover it.
A split on the last phase bans. They're taking a Centaur and a Puck out of the pool from the side of Vision, not really knowing if this Pango is still 100% in that mid lane for Lal, despite the success he's had so far at TI on it, or if they're willing to shift it to Collapse if a better mid laner were to present itself.
Yeah, it's smart. I think the Puck could have been pretty good here, despite the hero not having a great track record this tournament. And now Spirit's got to decide where they're putting it.
I mean, there are some heroes you can... Sorry, Insigne?
Go ahead.
Just some blind pick heroes that are comfortable, or like Underlord or Tide or something. Darkseer for team fight.
Okay. So this is pretty good, but this is a hero that is also susceptible to being counterpicked traditionally. There are some responses, like the Sven that we've seen have a lot of success against the Darkseer.
It's a good Sven game. It makes a lot of sense for their heroes. Invoker loves playing with Sven. Sven loves getting alacritied. And it's honestly a pretty decent matchup against Lifestealer, or it can be. But they have this time the steroids on their side, right? You have the Invoker that's going to amp up whatever carry they pick. I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and it also dissuades from some pesky PL or Naga Siren coming out at the very end. You have to always account for this type of
Game 5, here we go. Posledných 13 sekúnd. Čo to bude pre Team Vision? Čo bude hrať Satanic v tejto rozhodujúcej hre? Jugger! What? Game 5, Jugger!
Yesterday.
That item doesn't exist anymore. That neutral item is gone.
Tie koule!
I cannot believe
we are seeing ktoré má tento mladý muž, ty pičo! Chlapci, najväčšie vajca na svete nemá nikto z Afriky. Ne. Satanic vyhráva túto cenu.
Tends to have a bad history in elimination games at TI.
But Mira, you did say one of the most broken concepts in Dota is having a free BKB. And all the free BKB heroes are in this grand final, Game 5 of TI 15.
I don't know. I mean, you're playing against Bane. I think there's a lot of shoulders to cover against this Bane and make it so that Satanic can play the game. Juggernaut as a hero has very good scaling. They're going to have the Alacrity plus Omni-Slash combo versus the Lifestealer. You know, it does suck to get Omni-Slash, but the scaling is there absolutely for Team Spirit too.
Ideme sa vám pozrieť, aby sme tam nezmeškali žiadny akoby toto maybe rozhovor, aj keď neviem, pred Game 5 asi ako možno ani nebude. Oh boys. Tu prostě chlapci idú hrať Dotu 2 no one. Už si tu protáhnul prstíčky. Mipoška tu ešte dáva speech pred Game 5. Vysvetľuje jak, čo, kde, s kým, pre koho. A už to bude na jeho chlapcoch. Ja vás tu všetkých ale do jedného vítam na Game 5. Prichádza ten moment, na ktorý sme čakali extrémne dlho. Tu sa to rozhodne. Jedna jediná hra. Rozhodne o všetkom. Jedna jediná Game 5. A Satanik ide hrať Jagra. Je to dobrý carry matchup do toho Lifestealera. Jo, keby sme tu mali akoby polemizovať a memes aside a všetko. Je to veľmi dobrý carry matchup do Nike'a. Zároveň akoby ten Nike tam ale bude mať ako pohodičku celku proti nejakému Axemu. Táto hra môže byť ako extrémne close. Toto môže byť proste normálne poriadna close hra. Bude sa tu hrať na Sunstrike, tu bude trilión vecí, ktoré treba sledovať. Každopádne TI titul a ten samotný Ages of Champions môže pozdvihnúť len jeden tým. Môže to pozdvihnúť len jeden tým vyvolených. A pozrite, čo tu robí Principál.
Starks, take it over. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this man well. One of the most iconic players in the world, going for his third Aegis. Give it up for Mipoška!
Mipoška! Sú tu nejakí Mipoška
Today you
fans?
face Puppy, my friend. Any words to say to the coach?
I'm not gonna say something, but definitely you see him.
That's a big boy.
Of course. So I just wish good luck. I think in both teams got their comfort routes. So that game will show like who is the really best team in the world now.
Absolutely.
很显然，我不能对帕皮说一些狠话。你们也看到他的体格了，但是我想，今天两支队伍都拿到了他们想要的阵容。我们现在就看看谁才是最后的赢家。
From the International One till now, there is no one more associated with TI than this man. Give it up for Puppy!
Puppy!
The time for prep
Nejaký
is over.
Vision
The
fans?
time for picks is over. Now the
Poprípade
game
Secret
is on the
fans?
players. Anything to say to Mipoška?
Thanks for not beating us right away. Game 5 is pretty good. Thanks to them, we got Game 5. He has done a really good job with this team. All the best of luck to both teams. Hope it's great Dota.
感谢没有提前把这个系列赛结束，我们来到了这个决胜局。我相信双方对方做的工作也非常的不错。最后的话，决胜局，我希望我们都能打出更好的表现。
In one of the most legendary moments in TI history, can I please have both coaches shake some hands? Let's see it!
Hej.
观众朋友们，现在就是决战时刻。
Tak tu ideme na to. Ja fandím dobrej Dote, ja fandím Game 5. Ja fandím našemu sviatku, chlapci moji. Začína sa rozhodnutie tohoto celého našeho monštrózneho výletu. Poďme rovno in-game. Tam chlapci akoby už začali lejniť, sme tam mali akoby rozhovory, kurva, túto minútu a pol a Vižnovci už mali first blood, očividne. OK, ideme sa do toho teda ale naplno naplniť. Tuto pán Nightclass, to myslím, že bude mať možno problém túto cez Jatora prežiť, pekne to odhodil. Tam nakoniec ten hit, tým pádom nedajú o jeden hit, ho nezabijú. Notice to tu bude môcť tým pádom možno hantiť. Jatoro bude mať maybe dosť intenzívny problém. Tam nemá nič ďalšie. Notice, ešte Sunstrike, Jatoro, Skapenáxeho. Vižnovci berú rovno druhý kill straight up. A tu sme rovno na začiatku v móde, že sa tu začne hrať poriadne ostro. Sataníček s carry Jagrom. Tam tu pôjde takisto predviesť nejaké tie kvalitky. Healing Varda by im tam ako mala pomôcť úplne bez problémov, tam ako ten Jagger matchup by mal znamenať, že bude mať fríčko, hlavne tam Spiriti ani nemajú úplne zase tak ako dobrú tú kombináciu. že by tam jako mali nějakého milíka, nějakého bountyho, sampem, něco s tím Darkseerem, který by tam mohl využívat ten Ion Shell s tou Miranou, to půjde horšie. Teoreticky to jakoby půjde aj tak, ale uvidíme. Každopádně Sataníček, jak je tu má Jagera, tak nemá úplně na linke to jako připravené, aby tam jich zabíjal. Tam vždycky přijde jeden Surge a prostě odjdu preč, jo. Musí to tam jako v nějakom bushwacku fakt jako zkusit. Jo, uvidíme, jak se to tu podarí celé outplayovat. Zatím ale za 3 minuty len 2 killy pre Team Vision. Chat, napište mi tam jedničku, jak jste tam jako usaděný a jste vzrušený podobně jako já na tuto Game 5. No nič predsa len. Sunstriky a nějaké ty příležitosti na těch sidelinkách jsou jakoby to podstatné, čo by ho mohlo odprostit do tohoto celku podle mě ťažkého matchupu proti Pangovi. To většinou jako nie je úplně příjemné. Zatiaľ akoby 16-8 to tam pekne udenajovává, má viac menej akoby celku dobrý trade-off proti 21. Larlič tam niečo pôjde po farmitu, ale medzi tým neodhadol tú správnu stranu, Kolaps stihol zdrhnúť tým správnym smerom nakoniec, ale well no. Neviem, či to bol úplne ten správny smer. In the end, Satanik je celku rýchly chlapec, ešte jeden hit a Satanik bere aj 3. kill. Oj, Carry Jagger. Game 5. To už je fakt jako vyťahnuť celé péro na stôl v plnom stave. Toľko jedničiek som už jako nevidel reálne, ani nepamätám. Ne. Trošku sa tu jakoby rozhasili podľa mňa jakoby tie in-gameové zvuky. Neviem, či sa to fixne, alebo bude OK. Uvidíme. A už je to dobrý. Myslím, jo, už je to fixle, OK. Toto tu bude jako tvrdá dotička dvojka. Zatiaľ aj keď Spiriti ešte teda nezačali úplne s nejakými veľkými killmi, oni nemajú zase tak obrovský kill line-up. Je tam teoreticky tých supportov, ktorí potom môžu niečo setupovať, akoby nejaký Bane plus šipečka od Mirany. Inak ako Darkseer bude potrebovať čas tam jako na nejaké tie dominátorky a podobne, väčšinou to teraz robí ešte na nejaký ten Shiva build into Blink. Jo, proti tomu Jaggerovi tam popravdě ta Darkseer Luska jako bude celku jako prcať. Ale myslím si, že Satanik by tu mal být OK. Zatiaľ 33-9. Bere si tu jakoby svoju princovskou malou korunku a bude se snažit dostat tej velké Nine Class. Mezi tím si toto zdruhuje a bude akorát tak jako vysvětlovat. Zrovna Bane má dobrý trading power do tohoto celého, tam nemá ale manu. A Kostat se tam do šipky, tu ale well, aj tak. Tam uphill miss, neporcel úplně proti Not Memu, ten zobere prvý kill pre Spiritov, aj tak ale jsou jako Visionovci viac než spokojní, by som povedal. No, Larlič to jako na druhé straně, jako z toho midu si jako otiahol povedzme viac, jako má tam přece len 31, ale proti 26 No One to zase ustál jako správný velký veterán, realisticky. To tu pôjdu skúsiť ešte rovno setupnúť Banea, šipka, ta pekne vyžrala akurát to Fort Spirit, to vyžral akurát celý. No, myslím, že Delaro bude dodžovať možno nejakým jako týmto smerom. No mám tentokrát to úplne neprediktoval, medzi tým jedna rýchla točenica Kolapsovi na Gebulu. No, tam prichádza hlavne Dukalis, videl to presne, keď tam prišiel Surge, no, či to bude stačiť, toť otázka, žaluť od Dukalisa je proste dosť tvrdý. Velké punishmenty, Dukalis jako úplný král. S Hoodwinkovou půjde pěkně tvorit hru. Spiriti, ale toto jistě budu chcet urobit na druhé straně. Najdu si tu aspoň osamoteného Nine Class a rovno Rolling Thunder se tu nebude šetriť absolutně. To Nine Class tu může zkoušet, čo len chce, to nemá moc kde dodžovať. Spiriti si takisto teda konečne ten druhý kill pekne krásne pripíšu. Vyzerá to, že to tu bude ale early game na to, aby tu No One fakt jako mal veľmi dobrý, rýchly timing na nejaký ten member, na nejaký ten scaling a môže to pokračovať ďalej. Pre Notista túto hru, finálnu Game 5, to bude Access dominátorkou, prosím pěkně. On vie, že ale tam nemusí robiť teraz nejaké fejsky, blade maily, rýchle blinky, jako zrovna proti Nikesovi to není možno zase tak jako potrebné. Bude to s dominátorkou viac aj o tom rozťahovaní, či tu budeme mať na obidvoch stranách. No, ten Nike samozřejmě by mal mať celku fríčko, Satanek si zatiaľ jako o 600 viac zobral z tých prvých 7 minut. Hlavně už tam má jako připravenou 6 na Omnislash, takže tam už jako ten Darkseer úplně jako nebude chceť páchnuť. Jo, Not Me tam bude možno niečo ako akurát chlapec ako depušovať. To, že sa ale nepodarilo punishnúť toho midového Vokera, je veľký faktor pre skvadru ako Vision. No, jeden stejčík tu je odhalený od druhého, takže Larlich má instantne go time, aby to tu išli nemá kom pofarmiť. Fort Spirit tam ako kontroluje akurát možno tú samotnú runu, Rueáž už sa tam príde síce nasťahovať tiež. Vidíme, kto tu ale nájde niečo väčšie, Dukalis už tu bude pekne schopný aspoň tú Miranu skúsiť. Aspoň jeden líp z nej vytiahnuť, keď už nič. Larl na druhej strane, ale bol teda ten viac lucky. Regen sa mu tam pekne krásne dostal do botly. Ešte to bude samozrejme chvíľku trvať, keď to bude úplne celý ten diffus, to ešte ako nebude za rohom. Uvidíme, aký tu tentokrát ale Yatoro bude vyťahovať Radiance timing. Že bude taká tá bežná 15. minutečka. Notice to podľa mňa pôjde akurát proste reálne zdržovať, odťahovať a myslím, že tu bude hrať ako s tým Maxem proste čisto farm game lesoidného typu, to nebude tak rýchle. Veľmi rýchlo ako postavená dominátorka, tá bude pre toho Axeho krásna. No, ešte tu medzi tým teda zistia už Visionovci, že tam majú vyžraný ten jeden stack. Nine Class tam pôjde aspoň pekne krásne vystekovať teda aj tieto tu Ancienty. Nehytol to o sekundu skôr? No myslím, že v pohode. Bez problémov. Medzi tým ale idú kluci možno vymýšľať moves na vrchu Noticed. Tam ako môže s točenicou niečo málo porobiť. Woodwinková to nakoniec začne, do toho príde down, do toho príde stun, do toho príde Sunstrike a Noticed si rozsekáva Yatorovú gebulu. Prince versus King sa nakláňa momentálne skôr tomu mladučkému princovi. Not Me, medzi tým akurát s Moonlight Shadow tam ako chcel niečo vyčmuchať. Plného Vokera tam ako nájdu, ale nič moc. Nejaké tie Fort Spirit, jedného Fort Spirita tam mohol chlapec teda ako vysnajpiť. Zatiaľ si tu Satanik ale celku brúzda. Battle Fury timing je popravde celku za rohom, keď som sa tam ako díval na ten jeho inventár. Ale Spiriti nám ide zatiaľ ako žiadny úplne easy engage, momentálne nebudú mať. Pekne tu, ale počkať, nachystajú si tu Larla. Meteoru sa chlapec vyhne, ale nevyhne sa všetkému, čo chlapci majú. Veverička bere dominating v Game 5. A ešte sa tu Notice takisto príde pozrieť na ten middle, tam Rue prišiel si to niečo setupovať, Collapse tu príde pozrieť tiež, tam všetci prišli v 10. minúte. A nakoniec ten trade-off budú mať ako Spiriti vybojovaný. Notice tam nenájde bohužiaľ ako s dominátorkou nič, je to predsa len ako Axe, ktorý, no, teraz tam ešte ukradol jednu wave Novanovi, ten nebude možno úplne rád. Takúku tam predsa len má pripravený konečne Meme Hemroš. Ale ako nepobral toho úplne málo, majú tam stále Visionovci ten 1K gold lead, majú tam totálne free farmy asi od Jagera. Pravde, keby ste si mali vybrať, či bude free farming na jednej strane Lifestealer, na druhej strane Jagger. Jagger je to silnejšie hard carry. Nie je to ale úplne taká ako bežná záležitosť, aj keď to na TI, ako myslím, že 2-krát alebo 3-krát bolo. A myslím, že o Satanek 1-krát dokonca hral už. Či to bolo, ale myslím, že tam bol jeden z tých Jaggerov ako on sám. Tu nám ale pôjde ukázať veci. Battle Fury v 11. minúte už mu letí. Jo, to je ako presne ten timing, do ktorého sa chce Satanik zmestiť. Toto bude veľmi rýchla akcelerácia. Zvedavý, či to tu akoby kluci zvládnu, hlavne tam Satanik teraz ešte bude mať minimálne nejaké to 3-4 minútové okno, kým tam na druhej strane nebude to rádlo, kým sa môže vzdialovať čo najďalej. Tu je Gabča ešte dokonca prišla tuto pozrieť. Teď mám akurát mobil na nabíjačke, neviem, či si mi ako písal alebo nie. Ahoj Gabi, chat, pozdravte Gabču moju. Okamžite niekto dajte nejakého tier 3 saba, aspoň na tom je to saba sponsor. Už ju vidím, sa tu sa sústrediť na Dotu. No, medzi tým tu bude panešnutý, ale práve Larl. Celku ako ťahuň tejto tu hry. S Pangom ale nedoručil žiadny veľký punish, ktorý by tam toho Vokera mohol momentálne zastaviť. 3-8 sa to celé od jednoho kráľa momentálne trochu vzdialuje. Ten princ, ktorý si tento rok prišiel pod titul Mladý Satánik. Sa k tomu teda postupne bude možno približovať. Not Me zase tu dostane návštevu podobne ako naposledy a dostane proste vypínák. Ten burst damage majú Visionovci a majú ho viac než dosť. Meme Hammer tu máme teda instantne takisto online. Collapse, ale teraz vyzerá, že tu jednak ako Dukalis sa budú chcieť sniper, ten si prišiel, ale ako ten D-ward a aspoň ten si pekne zobere. Collapse pôjde teda ten klasický, tento tu TI build by som to nazval na dominátorku Into Shiva. Teraz ako celku klasika na Darkseerovi. No, aj keď sme tu zatiaľ ešte nevideli teda žiadny veľký Omni Slash. Já myslím, že Satanika tam bude možno svrbeť prst, aj keď ako samozrejme farm bude teraz jeho priorita. Už to majú dokonca ufarmené Vižnovci až skoro na 2 až 3 tisíc gold lead. V 12. minúte veľmi pekný základ. Ten Axe bude mať síce takú tú akoby pomalšiu hru, ale scaluje tam extrémne. Má dokonca viac network ako hocikdo z toho enemy týmu, tým, že tam vyhrávajú 9-4 na killy. Zabili tam toho Nike'a k tomu. Tam ako sú ako Vižnovci absolútne spokojní. Rue až tu medzi tým sa snaží niečo nájsť, Dukalizo tu ale setupne hneď ako prvý. Tornado príde ako follow-up, do toho Sunstrike, ale no, tam to pekne snipne na Class a ešte si do toho stýlol aj ten Finn's Grip, zahral to najlepšie ako len mohol. Nemá teraz momentálne manu, aby to tam úplne vyťahol, tu potrebuje sa možno vrátiť čo najďalej. Vacuum bola od Kolapsa, tu rozdrtila celú tú dvojicu, Team Spirit tu možno našli fight. No, Kolaps nakoniec bude mať triple kill v tomto tu bordeli. Satanáš už využil ako väčšinu jeho vecí, tu môže ísť klikať pravým, ale vie, že Kolaps, ten akoby sa tam s ním môže ďalej kľudne hrať. Notmi je tam dokonca ešte pripravený, ten pripravený Vision, tam hlavne bolo to, že Spiritom tento fight proste urvalo, Kolaps tam ale hlavne bol proste správny čas na správnom mieste. A toto tu odtiahol za celý tým Spirit neskutočne. Každopádne obidva týmy si z toho niečo odniesli, lepší trade-off to bol pre Team Spirit a actually a huge fight. Keď sa Kolapsič tu ukázal ako s brutálnou vôľou navíc. Gabi, kľudne keď prídeš za hoďku a pol až alebo tak úplne safe a čileček. Ale už sa na teba teším. Budú točky ešte po castu. Tak, počkaj, tu už máme Notista, ktorý môže ale rovno skákať a setupovať. Notmi pôjde darovať ďalší armor pre tohoto tu Axeho, rozbehnutého brutálne. Satanáš tu celú hru bude bojovať s tým, že tam bude proste kajtený, to je ten problém Jagera. No, Spiriti tu ale budú tvrdohlavo chcieť rovno prísť po Dukalisa, Notis tam čaká vzadu, je tam pripravený aj predsa len Mr. 9 Class, rovno to bude rozbehnutý práve ten Bane, vypnutý krásne. Notis si hlavne zobral ešte ten ďalší armor, aby sa nepovedalo. Healing Wardo to tam medzi tým bude môcť úplne celé resetnúť, Jatoro tu už ale príde takisto s rádlom pekne sa zapojiť. Teraz zistil, že už sa tam ako nezapojí do ničoho, tak tam pôjde naspäť na vrch. Každopádne na obidvoch stranách tam máme teda tie keríčka tak nejak ako online. To rádlo možno môže byť efektívnejšie ako ten kajtovaný Jagger s BF-kom, ale každopádne farm speedovo už sa aspoň akoby už si môžu podať ruky. No, Vižnovci tu čakajú, ale momentálne na mide, či tu náhodou sa niečo neobjaví, tam idú ale Spiriti pripraviť ako celú skvadru. Tam mali totiž tú midovú vardu, tam mali prehľad o tom, čo tu Vižnovci chcú robiť. Kolapsič vyzerá, že tam do nich chce normálne nabehnúť, ako keby sa nechumelilo. Teraz ho tam vidia práve pod tou trianglovou vardou. Tam obísť, ale toho Watchera bude možno trošku problém. Kolapsič tam pôjde postupne tu skúšať iba farmiť. Je možné, že tam ako o nich teraz bude vedieť, no, môžu tu minimálne pofarmiť aspoň ten stack, keď už nič iné. No, Spiriti, ježiš, tá šipka, čo tu Notmi vytiahol, tak to bol iný bullseye. O môj Bože, Notmi! Ten pôjde pre Spiritov vyťahnuť teraz ale obrovskú šipečku. Clip it and ship it. Toto si dá zarámovať. Každopádne po 16. minúte tých problémov tu ešte stále bude dosť. Moonlight Shadow. Pôjdu tu Spiriti skúšať nejaké ďalšie moves okolo toho midu. Ako 9 Class sa pôjdu momentálne možno obísť. Je tam ale takisto pripravený aj Noticed. O Notmi im tu úplne netušia, ten ich tu ale vyskautí vzadu. Tam ako Vižnovci budú mať možno trošku problém. Distiller tam ako rovno príde 9 Class a tú celú dobu budú vidieť Laro. Si po neho proste easily príde, ten Rolling Thunder môže stýlnuť, ale nedostane sa k tomu, aby to vôbec vykástil. Spiriti prichádzajú do poriadnych odpovedí. A Vižnovcom sa nejaký easy lead postupne tu akoby rozpadá a raz sa dostáva na celku even footing. On networkovo tam má stále, akoby momentálne Satanek ešte nejakých ako povedzme 1300 goldov navíc. No One si tu samozrejme bude musieť dávať pozor, aby tam nedostal len také šipečky do gebule pri tier 2, ale what can you do? Keď je niekto moc dobrý na druhej strane, to občas príde. Noticed, ale s tou dominátorkou tak iba si urobil takú tú skratku k blinku a teraz proste tvorí hru. Non-stop sa tu chlapci rozhodli, že tu sa DI Grand Finals Game 5 bude hrať aktívne a už si tu pôjdu pekne po Rueho. Jatoro tam je ready, chcel možno Impestovi zachrániť svojho komráda. A nakoniec sa môže len dívať na to, ako tu chlapec vykape, jak nascala šislanina. Pred 18 minútou si tam teda Vyšnovci zase niečo bonusové zobrali, tu Satanik medzi tým nájde práve tú Miranu. Mirana! Kým nemá Eulit, tieto solo killy si bude Satanik užívať. Správny čas na správnom mieste. Toto je sila Juggernauta, baby. Ešte z neho dostal aj tie leap charge. Skúsil. Ja myslím, že tam letí tým pádom dokončená úplne celá manta pre Satanika. Jo, Shiva na druhú stranu je na kolapsovi ready. Tomu už ako bude chýbať možno iba nejaký blink, aby tam mal ten plný ako playmaking potenciál. Satanik sa ale ako začína dostávať do módu. Jo, v tom carry to carry matchupe si myslím, že by mal byť úplne reálne Jugger proste to viac beefy carry a dobrý matchup proti Nixovi. Ale samozrejme nejaká ako infest bomba to tam ako môže zmeniť. Môže to tam offsetnúť aj to, že si tam môžu práve toho Juggera vytvoriť cez Darkseera a tá Iluska ich tam bude pleskať spolu s nimi. Toto je veľmi vyrovnané. Tie misky váh sú tu fakt ako na podobnej úrovni. Veľmi rýchly manta timing na Juggerovi, to je ako ne, že ne. Rekordy tu zase pôjde Satanik, teda ať pekne tu Dukalis, ale medzi tým takisto práve toho Darkseera. Ten sa posunie do bezpečia. Nineclass medzi tým si tu síce shield crashom trošku ako pomôže, dokonca ten Invis mu pomôže, ale no, je pripravená ešte Sentrina predtým, čo tam bola dávno popnutá. Kolapsič bude proste moc tlustý na takéto pokusy, ešte tam ale kolaps dokonca, aj Dukalis sa pekne setupne volou zabezpečí, že táto tu Udvinková nepôjde niekde. Larl si tým pádom pripíše double kill. Sunstrike tesne. Tentokrát tam proste no one-ovi nelepia úplne tie Sunstriky. Toho setupu tam ako není zas tak málo, ale pekne nakoniec tam s tou Hudvinkou on tam zachránil ten gem. Oni si tam nevšimli a nezobrali ten gem hneď. On nakoniec s tým kurírom tam zachránil Dukalis ten early gem, to môže byť big deal. Notice medzi tým ale pôjde tu Miradu rovno nachystať, Satanik je tu pripravený konečne hitovať pravým. Notice tohoto celého bude mať teda unstoppable. Aj keď to vežu tam majú teda Spiriti dokončenú. Notice hlavne medzi tým ešte tam split pushuje Ford Spirity plus jeho dominátorka a nazdar. Tie jednotky z toho budú mať. Gaben takisto s Iceprogom chápu, že táto hra je zatiaľ 50-50 a tak by som to ako odhadol presne aj ja. Satanik zase tam ide ešte s tou Manta Iluskou teraz vyblokovať by the way Enchanty, aby tam ani nestekovali kluci. Blázen, on akoby, aj keď nehrá Nature's Prophet, tak Mantou sa akoby bude hrať podobne. Ilusky teraz tu spamnuté by mohli byť ale juicy. Satanik si tam dokonca teda šprintí normálne čo najskôr. Ilusky zrovna pre neho môžu akoby akcelerovať takisto nejakú tú ako farmu celku intenzívne. Vidíme, kde to bude chcieť poslať, či s niečím pôjde farmiť les, s niečím pôjde farmiť linky, odťahovať akoby toho čo najviac. Jatoro sa medzi tým teda dostal akurát pekne Soul Ring, k tomu nejaký ako arm letíček, klasika. Hneď potom nejaké to Psycho by chcel, úplne basic lifestealer. Táto hra je ale zatiaľ ako tak extrémne open, že tu ani ako 2000-ový gold lead ako neznamená nič obrovské. Za mňa je akoby veľmi dobré, že tam ako no one ustal s tým Vokrom ten early game, má dokonca ako väčší network ako ten Pangolier, akurát že obidvaja akoby tam ťahajú trošku za kratšie konce, ale it's OK. Kolapsič to zase offsetuje, pretože na tom Darkseerovi má totálne mordy. No ale na čele je samozrejme kto iný ako Prince. Jo, Satanik. Zase je proste 14 000 net worth a nespomaluje. Na Nineclassovi medzi tým tu máme teda vyrašovanú blinku tentokrát. Väčšinou tam robia takéto distilléry, potom ako nejaký takýto ako item, ale tentokrát chce proste mať playmaking potenciál čo najskôr. Shardov tam bude môcť toho ako zachraňovať dosť, aj proti nejakým ako feed gripom a takýmto veciam. Uvidíme, čo sa mu tam ako chlapcovi podarí. No a tým, že to je proste Game 5, tak tu ako úplne jolo nabiehanie, toto ako nebude len tak. Ale Mustafič prišiel počas Grand Finále tuto naložiť poriadnych 25 sabíčkov, my boy. Vítam, že akoby tuto zase všetkých aj obdarovaných. Dúfam, že sa tu teda na tomto Grand Finále teda bavíte spolu so mnou, tuto sa to proste celé rozhodne. No, Spiriti idú dokonca skúsiť momentálne Smoke Rueage, tam ale už to má vyskautené, teda respektíve Nineclass stojí momentálne v pozícii, že Smoke síce našiel, ale nájdu ho tam ako tým pádom a on sám bude proste sacrificial boy. Larlovi tam medzi tým ešte ostali kluci, tiež si tam akoby sa postarajú teda o to, aby tam mali aspoň teda ten D-Ward, trošku lepší map control teda k tomu. Sunstriky tu poletia od mistra No One, aby tam skontrolovali Vyždovci, či náhodou Spiriti nešli straight up Grošovi. Tam sa už ale ukazuje ten Nike na vrchu, takže je jasné, že to úplne nie je. Pekná šipečka od Notmího, tu trošku notistovi ukázal, kto je tu pán. Nakoniec si ho tam Kolaps vrátil ešte do toho kompa, s tým malým Kentaurom, not bad. Tam má síce notice BKB, ale nechce sa mu to samozrejme úplne dávať. Healing Varda je teraz celku podstatná, aby tam notice popravde mohol pekne krásne byť full HP. A dokonca v smoku tu Dukalis ako chce ísť možno niečo rovno vymýšľať spolu s Nineclassom, spolu so Satanášom. Je tam predsa len aj trojkový Omnislash s Satanikou. Jagger už by mohol začať byť celku ako dosť štiplavý. Dostávame sa ale do deep mid-gameu a dokonca už aj to MK bota má. Kamo, Satanikovi tam zase proste pribúdajú do inventára proste tie itemy, ako keby sa nechumelilo. Potom síce ako nemá úplne Aganim, aby tam mal nejaký ten Swift Slash, čo za mňa môže byť OK. Teraz tam pôjde toho heavy hitting, old school, proste Jaggera, ktorý sa reálne hral. Normálne ešte v Dote 1, keď ani chlapec nebol na svete. A to je akoby, myslím, reálne. No ale dobre, tento heavy hitting, proste in your face Jagger. Bez Aganimu ako toho tretieho itemu tam bude fakt ako eskalovať do neskutočných zón. Aj Butterfly bude ako giga item, ale treba samozrejme mysleť na to, že aj tá iluska od Kolapsa potom ako bude ničiť. V tomto ten Aganim ako býva väčšinou ako o niečo lepší build. Uvidíme ale čo tu chlapci majú v repertoári. Vižnovci sú zatiaľ schopní teraz z tej mapy zobrať 4000 gold lead, čo tým, že tam máme na druhej strane už ten playmaking potenciál v pohode. Nakoniec Satanek sa tam hral, že tam má ako dve ilusky, bol to aj on sám. S tým MK-bom už ho nebude srať žiadne misovanie ani nič. Ďalších 10 sabov ešte od Mustafiča, tak tomuto sa musí niekto pridať. Počas tejto Game 5 som zvedavý, čo tam ešte dokážete rozvíriť v tom čete. William tam takisto poctivú stupenečku nahodí na pána, takisto. Tu sme ale momentálne v situácii, že tu fakt ako je všetko o tom, kto koho nájde. Mustafič neskutočne krásne, ďakujem za tých ďalších ako fakt 10 sabov. Neviem, kde je ten náš subcount, chceme tie kráso až vytiahnuť. Jo, tie triká sú samozrejme možno akoby jedna ako nedosiahnuteľná vec, ale samozrejme keby sa tu spojili všetci, tak sme možno v iných výšinách. Ale pre 25. minútou pôjdu teda ale skúšať ďalej Team Spirit. Majú stále šancu na to ten storyline dokončiť pre nich. Jo, to je samozrejme ešte dokáže, že stále ten teacher, jo, ja Toro a my Poška ešte majú pred Satanikom stále náskok, alebo to bude naopak, alebo že ich už ako Satanik predčil, that's the question. Každopádne vyhrať tretie TI by bolo fakt ako prepísanie úplne všetkých Dota kroník. No, lurkoval teraz ako tam Rueáž okolo, tam ho nevideli úplne, takže tam ako nemohli úplne skočiť. Dobrý spustený hype train teraz, predsa len toto je možno ten posledný hype train, ktorý tu akoby v tejto hre tým pádom ako aj na cooldown môžeme spustiť. Toto tu treba držať. Toto tu je treba držať, aby sme z tejto hry mohli vyždímať normálne čo najviac tej energie, aby to kluci mohli teda mať pekne absorbované tiež. Jo, predsa len tam už majú akoby všetci také tie akoby základné duo, trio itemov, čo potrebujú. Drží tam stále ten network lead, akoby velice pekne Satanik, viac menej úplne celý ten gold lead, ktorý momentálne je na Vižnovskej strane, je preložené to, čo má Jagger oproti tomu Nikexovi. Jo, viac menej to takto funguje, ten Pango a Bowker sú úplne narovnako. To celé bude o tom, kto tu nájde ako lepší opener. Jo, tie vacuum wally budú možno za mňa akoby tá najviac playmaking záležitosť, čo môžu akoby Spiriti nejak hugely vytiahnuť. Že by mali do toho nejaké super kombo, ale ono akoby to samo o sebe stačí reálne. Ale well. Game 5 sa začína akoby pekne dostávať a naťahovať ako translečet. Je tu podľa mňa normálne feely, to fakt ako cítim. Cítim ten tension. Veď cítim teraz, že akoby tam kluci akoby budú samozrejme fully focused, ale napiatý, ale nikomu sa nechce robiť zas tak nejaké akoby YOLO moves. Jo, každý by chcel robiť akoby iba pod svojím vižnom niečo akoby na istotku. Medzi tým Satanik už má dokonca aj tú blinku pripravenú po MKB. Teraz tam bude chcieť urobiť presne ten Butterfly, ktorý z neho urobí úplne absolútnu mašinu. Ani by som sa nečudoval, keby tam ako potom chcel urobiť ešte nejaké to PK alebo neskôr. Tu ale Spiriti idú robiť ten prvý move. Vyskedovali si teraz pozíciu momentálne práve Satanika. Tam Spiriti by našli samozrejme niečo obrovské, keby sa tu dostali včas Šprintí tam Larlič, pôjde tu Satanik farmiť ten camp, toto je príležitosť. A Satanik nakoniec si tu proste ublinkuje preč, vyfarmí to včas. Tam proste tesne teraz Spiriti žiadny veľký pick-up nenajdu. Arena už mala poloorgazmus, ale bohužel tentokrát sa tam Satanik úplne bez problémov dostane z týchto tu problémov, hlavne tam je ešte Farda pripravená. Tam uvidia teraz ešte Larla, ktorý tu lurkuje okolo. V tej bráne už teda nechytia momentálne nikoho. Vyzerá, že Punish sa teda nepodarí ani na jednej, ani na druhej strane. Škarda už tam teda pribudla takisto by the way 9-classovi. Jo, tým, ako sa hrá veľmi aktívna hra, nikto sa tu k tomu ani nemal čas dopracovať nejakému Tormentrovi. Jo, takisto Rošan už tam ako 28 minút relaxuje. Na toto príde čas neskôr. Na Novanovi medzi tým máme dokončené to 9-sekundové BK a potom teda ale počkať, on tam ako nenakráčal úplne tak dobre, aj tak by tam ale prišiel ten Nightmare. Rue až teraz velice pekne ukradol tú Enemy Shrine-u. No, dokonca tam pôjde skúsiť ešte možno setup do toho Vokera, pekné odspanie akurát od mistra, tú šipku, ale vyžere tým pádom sám. Line Class tu bude free žrádlo pre Jatora. Rueáž ale pôjde ako trade-off. Bonus Arbor by som na Noticeovi nepodceňoval, pretože ten Nike ho potom nebude mať možno ako jednoducho zabiť. Kolaps medzi tým tu pôjde Satanika skúsiť s jeho vlastnou iluskou, tu ako trochu rozpleskať. Laro tam príde ako dokonalý follow-up. Tu ale príde ten Omnislash, ktorý preskočil na tú ilusku. O môj bože, Satanika sklamal teraz Gaben a RNGesus. Laro dokonca bude schopný toto tu prežiť. Spiriti našli ale obrovskú vec. Abusli aj RNGesusovú prdel, tá je roztiahnutá širšie, ako hoci kto z vás to vidí. Každopádne po 29. minúte tu Spiriti tým pádom možno budú mať za malý moment aj nejaký ten gold lead. Hlavne tu majú príležitosť si ísť pekne, krásne po Roša. Nemajú síce úplne line-up, že to bude padať úplne tak ako extrémne rýchlo, ale majú tam aj tak nejaké tie Ion Shield damage. Jatoro to utankuje do nekonečna, majú tam minimálne minus armor aspoň od Larliča. A do toho ako Bukáles pôjde si to skúsiť vysnajpiť, vyžere to tam akurát jeden. Notmi ho tu pôjde šipko, ešte sa tu tam nevychytal ten timing úplne podľa predstav. Pekná defenzíva ešte od 9-classa, ale tam nakoniec Bukáles bude vrátený tým vakuumom na vrch. Staknutý ako Artur Papajev, tejto tu Game 5 sa môže len dívať. Spiriti sa hlavne môžu ísť akoby vrátiť tomu Rošovi, tam ako celú dobu to mláti ten Nikes. Rošan sa ale bude za 3 sekundy presúvať. Nebude! Jatoro to tam stihne pekne mať. Ten Nikesik zrazu bude mať 2 životy a to tempo sa reálne dostáva len na stranu týmu Spirit. Kolaps tu pôjde samozrejme ešte chaseovať ďalej. Stolen Surge. Bude pre 9-classa teraz normálne zázrak. Tam sa naháňajú dvaja, proste šprintnutí. Tým vakuumom to Kolaps, ale ešte s tým bonusovým Ejovým ešte našiel. Kto iný, ale samozrejme za nimi úplne nestíha, no. To je akoby ono. Oh boj. Ten hype train tomu dáva ako normálne ten poriadny vibe chat. Máte tam minútu 10, aby ste to ešte skúsili akoby udržiavať ďalej, ale ten hype train tomu ako neskutočne slúši. Spiriti teraz ako tu nabrali groove, kde by mali ovládať momentálne možno to tempíčko. Sviči by the way, ďakujem za tých 5 sabov, akože ešte pred tými 4 minútami, neviem, či sa to úplne spomínal, alebo nie. Tu ako v tej Game 5 sa to ale fakt začína dostávať do momentov, kde ten Jagger bude musieť ukázať ten potenciál. Alebo či to bolo možno too much. Jatoro, jakmile sa dostane k tomu Aganemu, ten jeho matchup sa stane ako o mnoho hrateľnejším, ale no stále akoby proti tomu Omnislashu to úplne príjemné nie je. Kolaps to minulé ale outplayol iba dobrou pozíciou na Iluske, proste ten Omnislash tam odskočil v ten správny moment. Ten hype train vyzerá, že bude mať akoby tu u nás ale trochu problém, neviem či to niekto poctivý teda ešte pôjde podržať. Tu ale pôjdu Spiriti skúsiť s Invizom nájsť nejaký fight. No one už tam narazí, ale teraz velice pekne s gemom práve do tej Mirany. Ten Hex tam stihol dokonca ešte nahodiť. Pôjdu si tu Miranu kluci hantiť, ale na druhej strane to bude Dukalis, ktorý tu nepreskočí tento tu cliff a aj Keby, tak sa k nemu dostanú. Tým pádom tam padá support za supporta. Hype trainíček teraz ako nebude úplne tak podstatný, ten tam ako necháme zdechnúť. To, čo nás zaujíma je, čo môžu ich Spiriti robiť ďalej. Majú pripravený ten Aegis. Jak je to teraz ako 4v4, to si myslím, že oni budú teraz ten tvorič. Možno ale Višnovci to akoby teraz ako budú chcieť prebrať. Jatoro si tu predsa len podľa mňa velice rád pôjde pohytovávať nejakú tú tier 2. Jo, Kolaps tam bude stať pekne poctivo za ním. Iluska mi to tu skúsia možno trochu zdržať. Sa pekne Kolaps bude postarať o to, aby tá Iluska to tam úplne nezdržala dostatočne. No, aj tak jeden range creep tam iba prešiel. Oh boy. Čo všetko si Spiriti ale teraz budú schopní zobrať z tohoto tu Aegisu, pretože po tej 32. minúte, keď tu budeme mysleť na všetko, Kolaps medzi tým Zogrom tam ako depušuje. A kým ten Voker môže tu ako pobehovať s tým Gemom a Hexom, no one mal byť fakt ako extrémne nebezpečný. Na vrchu tam akurát lurkuje, kde sa ako takisto schováva tá Mirana, čo by pre ňom mohol byť celku free kill. Nakoniec tam pôjde posielať teda nejaké tie Fort Spirity. Spiriti sa tu ale idú pekne krásne pozrieť rovno na Tormentrička. Medzi tým tu ale Kolaps bude nájdený, Omnislash mu tam rovno príde do gebule, tam Kolaps ale väčšinu toho vyžral práve s tým Aeon diskom. Lotus Orb si teraz ešte nechal zdvihnutý, síce bude aj tak, a tam Satanic Coste nemal demiť na to, a dorazil Kolaps, nakoniec skape práve na ten Battle Hunger, to bolo close. Aspoň tak, Notice s Godlikeom, dokonca príde ešte Taunt, nenápadne týto mistra Larliča. Nachádzajú sa tu ale fakt ako big play z jednej aj druhej strany. Vyfarmili tam kluci hlavne ešte Shardu pre Rueho. Preňho to zrazu ale znamená veľkú vec, hlavne on má dokončený Aganim Rue. Ten Bane začne byť podľa mňa teraz ako giga nebezpečný. Vyžnavci ale idú očividne ešte aj proti tomu Aegisu skúsiť moves, vedia, že tam není predsa len teraz Kolaps, sú tam 5v4, môžu ísť ako vytvoriť minimálne nejaký agresívny vision a na základe toho tu skúsiť nejaký zázrak. Ten Aeon Disc na Kolapsovi tam teraz ho ako zachránil práve, ten Omnislash tam ako prišiel dobre. Nineclass má medzi tým by the way Stolen Vacuum, to by tiež mohlo znamenať celku dosť. A Nineclass čaká na príležitosť, popravde Vacuumom chytil dvoch, Notice to chcel naskočiť, jedného z nich budú mať. Rue až teda padá na 50 sekúnd, ani buyback tam nebude úplne môcť prísť, nakoniec tam ako prišiel dokonca ten Infest. Do Satanika to ide skúsiť, tuto Jatoro pomaly sám, pekne snajpol rovno tú healing wardu straight up. Nineclassovi sa tesne podarilo tuto odtiaľto ešte odísť. Nakoniec tu dokonca Stolen Infest má momentálne Nineclass. Not bad. Má na to trošku dlhší cooldown ako Enemag, teda za Ganimom, ale stále. Majko 5, ďakujem veľmi pekne za tých ďalších 5 gifted sabov. My sa tam ako blížime fakt ako k výšinám. Ale pre 35. minútou je to úplne kompletne vyrovnané. Toto presne chcete vidieť od Game 5. Skóre 20-16 za 35 minút. Proste tu padlo pekne krásnych 36 kilov. A do toho je tá hra úplne kompletne vyrovnaná. Toto je presne to, čo rozhodne, kto bude korunovaný. Áno, Notice, už tu príde, ale pekne toho Bane'a nachystať, toho si tam chlapci našli a prídu si poňho. S Infestou tam už bude, myslím, že zase ako schovaný tuto Mr. Nineclass, tu ale prichádzajú Spiriti zozadu, so svojou Infest bombou. Larlič tam bude hneď ako prvý. Ako teraz premýšľajú o tom, či tam niekoho nájdu, ten smoke už im tam skončí, nevyzerá, že by si tu Spiriti mohli prísť nejakému veľkému openeru. Kolapsici tam síce pomaly pôjde do level, je ten level 21, to čo zaujímalo no one bola ale akurát tá vežička. Tá je dokončená, objektivy tam si pôjdu ďalej, šipka nebezpečná, tu letela k Dukálisovi. Minimálne ale bude vedieť, ako odkiaľ tu bude plynúť nejaké nebezpečie. Na Jatorovi medzi tým už teda fakt sa dostávame presne do tých zón, kde bude musieť ako tie Aganimy nahradzovať, alebo respektíve žrať a potom tam mať ako niečo ešte navíc. Notice, ktorý túto hru fakt ako nemá ani jednu jedinú smrť za Axeho. To je insane, za tých 36 minút proti tomuto line-upu ani jeden jediný punish. On proste drží godlike na Axe v tejto tu hre. To je ako celku insane. On tam medzi tým teda pristal takisto aj na No One-ovi, takže ako aby sme tu mali poriadny prehľad, na druhej strane to bude mať ten Darkseer, no, u Vižnovcov to bude mať zatiaľ ten Voker. No a je vidieť, že proste nikto sa tu nebude ako ponáhľať robiť big moves. Všetci sa spoliehajú na to, že si to napikovali tak, ako chcú a že budú mať lepší scaling do lateu a že budú ten silnejší tým. Jo, Jatoro medzi tým ešte potrebuje predsa len tu ako dofarmiť nejaké to MKbo. Ako celku ako podstatný moment predsa len. Well. História sa vždycky opakuje, to je celku známy jav. Je otázka iba, akým spôsobom. No, tu máme ale u Spiritov teda popnutý smoke na to, aby tam nakoniec išli farmiť. No, uvidíme, či tu Vižnovci budú chcieť ako niečo ešte vymýšľať, alebo nie. Proclo tam dobre Notistovi, by the way, to pendulum. Takže o dosť viac beefy. Swift blinka je tam už ale na Satanikovi, ten už má reálne 6 slot. MK bohužiaľ pripravené aj na Nikesovi, obidve strany sú proste fucking ready. Ten 5000-ový gold lead je síce niečo málo, čo tam Vision teraz majú akoby ako trochu výhodu. Ale po tej 37. minúte je tu všetko o tom, kto nájde ten opener. Dokonca Hex už vytiahol teraz normálne z prdele Mr. Collapse. To môže byť huge. K tomu ešte majú tie dva pendulumy ako navíc. Uvidíme, čo tu Spiriti idú nájsť. Ďalší smoke, do toho prichádza ešte samozrejme pekne Moonlight Shadow, pôjdu niečo hľadať. Dukalis, ak by sa mu podarilo nájsť tento 5-man smoke, by to mohlo byť celkom huge prvý, ale to bude 9 Class, ktorý do toho príde. Tam síce Larl hľadá, 9 Class to ale popravde pekne preskočil. Tam nenašli ten opener úplne podľa predstav, pôjdu ale po Notista. Omni Slash tu medzi tým, po facetuty, ak sa nemýlim, tam ako neurobia nič, Finsgrip, tam hlavne Satanika drží, oni ho tam vypli, druhé tam proste prišiel, chytil ho na zdar. Sen možno premyslela Satanika, tak to za mladá sa tu kurva bude končiť. To bude problém, okay, no one. Deep State. Môj Bože. Tak tu normálne, ty Satanika, jak hovno. Ešte pôjdu samozrejme s Hexom, tuto aj po Notista dozadu, ten si tam pekne trošku boostol speed, aby tu dvaja šprintery odišli. Flaner menom Collapse to má, ale podľa mňa úplne bez problémov v kapse. Vakiu príde, z toho to bude viac menej. Nielen ten vyfarmený godlike, 1582 goldov pre Collapsa. Zarobil na ďalší item. Ale zrazu po jednom fajte to tu majú Spiriti úplne kompletne ako reálne na ich strane, dokonca za 10 sekúnd sa im tam bude spadnovať Roš. Môj Bože, ten Omni Slash, poďme si pozrieť ten replay, ja to musím vidieť. Ako Rue potom tam ako rozhodol tým Finsgripom, ale mňa zaujíma, prečo tam ako teraz bol ten Omni Slash, ako teraz to tam dal a rovno do toho Lotus Orbu proste. Oh my god, tuto prišiel ten Finsgrip, ktorý zrovna vtedy nemal dosť rušiť. Ale to není úplne Satanikov job, ale toto tu ako rozhodlo o všetkom, jakmile je Satanic dead. Ešte keď pred chvíľkou komitol práve do tej Swift blinky, takže tam nemá ani na buyback, ani na nič podobné. Toto proste je fakt neskutočne zahrané od týmu Spirit. Ten tretí titul možno niekto reálne bude mať, ladies and gentlemen. Ten mladý princ bude možno musieť ešte trošku potrénovať, aby na tieto staré páky tie skúsenosti trošku dohnal. Ale ešte netreba hovoriť hop, kým sa tu nepreskočí. Jo, proste to ako by sa to tu trošku prehouplo. Momentálne k tej dobe, že tu Spiriti dokonca budú mať ten 5000-ový goldy na svojej strane. Majú tam spavnutého Roša. Jo, ten už sa pekne presúva z tej spodnej strany na vrch. Tu budú musieť na to chvíľku čakať. Jo, Vižnovci si teraz ale tu zistili, že sú ako celku zraniteľní. Ten Jagger predsa len proste ide bursnúť. Majú tam na to tie blink hexy. Není tu žiadny super save od Vižnovcov, majú tam ako tú defenzívnu ako telekinézu teoreticky. Ale budú musieť fakt vyšľovať záznaky, pekne si pôjdu Spiriti čo najrýchlejšie toho Rošana teraz pripísať na svoju stranu. Majú tam hlavne obidva tie gemy. Sunstrikeom už teraz ako samozrejme vedia Vižnovci, čo sa tu deje. A tam proste nemajú ako prerokovať čas. Yatoro to tam pôjde proste rozpleskať jak pán. Už no one urobil decision ísť rozťahovať. Tam proste tohoto Rošana pôjdu ako Vižnovci odovzdať. It is what it is. Panera Aegis bude v rukách momentálne práve Yatorisa. Yatorovi už sa klepe momentálne prdel nad tým tretím titulom a prepisovaním celej histórie Doty. Aby fakt ako sa stali reálne Spiriti tými najväčšími GOATs v histórii za viac ako dekádu. My sa tu dopracovali dokonca do momentu, že fakt ako niekto môže mať tretí Aegis. A zrovna kto iný ako Yatoro je podľa mňa ten možno najpoetickejší, aby sme tu mali zodpovedanú tú väčšinu otázku, kto je ten GOAT. Tak podľa mňa tam ako pekne vyspel Yatoro. No, ten, ktorý ale na ňom práve na Yatorovi vyrástol, je zrovna Satanik, ktorý tam proti nemu teraz bojuje s Jaggerom. Majú Spiriti, ale teraz momentálne podľa mňa úplne skvelú príležitosť s tým banerom rovno pušovať ďalej. No, Yatoro pekne s rageom, on nezaujíma ani nejaké EMP. No, nenápadné túto hudvinkové účka tam síce trošku prídu. No, Jatorovič medzi tým tam akurát to pôjde teda dohýbovať pekne rýchlo, Infestov sa ako nebojí ničoho, nemá tam ešte 5 sekúnd síce rage, teraz ale bude viac než OK, má tam predsa len ešte kolapsa, ktorý ho tam bude surgeovať non-stop. Notice sa tu rozhodol urobiť tentokrát, ale trošku prekvapivý item a to je Nullifier. Veľmi podstatný item, aby tam ale niekoho mohli vypnúť, jo, aby tie Aeon disky to nezachraňovali. Takže Notice ako tu má nejaký play potenciál určite. A tu ale ide Larl naskočiť, vybrali si tam chlapci práve Novana, pekná záchrana tam síce tentokrát príde, aj ten Stolen Infest k tomu. Tu ale medzi tým príde Hexa, aby si tu Jatora teda dokázali kluci zdržať. Ja to dobre, nakoniec tam dostal ešte od túto Satanika zo 3 hity, pôjde si teda na chvíľku vybekovať preč. Moonlight Shadow bude teda tým pádom za chvíľku končiť. O, pekná šipečka teraz ale chudák 9 Class dostal trošku po gebuli. Spiriti toto ale momentálne pôjdu rešpektovať, jo? Pôjdu tam počkať možno na nejaký ten ďalší Rolling Thunder, nemajú sa teraz úplne kde predsa len zas tak tvrde ponáhľať. Ale sme v móde, že ešte 3 minúty si oni môžu vyberať. Notice musí fakt ako nájsť zázraky, proste tam musí nájsť veľký call. S Nullifierom sa im tam musí podariť niekoho zabiť. Na druhej strane je jasné, že tam nebude mať predsa len ešte ten Voker teraz ako nejaký Aeon disk. Takže otázka, kedy Spiriti chcú strajknúť znova. Nachádzame sa teraz po tej 43. minúte tu v momente, kde by sa tu fakt ako každý fight už mohlo rozhodnúť. A Jatoro, ten podľa mňa už cíti ten pach toho Aegisu. Už ho 2-krát pozdvihol, ale 3-krát to bude predsa len hat-trick, ktorý ešte nikto na svete nikdy nedokázal. Jo, bolo by to ako epické, aj ako by samozrejme pre ČM Pošku, aj samozrejme pre celú tú skvadru. Nerobí mu úplne málo ten meteor, ale nakoniec si tam môže zaliezť iba do Larlovej prdele, tam je to bezpečné, tam je to voňavé. Tam môžu ísť kľudne na druhé kolo Rolling Thunder, jo? Môžu ísť hlavne ako pušovať iba zase s nejakými tými rageami ďalej. Pomaly ďalej zájdeš. Tier 3 sa už zbavili, naslepo tam skúsili teraz Larlo proste naskočiť, tam náhodou niekto nebude. Iba tam odniesli pekne túto mistra Jatora, ten dostane nakoniec si toto kombo, odťahnu si ho o trochu ďalej. S rageom bol schopný, ale si teraz ako odkráčať bez problémov preč. Kombičko kluci skúsili dobre, dokonca ešte aj ten snipe im na konci vyjde. A Spiriti to budú viac než spokojní, aby si mohli spokojne odkráčať s tým AoE surgeom preč. Pohoda, chilla, jazz. Jagger late game môže ako rozsekať všetko, tam ako jeden Omnislash môže rozsekať všetko papierovo, ale no... Musí tam prísť ten správny moment, aby to tam fakt poskákalo, aby to bolo fakt ako využité. Inak ten Jagger ako väčšinou nemá zas tak veľa času v tom fajte to tam ako úplne celé pohitovať. Spiriti tu ale medzi tým teda vyeskalovali už na 11 000 gold lead. No aj keď tam ako postupne pribúdajú záležitosti aj u týmu Vision, nie že by toho mali úplne zas tak ako extrémne málo. Play potenciál tam aj u nich je, ale je proste menší. Za mňa to, jak to kolaps udržal akoby v tom midgame, to zrazu ako znamená všetko. Potom ten jeden fight, kde ako tam Satanika chytili tým Fiend Gripom, jo, do toho Lotus Orbu tam prišiel ten Omnislash. To bol ako zrazu moment, kde sa tu možno tá história fakt ako bude prepisovať, ale opakovaním. Vidíme, či Spiriti ešte budú chcieť využiť tých posledných 25 sekúnd. Tam ako keď tak Torment triček, keby to chceli. No, ako ja to si tu rád podľa mňa pôjde po nejakú tú waveu. Tým, že to tam ako rozkladal, urobil nakoniec rovno ten Abyssal Blade, to Psycho na to tam ako nemá úplne miesto, som zvedavý, čo tam ako iné bude chcieť, možno nejaké presne veľké kryty by sa tam mohli hodiť. Tiež už tam má ako samozrejme miesto toho rádla pekne pripravený Nullifier, proste všetko, čo by potreboval. Že s Invisom, teraz sa pôjdu Spiriti schovať chvíľku. Očakávajú možno, že by tam Visionovci mohli skúsiť nejaký smoke, taký ten obvious timing je vždycky, celé keď akurát končí ten Aegis. Satanikovi medzi tým ale už máme aj level 25 by the way. Toto bude fakt ako true anime battle. Toto je true late game juggernaut, ktorý by to tu chcel udržať ako sen pre tohoto tu princa. Má k tomu momentálne bližšie práve už dvakrát korunovaný Jatoro. Sebezvaný Code. Ale ešte sme tu ako neskončili. Momentálne po 46. minúte idú očividne Visionovci skúsiť nejaký move. Tam vidím ten foreman smoke. To je moment, kedy by mohli skúsiť niečo tu ako zázračné nájsť. Majú tam stále tu Stolen Infestu by the way, takže tam môžeme počítať, že to je taký akoby polosave ešte ako k tomu. Smerujú momentálne na top, kde akurát sa bránou presúvajú Spiriti. To by ako mohlo teoreticky niečo inde ako zafungovať. Notice je ten, ktorý tu nakoniec pôjde iba manty akoby poslať očividne, aby tu skipol nejaké tie wavy. Do Mirany tam teda medzi tým síce narazil. Nic z tohoto smoku ale úplne nebude. Oni vedia Visionovci, že nemôžu úplne zase tak ako YOLO tuto riskovať. Že sa môžu pohybovať len okolo Visionu, len kde to je skontrolované. Spiriti na Visionovci podľa mňa vedia, že môžu ísť freely proste po Mormon Drive, niečo tam rozvíť nejaký Sunstrike, ale ani ten ako ani zďaleka nepríde. Teraz tam prišiel jeden Sunstrike, iba či tam náhodou niekoho nesnajpne pan Novanovský. To sa ale momentálne nedieje. Satanik už tam presne naklikol to, o čom som hovoril. To BKB je za mňa ako item, čo na late game dokáže z Jaggera ako urobiť zviera. Že ono je to akoby dosť omnislashy, ale jakmile to ako nevidie, tak tam je proste to BKB, Swift Blink a proste to tam ich sekať, kým ho nemôžu vykontrolovať. A to by mohol byť celkovo ako podstatný faktor. 48 minútou sa to tu ale stále nejakému conclusionu úplne neblíži. Tam je dobrá varda teraz ale pripravená od Visionovcov. Spiriti otázka, či toto tu budú mať prečítané. Tu je celá tá petica Visionovcov ready. No, s Kenom tam skúšajú momentálne niečo nájsť, nikto sa im tam úplne neblíži. No, Jatoro medzi tým tam nosí ešte tú casual Jašu teraz, ak mu tam ako skončil ten Aegis, celku vtipné. No One sa tu trošku ukáže akurát v tom invize, že tam ako pôjde depušovať. Ale je vidieť, že obidva týmy tu budú hrať ako extrémne opatrne. Nikto nechce urobiť trošku ako overstep, všetci pekne pohromade, aby tu nikto nemohol byť totálne pick-offnutý. Ani zase také ako obrovské split pushe tu nebudú zatiaľ ako prebiehať. Tu sú obidva týmy pripravené na ten 5-man fight. Vedia, že sa to môže zlomiť jedným jediným fightom kľudne. Aj keď tam ako je 12 000 gold lead. Ja myslím, že ešte Visionovci stále majú akoby svoju šancu sa do tejto hry dostať tu, ale to pôjde not me, otvoriť, počkať. Otvoreň tam bude skôr práve ten Nix. Fin Skripeček to tam bude držať, ale tiež Notice. Tam dostane aspoň chvíľkovú záchranu. Tam ale Jatoro je práve vymazaný na 100 sekúnd. Tentokrát to Satanikovi vyšlo. Ten damage od toho Jaggera bude očividne fungovať. A Antena ešte bude samozrejme aj táto tu Miranka tam a posledný jeden leap charge. Pekne to tam ale kluci zdržia tým jedným leapom, skúsi chlapec odísť. Manta tam ale vyžere celú tú šipku, aj keď si to chlapec nebude trafený prvotne, toto sa Visionovcom podarilo. Jagger by mal byť to silnejšie late game carry. A tu bolo už akoby celku vidieť, že to DPS tam ako príde. To bolo proste 7000 damage v rámci akoby tam asi 2 sekúnd reálne. Nixíček to teraz ako pekne zažil. Visionovci zrazu tu idú akoby pekne ukázať, že tu sa ako možno bude korunovať niekto nový. 50. minútou bolo by to pre Visionovcov predsa len zadozučinenie za to, že sú ten najdominantnejší tým na celom tomto TI. Neprehrali ani jednu sériu na ceste do toho GRANDFINALS. Toto je možno tá prvá, tí, ktorej sú ako najbližšie niečomu podobnému. Ale sú samozrejme veľmi blízko k tomu, aby to celé vyhrali. To je to. Tretí Rošan je medzi tým ešte spavlý, Satanik. Takže si príde akurát tak nenápadne pozdraviť v enemy bázi, vie, že má ešte 30 000, preto ale nebude úplne nejaký ten Nike, kdy si tu môže ešte dovolovať. Rošan za mňa by, ale mohol by to huge, ok, Spiriti. Tu nenápadne prídu iba Novana očividne dostať preč od Aeon disku. Dobrý nenápadný move. Tu ale podľa mňa s Jaggerom si ako reálne Satanik proste zabije toho Rošana za pár sekúnd a dokonca tam má aj double damage. Gaben tu myslí na tohoto tu princa Doty. Satanik tu pôjde aj tomu Rošovi teraz ale rozjebať absolútne celý jeho kožuch. Neostane mu tu vajca, neostane mu péro, neostane mu nič. Tu má pripravený slot na Aegis. Má tam pripravené aj to BKB, Satanik už dokonca má aj ten Nullifier. To sú pripravení Visionovci ešte tu, možno ukázať true late game. Tam, kde chceli vyeskalovať, už môžu prísť, keď myslím, že tam dostane ten Jagger ešte alakritu, tak tam reálne ten Omnislash zabije ešte aj vás v čete. No, to si na to akoby budete dávať momentálne ako dostatočne bacha. My sa tu ale nachádzame v 51. minúte, kde obidva týmy sú momentálne smoknuté. No, zatiaľ tu 9 Class pôjde akurát s tým stolen leapom sa hrať na živú vardičku. No One nenápadne pôjde v invize akurát teda depušovať, to je celé. No ako dole, keby sa tu niekto objavil, by to bol skvelý opener pre Team Vision, tam ale nepôjde nikto zo Spiritov. Tam nikto takúto chybu urobiť nepôjde, na druhej strane pôjdu Spiriti síce ako sprint pušovať tú ľavú stranu a tiež sa im tam nikto neobjaví na nejaký tu ako pick-off. Veľmi zodpovedne tu týmy hrajú proste pohromade, tie 4 minúty tam tvoria teraz ale Satanikovi takzvané 4 minúty, ty magore! To uvidíme, ako sa teda bude schopný ale teraz ako nasťahovať túto momentálne do enemy báze. No, čakajú na ten ideálny moment, nikto sa tu nechce úplne ukázať, Larlage sa tam teraz trošku ukáže bližšie. Banner už je tam ale pekne hodený takto dozadu. Jo, zbavit sa tých katapultov bude nakoniec celku jako nemožné. Môže si tam jako kolaps predsa len jako pomôcť, keby moc chcel. Má tam dokonca už aj refresher, takže nejaký jako double vacuum, double wall môže byť scary. Jatora tam nakoniec pekne pôjdu vyslať, aby sa iba zbavil toho banéru, zbavil sa všetkého. Žiadny veľký commit tam ani úplne Visionovci nechcú dávať. Na Jatora tam jako nemajú predsa len úplne toľko odpovedí. Som videl správne, že na Notistovi bol takisto ešte pripravený Hex, čiže tam bolo. Shield runa teraz pre Satanika. Je pravda, že double damage ako celku pomohol. Ešte 3 minúty tej veľkej výhody môžu ísť teraz Visionovci využívať. Veľká travela tam dokonca Bowkerovi teraz pekne pristane ešte k tomu cheeseu. Už bude môcť ako naportiť kľudne na hrdinu, tým pádom tam môže hrať ako oveľa efektívnejšie tú mapu. Je to ale všetko o tom, kto tu nájde opener v Moonlight Shadowve, sa idú spiriti, ale vyťahnuť z báze, idú skúsiť možno niečo nájsť. Kolapsič tu je sám, a Kolovo Notis nájde! Tu máme pekne nullifier, Omni Slash, nazdar! Rozpleskaný absolútne kolapsne, 97 sekúnd si to bude mať nejaké podstatné buybacky, teraz uvidíme, čo sa niekto bude schopný bez toho Omni Slashu ešte urobiť. No one bude teraz ten prešerovaný vzadu, tam bude mať predsa len ten Neon Disc zase, ale popnutý Notis prišiel ale na to druhé kolo, Jatoro je tu ako držaný momentálne. Finsk gripeček bude prerušený, tam je otázka, čo tu Satanik ale dokáže, Rueáša už sa zbavil, dáva si tam ten veľký carry battle a počkať, stolen Finsk grip, tam Jatoro na chvíľku držal Satanik, môže mlátiť Satanik, tu pôjde rozpleskať možno všetky nádeje tu, ešte prichádza tá ďalšia zbraň. Ja myslím, že to refresh alebo niečím podobným, tam prišiel ešte ten ďalší Omni Slash. Kolaps sa tu pôjde teda na Ultista, akurát postará na tej strane. Hlavný je ale Mr. Satanáš. Aegis momentálne stratí. No one tu bude Spirit Mid, Anteny ďalej. Protože Kolaps ale predsa len ako buybackoval do tohoto celého. Jatoro buybackoval tiež, Rue buybackoval. Tam všetci išli tentokrát all in. A z tohoto celého ostane Satanik ešte s rýchlou swiplinkou pekne krásne do bezpečia. Dukalis tu bude síce vytradovaný, stratili z tohoto P-Vision dosť. Ale prišlo tam hrozne moc buybackov od týmu Spirit. Tam budú chcieť teraz tým niečo spraviť. A medzi tým sa ešte splitpušovala úplne celá tá vrchná strana. To sú proste 3 obrovské buybacky. Darkseer, hlavne Jatorov Nikes a k tomu ten Bane. To je za mňa pre tým Vision, to je reálne win condition. Satanik tam hlavne dokazuje, že s tým Jaggerom tam nielenže vyhrá ten carry-to-carry súboj. On to tu pôjde proste celé vysekať ako to najlepšie carry na svete. Hexov, teraz ale pôjde možno vysekať práve toho na Hexička, to bude mať chlapec Jatorovský trochu problém. Infestov síce zaliezol, ale Satanik, ten bude môcť podľa mňa ešte pokračovať ďalej. Jatorov môže v Rage síce zdrať rovno za týmom Surgeovo, tam dostanú do bezpečia, už sa tu pôjde lifestealovať. Nightmare pre neho teraz ako trochu končí. Satanik medzi tým sa tu predtým pôjde prejsť, tu ako odtiaľ dostať preč. To ale ako nebolo Jatorovi úplne všetko jedno. Juggernaut už ale s tým 41 000 networthom robí fakt ako mordy, to ako nežené. On by potreboval ešte ten Aghanim teraz kúpiť za mňa, on tam chce ako Bešere. Ale za mňa proste ten zožraný Aghanim by urobil obrovský rozdiel, keby tam mal ešte tú Swift Blinku. Ako má tam 10 000, ako pomaly môže urobiť ten Aghanim z Blessing a ešte mať buyback, čo by mohol byť ako ten game winning shit. Je pravda, že Dukalis tam tiež predtým ako buybackoval, takže niečo málo z toho Spiriti dostali tiež. Za mňa ale Spiriti teraz musia hrať ako veľmi opatrne. Oni dávali buyback na Nikesovi. Ako vraví, za mňa je to win condition pre Team Vision. Otázka je, čo si to Visionovci budú schopní na mape nájsť. Nakoniec tam Jatoro teraz dokončil dokonca Satanik, aby proste s tým Nikesom tam bol úplne invincible. Otázka, či to ako vôbec môže výjsť, počkať, ale tu im akurát prišiel Notmi rovno k ním cez bránu. Opener im tu normálne prišiel sám. Oh god, Visionovci. No, oni to fakt spravia. Oni to fakt idú spraviť. Oni idú možno dokončiť tento celý run. To stále ale ešte predsa len otvorené. Spiriti to tu majú akoby s gold leadom, síce na svojej strane s 1000. Bez tých buybackov je to ale podľa mňa pre nich ako celku jolo tu niečo akoby takéto tvrdé skúšať. Snažia sa tu akoby niečo nenápadne pikofnúť, tam majú predsa len rovno ten Vision, okolo ktorého chcú hrať. Visionovci ale sa tam práve pôjdu momentálne priblížiť. Už tam pôjdu niečo momentálne nájsť, baviť sa a pravdepodobne aj toho Visionu. Ford Spiriti už tam teda akoby toto celé pôjdu vyhnať. Notice tu nakoniec nenájde nič. Ďalší Wind Waker nám tu ale pristal. Save už majú ako Visionovci k tomu tiež. Spiritom podľa mňa sa ten late game ako komplikuje a komplikuje. Ten Finn's Grip teraz ako využiť bude podľa mňa ako celku nemožná záležitosť. Majú tam síce dve vacuum wally, ale tam ako z toho musí proste kolaps ako vyťahnuť čo najviac. No, tým, že ten Aeon Disc proti tomu Nullifieromu ani úplne zas tak moc ako nefunguje, tak je to trošku ako problém. My ale proste stále tu nebudeme mať ani 57. minúte rozhodnuté. Toto celé sa tvorí ako úplná pohádka, dokonalý sken, ale počkať. Teraz vyťahli práve Spiriti. Tí našli presne tú pozíciu Laro tu, ale rovno pôjde tým pádom naproti. To nebol úplne dobrý nápad, Laro. Vyskenovali akoby dobre, ale počkať. Tu Spiriti chcú ísť fighty, tam majú predsa len ešte pripravený ten buyback, vedia, že toto musí byť YOLO. Impesto už prišli práve do Satanika a Jatorovo tam skoro rozpleskal Wind Waker, mu možno získať trochu času. Satanik a potrebuje niečo dať, nedá nič. Buyback ale stále ešte bude mať pripravený. Spiriti si tu získali momentálne 2 killy. Proste stihne zapnúť akcie až nejaké to BKB. Ja myslím, že proti Jatorovi to stále nebude znamenať nič obrovské. Tu Notice bude mať stále kurva problém. Spiriti ešte majú nejakú fighting chance a tu to pekne dokazujú. V 58. minúte Game 5. Očividne pôjde to the distance, pôjde až k tier 5 itemom. Tam, kde sa to kurva má celé rozhodovať, tak tam to momentálne mierí. Jatoro si tu svoju korunu, ale nenechá kurva zobrať. To pôjde od toho mladíka proste urvať, čo to len pôjde. Zdržovačka od Novana tam teraz bude pripravená aj rovno s nejakými tými meteormi, aby to medzi nejaké tí creepy ani úplne nedošli. Zdržovačka takisto nejakou tú telekinézou, proste všetkým, čo majú, ale Jatoro proste prišiel teraz pekne, krásne klikať pravým. Prišiel sekať, Raxy sa rozplývajú pod Jatorovským damageom. Po 58 minúte tam Spiriti stále predsa len majú ešte 40 sekúnd. Neustále si tu môžu premýšľať teraz nad tým, či pôjdu po vrchnú druhú stranu, alebo či pôjdu akoby skúsiť ako babang akoby na Roshana, ktorého ale nemajú úplne vyskauteného, to tam hlavne bude až za 2 minúty. Môže tam byť teraz, ale bude tam za 2 minúty. Jedni Raxy si zoberú, stále ešte majú celku dosť času. Jatoro tu podľa mňa cíti, že tú druhú stranu by mohli teraz stihnúť. Sexom pôjde no one pekne zdržovať, každá sekundička navíc sa tu celku pre výštovcov počíta. Spiritom sa tu ale trošku približuje. Dobré structural damage tam teraz priniesli. Že tam majú vypušované tie Raxy, teraz budú mať ako dosť krajší map control a to znamená to hlavné, že sa dostanú možno aj tým tier 5 itemom instantne. Notice medzi tým na druhej strane, aj keď sa teda bude spavniť až za 10 sekúnd, bude mať pekne refresher na nejaký double call. To by tiež mohlo byť ako celku huge na kontrolu toho Nixa. Všetko je to iba o tom, ktoré carry bude môcť mlátiť do ktorého carry a ktoré carry bude vykontrolované. Jo, ako nachádzame sa tu v 60. minúte síce v ultra late game, ale keby sme to chceli úplne zjednodušiť, tak dosť podstatne je to teraz o tom. Či to bude proste ten veľký raid boss, alebo ten mladučký princ, ktorý vyzeral byť úplne nezraniteľný, vyzeral byť, že bude mať fakt ako nezastaviteľnú formu, aby toto tu TI prišiel urvať bez problémov. Spiriti cez ten lower bracket sa tu ale pak ako vyeskalovali medzi tým do nezastaviteľnej zóny. Je iba otázka, či aj tu po 60. minúte nerozhodnú až 4-5 itemy. Uvidíme, kto tu bude aj viac lucky trošičku ako predsa len. No, myslím si, že tu budú ako aimovať kluci po nejaký Stygian Desolator určite. Novanič, ten má enchanterskú baublu, takže ten je pripravený, že táto hra kľudne nech ide až do 230. minúty. On má tu enchanterskú baublu, ktorá postupne bude naberať na value, jak tie minúty pôjdu ďalej. Iba otázka, aký bonusy k tomu pravdepodobne bude chcieť zobrať. No, teraz vyzerá, že všetci, hlavne proste toto je úplne dokonalá Game 5. Všetci budú mať čas sa dostať tier 5-kám, nikto tu ako nebuliuje nikoho, tá hra je proste kompletne otvorená a vidím tam na Jatorovi Stygian. Aj, Stygian so statmi, takže má 5400 HP. A to nemá ani zapnutú armletu. Tú armletu hlavne ešte môže nahradiť akoby bez problémov s káďom celým, keby teraz chcel, ale samozrejme to podstatné je akoby momentálne buyback. Roshan je tu ale momentálne spavnutý. Uvidíme, čo sa tam pošťastí Satanikovi, ten už má na výber, ale nedostal ten Stygian. Witchbane je možno tá najlepšia voľba, alebo si nechať tú baublu a scalovať proste ďalej. S nejakým attack speedom a magic attack damageom by som povedal. To je asi tá najlepšia voľba, by som ako typol. No, už tu máme teda pekne Harmonizer na Novana, najlepšia vec, čo kedy môže Voker nájsť. Za každý spell, ktorý bude na cooldowne, tak on tam akoby má z toho bonus. Toto by mohla byť Vokerovská specialitka, takže Jatora so Stygianom prežiť bude možno ten prvotný challenge. Necronomicony tu budú chlapci teda takisto už pekne posílať po mape. Jo, za chvíľku tam budú fakt ako už aj všetci supporti mať tie tier 5 itemy. Tu si fakt ako chlapci prišli dať true honest Dotu. True honest game 5.
Vstupenka
Ó môj bože.
Kameň.
To môže rozhodnúť ako hocičo. Petíček už tu príde dávať teraz nejaké tie kilečka. Príde tu ešte ako poriadne bojovať tento tu moment, ale v tej 62. minúte môže rozhodovať každá jedna sekunda. Tuto to môže byť absolútne huge. Na kolapsovi by the way tu bude iba tá iluska, ktorá mu tam procela, ktorú tam bude môcť posielať. Tiež nie je úplne to najideálnejšie. Na Larlovi máme druhý Stygian, jo, takže to bude štípať. Dukáli si medzi tým takisto zobere pekne Harmonizer na nejaký damáž navíc. Uvidíme, čo tu chlapci ale pôjdu vymysleť. Ďalší 5-man smoke prichádza od týmu Spirit. I pôjdu vyťahnuť očividne koule pekne, krásne na stôl. Alebo možno péro. Záleží, ako to tu teraz bude procovať. Dnes tu pôjdu skúsiť nájsť svoje šťastie, nájsť svoj opener, pôjdu obiť celý ten triangle, našli práve Novana. Jump príde od Notice, tam síce tiež ten target hlavný je práve tá Mirana, aby mala byť vymazaná hneď ako prvá. Buyback tam síce bude instantne ready tu, ale Omnisnatch prichádza práve na Yatora, Yatoro! Dostane možno výplesť, ho sa ešte ale otočí na tých low APčkách Satanik. Potrebuje toto celé resetuť, kolaps. Tam teraz urobil zázrak. Stolen bola tam, ale takisto toho Nixička pôjde pozdraviť Satanik, ale stratí ten svoj prvý život a môže dávať buyback a bude musieť možno dať Jatorovský Nix. Bude očividne to, čo toto možno rozhodne úplne celé, pekne tam zaliezol ešte teraz do Larla, aby ho nemohli ani úplne vypanišovať. Tu akoby medzi tým už Satanik samozrejme príde po buyback, hneď po buybacku, tam ale príde Fortune medzi nich, Jatoro má aby Sublade, Satanik má problém, po buybacku je healovaný zatiaľ toho healing wardov, ale potrebuje mu kluci pomôcť, Bushwhack to pekne chytil, Satanik bude mať ešte čas na reset. Úplne 64. minútové to close, Spiriti bojujú o ten svoj tretí titul a popravne k nemu sa približujú. Ešte tu ale príde ten jump, Jatoro môže ísť ale podobána na 2 minúty. Jatoro môže prepísať históriu, Satanik sa ešte odtiaľ dostane do defenzívnou telekinezou. Dávaj to na Kvetoradia, bude ide nič, Satanik je dole, príde k píči, tu Team Spirit idú rozhodnúť a idú momentálne po tretie DI. Neuveriteľné! Team Spirit vyhráva DI 20-6! Absolutný dream sa stáva realitou! Storyline sa plní! Vypočka! Kolaps! A k tomu Yatoro! Budú zapísaní do histórie! Majú 3-krát na svojom konte Aegis ako prvý na svete a možno aj ako posledný. Neuveriteľný výkon na záver, vyťahli tam Spiriti koule a to sa vyplatilo. Satanik nakoniec Jagrom. Game 5 poeticky zase bude o niečo málo, takzvané na Ameo od prvého TI titulu. Pre obidva týmy toto bolo ale absolútne neuveriteľné Grand Finals. A poďme si užiť toto tu. Team Spirit, chat, let's go wild! Čempiónom tohto ročného TI sú Team Spirit! O môj bože, Team Spirit to dokázali. Jediná séria, ktorú prehrali Vision na celom TI, bolo toto tu Grand Finals. Presne sa potvrdilo toho, že Spiriti, jakmile sú v Grand Finals, tak sú ten final boss a nejdu zdolať Not Me, ktorý to teraz dvíha ten Aegis nad hlavu. Človek, ktorý bol na svojom prvom TI a rovno to takzvané Thompsonovsky vyhral. A tu je Yatoro! The GOAT! Absolute GOAT! Yatoro, Collapse, Mipoška, 3 GOATs of Dota 2. Confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, after being pushed to the absolute limit in a 5-game series, we are ready to crown the champions of TI 15.
For the first time in Dota history, a team claims 3 agencies!
Whoa, 3 agencies! Kámo, rue. Já nemám slow. Spirit, 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 spirit.
从败者组一路杀进决赛 ，Team Spirit 最终拿下了我们国际邀请赛的冠军。
Team Spirit fight all the way through lower bracket. Now you're here. You lift the aegis. Not me. I gotta ask you. You gave your hair to the god of Dota, Dota god. He gave you the championship. Do you want to say anything to your fans, your family, anyone who's been watching your games? If you want, you can speak Russian. Можешь по-русски?
Хочу большое спасибо сказать, во-первых, моей маме.
Спасибо.
Она меня супер поддерживала. Вот. И фанатам, которые нас поддерживали, вы супер.
Ru, come on here. Ru, please.
Please come here. This is your moment. 这是属于你的时刻。
Now, this is your first aegis. This has to be special. What is going through your mind right now? 这是你第一次国际邀请赛的冠军，这是一个特殊的时刻。你现在心里想的是什么？
I don't know. It feels like I'm in dream. It feels like I'm still in this game.
Whoa!
This best of best. Best
Kámo,
of 5.
střed.
So, I don't know. Unbelievable.
我不知道该说什么，我好像还在游戏里面。这个
by
比武太疯
pero
狂
alebo
了，
čo?
一切都这么的难以
Ty
置信。
kráso, skřet, to je neskutečné, ďakujem za 1200 korunové dono. Skřet dneska jde fakt vybojovat VIP.
三座神
To je
盾。
tvrdo. Neviem, či niekto ide bojovať s týmto tu odvážnym mužom. Ale ten chlapec nejak zožil na telo, sa mi zdá.
Well, when the first time you lifted up this aegis, did you ever imagine the journey would be so incredible?
Yes, I hope I'm gonna win 4 or 5.
4个、5个。
And I wanna say I have 55% percentile. Isora, can you give me purple item at Draw Ranger, please?
Draw Ranger?
I lost all my
predictions.
predictions.
Posílal střed alebo někdo jiný, ale
我
tu
虽然之
další
前的绿
liter,
色
ty
没有
blázne.
做对，但是能不能把紫色的
Tomu
卓尔
my
留
ideme
下的
ešte
装备
naplňať
小
ten
黑的装
bar,
备
to
给
nech tam
我？
dáme aspoň nejaké bomby.
That's what you're thinking right now in your mind after you lifted the aegis. 这就是你现在脑子里面想的，你刚刚举起这枚神盾。OK。
Lau, please.
Kámo, čo robiť?
Lau. Come on here.
Čo tam ten skřet stavil, ty vole, na nejakú sportku alebo na niečo? On fakt to VIP ide
Now
vyfarmiť.
there's people questioning
Kámo,
you.
kde tu je nejaký
You've won it
contender?
once, you've done it
Som
twice.
zvedavý, či sa niekto
What's going
pôjde s
through your
týmto
mind
tu
right now?
pobiť.
有人质疑过你，你拿到了一次，你又证明了一次自己。你现在心里想的是什么？
Just feel good. Amazing games. They perform really well. This last fight was amazing. Like screaming, destroy everything. Like when we try to catch them on content. So it's just good to play Dota and win Dota.
这次系列赛太疯狂了，最后的一场团战，我们一直在叫，一直在打，我们把眼前所有阻挡我们的东西都摧毁了。能够赢到他的感觉，真是太棒了。
真是太棒了！那我们想问一下 Collapse， 你和 Yatoro 是唯二拿下3届 TI 的选手。
Podľa mňa skřetová taktika je, že si ide vyhrať ten skipperov dres dneska.
感觉怎么样 ？You and Yatoro are the only 2 players that have won 3 TIs. How does it feel to be the best offlaner in the world?
Wonderful feeling.
感觉非常好。
Ďakujem,
Any
skřete.
other words you want to give to the fans, to people who support you here in the arena, back home?
I'm just a little bit shocked right now, to be honest.
我现在感觉有一点点
Ja som
不知道
takisto
该
v
说
šoku,
一
ako
些
je
什么，
kolaps.
现在这种感觉实在是太奇妙了。Thank you so
Ja
much.
som takisto v šoku, proste ako je kolaps.
我们好像还有一位
当然，我们不能忘记 Miposhka
Coach。
Dajte to Mipoškovi.
Miposhka，你曾经作为选手举起过这块盾，然后现在你作为教练再一次带领你的团队举起了这块不朽盾。想问一下，你是不是觉得 Dota 这款游戏你已经完全参透了 ？Coach, you have lived ages yourself now as a player, and now you left the ages as a coach with your old teammates, with your team. Do you feel like maybe you just figured out Dota 2 the game?
Can you repeat?
Do you think you just beat this game?
Obviously.
再明显不过
Bola
了。
dobrá otázka, ale
是
tomu
啊，
nebude
就是这
rozumieť,
种
no.
自信，对不对 ？That's the confidence we want to hear. Thank you
Prečo
so
tam
much,
neposlali
Miposhka.
Slaxa?
好的，那在今天晚上，我们见证了 Spirit 第3次举起冠军神盾，3冠王就此诞生。
没有错 ，Team Spirit have done it again
Milan.
for the third time. Team Spirit lift the aegis of champion.
也再一次将他们的传奇编织进了我们的国际邀请赛。
Once again, waving their legend into the history of the international.
这一切的一切，今天在上海画下了句点。
And all comes to a close here in Shanghai.
而今晚注定再一次属于我们的 Team Spirit。
大家一起 and tonight once again belongs to
Team
Spirit. Ja nemám normálne slow chat. O môj bože. Team Spirit vyhrávajú svoj tretí Aegis v histórii. Tu sa môžeme dívať na tie nádherné momenty a nejak si to začať ako ukladať v pamäti, pretože toto bolo extrémne epické GRANDFINALS. Fakt išlo to až do 5. hry, po 60. minútu, viac epické to nemôžeme ani mať. Šlo tam akoby presne o buybacky, toto bol normálne storyline celého toho TI, bol dokonalý, že tam boli dominantní proste túto chlapci s princom a potom spiriti, ktorí sa postupne iba evolvovali, začali tam na nejakom, neviem, Charmandrovi, ale potom už cez ten lower bracket tam prišiel kurva nejaký poriadny Charizard a rozsekal ich tam normálne Vejpool. Ja fakt ako môžem len smekať proste a nad tým, čo tu akoby chlapci dokázali. Jako Vižnovci samozrejme k tomu to boli takýto malý blízky kúsok od toho. To boli veľmi blízko tomu. Ale ono, nebude stačiť byť blízko. Nebude stačiť byť blízko. Král je takzvané korunovaný, chat. Král je korunovaný, je naspäť na tróne a princ ešte bude musieť chlapec potrénovať, aby to bolo na nejaký TI titul. To je to rozuzlenie viac menej tohoto celého TI, taká akoby jedna vetička iba tu, akoby podľa mňa, ktorá to celku zhrnie. Pozrite na ten pohľad. Táto 3x TI, baby. Berte tam aj Mipošku, kluci. To je takisto free time boy, ale je pravda, že oni to majú ako hráči poctivo. Sú to ako reálne Collapse plus Yatoro sú the GOATs. GOATs of Dota 2. Neexistuje o tom akoby ani polemizovať, nemusíme o tom polemizovať. Sú to reálne tí, ktorí to tu pôjdu určovať. A spolu akoby s týmto chat, my vieme síce, kto už to vyhral, ale vieme, že tento rok takisto jednak sa teraz akoby začne ako poriadny tučný roster shuffle, už na túto afterke, podľa mňa, čo tam ako budú mať, to je taká ako bežná zóna. A ja sa budem snažiť akoby zistiť nejaké akoby nenápadné informácie, chat, nebojte. Ale nás čaká samozrejme ešte točka. Tu ale proste sme spolu zažili ako toľko momentov dneska, že nie dneska, ale akože celé to TI, ja to ešte sa snažím iba absorbovať teraz. Pozrite, aké krásne ženy tam v Šangaji pekne prišli pozerať. Tuto máte celú tú zostavu spiritov so všetkými možnými. A myslím, že to je manažérka, akoby tamto, ak sa nemýlim. Jo. Myslím, že ten úplne napravo je na socky, myslím, že pre spiritov ako celkovo sú to akoby viacerí. Ja to malinký potrebuje teraz trošku carry, pritom on tam akoby rozdal celku carry na tomto turnaji, tak to je nakoniec celku poetické. Chat. My sme tu ale spoločne teraz, to TI. Videli sme ten záver, ja sa ešte chcem akoby samozrejme ísť pozrieť aj na main, pretože tam budú ešte možno nejaké ako múdre slova. Chcem počuť ešte ten panel a potom
TI Grand Finals. They have a 100% win rate in TI Grand Finals. They have not lost a single one.
3 for 3, baby.
3 for 3. I mean, there is no other team that once they reach this point in the tournament, no one can stop them. They're like a boulder that's just getting bigger and bigger, and they demolish everybody in their way.
It's unbelievable. Watching them is truly, it's a work of art, and it's what I think a lifetime of dedication to this game from these players has achieved. This doesn't happen overnight, and it's not just celebrated today, and I hope they're able to cherish this for the rest of their lives, because it is an unbelievable achievement in, I think, one of the hardest and best games ever made. It's what better sector to have such an accomplishment in.
They've won TI in so many different ways too, right? That TI-10 was a Cinderella run. Nobody knew who they were coming up against when it came to them. They just crushed. They came from the lower bracket, they fought their way to it, and they won. Their second TI win, they were the best from the start of the tournament until the very end. And this TI win, this third TI win, it wasn't sure. Everyone had them like top 4. Nobody knew if they would make it this far. There was a big story, a big monster, a big final boss in Team Vision, and they beat them in the most convincing fashion. And it was the most even Game 5 of the Grand Finals that I've seen in a long time. I honestly did not know who would win up until the very end.
Honestly, I think the 10 players in those booths also didn't know, because it felt like...
By the way, High Rage. On sa díval a všetko to poslal skřet. Posledných tých všetky tie donaty, čo tam teraz pred chvíľkou ako prišli. Všetkých tých posledných 6, všetky poslal poctivo skřet. Ako král, tu prišiel tu fakt podporiť a bojovať o to VIP. O to tu dneska ešte môžete stále bojovať. Ešte stále môžete samozrejme kupovať stupenečky a takéto podobné záležitosti. Možno viac pomôcť aj chrtom v nouzi alebo zrskovi v nouzi. Dúfam, že si tu ale spolu so mnou fakt to TI ste si užili každý jeden deň. Ja som do toho dal úplne všetko, čo som mal a budem spať podľa mňa 2 dní reálne, chat.
We have to talk about this guy, not me. A Team Spirit have an eye for talent like no other. Nobody expected him to be this much of a monster. When he debuted in that Dream League season a few months ago, he was two-stepping around people. He was dancing around on his Rubik, stealing every single spell, single-handedly closing out games, and people were asking about where did he come from? Where did they find him? And here he is, just a few months later, winning TI, lifting the ages.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Dude, that's Audie for you. He'll always support you, help you out.